The story is about Yi Chi-Chi, a modern girl who fainted during an exam. When she woke up, she realized she was in the body of a princess, a 5.5-year-old despised in the royal court. To survive, Chi-Chi tried her best to stay away from the tyrant emperor, but fate somehow brought her closer to the tyrant's side. Then accidentally she became this tyrant's most beloved daughter. Here Yi Chi-Chi learned many lessons about emotions, family, friendship, and love. But that was also the beginning of battles. In the palace, the struggle for succession slowly began. What will a disposable princess like Chi-Chi do to survive in this cruel world of palace intrigue? Let's find out with Pikapi right now. In the emperor's palace, the emperor was interrogating a small child with a dark expression. Yes, that young child with the dirty face is the protagonist of this story, named Yi Chi-Chi. Seeing her remain silent, without saying much, the emperor wanted to behead Chi-Chi and her mother. Hearing an official kneel down to speak for Chi-Chi, this tyrant finally realized this girl was the 7th princess, his own flesh and blood. He lifted Chi-Chi's face up. In her heart, she kept telling herself not to cry, because in the original story, it was the 7th princess's loud crying that angered the tyrant. Yi Chi-Chi looked at her mother covered in blood lying collapsed there, her heart filled with endless fear, thinking of ways to prolong her life. She didn't want to die after just living for 3 days. 3 days ago, Yi Chi-Chi was still a modern-day student taking high school exams. For some unknown reason, she suddenly fainted. When she woke up, she found herself transported through time, becoming a disposable character in a book who, for offending the most favored 3rd princess, was sentenced to death. Back to the current situation. The 3rd princess beside the tyrant approached Chi-Chi and kicked her, while saying contemptuous words to her. The tyrant glanced at her, then looked at Chi-Chi, thinking she was too ugly, unworthy to be his child, and ordered someone to deal with her. In this dangerous situation, Yi Chi-Chi had only one option left. She quickly ran to hug the tyrant's legs, calling him father and saying she would try to become as beautiful as him. But the nickname Tyrant wasn't just for show. He kicked Chi-Chi away with one foot. But in this situation, being thick-skinned was the best strategy. Chi-Chi decided to cling to her father without letting go. The emperor picked her up with one hand and threw her down. Even so, Chi-Chi still wouldn't give up and called him father again. Surprising the tyrant, he pinched her cheek and asked if she wasn't afraid of him. Though Chi-Chi was scared to death inside, she still forced a smile, held his hand, and flatteringly said father was so handsome, making even the eunuch Zhao beside the tyrant worry about her safety. But the emperor was known for his mercurial temperament. Chi-Chi's plan might not necessarily be a failure. Yi Chi-Chi's cheek that the emperor just touched had become swollen and red, making him feel she was so fragile. Seeing the tyrant turn around, showing no more intention of beheading anyone, Chi-Chi was overjoyed to temporarily save a life. But the tyrant wasn't a kind person either. He ordered that next time, if she still looked ugly, he would throw her to the wolves, the man-eating wolves that the tyrant kept in the palace. Thinking about this made Chi-Chi's heart tremble with fear. Returning to her own cold palace, Yi Chi-Chi sighed, feeling somewhat ready to be beheaded by the tyrant. At this moment, there was a sudden noise from the bushes. Chi-Chi cautiously approached and discovered a cute little animal there. Chi-Chi thought it was a cat. Seeing it was injured, she gently picked it up and bandaged its wounds. Chi-Chi named it Dabai. She really wanted to keep this cat, but in the current situation, she could barely take care of herself, fearing the pet might outlive its owner. Dabai left Chi-Chi's side, running towards a small hole in the wall. Yi Chi-Chi followed it, crawling through the hole to reach a beautiful place. Ahead was a lavish feast. She happily ran towards the call of food. But before she could enjoy the delicacies, Yi Chi-Chi suddenly saw that living king of hell sitting opposite, who had been there for a while. Chi-Chi was terrified upon seeing him, realizing she had accidentally entered the tyrant's quarters. Though she desperately wanted to leave to save her life, she was truly too hungry. Chi-Chi approached carefully and saw the tyrant was asleep, deciding to steal some food. But just then, from afar came news that noble consort Chun requested an audience. Frightened, she quickly hid under the table, not forgetting to grab some food, just praying no one would discover her. Noble consort Chun entered gracefully for her audience. Her voice, sweet as honey, startled Chi-Chi so much she dropped a piece of food. Panicked, she frantically searched for it. Hearing noble consort Chen say she wanted to dance for him, the tyrant agreed to her request but ordered she couldn't stop without his command. Chi-Chi could tell noble consort Chun was in trouble. but she wasn't smart enough to realize it, happily dancing for the emperor's entertainment, even pretending to slip and fall into the emperor's arms. Haha, I also want to slip like that. But a tyrant would always be a tyrant. Noble consort Chen was grabbed by the neck and thrown to the ground without a word. He ordered people to drag her away for beating. Chi under the table was terrified hearing noble consort Chen's continuous screams. How truly inhumane. While still praying for the emperor to leave quickly, suddenly the table was knocked a few times. The emperor's deep voice asked, "How much longer do you plan to hide under there?" Making Chi terrified, thinking she couldn't escape the fate of being beheaded. Quickly ate the 2 remaining cakes in her hands before stepping out for execution. But right then a meow sound rang out. Chi heard Dabai's voice from above, only then realizing the emperor was calling this cat earlier, not her. That really scared the little one. Chi felt sleepy, planning to escape after the tyrant leaves. For now, just taking a short nap. After a while, Chi woke up and found herself lying on the tyrant's bed, which terrified her. But there was no one around. She thought she must have sleepwalked to have climbed up here. Chi sighed in relief and quickly left. Seeing Dabai at the hole in the wall, Chi decided to take it with her and leave together. From afar, the tyrant watched Chi with a smile, finding this child quite interesting. Just as they got out, Chi noticed Dabai bristling and growling. Looking up, she realized third princess was in the distance. Before she could think, Chi was lifted up high by a servant, brought to third princess. Third princess frowned, believing she was the one who saved that beast. That servant immediately reported. He saw Chi walking with that beast with his own eyes. Chi angrily struggled, wanting to protect Dabai, and was thrown hard to the ground by him. Third princess ordered seventh princess tied up, wanting to throw her to the wolves behind Night Mountain. Chi-Chi's face was bruised, but still tried to move toward the injured Dabai. At this moment the wolves had reached her. Seven was desperate, thinking she'd have to say goodbye to life. Then noticed the wolves weren't pouncing on her. Looking up, she saw the great tyrant had appeared sometime before. The emperor saw her face covered in blood, then turned toward third princess, used his bow and arrow to kill a wolf, then came to pick up Wild Seven, exclaiming. Though Chi-Chi was injured, she still cared about Da by surprising the emperor. Eunuch Zhao beside the emperor recalled the scene just now. His Majesty was still in the tower listening to music. Suddenly seeing something, immediately jumped down from over 10 meters high. Even he was terrified. The tyrant sent the wolves away, then ordered royal physicians for 7th Princess. 7, though weak 7, still tried to mention to buy. The emperor also ordered people to take it along. Eunuch Zhao saw 7th Princess's pet and was terrified. 3rd Princess ran after the emperor, wanting to go along, but received his dangerous glare. The tyrant, without many words, ordered all those servants beheaded. 3rd Princess beside was completely shocked. Father usually hated dirty things, yet he embraced that wench in his arms. Why return to the bedchamber? Eunuch Zhao saw the emperor placing 7-7 lying on his bed and was surprised. He thought the emperor must be under some spell. The emperor saw him dazed and frowned, telling him to hurry up and call the royal physician here. A moment later, when Yi Chi woke up and heard the tyrant's voice, she was extremely frightened, realizing it was this tyrant who had saved her earlier, now letting her stay in the emperor's bedchamber, and even had her bathed clean. In her heart, she felt both favored and afraid. Eunuch Zhao beside saw that the 7th princess, after being carefully taken care of, had become so adorable. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The medicine was brought up by the maids. Eunuch Zhao was about to give it to Chi-Chi, but the emperor took it first, even wanting to feed her personally. Chi-Chi only felt worried for her little life. Eunuch Zhao beside quickly told the emperor to blow on it to cool it down before drinking. The tyrant found it very troublesome, but still blew on the medicine and fed her. After Chi-Chi was fed a sip of medicine, she immediately wanted to spit it out as it was too bitter. The eunuch, with his strong paternal instincts, thoughtfully gave her some sweet dates. Yi Chi happily ate the dates. Seeing the emperor watching her, she offered him a date. When Eunuch Zhao saw Chi offering the date, he became worried about her fate, because the emperor didn't like sweet things, but he was quickly proven wrong. The tyrant actually accepted this date from her. The Yitsong emperor had many children. Outsiders said he only favored the 3rd princess, but actually it was only because she was born to the empress, so he gave her this privilege. Yitsong saw Chi eating so happily, unconsciously patted her head, then realized what he'd done. The tyrant quickly withdrew his hand and took away the plate of dates. A moment later, a series of delicious dishes were served, making Chi-Chi happily drool. Chi-Chi was about to rush towards her beloved dishes, but was held back by the emperor. Yi-Tsong was thinking to himself why this child was so light, while Chi-Chi felt extremely nervous before the tyrant. But seeing the plates of food, her stomach couldn't help but protest. The emperor, seeing her so hungry, gently patted her head with care, making Chi-Chi dazed for a long while. In the books, this tyrant was called the most handsome man in North Ming. It wasn't wrong at all. Chi-Chi wanted to touch his face, but under that freezing gaze, she gave up. Better keep her head first. During the meal, seeing Chi-Chi sitting properly, Yi-Tsong thought she was afraid, so he picked up a piece of fish, carefully removed the bones, and put it in her bowl. The eunuch, beside, once again had his mind blown. As Chi-Chi ate, she thought to herself, Big White must be worried about this cat. Seeing Chi-Chi lost and thought the emperor asked about her concerns, she asked about Dai Bai. The eunuch immediately reported the situation, that Dai Bai was completely fine. Chi-Chi heard this and sighed in relief. She silently determined in her heart to live well, so she could protect Dai Bai. After the meal, the father and daughter sat down to rest. Chi-Chi was very satisfied with the delicious meal, but thinking about having to return to that shabby place soon, she couldn't feel happy anymore. Eunuch Zhao stepped forward to hand the command tablet to the emperor. Chi saw his face without interest and remembered from the story. The author, to comfort female fans, had created a Yi-Tsong Yao who wasn't interested in women. Therefore, this character had many fans. Seeing Chi happily eating dessert, the tyrant put the command tablet on the table, wanting her to choose one person. Chi was somewhat surprised and asked him who he liked best among these people. The tyrant then pinched her cheek and asked if she knew what these were used for. Chi just remembered she was only 5.5 years old. Acting too smart would make the tyrant suspicious. Chi adjusted her demeanor and said some innocent words, saying mother had mentioned it before. Hearing this, the emperor thought she wanted him to choose Rongfei's tablet. He thought she was trying to help her mother compete for his favor. Chi shook her head, explaining her mother was injured and couldn't come see Father Emperor. Yi-Tsong Yao saw her being this naive and thought he was being too suspicious, then looked toward Eunuch Zhao. Thinking the third princess was spoiled, the emperor ordered the Internal Affairs Department to remove the third princess's mother's tablet. He wouldn't flip any more tablets today. Seeing Chi yawning repeatedly, the tyrant without many words carried her to the bed. He even carefully tucked her in. Father and daughter sleeping together was good, but Chi was worried that if the tyrant suddenly woke up and found her annoying, he might break her neck. It would be better to keep distance. Seeing the distance between them was quite wide, Yi-Tsong Yao angrily turned back to scold Chi. When he pulled her back, he found Chi had already fallen asleep. In the dark, the tyrant gently stroked Chi-Chi's face, wondering why this girl dared to dislike him. Seeing Chi frowning and mumbling about being cold, the tyrant hugged her while complaining about how troublesome she was. Early morning, when the eunuch and maids entered, they saw the emperor sitting there with a gloomy face. Yi-Tsong Yao said nothing, just looked at the bed, thinking how this skinny Chi while sleeping snored and ground her teeth, torturing him all night long. The emperor's mood for the new day was very bad, making Eunuch Zhao once again worry about the seventh princess's head. The tyrant angrily ordered Eunuch Zhao to wake Chi up immediately. Chi woke up with an extremely adorable sleepy face, making the eunuchs beside couldn't help but clutch their hearts. As soon as Chi woke up, she turned to the emperor wanting to be held. Seeing that the situation wasn't right, Eunuch Zhao stepped forward wanting to take over carrying the princess, but accidentally made the seventh princess cry. The emperor finally picked up Chi without hesitation, who waited to tattle that Eunuch Zhao was a bad person, making the eunuch wrongly scolded by the emperor. When Chi saw the emperor comforting her, she knew there was hope for this attack plan. This time she boldly kissed the tyrant's cheek. The stunned tyrant immediately darkened his face at her, feeling in his heart that Chi was truly impudent. Eunuch Zhao once again worried for the seventh princess's safety until his face became completely distorted. Chi explained that mother said kissing someone shows that you like them. So does father like it? Seeing the tyrant remain silent, Chi disappointedly let go of her arms around him. Perhaps this was a bit too fast. A tyrant will always be a tyrant. She silently jumped down from the emperor's embrace, feeling somewhat uncomfortable inside. In the real world, Yi Chi didn't have a father either, so she had never experienced a father's love like others had. Perhaps she had been too greedy for this feeling. Yi Chi turned around with a smile to bid farewell to the emperor, making him feel somewhat reluctant. But with his stern nature, being a country's ruler meant he couldn't be weak. He left immediately without saying anything. When Yi Chi saw the tyrant had left, she couldn't help but shed tears. Eunuch Zhao had the servants change clothes for the 7th princess, then hurriedly chased after His Majesty in the distance. After being attended to by the maids for a while, Yi Chi looked more like a proper princess, even she had to marvel at it. This tyrant's genes are really good, thinking about everything that happened from yesterday until now. It's like a dream, but dreams must eventually come to an end. She also needed to quickly return to that tattered room. While thinking, Chi suddenly heard screams from behind. Turning around, she saw the servants had brought Dabai. Chi happily hugged and cuddled Dabai for a while, making the nearby maids pale with fear. How could such a young 7th princess dare to keep a tiger by her side? Yi Chi carried Dabai to the maids, wanting to share this cuteness, but the two immediately knelt down begging for mercy. Seeing this, Dabai felt very hurt and nestled into Chi-Chi's arms. Being comforted by her for a while, the maids hurriedly reminded her that tigers are very fierce creatures by nature. She must be careful. Yi Chi froze upon hearing this. Only then did she realize that the cat Dabai she picked up was actually a tiger. At Chengqian Palace, the tyrant's mood was somewhat agitated. He wanted to ask about Yi Chi, but found himself unable to speak. The tyrant stood up wanting to go out, coincidentally meeting the 3rd princess at the door. The 3rd princess pitifully clutched his robe, saying she knew she was wrong about yesterday, asking father not to be angry with her anymore. But when the emperor saw this scene, her heart remembers Yi Chi used to do the same to her. Gu reminded the 3rd princess a few words. Seeing that, the 3rd princess became happy, expressing her wish to learn swordsmanship from the emperor today. The emperor agreed. His hand unconsciously wanted to pat her head. When he realized it, he quickly withdrew his hand. Gu ordered someone to take Princess Chi back, then went to practice swordsmanship with the 3rd princess, making this little girl feel very proud inside. On the palanquin returning home, Yi Chi still held Big White in her arms, thinking this tiger has always been well-behaved and never hurt anyone. She will raise it herself. When Chi got off the carriage, she was surprised to discover this place was different from the previous desolate grounds. Turns out the emperor had ordered people to renovate this place, and also assigned many palace maids to serve her. Finally, she was no longer the most miserable princess in history. Chi cried tears of joy when Chief Eunuch reminded her. Yes, Chi just learned that in 10 days would be the emperor's birthday. He also reminded her not to forget preparing a gift. Time flies, it's already the tyrant's birthday at Wanda Hall. Yi Chi sat, while secretly thinking about the emperor's princes. According to the original story, the tyrant's 3 sons, none of them were ordinary people. Chi told herself to behave well so no one would pay attention to her, but heaven seemed unwilling to favor her wishes. 9th Prince Yahak was the first to approach, and teased her cheeks for a while. Hearing his complaints, Yi Chi suddenly remembered the person before her was the character who appeared in the side story, the 9th prince who never took a wife his whole life. Yi Chi recalled this royal uncle was the one who treated Princess Chi the best, later even rebelled because of her death. Yi Chi obediently called him 9th royal uncle and wanted him to carry her, making him somewhat surprised. While being carried, she secretly wished this royal uncle was her father. That would be nice. Right at this moment the emperor arrived. As soon as he saw the warm scene between uncle and niece, Yu frowned and said some suggestive words, telling the 9th prince to quickly take his hands off his daughter. Chi looked at the tense atmosphere between the two and felt confused. The book hadn't written about these things yet. 9th royal uncle kindly patted her head to comfort her and said he wanted to sneak her out of the palace to play, making Chi very happy upon hearing this. After they talked for a while and left, Yi Chi was secretly excited, about to see the outside world, when suddenly she felt cold behind her. Yi Chi turned around and was startled, looking at the young man before her. Isn't this the crazy 6th Prince Yadin Tan from the original story? Chi didn't want to get into trouble, so quickly tried to run away, but was caught by his hand, and they faced each other for a while. Yi Chi called him 6th brother, making the 6th prince somewhat suspicious why this girl has become so bold today. He let go of his hand and put her down, while pinching her cheek. He ordered her not to call him that way anymore. Chi-Chi, falling into such a dangerous situation, tried even harder to act foolish and naive. The sixth prince truly lives up to his name as the madman in the original story. He smiled and said if Yi Chi-Chi keeps staring, he'll gouge her eyes out. The emperor witnessed this scene just as he left and smirked that this kid is too cowardly. The court officials below spoke up, wanting the emperor to quickly select maidens to replenish the harem, but were immediately silenced by this tyrant with a stern warning. While Chi-Chi was eating and eavesdropping when she saw him looking at her, so she turned her face away. The third princess approached from afar, wanting to give the emperor a birthday gift. It was a very fine sword. The emperor paid little attention and casually dismissed it, making the third princess very upset. Seeing that Chi-Chi did nothing, yet still received the emperor's attention, made the little girl even angrier. The third princess turned towards Chi-Chi, wanting Chi-Chi to quickly show the gift she had prepared for everyone to see. While Chi-Chi embarrassedly wanted to refuse, but the third princess ran over and snatched the gift, then held it up high. The third princess felt contempt in her heart. This lowly girl, what valuable thing could she possibly give? As the third princess was about to quickly open it, the tyrant came forward to close it and took the box. The tyrant warned the third princess and then asked if Chi-Chi wanted to open this gift. Chi-Chi came closer, but the tyrant wanted to look at the gift alone. The emperor opened the box and saw a painting inside. Heavens, this seventh princess is too poor. She could only use her artistic talent to paint a picture as a gift for His Majesty. The emperor held up the portrait. Chi-Chi just hoped that even if he didn't like it, he wouldn't say anything harsh. The emperor not only patted her head in praise, but also showed the painting to the officials below for them to admire. The officials looked at the painting and marveled. It's truly very lifelike, and kept praising it, making the third princess beside them frown in displeasure. At this moment, an official noticed there were words in the painting. It was a birthday poem. It turned out Yi Chi-Chi had read it in a book and copied it down. Seeing this, an official named Qin Taibua wrote down a character on paper. Surprisingly, Chi-Chi could still answer, making the sixth prince, observing from afar, even more suspicious. This time the official went further and wrote the emperor's name. Yi Chi-Chi quickly recognized the danger, knowing speaking it would mean beheading, so she pretended to be foolish for a while. That official still persisted relentlessly. In this critical moment, the emperor came forward to carry the seventh and protect her. That official's intention was to help the third princess eliminate Chi-Chi, so he came up with this plan. This time he suggested letting Chi-Chi study at the Imperial Academy. He tried hard to persuade her to go study, even mentioning her brothers and sisters. While Chi-Chi thought about studying together, that demon frantically said she didn't want to study. Seeing this, the emperor didn't force her. The sixth prince, watching from afar, smiled, finding this princess quite interesting. On the way back, Yi Chi-Chi asked Sister Yuan, her servant, about Qin Taibua and his relationships with the royal family. Sister Yuan honestly told her that Qin Taibua often received messages from the third princess's mother asking about things while sitting in the sedan chair. Yi Chi-Chi was still thinking about the connections and collusion between these people, when suddenly the sedan chair shook. It turned out the sixth prince wanted her to see him off for a while. While Chi-Chi nervously agreed and gave him a handkerchief to wipe the snow off. This madman, seeing her call him sixth royal brother, told her to change how she addresses him, and wouldn't let her lower her hand. While Chi-Chi was somewhat frightened, again pretending to be foolish, wiping snow for the sixth prince, and called him big brother, making the sixth prince suddenly become angry. While Chi-Chi felt this person was even more dangerous than the tyrant, continued pretending to be silly, saying her hand was numb. Then the sixth prince blushed, feeling he was too suspicious of a child who was only 5.5 years old. Then seeing him shivering like that, Chi-Chi placed a heating pad on him. The sixth prince asked if she had ever called anyone else big brother. No, Chi-Chi honestly shook her head. She hadn't met any other royal brothers anyway. The sixth prince continued persuading Wild Chi-Chi to go to the Imperial Academy, but Chi-Chi just felt this matter wasn't simple, saying she didn't like studying. The sixth prince came closer as if to hug her and said some sincere words, making Chi-Chi panic, quickly agreeing and chatting about random things. Finally, the sixth prince left. Chi-Chi watched his back as he went, only feeling he was a person with unfathomable depths. Better not get involved with him. A few days later, at Lin Yuan Palace, Yi Chi-Chi happily played with Dubai in the snowy courtyard. While running and jumping around, she saw the emperor had arrived sometime earlier. Chi-Chi heard him tell her to hold out her hands and panicked, spreading her hands, begging the emperor not to cut them off, but the tyrant knelt down to help. Chi-Chi wiped her hands and wondered why she thought he was so evil in her heart. Well, because His Majesty once wanted to behead her, the emperor happened to pass by wanting to visit her for a moment and promised to teach her writing another day. The next day, the 9th prince secretly took his niece outside the palace. Seeing how much her royal uncle cared for her, Yi Chi-Chi felt somewhat sorry for this character. In the book, he never had any children his whole life. Later, because of upheaval in the palace, the ending was very tragic. She really wanted to help him change his fate, but calming down her emotional feelings, Chi-Chi was very happy to leave the palace. Seeing a candy seller, she walked over. The 9th prince whispered, reminding Chi-Chi that outside, to avoid revealing things, don't call him royal uncle. Chi-Chi was also very understanding, calling him 99 made the 9th royal uncle heartbroken. Shouldn't she call him father instead? Boo-hoo. Though looking gloomy, royal uncle still spoiled his niece, wanting to buy all the candy strings there. Yi Chi-Chi stopped him and only bought 2 strings. One for to buy and one for the emperor is enough. Just then Chi-Chi looked at the tavern across the street. Unexpectedly saw the 6th prince there talking to a mysterious masked person who disappeared in the blink of an eye. Royal uncle followed her gaze, thinking Chi-Chi must be hungry, wanting to take her there to try the food. In the tavern, an appetizing meal was served. Indeed, following 9th royal uncle means good food. But at this time, the 9th prince suddenly had urgent matters to attend to, so he left Chi-Chi to eat and guards would take her back later. Just as royal uncle was about to leave, Yi Chi-Chi pulled him back. Yi Chi-Chi gave 9th royal uncle a letter, asking him to deliver it to the emperor. 9th royal uncle agreed and left. Chi-Chi stayed behind, sighing. Who knows, maybe that letter would save her life someday. Right at this moment, from afar came the 6th prince's voice, "Oh, the king of hell has arrived." 6th prince dismissed 9th prince's guards, wanting to escort Chi-Chi back himself. 6th prince, seeing her so panicked, came closer, asking if she had seen something. With only the railing behind Yi Chi-Chi to fall from, afraid she might die, she continued playing dumb. Seeing this, prince perhaps knew what she had seen earlier, so wanted to eliminate future troubles. Chi-Chi had no choice but to continue pretending to be innocent and cry loudly. Seeing people discussing in the distance, 6th prince pulled her away. Seeing Chi-Chi's greedy appearance, he felt this child looked one way but wasn't really so. About to strike, but finally couldn't bear to. 6th prince came to scare her, asking if she wasn't afraid he'd poison the food, making Chi-Chi panic, saying that would be too wasteful. 6th prince was speechless hearing this. This child isn't afraid of death, but with seven royal brothers, being so crazy dying is just a matter of time. 6th prince angrily scolded Chi-Chi for a while, then carried her to take her back to the palace. 6th prince helped Chi-Chi into the carriage. Before leaving, gave careful instructions. Returning to Lin Yuan-gu, Yi Chi-Chi was still happy, wondering if the tyrant liked sweets, but upon return found the house unusually quiet. Inside was actually the emperor. Other servants were kneeling at his feet. Yi Chi-Chi knew she couldn't escape, so she became honest for once and received the tyrant's anger in return. Chi-Chi still wanted to protect 9th uncle, but the emperor had long known everything. The furious tyrant pushed Chi-Chi down, making her drop her bag of gourd candies. Yi Ko-Yao saw the candy bag and smirked contemptuously. When Yi Chi-Chi tried to explain, the emperor interrupted her, thinking she was so happy because the royal uncle bought them for her. In his rage, the emperor grabbed the candy bag and threw it down hard. Seeing all the gourd candies ruined, Chi-Chi cried loudly, saying she hated her father. The tyrant ordered that all of the 7th princess's people would be beaten with 20 strikes and left, ignoring Chi-Chi's pleas. Yi Chi-Chi cried sadly. Indeed, being near the king was like being next to a fierce tiger. 3 days later, the emperor was working in his study. He was in a very bad mood. Then he heard eunuch Zhao report that the 9th prince had been waiting outside for over 2 hours. The emperor was furious and didn't want to meet, so eunuch Zhao went out to relay the message to the 9th prince. The 9th uncle wasn't discouraged. He just handed over Yi 7's letter to the emperor and turned to leave. Before leaving, he said loudly that Chi-Chi had bought gourd candies for the emperor the other day. He wondered if he had eaten them yet. The emperor inside was stunned upon hearing this, took the letter and opened it to read. In the letter, Yi 7th expressed that when she first met the emperor, She was very scared but still wanted to be close to him. Although Father often appeared fierce, she knew he wouldn't take her life. From when the Emperor saved Chi-Chi from the wolves, or when he didn't look down on her gifts, Chi-Chi felt very happy. Chi-Chi loved gourd candies the most, so she secretly went outside the palace with Ninth Uncle to buy them. She even wanted to buy some for Father to try. After reading the letter and thinking about that day, Yi Ko Yao frowned. He ordered people to prepare a sedan chair immediately. On the way to Lin Yuan court, one leg of the emperor's sedan chair broke. Eunuch Zhao hurriedly sent people to quickly find a new chair to prevent the emperor from catching a cold. But when the new chair arrived, the person was gone. The emperor had walked to Chi-Chi's residence himself. Sister Yuan was still standing guard outside when Lin Yuan court was startled to see the emperor suddenly arrive. The emperor ignored her as usual and pushed the door open to rush inside. He saw Yi Chi-Chi sleeping, snoring as the tyrant sat beside her bed watching her. His heart felt somewhat tense and confused thinking about how it was raining outside this morning. Thunder clapped and startled Chi-Chi awake. Sleepy Chi-Chi thought the person beside her was Sister Yuan, so she quickly hugged her. But feeling something was off until fully awake, she realized it was that great tyrant. Thinking about the gourd candies from before, Chi-Chi was still sad, so she said she wanted to go back to sleep. But at this moment, another round of thunder and lightning erupted outside. Yi Chi-Chi fearfully grabbed onto the emperor's robe, not wanting him to leave. Yi Chi-Chi wanted the emperor to stay with her. The tyrant pulled her into his arms to comfort her. Seeing the time was right, Chi-Chi brought up the previous gourd candy incident. This time the emperor held her in his arms and even apologized to her, hoping for her forgiveness. Yi Chi-Chi was stunned upon hearing this. How could someone so proud bow his head to apologize? The emperor didn't hear Chi-Chi's response and said nothing more. He just wanted to lull her back to sleep. Chi-Chi moved towards the tyrant, giving him a gentle kiss on the cheek, smiling and saying she would forgive Father Emperor. This time the tyrant didn't get angry like before, but returned her kiss instead. The emperor indicated he would sleep with Chi-Chi tonight and would stay by her side during future stormy days. The next day, Yi Chi-Chi received many gold and silver rewards from the emperor. Chi-Chi held the treasures in her arms happily. She was no longer the poorest princess in the palace anymore. Ha ha ha. Sister Yuan said yesterday the emperor got caught in the rain coming here, so she wanted to visit him. At this time in third Princess Yuan Chang's chambers, a servant girl reported to her saying last night the emperor got soaked visiting the seventh princess and was completely drenched. This morning he even rewarded her with many jewels and silver. Hearing this, Yuan Chang became angrier, wanting to deal with Chi-Chi directly. Yi Chi-Chi went to the imperial garden with Sister Yuan, coincidentally or intentionally meeting the third princess. Yuan Chang stood up with an evil smile. She must be planning something again. Yi Chi-Chi understood there would be trouble, wanting to quickly escape, but was grabbed firmly by Yuan Chang, who threatened her, then pushed her hard to the ground. Sister Yuan saw this and wanted to step forward, but was blocked by other servants and was even struck painfully. Yi Chi-Chi saw this and couldn't endure anymore. Want to push that servant girl away to protect Sister Yuan. Yuan Chang ordered her servants to catch them both, warning they would be punished if they didn't. Little Chi-Chi was pinned to the ground by the servants, leaving her at the third princess's mercy. Chi-Chi didn't back down, bit the girl and stood up, wanting to discipline this unruly child on behalf of the emperor. Chi-Chi didn't say much and approached, giving Yuan Chang a painful hit on the head, making her fall to the ground crying loudly. Seeing this, Yi Chi-Chi felt like she was bullying a child. Yi Chi-Chi taunted the third princess, telling her to go home and practice more. Amid the commotion, the tyrant Yi Jingao arrived. Yuan Chang ran to complain and blamed Chi-Chi. The emperor just found it troublesome, pushed her down, and went to Chi-Chi to ask about the situation. Chi-Chi just said it was a normal fight. The emperor saw the bump on her head and ordered the third princess to be confined for a month. Despite Yuan Chang's pleas, the emperor only called Chi-Chi to go with him, making the third princess extremely angry and shouting. At this moment, Yi Yun often heard voices coming from the tree. Looking up, she saw the second prince was there, making the little girl tremble in fear. Chi-Chi hurriedly followed the emperor. He didn't mind the dirt and picked her up. Asking about Chi-Chi, said it might be because of the emperor's birthday event. The fact that father let her study at the Imperial Academy might have upset the third princess. She continued, the third princess is a legitimate child. while she's just a concubine's daughter. Naturally, she won't be valued as much as Minister Qin does towards the third princess. After hearing this, the emperor realized Chi-Chi was reminding him about the matter between Rong Empress and Minister Qin. Chi-Chi walked happily on the road, then noticed the palace maids around would run away whenever they saw her, so she curiously asked Sister Yuan. Sister Yuan then told her about previously. The palace maids who participated in the fight with third princess were all beaten up. Chi-Chi felt uneasy hearing this, but didn't think too much about it. Just then, Chi-Chi saw Minister Qin from afar. He seemed to want to talk to her. Seeing this, Chi-Chi pulled Sister Yuan to quickly run away, ignoring Minister Qin chasing behind. But eventually, she had to face him. Chi-Chi stopped to talk with Minister Qin and heard him say he wanted to invite her to study at the Imperial Academy. After hearing this, Chi-Chi ran away without saying much. Chi-Chi hid behind a tree, thinking to herself why this man was so stubborn. While still not understanding what's happening, a hand pulled her forward. It was the sixth prince. They both escaped from Minister Qin together. After learning about the situation, the sixth prince felt it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. But Chi-Chi expressed she didn't want to become a thorn in everyone's eyes and didn't want to fight with anyone. Jia Chang became even more suspicious of her. Seeing royal brother's poor complexion, Chi-Chi hurried to check on him. The more Chi-Chi looked, the more she felt this prince was very similar to her, having many secrets and untold sufferings. The sixth prince advised her to go to the Imperial Academy because she would get involved in the conflicts anyway. He also said he would protect her at the Imperial Academy. Chi-Chi smiled hearing this. Perhaps staying beside this person was safest for now. They both stepped out of their hiding place. Minister Qin saw them and approached to talk, but was intercepted by the sixth prince. He made an excuse to help Chi-Chi slip away while with Minister Qin. Jia Qing only used the reason that he needed more guidance from him to let it pass. At Weiyang Palace, Chi-Chi hurriedly ran to the emperor, but saw Minister Qin appearing there like a lingering ghost. Minister Qin brought a dog as a gift for Chi-Chi's enrollment, because he heard she also had a cat named Dai. At this moment, Dai came running in from outside and stood in front of Qin Tai, causing him to faint. The emperor beside called for the royal physician and went to Chi-Chi. This time, Chi-Chi took the initiative to study at the Imperial Academy with the reason that she didn't want to be a foolish princess anymore. The emperor smiled and picked her up, then turned to walk outside. It turned out the tyrant wanted to leave the palace with Chi-Chi, jealously reminded her not to seek out ninth uncle prince anymore. It seems the emperor was jealous and wanted to ask Chi-Chi what the Yihei Han had bought for her. Gourd candies, games, and clothing stalls. Whatever Chi-Chi wanted, the emperor had to buy them all. The two of them walking together on the street attracted much attention, but in his heart, the emperor just wanted to show he was better than the ninth prince. To prevent him from stealing his daughter, Chi-Chi wanted to take Yi Gongyao to Quan Yu Yin restaurant. Before entering, ninth uncle prince suddenly appeared, making the emperor's face darken. The emperor Yi Gongyao and ninth prince Yihei Han exchanged barbs outside, making Yi Chi-Chi very embarrassed. All three entered the restaurant. The table was full of delicious dishes. Chi-Chi felt a bit awkward in the silent atmosphere. The emperor wanted to question Chi-Chi about previous matters, but was interrupted by the ninth prince, who picked up some food for the seventh princess. The tyrant didn't want to lose and also put some food in her bowl. Then both Yi Gongyao and Yihei Han kept picking food for Chi-Chi like it was a competition. As a result, her bowl was overflowing before she knew it. Chi-Chi was already very full, but was still forced to eat more by these two competitive parents. Chumina ha ha ha. Half a month later at Lin Yuan's sister Cat Yuan carefully took care of Chi-Chi on her first day at the Imperial Academy. Qin Tai was worried she might not know the way. He specially invited a prince to accompany her. It was the sixth prince Yi Tingcheng. Seeing Yi Tingcheng leaning against the wall with closed eyes, Yi Chi-Chi was stunned, quickly took out paper and pinned a sketch. While still enthusiastic, the sixth prince snatched it away. Yi Tingcheng looked for a while and praised her talent, then kept the drawing. The sixth prince asked about Chi-Chi and Yi Yuncheng's past matters. Yi Chi-Chi honestly told everything. This person even knew about the incident when she reported to the emperor about the conspiracy in the harem. Chi-Chi was exposed and became very panicked. Hearing his threats, Yi Chi-Chi had only one thought in mind. She must survive. The sixth prince smiled and praised her. while reminding Chi-Chi to be more careful. Chi-Chi realized that although she had touched his secret, Yi Ting-chong had no intention of eliminating her. Perhaps he could be trusted. Thinking this, she quickly followed the sixth prince to the Imperial Academy. Arriving at the Imperial Academy, Chi-Chi was helped out of the car by Yi Ting-chong, walking while listening to royal brothers' reminders. Chi-Chi thought about the third princess who was under house arrest while other princes were being too lazy. They didn't even bother attending class. In the classroom, everyone started whispering when they saw her. Still feeling tense, Chi-Chi accidentally bumped into a boy who, relying on being the son of the Minister of Rights, scolded her and looked down on her for daring to enter this place of nobles. This boy even wanted Chi-Chi to call him brother. Before Chi-Chi could get angry, the sixth prince picked her up in his arms. Seeing this, that boy became frightened, bowed to apologize to both, and quickly left. The sixth prince let Chi-Chi sit beside him. The class began. Yi Ting-chong was still worried whether Chi-Chi would understand the lesson, but turned to find her already asleep. The sixth prince smiled fondly and held her in his arms. He even told the enthusiastically lecturing teacher to keep quiet, making him become like a black man, with question marks. Chi-Chi had a good sleep. When she woke up, the class had long ended. Everyone had already left. Today, the empress's nephew returned to the palace. The sixth prince wanted to walk back with her, thinking about how Empress Rong was the third princess's mother. Yi Yun-chong, with such strong backing, would surely report her. While walking, the sixth prince reminded Chi-Chi to be careful in the coming days. Just as Chi-Chi predicted, in the third princess's chambers, Yi Yun-chong was crying and complaining to her mother. She blamed everything on Yi Chi-Chi, saying because of her, the emperor no longer paid attention to her. The empress was extremely angry after hearing this and wanted to deal with Yi Chi-Chi for her daughter. On the way back, Yi Chi-Chi and the sixth prince encountered second Prince Aotion. Chi-Chi remembered that in the story, this character had a hobby of collecting people's eyes. She felt danger approaching. The second prince saw Chi-Chi and came to greet her. He even praised her bright eyes, making Chi-Chi panic. Yi Ting-chong said a few words to protect her, yet Aotion paid little attention. He even knelt down wanting to pick her up. Seeing her so tense, the second prince frowned, feeling this child was too timid. Yi Ting-chong stepped forward to rescue Chi-Chi, protecting her from behind, telling the second prince that men and women shouldn't be intimate, making him full of question marks. The second and sixth princes had a silent argument. Finally, Aotion turned and left. Chi-Chi held Yi Ting-chong's hand, worried that this second prince would hold a grudge against her. The sixth prince escorted Chi-Chi back, saying avoid if possible. If not, then attack. They held hands and returned home together. In the evening, the sixth prince escorted Chi-Chi to her door. Seeing Dabai wanting to run to her, Yi Ting-chong quickly hugged Chi-Chi to protect her. Chi-Chi hugged Dabai and said this tiger was very gentle, but then seeing Dabai suddenly raise its paw wanting to attack Yi Ting-chong. The next day in the imperial study, Yi Chi-Chi wanted to visit the emperor, but heard him inside angrily scolding the court officials. Chi-Chi accidentally made a noise which the emperor noticed. Chi-Chi awkwardly peeked her head in. The emperor's voice softened when he saw her. Seeing Chi-Chi came to bring him food. The emperor came over and picked her up, then ordered servants to quickly clean the floor. The officials quickly cleaned up and left immediately. The emperor smiled and talked to Yi Chi-Chi, learning that she made pineapple cakes for him herself. The tyrant didn't need food tasters and immediately put it in his mouth. He praised it generously. Yi Chi-Chi was happy hearing this and wanted to try some too. Just as she reached out, her hand was caught. The emperor was worried about the wound on her hand. Chi-Chi honestly said it was from getting cut while making the cakes earlier. The tyrant became angry upon hearing this, wanting to summon the kitchen servants for punishment. Chi-Chi hurriedly stopped him, saying it was just her own carelessness. The emperor should maintain his image as a wise ruler. The emperor smiled and patted her head hearing this. Chi-Chi was secretly delighted that her plan had worked. The tyrant asked about her studies at the Imperial Academy. Chi-Chi awkwardly said the studies were going well. When he asked about the lesson content, Yi Chi-Chi nervously said she was studying the three-character classic. She then acted coquettishly with the emperor. The emperor was speechless after receiving a kiss from Chi-Chi. He reminded her not to lie anymore in the future. It turned out the Imperial Academy doesn't teach the three-character classic, but mainly poetry and literature. It was normal that Chi-Chi struggled with literature. Chi-Chi felt insulted hearing this, and then remembered the Minister of Right's son from this morning, so she asked the emperor. He said that was just a secondary son with no power. Chi-Chi thought to herself this person wasn't an ally of the empress. How could he be accepted? The tyrant then took out a brush, wanting to give it to Chi-Chi. He whispered something to her. A while later, when Chi-Chi left the imperial study, she happened to meet Empress Rong and the third princess. Yuan Chang noticed the brush in her hand. She accused Chi-Chi of stealing it from the emperor. Chi-Chi hid the brush behind her back, wanting to quickly leave. The third princess wouldn't let her off so easily. She stepped forward to grab the brush, accidentally dropping the food box. Yuan Chang smiled contemptuously, saying, "How dare Chi-Chi steal the emperor's brush?" The tyrant heard the commotion and came out. The third princess gleefully reported to him, saying Chi-Chi stole things and lied. But the emperor only asked the girl why she was out during her confinement period. The Empress Dowager stepped forward to speak up for her son, but the emperor's orders were not something anyone could defy. Qi Detsong ignored the mother and son while the empress was gesturing in front of him. He only reminded Yi Chi-Chi to keep the brush very carefully. Ye Yuncheng realized. Yet the emperor gave that girl the brush he usually used to review memorials. She felt extremely resentful inside, but Ye Yuncheng could do nothing except frown and apologize to Chi-Chi. Though Chi-Chi said it was fine, she didn't really trust it in her heart. Yi Chi-Chi expressed that this matter could be overlooked. Ye Yuncheng, though angry, forced a smile and said thank you, then made an excuse to pull Chi-Chi outside. In the palanquin, the third princess wanted to ask Chi-Chi exactly what methods she used to bewitch the emperor. So that brush, Ye Yuncheng had asked the emperor many times for it, but in the end, the emperor gave it to Chi-Chi. Ye Yuncheng grabbed the brush and threw it out of the palanquin, while smiling contemptuously with challenging words. Yi Chi-Chi hurriedly got out of the palanquin and only then explained that the brush was actually meant to be given to the third princess. Ye Yuncheng was shocked as Chi-Chi walked away thinking, this Ye Yuncheng wasn't inherently bad, but her mother was not so simple. In the history books, the empress had conspired with the previous dynasty to betray the country. Before leaving, Chi-Chi turned back to look at the third princess, feeling somewhat sorry for this girl. The next morning, Yi Chi-Chi went to Chonghua Palace early, wanting to meet the sixth prince. This madman's palace was gloomy, making her feel angry to her core. While lost in thought, someone suddenly appeared behind Chi-Chi. It was the masked man from before. There was a smell of fresh blood on him. Smiling, he leaned close to Chi-Chi, asking who let her in here. Yi Chi-Chi remembered in the original story, the sixth prince, the great tyrant, and the second prince were killed by the male lead. This man in black, was he actually the male lead or not? The masked man reached his hand toward Chi-Chi. Just then the sixth prince appeared and promptly ordered the mysterious person to withdraw. Yi Chi-Chi thought currently Yin Cheng, the male lead, hadn't appeared yet, so these villains could temporarily continue living. Jia Cheng asked her purpose for coming. Chi-Chi discreetly recounted her conversation with the tyrant yesterday. Chi-Chi also expressed that if he became crown prince, he might save this country against the male lead. Jia Cheng frowned, asking who taught her to say such things. In her panic, Yi Chi-Chi dropped her bag, revealing a small notebook. Jia Cheng picked it up. Without a word, he opened it. The seventh princess had always harbored thoughts of revenge. The notebook was full of imaginative drawings, very distinctive. The sixth prince darkly looked at her. Yi Chi-Chi quickly took back the notebook with an awkward smile. Just then a maid stepped forward carrying a plate of refreshments. Chi-Chi wanted to eat, but was pulled back by Jia Din Tan, telling her to go to the Imperial Academy first. Seeing that Chi-Chi had left, the sixth prince then coldly interrogated the maid. It turned out she had put sedatives in the breakfast because she thought this seventh princess was too smart, which could be disadvantageous to the sixth prince. Jia Din Tan gave that maid a stern warning. Yi Chi-Chi went to the Imperial Academy and saw Hakan, the second son of the Minister of Rights, lying on the ground, desperately begging the third princess to spare his life. Seeing Chi-Chi, Devan Thuong frowned and chased Hakan away. Everyone around was a bit surprised because today she was strangely gentle. Yi Chi-Chi saw that the sixth prince still hadn't arrived, feeling a bit sad. Hakan behind her, with a bruised face, explained, "Today is the 15th, so Jia Din Tan won't come to study." This was something not mentioned in the original story. The third princess interrupted, saying he might be sick, then immediately kicked Hakan away to take his place, and turned to threaten Chi-Chi for a while. Class begins. Whether ancient or modern times, previous lessons must be reviewed. Tan Taibak pointed at Yi Chi-Chi, wanting her to recite. In her previous life, she was a poor student. In this life, she still had to dive into studying. It was really tough, but fortunately thanks to De Van Thuong sitting behind, helping with hints, Chi-Chi successfully passed this hurdle. Yi Chi-Chi was praised but smiled, awkwardly turned back to quietly thank the third princess. After class ended, Yi Chi-Chi returned to Wei Yang Palace. Before she could understand what happened, a woman hugged her. It was her mother Vin Phi. Vin Phi cried, saying her Chi-Chi had become so beautiful. Though Yi Chi-Chi smiled, she was suspicious inside. In the original story, this person didn't treat her daughter well. Why is she acting now? Vin Phi kindly took her hand and led her inside. Chi-Chi wanted to find more information, so she smiled and followed her. While walking and thinking about Vin Phi in the story, only knew she had been locked in the cold palace. Why was she released now? At the same time, the emperor standing far away looked at the mother-daughter scene with some discomfort. Returning to Lam Vien Cat Yuan's sister, hesitantly told about Vin Phi locking Dai Bok in the woodshed, making Yi Chi-Chi very uncomfortable. Vin Phi still smiled and spoke kindly to her, saying she did it for her own good. The more Chi-Chi thought, the more she felt this woman was just acting right at this moment. The emperor also approached Yi Chi-Chi, who, like finding a savior, quickly went to act coquettishly with him. De Kuang lovingly held her in his arms, teasing for a while, showing father-daughter affection. The tyrant only then looked at Vin Phi, telling her to return to her cold palace quickly. Vin Phi immediately begged him to let her stay with her daughter. The emperor didn't seem to allow her to do that. The emperor expressed that Vin Phi in the cold palace had not raised Chi-Chi well. He spared her life only out of consideration for his daughter. Vin Phi knelt down crying, this time turning to Chi-Chi, wanting to use family bonds to win her over. Yi Chi-Chi felt uncomfortable in her heart, decided not to follow the original script, then approached Vin Phi, said she would let her live here, but she's not allowed to lock up Dai Bai or treat Sister Yuan like a servant anymore. Chi-Chi turned to the emperor, acting coquettishly to make him agree. Seeing the father-daughter relationship like this made Vin Phi somewhat surprised, but this also helped her a lot. Vin Phi seemed to have something in mind. At night, Yi Chi-Chi went to comfort the tyrant. Night Gang was still unhappy and didn't want to hug her, but Chi-Chi wouldn't give up so easily, eventually succeeded in getting the tyrant to carry her. Seeing Chi-Chi say he could punish her, Knight Ji Yao only pressed his face close to Chi-Chi for a while, then left. Father and daughter returned together. The emperor coaxed Chi-Chi to sleep. Eunuch Zhao came in and whispered about what he had investigated. The emperor smiled. Indeed, Vin Phi had other motives, but for now he didn't plan to do anything to this consort, unless she harmed his daughter. The next day, while Chi-Chi was sleeping, she was startled awake by a loud scream. It turned out Vin Phi was scowling, pointing and cursing at Dai Bai, hitting it repeatedly, then wanted to order punishment for the servants. Chi-Chi, seeing this scene, felt somewhat disappointed in her, then went forward to tell her to stop. Vin Phi still wanted to order her to quickly obey, then was seriously disciplined by Chi-Chi for a while, making her somewhat worried. This foolish child was somewhat different from before. Yi Chi-Chi went to the Imperial Academy but still couldn't meet Yi Ting-Chung and felt somewhat worried about him. Third princess somehow came over wanting to sit with her. Chi-Chi saw this and was puzzled, wondering if Yi Wen-Chong had taken the wrong medicine. Third princess asked about Vin Phi, also wondering why Vin Phi treated her so badly like that. Yet she agreed to let her live together. Chi-Chi couldn't clearly remember memories with her mother, and wondered why Wen-Chong understood her so well. Yi Wen-Chong pulled Chi-Chi's hand to check inside in relief. Fortunately, she hadn't hit her. Third princess recalled their previous encounters. Chi-Chi became more confused, unconsciously feeling that third princess's face was very familiar. At this moment, the character's memories began to recover that in the past Chi-Chi and Yi Wen-Chong were very close friends. Chi-Chi asked Wen-Chong. The girl thought Chi-Chi had remembered. Receiving Chi-Chi's answer, third princess felt very angry, wasting her kindness towards her. Angrily tapping Chi-Chi's head, third princess took Chi-Chi back, still wanting to walk with her for a while. At this moment, shouting came from inside. Both went down to see what had happened. Inside, Yuan's sister reported to Rong Fei. Dabai is the princess's pet, so it cannot be offended. Rong Fei smiled contemptuously at Yuan's sister. She even called her maid to punish the fake one. Chi-Chi witnessed everything from outside and darkened her face. Yi Wen-Chong, standing nearby, was also very upset. Wanted to rush forward but was stopped by Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi calmly said she would handle this matter. Chi-Chi had her own plan. She whistled to signal Dabai. When Rong Fei's maid was about to attack Yuan's sister, she was immediately attacked by Dabai. Seeing this, Rong Fei ran away in fear. Seeing Yi Chi-Chi from afar, she immediately rushed over. Seeing the tiger still charging forward, Rong Fei used her maternal love as an excuse to push Seven towards Dabai, wanting her to die in her place. In this dangerous situation, Yi Wancheng managed to pull Chi-Chi away. The familiar scene made Seven recall the protagonist's memories. It turned out that back in the Cold Palace, Princess Seven was so hungry she crawled outside the wall and met Yi Wancheng at the Cold Palace. She was even given food by the little girl. They both became friends. Yi Wancheng even argued with Rong Fei for her sake. Yet she was bitten by Chi-Chi, who wanted to stop her back then. The third princess felt betrayed. That's why they ended up like this. Seeing the third princess, Rong Fei panicked. She wanted to act out a scene of family love with Chi-Chi. This time Yi Wancheng kicked her away. Seeing this scene, Yi Chi-Chi realized that during the previous fight in the Imperial Garden, the third princess had yielded to her. Yi Wancheng turned around, thinking Chi-Chi wanted to defend her. Yi Chi-Chi grabbed Yi Wancheng's hand, thanking the little girl for saving her, making the proud third princess blush. Chi-Chi hugged Wancheng, explaining that previously she had fallen into water and lost consciousness. When she woke up, she had forgotten some things. Hearing about falling into water, Yi Wancheng believed it was Rong Fei's doing. The third princess didn't say much. She ordered the servants to lock her in the warehouse awaiting punishment. Rong Fei was dragged away while constantly struggling and begging Chi-Chi. Seeing Rong Fei being dragged away, Chi-Chi only turned to Yi Wancheng to apologize. When Yi Wancheng was about to leave, Chi-Chi pretended to fall down. The third princess immediately turned back to help her up, saying she would reluctantly escort her back to her room. In the warehouse, Rong Fei and her maid were locked up discussing with each other. Both of them believed that Yi Chi-Chi had been pretending to be close to her from the start, wanting her to expose her own schemes. Yet Rong Fei kept cursing Chi-Chi for being scheming, even wishing that back then she had let her die under the ice lake. At this moment, the warehouse door opened. Yi Gangyao had arrived, wanting to deal with this consort. Even at this point, Rong Fei still wanted to blame others, saying everything was caused by the third princess. The emperor smiled and slapped her, then threw a strange medicine bottle. Vin Fai looked at it, immediately recognized it was the love potion that the maid had prepared for her. The maid received the signal, immediately stood up to take the blame. The emperor didn't care. He kicked the evil woman hard. Ignoring her pleas, he ordered Zhao Gonggong to drag both down the mountain to feed the wolves. In the Weiyang Palace chambers, Yi Chi-Chi and Yi Wancheng were sleeping together. The emperor's entrance woke Chi-Chi up. Yi Chi-Chi explained that she was scared, so she asked the third princess to sleep with her. This surprised the emperor a bit. Yi Ji Yao smiled, patting Chi-Chi's head, saying he had sent Vin Fai to where she belonged, then lovingly lulled her to sleep. The emperor gently wished her good night, also patted Yi Wancheng's head for a while before leaving the next day. The third princess and seventh princess went to study together. Yi Wancheng was reviewing lessons, while Chi-Chi lay on her taking a nap, expressing that with Wancheng protecting her, there was nothing to worry about. Chi-Chi felt happy. Their relationship had improved significantly. Then suddenly there was a sudden break outside. Wancheng immediately hugged Chi-Chi to protect her. The third princess peeked out, wanting to scold someone, but realized it was the crown prince outside. Yi Jingxian, it turned out the carriage driver, had hit the crown prince's pet cat. Still terrified, willing to cut off his limbs to beg for mercy, the third princess nervously explained to Chi-Chi anyone who falls into the crown prince's hands would be better off dead. In the original story, he was someone who liked to bully others, with a tyrannical personality. When young, seeing Chi-Chi wanting to go out, the third princess quickly stopped her, not wanting to get involved with him. But Chi-Chi still smiled and walked to the crown prince, wanting to help bandage the cat's wounds. Yi Jingxian reminded that this cat doesn't like being near people, yet saw his cat licking the seventh princess's face, wanting affection. Then Chi-Chi introduced herself. After finishing, she wanted to leave first, thinking the matter was over, but then saw the crown prince enter the carriage, wanting to go with her. The crown prince sat quietly in the carriage, making Yi Wancheng and Chi-Chi a bit tense, speaking in low voices. The third princess was still worried Yi Jingxian would take revenge on them, when suddenly the crown prince's white cat jumped towards Chi-Chi, making Chi-Chi confused. Petting the kitten, not knowing what to do, the crown prince watched the scene of the cat and Chi-Chi petting and cuddling each other for a while, then called the kitten back to his side, then ordered to stop the carriage, wanting to leave. Chi-Chi wondered why he changed so quickly when Chong just felt they must have been blessed by the ancestors to have survived that ordeal. Chi-Chi was still lamenting to herself that she should keep her distance from these princes, when suddenly the second prince appeared out of nowhere. Startling her, she quickly pulled the curtain and ordered the coachman to leave. To the Imperial Academy. Chi-Chi needed to use the bathroom, so she asked third princess to go in first while she relieved herself, then wanted to return, but encountered the sixth prince who was here. It turned out 3 days ago Ye Tingxing had completed the elementary curriculum and would now attend national studies class. Yi Chi-Chi was a bit disappointed that the sixth prince didn't tell her about this, then thought they were just using each other anyway. Ye Tingxing saw her frustration and hurriedly explained, pulling back Chi-Chi, who was about to leave, suggesting she join him in listening to the lecture. Yi Chi-Chi happily agreed, promising she wouldn't fall asleep, but words are cheap. Of course, Chi-Chi fell asleep again until the second period. Ye Tingxing had no choice but to wake her up. Chi-Chi used the excuse that she was a child, so she needed more sleep to grow. While still laughing and talking, Chi-Chi saw the masked man who was teaching the military strategy class. The mysterious man talked about swordsmanship for a while. Seeing a woman like Chi-Chi appear here, he pointed his sword at her. The sixth prince stood up to defend Chi-Chi. The masked man only showed contempt for women, saying she came here to listen but wouldn't understand, asking her to leave quickly. Yi Chi-Chi was very uncomfortable with such gender discrimination attitude, stood up to answer that man's previous question, causing a commotion in the class. The masked man asked another question. This time Chi-Chi answered very fluently again. Only then did he withdraw his sword, surprisingly asking who she really was. Ye Tingxing gave him a signal, and the man turned to leave, no longer trying to chase her away. Yi Chi-Chi sighed in relief. Fortunately, in that world, she had studied history quite well. Ye Tingxing poked her cheek, wondering where Chi-Chi had learned all this. Chi-Chi awkwardly lied that she heard it from the emperor, then changed the subject to women's rights here. Hearing the sixth prince's question, Yi Chi-Chi expressed her own views, saying women are not dependent objects. She doesn't want to be confined, nor does she want important people to leave her. Ye Tingxing felt this little girl wasn't foolish at all. Perhaps she had similar circumstances to him, so he advised her not to show knowledge beyond her age in front of others. Yi Chi-Chi obediently listened and continued to sleep. Hearing Ye Tingxing say he had to go practice sword, Chi-Chi jumped up, wanting to follow along. At noon, the sixth prince and seventh princess came to the arena. Chi-Chi was still amazed at how big these hammers were, when a tall man suddenly appeared. Chi-Chi greatly admired this person's physique. She heard that tall, dark, smelly man again, insulting her height. This person introduced himself as Wang Dazhu from the engineering class, blushing, wanting to get to know her. Right then, Ye Tingxing arrived and pulled her away, completely ignoring Wang Dazhu, making the tall man somewhat scared. As Ye Tingxing pulled her away, he reminded her that there were many of the Empress's spies here. They both needed to be careful. Chi-Chi was speechless, saying Wang Dazhu seemed like an honest person. Ye Tingxing grabbed a bow, telling Yi Chi-Chi to stay close to him. Suddenly a voice appeared from behind. It was the second prince holding her hair. The second prince teased Chi-Chi for a while, asking Chi-Chi to call him second brother. Chi-Chi was a bit frightened, and before she could comply, an arrow came flying from somewhere, coincidentally grazing Yi Outyan's cheek. The sixth prince calmly said taking care of Chi-Chi was his responsibility. No need to trouble second royal brother. Yi Outyan wiped the blood from his cheek, saying sixth prince's archery seemed different from before, making both Chi-Chi and Yi Tingxing feel uneasy. Yi Tingxing quickly regained composure, saying he had improved due to the emperor's guidance, then immediately pulled Chi-Chi away, leaving the second prince watching them with a dark face. The second prince smirked, wanting to see how long this crazy sixth prince could hide his foxtail. On the sedan chair back, Yi Chi-Chi and Yi Tingxing were silent, each lost in their own thoughts. When they spoke at the same time, it made the atmosphere even more awkward. Side story coming up. Let's all take a break with Pikapi. Happy New Year, Yuan's sister happily said. This year Princess Chi-Chi received many gifts. Her father Yi Gangyao gave her a string of gourd candies. Chi-Chi was very happy. The second prince gave her a plate of fish eyes. Chi-Chi ran away in fear, like being chased by dogs. The sixth prince also had a gift to give. It was giving himself to her. Chi-Chi was very pleased, saying this was her most favorite gift. Back to the main story. Yi Chi-Chi invited the sixth prince to speak first. Yi Tingxing asked her if earlier she was going to call Yi Outyan's second brother Chi-Chi thought it wasn't anything serious, quickly denied, saying she was just forced to. The second prince likes to gouge people's eyes out, so who wouldn't be afraid? Seeing the sixth prince still motionless, Chi-Chi went to apologize again. While trying to force out tears, Yi Tingsheng came forward to hold her hand. Saying he believed her, then Yi Tingsheng took Chi-Chi home. Only then did Chi-Chi realize. Earlier, the sixth prince was probably testing to see if she was on the second prince's side. Yi Tingsheng talked about the final exam of the elementary class coming up and reminded her to prepare carefully. 10 days later at the Imperial Academy, Yi Chi-Chi submitted her paper completely exhausted. Time traveled, but still have to study Sob 3. The princess just found out that Imperial tutor Qin, perhaps fearing Chi-Chi's poor academic performance, would be questioned by the emperor. So frantically arranged more lessons for her 3. The princess giggled, then wanted to return to the palace with Chi-Chi to check on Dubai. At this moment, the emperor suddenly appeared. Seeing her father, Chi-Chi ran over. He embraced her into the emperor's arms, turning towards Yi Yuncheng, praising her recent test results. After hearing the emperor's words, Yi Chi-Chi panicked, realizing her test seemed different from Yuncheng's. Could there be something wrong with the answer sheet? Yi Chi-Chi was somewhat worried, asked the emperor if it would be okay if she didn't do well. The emperor believed Chi-Chi would definitely do well. At noon, the emperor sat down to eat with Yi Chi-Chi and Yi Yuncheng. Imperial tutor Qin suddenly appeared, bringing Yi Chi-Chi's test paper. Chi-Chi was extremely worried, afraid the emperor might faint after seeing her test 3. The princess quietly comforted her for a while. The emperor took the seventh princess's test and read it. After reading, he glanced at her. Chi-Chi felt her head starting to get a bit loose and wanted to find an excuse to slip away quickly. Yi Gongyao called her to come over, seeming very angry. Chi-Chi had no choice but to use tears to wash away the situation. But the emperor was really angry, wanted her to explain how exactly did Chi-Chi write that test paper. Yi Chi-Chi remembered she had completed everything, but the problem was she wrote in simplified characters, which this era couldn't understand. The emperor angrily demanded her to explain clearly, otherwise would punish both third princess and Yi Yuncheng, who was watching the drama, got involved too. After lunch, the ninth prince had arrived, then noticed miserable crying sounds coming from inside. Imperial tutor Qin explained outside that the seventh princess did poorly on her test, so had angered the emperor. The ninth prince, worried Yi Gongyao would hit his niece, knocked on the door wanting to rush in. Just as he was about to kick the door, it opened by itself. The tyrant frowned, expressing to the ninth prince that he was meddling in affairs. Yi Han paid no attention. He rushed in, worriedly asking about Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi felt wronged and wanted ninth uncle to carry her. The emperor, besides seeing this, became more angry, making Yi Han let go. Chi-Chi cried earlier because her feet were swollen, then quietly complained to royal uncle, saying it was because of father's emperor's gaze that scared her to tears. Seeing this royal brother trying to steal his daughter again, Yi Gongyao quickly pulled Chi-Chi back and wiped her tears. Yi Han picked up the seventh princess's test to read and was shocked. What characters were these with missing strokes? The answers were also very strange. Chi-Chi explained. The question asked to choose between two armies in battle. She chose to send her father to battle, both to appease the people and build reputation. Choosing either of the two generals would have been unreasonable. The prince praised Chi-Chi for her intelligence, making her fear that she would be exposed. After hearing this, the emperor asked her if she knew what it meant when a nation's king leads troops to battle, what the implications were. Chi-Chi actually knew the answer, but still pretended to be clueless and shook her head. Received an explanation from the emperor. Chi-Chi feigned innocence, saying she thought the emperor was so wise that if he fought, he would surely win. Although she actually wrote that to flatter the tyrant, the pleased emperor said, did she think he was more capable than the ninth uncle? Chi-Chi awkwardly said yes, yes, yes. The satisfied tyrant wanted to reward Chi-Chi, so he gave her a kiss. Feeling relieved in her heart, Chi-Chi showed remorse for her stupidity. But this doting father only felt that something was wrong. It must be the exam graders. He even wanted to replace everyone at the Imperial Academy. Seeing this, Chi-Chi panicked and stopped him, promising to do better next time. She said she was father's daughter and must protect father's image as a wise ruler. Ninth uncle was extremely envious of the emperor for having such a child. The emperor was naturally very proud. Yi Qiao listened to Chi-Chi, but felt a bit sad inside, worried that this daughter would gradually drift away. Seeing ninth prince so envious, he said he would choose some beautiful ladies for him for marriage. Yi Han paused for a few seconds upon hearing this. but ultimately agreed with the emperor. The emperor thought about how his brother was of age, yet showed no interest in anyone. He even worried if his brother might be impotent. Yi Hehan agreed with the emperor, on the condition that he could borrow Chi-Chi for a day, to help him evaluate the candidates. The emperor didn't want his daughter to go, but Chi-Chi kept signaling that she wanted to stay with ninth uncle, making him reluctantly agree. The third princess outside was very worried about Yi Chi-Chi, wanting to go inside but accidentally met ninth uncle. Yi Hehan coldly brought up how she had pushed Chi-Chi into the wolf pack, making Yi Yuncheng fearfully explain. Ninth prince intimidated her for a while before leaving satisfied, then heard the third princess declare from behind that she would treat Chi-Chi well in the future. The next evening at the ninth prince's mansion, Yi Hehan carried Chi-Chi and took care of her attentively. Ninth uncle took Chi-Chi to the dining table, then left to handle some business. While Yi Chi-Chi was eating happily, she heard a familiar voice behind the screen. It was none other than the sixth prince. Seeing Yi Tingqing here surprised Chi-Chi. She wondered if he came to help uncle choose a wife. Yi Hehan appeared and talked with the sixth prince for a while, then patted Chi-Chi's head and gave her some instructions. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Jia Tingcheng approached Chi-Chi, sat down at the table and asked why she came here. Chi-Chi explained she came to help ninth prince select consorts, saying she and the royal uncle have a very good relationship. The sixth prince asked about the relationship between himself and Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi replied, of course it's good. We're allies after all. Jia Tingcheng called her a liar and blamed Chi-Chi for choosing to visit ninth uncle when free instead of coming to Chonghua Palace to find him. A while later, Yi Han returned and saw Chi-Chi flattering the sixth prince by massaging his shoulders. Ninth prince handed a sword to Jia Tingcheng, then picked up Chi-Chi, wanting to take her out to the streets. Seeing the sixth prince's expression, Chi-Chi rejected the royal uncle's tempting invitation, saying she wanted to help ninth uncle select consorts. A servant walked in from outside bringing a collection of portraits of young ladies for the ninth prince to choose from. Yi Han looked on angrily, feeling that Yi Gangyao was trying to make things difficult for him. Chi-Chi showed him a portrait of someone, but was casually rejected by ninth uncle. Yi Han looked through all of them and found one that looked quite suitable, then said he wanted to recommend her to the emperor, which made Chi-Chi very confused. Chi-Chi was somewhat suspicious. Yi Han insisted that he knew all of the emperor's preferences. Chi-Chi thought to herself, if she could choose a consort for ninth uncle and he had children, perhaps it could change his future fate. Thinking this, Chi-Chi smiled, deciding to select women for both the royal uncle and emperor. After a while, Yi Chi-Chi successfully finished her selection, dividing them equally between ninth prince and emperor, leaving Yi Han speechless. Yi Chi-Chi urged the royal uncle to quickly meet those ladies, even saying royal uncle must have babies soon, making Yi Han fall over in shock. After resolving ninth prince's matter, Chi-Chi actually forgot the sixth prince was still there. Chi-Chi asked about that sword. Jia Tingcheng just said it's better she knows less. The sixth prince asked about her purpose in selecting consorts for royal uncle. Seeing his probing expression, Chi-Chi used the same excuse that knowing less is better, but Chi-Chi didn't let anyone off easily. She then gave the sixth prince some portraits of young ladies aged 14 to 15 for him to choose from. Chi-Chi said this was the sixth prince's type. Jia Tingqing glanced at them, then asked Chi-Chi if she really understood his preferences that well. Yi Chi-Chi persuaded, saying this sister has very beautiful features, accidentally touching some nerve of the sixth prince. Then Jia Tingqing, not wanting to disappoint Chi-Chi's intentions, threw all the portraits up high and with one sword strike, turned them to pieces. Chi-Chi was quite startled by this. Yi Chi-Chi knew better, quickly apologized to the sixth prince, saying, "Is it that you don't like those younger than yourself?" These words made the sixth prince so angry he started coughing. Yi Tingqing's condition was very strange. Mysterious patterns appeared on his face. The sixth prince, both in pain and anger, told her to get far away, not wanting her to see his face. Yi Chi-Chi thinks this is related to his strange illness that occurs on the 15th of every month. Ding Cheng trembles as he tries to find medicine. Chi-Chi turns away, but still wants to help him. Then she sees Ding Cheng has already collapsed. This time Chi-Chi rushes to call for the royal physician. Before she could speak, Ding Cheng opens his eyes and stops her. Chi-Chi worries about the sixth prince. In his mind, he thinks, The poison has flared up again today. The medicine dosage must be increased. When he calms down, Ding Cheng realizes Chi-Chi has witnessed everything. He considers killing her to silence her. Yi Chi-Chi feels heartbroken about the sixth prince's condition. She says she's not afraid of his appearance, because they are allies after all. If he dies, she won't be safe either. Ding Cheng feels touched and asks Seven, aren't you afraid I might kill you? Chi-Chi shakes her head, saying they both have secrets. Sharing them will make things more comfortable. Ding Cheng threatens Seven not to tell anyone about this, or he'll use her life as a doormat. Seven secretly sighs in relief. Fortunately, her quick wit helped her escape danger, seeing Chi-Chi wanting to quickly escape elsewhere. Ding Cheng smiles threateningly at her, saying only the dead can keep secrets, making Seven shiver. But the sixth prince picks her up, saying he'll trust her this time. Ding Cheng takes Chi-Chi back to Wei Yang Palace. Before leaving, he tells her to stay away from the ninth prince in the future. He doesn't like him. Back in Seven's room, Seven happily brings back many paintings of beautiful women, telling Sister Yuan that she personally chose them for the emperor, just as he appears asking about her recent visit to the ninth prince's mansion. Chi-Chi smiles and hands the emperor a stack of paintings, explaining she chose the most beautiful ones for the emperor. She wants more younger brothers. Even the ninth prince advised her to choose women with large bottoms for easy childbirth for the emperor, making Ye Yao immediately angry enough to slam the table. He takes all these paintings, smiling, thinking of ways to deal with this dark brother. The emperor pats Chi-Chi's head, praising her thoughtfulness, then immediately leaves, calling eunuch Zhao to quickly find more women for the ninth prince, emphasizing to choose those with round faces and large bottoms. In the evening at Flower Cluster Palace, while Ding Cheng is sleeping, someone barges in. It's that mysterious masked man again. He warns the sixth prince to stay away from Yi Chi-Chi, or developing feelings later won't end well. Ding Cheng says he knows his limits, but gets slapped hard by this man. Ding Cheng warns him not to touch Chi-Chi. The man just laughs mockingly and throws him a medicine bottle, then leaves. Ding Cheng looks at the medicine bottle with hesitation, thinking about the coming new year. The palace was very lively. Eunuch Zhao brought the gift list to the emperor. Yi Jianyao on one side acted as a pillow for Princess Seven to sleep, while on the other side, ordered eunuch Zhao to take the princesses to the treasury to choose their own gifts. Seven he would personally choose. Just as eunuch Zhao left, Seven also opened her eyes, startled, and flipped through the pile of books. The emperor asked her one or two questions from the book. Seven answered very fluently, but the emperor's face was very strange. His heart felt like having a heart attack holding his chest. He allowed her to leave. Chi-Chi happily went outside, thinking to herself, fortunately, she had deep knowledge, so she could pass this test. After walking for a while, Yi Seven accidentally met Yi Yunchong, who was running over. Yi Yunchong immediately grabbed Seven's hand. Seven said she wanted to borrow Dabai for a moment, walking while angrily cursing the third princess, wanting to drag Seven and Dabai to go together to seek revenge for the little girl. Outside the palace, Yi Yunchong dragged Seven and Dabai to a small alley and told the story that morning she was here buying a bag of red beans, but was robbed by a group of children, and they even set dogs to chase her away. Very dissatisfied and lost all face, Yi Yunchong gave Chi-Chi a self-defense stick and told Dabai to charge forward with her later. Someone threw stones at both of them from somewhere, making the third princess angry and cursing. A group of children walked out from the alley looking very majestic. The third princess expressed that they only needed to apologize, if not she would make them serve time in prison. Those children laughed mockingly. The little girl didn't believe they were princesses, even mocked that both were too short. Chi-Chi and Yunchong were angry, decided to charge forward to fight. Chi-Chi struck first, throwing the stick at their leader, making him fall to the ground crying. Chi-Chi lectured them, saying you stole the beans first, so you should be reasonable. The leader, named Duan Shiling, came forward asking what else they wanted. Chi-Chi just needed them to apologize to Yunchong. Duan Shiling showed that apologizing was fine, but the stick hit from earlier. Chi-Chi must return to him. Yunchong whispered, wanting to call Dabai out. The children, seeing the tiger like that, became frightened. Duan Shiling had no choice but to call the children behind to apologize to both. Yi Yunchong also didn't make it harder for them, even threw a bunch of silver taels for them. The children, receiving the money, were very happy, saying they could take their little sister to see a doctor now. Chi-Chi, seeing this, felt some sympathy for them. Yi Yunchong wondered why these children with no money, Why didn't they go to the orphanage? Duan Shiling was shocked, asking how they knew about the orphanage. Yi Yunchang smiled proudly, showing the palace command token. Duan Shiling then understood who the two people were. Then those children also picked up a bunch of sticks, then opened a strange medicine bottle, making E77 smelled it and immediately fell unconscious. In the evening at a house, Chi-Chi had already woken up, saw Yi Yun also being tied up. In the distance, Duan Shiling was taking care of someone. On the bed, a frail little girl was being fed medicine by her brother. At this moment, Chi-Chi made a sound. Seeing this, Duan Shiling immediately approached, gave her a small steamed bun. Chi-Chi immediately put the food in her mouth and mentioned when she first arrived here, even a steamed bun was considered luxurious. Seeing the dog in the room, Chi-Chi worriedly asked about Dubai and said if Duan Shiling needed money, she could return to the palace to give him some. Duan Shiling suddenly became furious. Thinking she was looking down on their poverty, he dragged Chi-Chi out to beg on the streets with him. The county streets were lively at night, but Chi-Chi had no experience in begging. Following Duan Shiling's instructions, Chi-Chi shouted loudly, asking for money to save her sister. Duan Shiling quickly covered her mouth, while thinking this wouldn't work at all. Then a group of people came over, giving them some coins, praising Chi-Chi for being adorable. Chi-Chi saw the coins were full and gave them to Shiling, wanting him to release Yi Yun. But Duan Shiling hadn't kidnapped her for money. He asked if she knew what methods the orphanage used. At this time, she learned that the orphanage was called an orphanage, but there were actually many hidden matters inside. He kidnapped her because of this. After Shiling explained, he used some methods to make Chi-Chi unable to speak. At this moment, a group of people rushed over wanting to catch Duan Shiling. He pulled Chi-Chi, trying to escape, but was hit by a stick, making both fall. Duan Shiling immediately protected Chi-Chi, making her feel in her heart that he deliberately attracted the opponent's attention by doing this. Those people beat and scolded Duan Shiling, then realized he was holding a child. They came forward to pull her up. Duan Shiling immediately rushed to protect her. Seeing this, the group smiled maliciously. That person ordered to take both to the orphanage, not knowing the crown prince had heard everything from above. Someone named Wen Yin explained that the children from the orphanage had escaped again, expressing that these children were so unreasonable. At this time, a servant came to report to the crown prince. After hearing it, he frowned and left. That evening at the orphanage, a man looked at Chi-Chi's face and smiled, saying she's pretty, like this will attract some customers, and was about to do something to her. But at this moment, someone called out saying there were distinguished guests, saving Chi-Chi from a great disaster. In the room next door, that man entered and saw the emperor inside along with several white tigers. This person still didn't know he was the emperor, only thought he was a nobleman. The man immediately introduced the orphanage, saying they had all types of people here. Whatever he liked, they would immediately bring up, and whispered into the emperor's ear, saying losing a few children here wouldn't be a problem. The court wouldn't investigate. Yi Gongyao's face darkened, ordered to execute this man. The Chung family in the other room had carried Chi-Chi out, feeling fortunate that the crown prince had passed the message. That's how they found her. Yi Chi-Chi asked about the tigers in the room, only then learned they were raised by Yi Gongyao for many years. They could be considered Debai's father. Chi-Chi was exhausted, so she leaned on his shoulder to rest. Outside, Xia Yunchang, who had been rescued, immediately ran worriedly to Chi-Chi's side. Both sisters were extremely worried about each other, hugging and crying for a long time. Xia Yunchang then turned and scolded Duan Shiling harshly, saying he was using others to kill people. Duan Shiling smirked, saying, "Aren't commoners' lives also human lives?" Recounting the events at the orphanage. His younger sister was violated by criminals and died tragically in bed. They used a casual excuse to clear the crime. He did this just to make the court investigate this place. Chi-Chi then told Duan Shiling, these past few days the Ministry of Justice was already investigating. Even without him, the court would have investigated anyway. At this moment, the 9th prince appeared and said a few words. So this is why he resents the court so much. Because his father, General Duan, sold out the country and was sentenced to death. This is an undeniable truth. Duan Shiling still wanted to argue, but Yi Haiyan only expressed he would ask the emperor to spare his life. Shiling only worried about the children at the orphanage. The 9th prince explained, saying the emperor had agreed to reform the orphanage and allow those children to be adopted. If not, the court would personally fund their upbringing. Hearing this, Duan Shiling was moved to tears and kowtowed, thanking the court for saving the children. Seeing the crown prince and the white cat appear, Chi-Chi was extremely happy because everyone came for her. The emperor also held her hand and took her back to the palace. At midnight in Weiyang Palace, Sister Yuan bathed her while crying worriedly. Sister Yuan also told her that these past 2 days, the emperor was extremely worried about her, so his mood became more unstable. After being carefully tended to, Yi Qi went to meet the emperor. Yi Gongyao was extremely worried, saying this was the second time already. Qi acted coquettishly and promised not to do it again, or else she would study extra for 2 months in the imperial study. Qi then asked about the orphanage matter. The emperor coldly said he wouldn't spare anyone. Yi Qi fearfully asked about Duan Shirling. He wouldn't have a good ending either. Qi softly said Shirling did it out of desperation. The emperor answered her saying rules are rules. Acting on emotions might be right, but then what meaning would the law have anymore? Yi Gongyao carried Qi to bed saying the law is unchangeable. What if his plan had gone wrong? Qi sees hope to continue persuading the emperor. Also mentions that ninth uncle has already requested for Shirling. If the emperor doesn't agree, in the future, the common people will use this to compare the two of them. The reasoning sounds quite reasonable. After all, Duan Shirling is the child of an important minister, so he compromises and says he'll reconsider. Qi happily kisses Father Emperor once. The next afternoon at the main hall of Weiyang Palace, at the dining table, Qi asks if Dabai will grow as big as that one in the future. The emperor feels a bit heartbroken and says all children will grow up. Qi then goes to pet the 2 tigers, tells the emperor that when she grows up, her love for Father Emperor won't decrease even a bit. The emperor is very happy hearing this. He asks her if when she grows up, the emperor still won't let her go too far from him. Would she agree to that? Qi happily agrees. Spring has arrived. Qi, 6th Prince and others go to the Temple Jingfan for spring outing for about half a month. Sister Yuan sees that with 6th Prince by her side, she feels at ease letting Qi go. On the way, they both meet the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince is worried that Qi is still young and has no maid accompanying her, so he wants to check on her. Also says his cat misses her. 6th Prince pulls Qi away, wanting to leave quickly. The Crown Prince stays behind to remind Qi for a while. The Crown Prince watches the two from afar, stroking his small cat, wondering why Qi has never called him brother. Is he too unapproachable? The 3rd princess also comes to join Qi. Yi Ting-chung says he'll follow on horseback. Yi Yun-chung pulls Qi into the carriage, says the Crown Prince has a peculiar personality. Besides that cat, no one can get close to him. Qi thinks the Crown Prince is a very good person, but gets teased by Yi Yun-chung, asks if he's good enough to marry. While they were talking, 6th Prince suddenly bursts into the carriage. 6th Prince uses the excuse that his horse is sick, so he can only ride in the carriage with them. Yi Yun-chung doesn't want to sit with this cold person, so she sticks her head out to check. Indeed, the horse looks like someone fed it rocks. Qi sees Wang Dezhu with some surprise, but gets pulled back by Yi Ting-chung, who asks about the marriage talk from earlier. At noon in the tyrant's chambers, the emperor is too busy to see Qi off, worried that the little one will be angry with him. Eunuch Zhao says Qi is understanding and was very happy when leaving. The emperor feels a bit sad. It seems Qi really likes new things outside. Eunuch Zhao comforts him, says earlier the 7th princess was still looking back. Perhaps she was missing the emperor. Through his words, Yi Gangyu learns that 9th prince has finished everything and Han Jiao has also gone to Jingfan Temple with the library. The emperor is stunned hearing this. In the carriage, Qi is sleeping on 6th prince's lap when she's woken up. Qi is led down by Yi Ting-chung, looking at the stairs ahead, shocked that they had to walk up here. Boo-hoo-hoo. Ding Cheng's family and Qi held hands as they walked up. After a while, Qi was already very tired. The 6th prince was offering to carry her, when the 9th prince suddenly appeared and swiftly picked her up. Yi Qi was very happy to see him, leaving the 6th prince with an angry face. Yi Han smugly looked at his nephew, saying if the 6th prince wanted his royal uncle to carry him too. The 6th prince didn't hesitate, immediately agreed, and stretched out his arms wanting to be carried. So for the rest of the journey, the 9th prince carried both of them up each step. Qi sympathetically wiped her royal uncle's face. On the other side, the tyrant was working while feeling irritated, wanting to finish quickly, so he could leave the palace in disguise. That evening at Jingfan Temple, While Chi-Chi was sleeping, Yuan softly called, waking her up. The third princess complained that temple food was too plain, telling Chi-Chi to change clothes as she would take her for good food. Hearing this, Chi-Chi happily followed. After going out for a while, there really was delicious food, and the sixth prince, Wang Dezhu, and Xia Jing were there too. When Wang Dezhu saw Chi-Chi arrive, he wanted to give her a chicken leg, but Yi Ding-cheng took it away, giving her another skewer instead. Chi-Chi accepted it and ate happily. Xia Jing beside them said the sixth prince had saved that portion for her, but was hit on the head by the third princess, saying she was also nice to Chi-Chi, but why didn't they acknowledge her? Both chased each other around the place. Ding-cheng explained that Chi-Chi was still young, needed to eat nutritious food to grow, so he had learned to make it. Chi-Chi was surprised to hear he did it for her. Chi-Chi expressed that these days were very happy. If only it could stay like this forever. But in her heart, she knew this was impossible. Ding-cheng patted her head to comfort her, saying he would protect her peace every day. Chi-Chi smiled and agreed. The sixth prince pointed to the sky. Both saw a sky full of stars and chatted for a while. Seeing it was late, Ding-cheng wanted to take Chi-Chi back to her room, but encountered the ninth prince, who was also outside, catching them all enjoying food very happily. Xia Jing and Wang Dezhu immediately made excuses and disappeared, but Yi Han didn't intend to punish them. Instead took out a chicken leg to enjoy, saying he smelled meat at midnight, so he followed it here. Ninth royal uncle complained they ate meat without him, but Ding-cheng teased back, saying he was worried that royal uncle had carried both of them up the stairs this morning too exhaustingly. Feared he wouldn't be able to get up, so didn't call him. Hearing this, Yi Han really wanted to knock his nephew on the head. Seeing Ding-cheng step into the carriage, wanting to find an excuse to be near Chi-Chi, Wan Chong questioned with attitude, "Sixth royal brother, do you want to share the same palanquin with us?" Though asking this way verbally, but inside her heart was about to explode. "Hurry up and speak. You stinky brat, hurry up and speak. Who would want to sit in the same carriage with a big iceberg like you?" Ding-cheng shamelessly sat next to Chi-Chi and calmly replied, "My horse suddenly fell just now. I'm afraid I have to share the carriage with you all." Hearing such an obviously fake excuse, Yun Cheng insisted on checking. "I want to see with my own eyes exactly how sick your horse really is." When the curtain was lifted, both Yun Cheng and Chi-Chi were surprised. It was exactly as Ding-cheng said. In the distance, Dezhu was seen awkwardly flailing his arms and legs on horseback while whining, "Horse, horse, please don't die. The sixth prince still wants to ride you." Meanwhile, the horse was busy foaming at the mouth from being hit by the sixth prince. Chi-Chi recognized the person on the horse. This was Wang Dezhu from the martial arts arena. He also went a step on the grass that day. Ding-cheng stood behind and grabbed Chi-Chi's collar. "I think I heard you say earlier who could marry you right at noon, in the bedroom chamber of the tyrannical emperor." Only now did he have time to think of Chi-Chi. "Have they left yet? I was busy with official matters today and couldn't see her off. I wonder if she's angry," the eunuch reported. "No, Your Majesty. The seventh princess has always been understanding." This servant saw her with the sixth prince leaving happily. They were almost floating with joy. Hearing these words, the emperor's face couldn't hide his disappointment. "She's that happy to leave the palace?" Eunuch Zhao realized he had gone too far, touching upon His Majesty's disappointment. With decades of experience in keeping his head, he immediately knelt down and apologized. This servant spoke carelessly. "Please forgive me, Your Majesty." The emperor didn't want to dwell on such minor matters. Moreover, it's not too bad. She's still young. It's normal to be excited about new things. To soothe the emperor's melancholy and to preserve his own life, Eunuch Zhao offered a cup of tea. "Your Majesty is merciful." This servant saw the seventh princess when leaving. She even lifted the carriage curtain to look back. "That surely means she misses Your Majesty." Only when eating the gourd candy that ninth prince brought to the palace gate did she show a slight smile. Hearing this name mentioned again, the emperor became even more furious. "Where is Imohan right now? I ordered him to handle the southwestern military uniforms matter. Has he completed it?" Eunuch Zhao was startled. "Your Majesty, regarding the military uniforms, didn't the ninth prince submit a memorial that you already approved?" The emperor immediately ordered. "Then tell him I need to see him now." Eunuch Zhao was having bad luck today. At this hour, how could he still be here to summon? Imohan has already gone to Jing Fan Temple with the library. Hearing such shocking news, the emperor was so shocked he almost exploded. What? Meanwhile, at the carriage, Din Thin woke up Chi-Chi, who was sleeping soundly on his lap. Wake up now. While rubbing her eyes, Chi-Chi immediately asked about her royal sister. Through Din Thin's words, she learned that Fan Thuong had gone ahead to find the way. Before her eyes, a famous historical site appeared. Chi-Chi couldn't help but marvel. The solemn Confam Temple is where the spirit tablets of past kings are enshrined. Din Thin gently took Chi-Chi's hand, wanting to help her climb up to the temple safely. Tan Taifo and others have gone up ahead. We should hurry up too. Royal Uncle didn't see you when getting off the horse carriage earlier. Thought that not? Before Din Thin could finish, Chi-Chi quickly agreed. She couldn't wait to admire such a famous temple. Despite her excitement, it didn't take long before Chi-Chi felt tired. Din Thin said smugly, "If you're tired, just ask me and I can carry you." A figure suddenly flashed by. Makhan had already picked up Chi-Chi in his arms gently. How could it be? Ninth Royal Uncle, how could we let my dear one climb the stairs by herself? A moment ago, Chi-Chi was surprised, but when she came to her senses, she hugged Makhan tightly, not noticing Din Thin's face darkening beside them. Din Thin gently pinched her cheek. Or else what? What nonsense are you thinking about? Think I would do something to you? Chi-Chi seemed to realize something. Indeed, you've been a prince since childhood. Unlike me before, not favored in the cold palace, always had to do everything by myself. Seeing this, Din Thin also asked, "Are you happy now like this?" The little girl smiled and replied, "Chi-Chi is very happy. Father, Royal Uncle, brothers and sisters all treat me very well." But when thinking about it, her face darkened because Chi-Chi knew that this was just the calm before the storm. Especially in the royal court, there will surely be infighting, power struggles. If only you all could stay like this forever, how wonderful it would be. Actually, in Chi-Chi's heart, she secretly hoped that, if there were never any palace changes, no brothers turning against each other, fighting amongst themselves just like this, living peacefully, loving and protecting each other like this, then, to soothe Chi-Chi's sadness, Din Thin kindly patted her head, comforting, "Don't worry. I will protect you. As long as I live, I will protect you every day. I will never let you get hurt." Chi-Chi was touched hearing this. "That's right, although I cannot change future events. Then let's live well today. Cherish what's in front of us now." Her spirits lifted. The two are siblings in name, but looking at this scene seems somewhat more romantic. Since traveling through time, Chi-Chi had never left the palace, had never seen such beautiful evening scenery. She couldn't help but marvel. The night sky is so clear and beautiful with so many stars. This can only be seen in ancient times. Hearing the words ancient times, Din Thin became somewhat puzzled. Realizing I had spoken a bit too much, Chi-Chi awkwardly explained, I mean outside the palace." Outside the palace, which was surprisingly accepted by Ding Sheng. While gazing intently at the sky, Chi-Chi unconsciously asked, "Did you also look at the sky like this back then?" "Well, Ding Sheng." He fell into deep thought upon hearing this question. "I did get to see it once when I was little, but after that time, I never had the chance again." These words made Chi-Chi somewhat suspicious. He was a prince in his childhood. How could he have left the palace? Perhaps he, like me, secretly snuck out of the palace. Ding Sheng suddenly sighed. "Forget it, you'll know later. Now is not the time." These words made Chi-Chi even more certain that the Ding Sheng before her was not simple at all. He might be hiding another secret. "We've been out for a while." Ding Sheng stood up, offering to escort Chi-Chi back to her room. Before they could leave, they discovered Yimo Han had been standing there for who knows how long. "What are you all doing behind this mountain in the middle of the night?" After these words, everyone present froze in place. Xiajing made an excuse to slip away. "Ninth Prince, I suddenly remembered. My bed hasn't been made yet. I'll go make it now." Wang Dezhu also chimed in. "I also suddenly remembered I still have something to do, so." Both of them disappeared in an instant, leaving Chi-Chi behind, who could only shout, "Hey, you guys," as everyone had imagined. Yimo Han calmly sat down beside Chi-Chi. "Running so fast, don't worry, this prince won't pursue their responsibility." "Niece, give me a chicken leg." Seeing everyone chatting so animatedly earlier, Yimo Han inquired, "What were you all talking about just now?" Ding Sheng answered without even glancing over, "Just some casual conversation. How did Royal Uncle find us?" While gnawing on a chicken leg, Imo Han explained that the temple food was too vegetarian. "I woke up at night and smelled meat, thinking, you must all be sneaking out to eat by yourselves, so I followed the smell here." Ding Shang quickly thought of a way to tease him. Imo Han just saw him walk over and sit next to Chi-Chi, putting his arm around her shoulder and responding, "We originally wanted to call Royal Uncle to join, but Royal Uncle had to carry me and Chi-Chi up those stairs today, which was quite tiring. Feared you couldn't get up, so we didn't call you." Yemo Han froze upon hearing this. You brat dare to mock me. Watch how I'll scare you." In the darkness of the forest, Ding Sheng's voice rang out. "This morning's imperial decree regarding Duan Shiling. Do you know?" He asked Chi-Chi, who was curious about how the decree would deal with him. He looked at her and replied, "His life will be spared, but he must live 3,000 miles away from the capital." Chi-Chi sighed. 3,000 miles, that's so far. Din Thin heard that and felt displeased in his heart. He tilted his head and asked, "Why can't you bear it?" Being asked like that, Chi-Chi hurriedly explained, "No, I don't. Don't talk nonsense." Anyway, Din Thin didn't intend to talk much about this matter. He just told her, "You are extremely merciful. Even those who kidnapped you, you're willing to forgive them." Din Thin looked away and said absent-mindedly, "If you were a man, I'm afraid Ju Ge would definitely make you the crown prince, to inherit the emperor's throne." Hearing such words, Chi-Chi thought and whispered, "If I were a man, then what you're doing to me?" It felt like the other person was bad-mouthing her. Din Thin asked unhappily, "What are you mumbling about?" To avoid angering this ancestor, Chi-Chi just reluctantly answered, "No, nothing at all." The gentle breeze passed by in the night. Walking behind Din Thin, Chi-Chi suddenly asked before, "Did you and father ever come here?" Din Thin seemed intentionally not to answer. His face darkened and only said, "Why are you asking that?" Chi-Chi didn't notice the abnormality in Din Thin's way of speaking. She just explained, "It seems like you don't like father. Why do you directly call father's name like that?" And he just briefly answered, "It's all in the past." Even so, she still wanted to confirm, "Has it really passed?" Din Thin didn't turn back to look at her. Couldn't see his current emotions. Only heard his slightly irritated voice, "You don't need to know about this." Her mood dropped. Looks like my guess wasn't wrong. He indeed has deep issues with his illness. Those terrifying patterns that suddenly appear on his face must be related to it. Suddenly he fed her a candy. Chi-Chi blankly chewed the sweet candy in her mouth, while Din Thin said, "Just now sixth brother spoke a bit heavily. Eating candy like this, are you still angry with brother?" At this moment Din Thin only saw her eyes sparkling, saying, "I'm not angry, this candy is really delicious." "Is it candy from the palace?" He smiled, "Why are you so easy to please? Can a piece of candy make you this happy?" Din Thin just softly replied, "It's not from the palace, only I have these candies." Then he grabbed her hand, pulling her along, saying casually, "No, you're not allowed in the future." Chi-Chi didn't understand the meaning in that sentence, so she asked, "Not allowed what?" His voice rang out steadily, "Not allowed to show such expressions to others, only allowed to show such expressions to me, understand?" Then Chi-Chi's voice rang out, "Yes, I understand." Feeling her face getting hot, Din Thin quickly said, "Let's hurry back." Chi-Chi didn't notice the strangeness. She hugged his arm, pleading, "All right, give me another candy, please." Chi-Chi's gentle voice rang out, "Just one more, that's all." Outside the meditation room, Din Thin said goodbye to her. He said, "Go in." She looked at him worriedly. "Then how will you get back?" Din Thin replied, "The monastery's dormitory isn't far from here, I see. You go in. I'll head back right away." Chi smiled softly. "Thank you, sixth brother, for taking me back. Good night." Din Thin smiled. "Good night." A question lingered in his heart. "I shouldn't have friends. Even less should I have attachments. But why does this little girl always manage to affect my heart?" Rain started falling. Din Thin pondered. "You've already guessed my identity. I shouldn't let you live, should I?" Suddenly, someone placed a hand on his shoulder. When it started raining, Chi-Chi was inside the room. She guessed that it seemed to be raining outside. Then she intended to open the door since sixth brother was still outside. She had to tell him to come in and take shelter from the rain. However, Van Thuong covered her mouth from behind, telling her not to make a sound. Then she grabbed her hand and pulled her away. "Someone's coming. Quickly get back to bed." Van Thuong whispered to Chi to get under the covers. Both lay under the blanket with only their heads showing. Chi whispered, "Sister Hong, who's coming?" Van Thuong explained, "Doesn't seem like a monk. Checking rooms without candlelight. Might be someone bad. Should we take action when we get the chance, Chi?" Chi heard this and worriedly hummed in response. The air was strangely quiet. Chi shut her eyes tight. Her whole body trembled from tension and unease. Outside, the rain poured heavily. She was still worried. What if it's an assassin? My fate is too miserable. Just got kidnapped and now? Before she could think further, a stranger appeared muttering something random. She recognized this voice as she looked at the person before her sixth brother. Din Thin briefly explained. It's raining heavily outside. I really can't go back. I'll stay here until the rain stops, then leave. She relaxed her body then and said, Oh, it's you. That's good. I thought, he teased, asking, Who did you think it was? But she didn't want to answer. She just casually replied, No, no one. Then she looked at Van Thuong beside her. Sister Hong has actually fallen asleep. She must be really exhausted. She immediately smiled and said to him, This rain won't stop anytime soon. I still have space here. Sixth brother, if you don't mind, stay the night. Din Thin puzzled. You're letting me sleep here? She thought he was complaining about the small bed, so she just consoled him. Though this bed is a bit small, if we squeeze together, we can sleep. I just worry it'll inconvenience sixth brother. Hearing these words, he helplessly explained, That's not what I meant. You really want me to stay with you? She didn't quite understand. She just cheerfully said, Why not? We're both Imperial students, not that old either. This meditation room already has both men and women sleeping together, and she and sixth brother have a good relationship. What's wrong with that? Din Thin felt slightly embarrassed at her words. She and I have a good relationship? She didn't notice anything strange about him. Happily held his hand and firmly said, Of course it's good. In her heart, she added, An ally who is definitely a bit closer than others. Although usually most of the time I can't see you. Then Ding Sheng took off his outer coat, gave it to Chi-Chi, and lay down on the bed. Chi-Chi lay in the middle and said softly, There are still classes tomorrow. Sixth brother should rest early too. In a moment Ding Sheng's face turned red. He was extremely happy inside. She's not guarding against me. Suddenly Ding Sheng's eyes changed, remembering what was said earlier by that masked man standing outside the door. The poison in your body is getting worse by the day. Medicine can hardly suppress it anymore. You must make a decision quickly, Prince. Once you've stepped on this path, you cannot have any weakness. That little girl should be dealt with as soon as possible. His trembling hand touched Chi-Chi's neck. She really isn't afraid I might kill her. At such a close distance, I only need to move my finger, and I could take her life. Suddenly Chi-Chi moaned softly, then rubbed her head against his hand saying, Brother Chicken. Ding Sheng could only gently and lovingly say, Be good. Then he took something from his black bag, gave Chi-Chi a candy to eat. Ding Sheng's eyes were full of doting, really like a fool. After that, he turned to lie down next to the little girl. Only then did Chi-Chi open her eyes. She almost got strangled to death. Fortunately, she was smart. It seems Ding Sheng is still very wary of Chi-Chi. Gaining Ding Sheng's trust is really not easy. Chi-Chi must be more careful in the future. Ding Sheng seemed to be sleeping well, Chi-Chi thought. But suddenly Ding Sheng turned to hug Chi-Chi and told her to go to sleep, startling Chi-Chi. Early next morning in the temple's main hall, the monk was chanting about the 3,000 worlds of reincarnation. The living can die, and the dead can live. Hearing these words, Chi-Chi couldn't help but yawn repeatedly. Yun Chang sitting beside lowered her head and whispered, Chi-Chi, help me with something. Yun Chang asked if Chi-Chi could see that young man wearing blue clothes over there. Chi-Chi rubbed her eyes and vaguely asked which one. She wasn't shy to ask out loud who that was. Chi-Chi's voice made the man in blue clothes notice. Yun Chang's face bloomed like a flower, introducing that he was Duke Song, Yu Cheng's eldest son. His personality is cold and calm. He doesn't like people approaching him. People gave him the nickname Famous Young Master Yu. Usually we're not in the same place. Sister came this time because of him. Yun Chang hoped Chi-Chi would help her approach that young man. Chi-Chi seemed indifferent. She didn't know what Yun Chang wanted. If it's murder or arson, she won't do it. Yun Chang quickly turned to reassure her, don't worry. It won't be murder or arson. Van Thuong often takes out a letter from her robe, then shyly asks Chi-Chi to deliver it to that young man later. Little Chi-Chi teases her sister when she's being shy. Indeed, spring has arrived. All things have come back to life. After leaving the temple, Van Thuong drags Chi-Chi to spy on the boy behind the bushes. She seizes the moment when that young man gets lost and urges Chi-Chi to take action. The little girl follows her sister's words and is about to step out to deliver the gift. But suddenly she freezes in place because too many people gather around admiring that young man's radiant handsomeness. Some give him self-embroidered fragrance pouches. Some offer self-drawn portraits. Others give their favorite handkerchiefs. Looking back at sister, who is very angry, Chi-Chi timidly asks if she should still go. Van Thuong firmly replies, why wouldn't she go? Chi-Chi naively evaluates. Looking at him, he's not that handsome. He's not even as refined as Brother Liu. Must sister really like him? Van Thuong, hit right in her weak spot, stammers denying that she likes him. Chi-Chi waves her hand saying all right. I know. The little girl decides to make an attempt, but whether she'll succeed or not, she's not sure. Van Thuong says as long as Chi-Chi tries her best, it's fine. While Chi-Chi is struggling to squeeze through, someone rushes over breathlessly. He pants heavily, wondering how just after leaving briefly so many people have gathered around his young master. He quickly stands blocking in front of the young man. Empty-handed, he collects all the gifts saying they can all give them to him instead. Ladies, my young master doesn't like this. Please stop giving gifts. He herds all these ladies away to their bewildered and stunned surprise. The young man now curiously asks who Chi-Chi is. Chi-Chi uncomfortably requests the young man to bow his head down a bit as their height difference is too great. The young man asks again who this little girl is. The servant has returned, seeing the scene before him. He can't help but sigh. Is our young master now attracting people of all ages? Even such a small girl has fallen for him. Chi-Chi realizes this is a serious misunderstanding. The little girl quickly explains this letter is actually. Before finishing, Yucheng already refuses to accept and tells Chi-Chi to leave. Chi-Chi thinks he is too arrogant. She wonders to herself what kind of person has her sister Van Thuong set her eyes on. Seeing the twinkling starry eyes of Van Thuong behind the bushes, she reconsiders. It's so rare for Van Thuong to fall in love once. If this letter can't be delivered, her sister will surely be very upset. Thinking so, Chi-Chi can only swallow her pride and beg Yucheng to accept it. Yet Yucheng replies with something that stuns Chi-Chi. That Chi-Chi is not his type. Yucheng looks at Chi-Chi's modest height and quickly judges that she's too short. Words that hurt like arrows piercing straight into one's body. Chi-Chi thought bitterly, could this guy stop insulting her height? Chi-Chi said Yucheng could refuse the letter but absolutely must not insult her height, yet Yucheng added another insult. He was just stating the truth. If Chi-Chi wanted to confess to him, she'd have to wait until she grows up. Chi-Chi was very angry. As Yucheng was about to leave, a tall figure blocked his way. Wang Dazhu demanded Yucheng apologize to Chi-Chi. Yucheng didn't understand why he had to apologize to Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi was very grateful to Dazhu for this action. Yucheng asked, "Do you know who I really am? Do you really want to treat me this way?" Chi-Chi timidly reminded Dazhu that he's the crown prince of Duke's mansion. Yucheng looked down on everyone, shouldn't offend him, and just walked past them. Dazhu seemed unafraid and said, "No matter who you are, you can't leave so easily. If anyone targets Wang Dazhu in the future, he will accept whatever comes." Then Dazhu threatened if Yucheng didn't apologize, Chi-Chi wouldn't be allowed to leave. Yucheng accepted the demand but left a threatening message saying he'd remember Dazhu. Finally, Yucheng had to humble himself and apologize to Chi-Chi for offending her. Chi-Chi happily looked at Dazhu. Chi-Chi gave Yucheng the earlier letter and said, "This letter is from Sister Yi Yuncheng for you. You can handle it however you want, but I must complete my mission." Yucheng accepted the letter knowing he had misunderstood Chi-Chi. He quickly apologized again before leaving. Chi-Chi made it clear, although he's the one her royal sister likes, he's not her type at all. After saying this, Dazhu and Chi-Chi left happily, leaving Yucheng confused. Meanwhile, Emo Han heard shocking news from the ladies earlier, from which Emo Han heard information about Chi-Chi sending a love letter though accepted. She was mocked for having short legs. Emo Han thought to himself, could it be that Chi-Chi wrote a love letter to someone? How could that be? Chi-Chi is still so young. Thinking this, Emo Han intended to go rescue Chi-Chi. Turning around, he saw Yi Gangyao. Emo Han wondered why he was here. The guard following Ji Yao was sweating profusely. "It's over, Your Majesty." After midnight, Jian Cheng easily ran to Jing Fan Temple. "How could this be? As soon as we arrived, we saw such a deadly situation. The 7th princess is so young, yet she's already learned to give love letters." Ji Yao looked at the young man below and asked who he was. The guard said, "This is Song Yucheng." Ji Yao angrily turned and instructed the Song family to watch over their son carefully. Don't let him go out flirting around. In the meditation room, Yuncheng said happily, "I knew you could deliver it." Chi-Chi shyly replied, "I delivered it, but..." The little girl thought to herself, feeling that this person is not a good match for third sister. Moreover, Song Yucheng. This name seems familiar. Where have I heard it before? Yuncheng was very happy because she managed to send the letter. She praised, "It's good that it's sent. He should understand my feelings, right?" Chi-Chi worried, "Sister, do you really like him that much? His personality isn't gentle at all." And his appearance isn't exceptionally handsome either. Yun Chang explained. You're still young. You don't understand love yet. When I first met him at the Imperial Academy, after careful consideration, I'll ask father to arrange our marriage. I want him to be my consort. Hearing this, Chi-Chi finally remembered. She finally knew why the name Song Yucheng seemed so familiar. He was the male lead in Yi Yun Chang's story. She remembered in the original story. When Yi Yun Chang was 16 years old, she begged the emperor to make Song Yucheng her consort. At that time, Yi Yun Chang begged her father, saying if she couldn't marry Song Yucheng, she wouldn't marry anyone else. Yi Jiyao didn't stop her but only said, "This is the path you've chosen, don't regret it." So she gave up everything to marry him. But on that wedding night, after Song Yucheng became the consort, he revealed his true ambitions. Yucheng said to Yun Chang on their wedding night, "Now that we're husband and wife, I don't need to pretend anymore. The only one I love is Jian Ruan. From now on, she will be the mistress of this household." Yun Chang's eyes filled with tears. "But you never said this before. You said you only loved me. You deceived me?" Yucheng married Yi Yun Chang only for gaining glory, wealth, and status, and he no longer needed to pretend. When their child was born, Yucheng cruelly said, "Take the child and bring it to Jian Ruan's room to raise." With the princess's temperament, she probably can't raise the prince well, despite Yun Chang's cries. Song Yucheng still took her child to Ruan to raise. In the end, this man, even for his Moonlight's heart disease, took Yi Yun Chang's life to save his Moonlight. Yi Yun Chang had all her heart blood drained. At that time, war broke out. The entire northern Ming battlefield was filled with gas smoke. No one noticed there was a woman's corpse in the consort's mansion. Chi-Chi thought to herself, "No, I must help Yi Yun Chang escape this tragic fate. With me here, I must protect her." Yi Yun Chang saw Chi-Chi's tense expression and asked, "Why do you look so serious? Do you think Song Yucheng isn't good enough?" Chi-Chi grabbed Yun Chang's hands, begging, "Sister, I beg you, he's not worthy of you." Yun Chang replied, "He's the legitimate son of a duke, with noble status and handsome appearance. How is he not worthy of me?" Chi-Chi gave 1,000 reasons why the princess is so beautiful. The consort can find someone better. Moreover, one should live happily and not abandon the whole forest for just one tree. Yun Chang didn't quite understand Chi-Chi's meaning, so she explained further. "I mean, you shouldn't give up all men just because of one man." Then Chi-Chi playfully continued, "When I grow up, I don't want just one consort. I want the emperor to choose many men for me. I don't care if they're ugly, short, fat, or thin. Even 18 men would be fine. That's not too few. 50 to 100 men wouldn't be too many either." At this point, before Yun Chang could fully comprehend what was said, the emperor and Imo Han outside had heard everything. Inside, Yun Chang and Chi-Chi were still unaware. The two continued their conversation. Yun Chang worriedly asked if that would be considered improper by others. Chi-Chi put her hands on her hips and said, "Look at father. He has so many wives, yet no one says he's improper." Yun Chang found Chi-Chi's words quite reasonable. Chi-Chi continued to embellish further. "We are father's daughters. Later we can be two happy butterflies. Being happy early means no early regrets. When we want to marry someone, then we'll tell father to find us the most handsome men. If father can't find handsome men, we can ask ninth uncle to help us search. If ninth uncle can't find any, we still have two senior brothers and sixth brother. Thinking about such a rosy future makes me want to bloom." Yun Chang and Chi-Chi lay down on the bed, enjoying its comfort. Both wished to grow up quickly. The Emperor Jinyo then entered, asking in a warning tone, "Choosing many handsome consorts, are we?" Chi-Chi and Yun Chang jumped up in panic. Chi-Chi was dying of embarrassment, while Yun Chang turned pale and stammered, "Father." The emperor picked up his little daughter Chi-Chi and asked hesitantly, "Father, which wind brought you here?" She screamed in her heart, "This troublesome wind, please blow him back." Jiao smiled and asked what she just said. Her whole body trembled and finally burst into tears, saying, "Father, Papa, Chi-Chi was wrong. I won't dare next time." Zhang Yao frowned and ordered her to stop crying. "Shut up for your old man." And Chi-Chi did stop. Her heart panicked. "It's over. My childhood is about to end." Finally, he asked her, "What was wrong?" Poor Chi-Chi replied, No, just talking nonsense with royal sister." But it didn't stop there. He asked what else. She awkwardly confessed. Shouldn't want to be a happy butterfly. Shouldn't be greedy for handsome men. Hearing this, Zhang Yao irritably said, "Shut up, you're still young. What do you know about handsome men?" Chi dejectedly whispered, "Father is a handsome man." He couldn't hear her answer clearly. Leaning closer to her and asking, "What did you whisper?" She was scared and nervously said, "No, I didn't say anything." Kwang Yu became even angrier because of that. "Do you really take your father for a deaf man?" Van Thuong stood aside, trembling with fear. Kwang Yu now wanted to settle scores with her too. He shouted, "You come here too for me to deal with." In the end, he still had to discipline his two daughters. "I've been too lenient with you all this time. Today you both must remember this well." Suddenly Mak Han interrupted from behind. "Royal brother, calm down. Chi is still young." Such words surely weren't her own intention to say. Perhaps the older one misled the younger one. Just a light punishment should suffice. She heard this and indignantly said, "Don't be so unfair. Ninth royal uncle." Kwang Yu nodded, hearing this. The elder one isn't teaching the younger one well. You're quite right. So he made a decision and said to Mak Han, "You kneel down too and take punishment with them." The night was quiet. Tru Tsong brought water and respectfully said to the emperor, "Your Majesty, please drink some tea to calm down." Mak Han felt awkward and said to Van Thuong, "What are you looking at me for? I got dragged into this because of you." Chi in the middle said, "Sister, let me copy from you a bit." Now, Kwang Yu was supervising the three, writing their self-criticisms. After a while, each person submitted theirs for him to review. Kwang Yu judged that Chi-Chi's handwriting was as ugly as a ghost's. Even the name was copied exactly as three. Yes, Van Thuong, you really are capable. Then he helplessly walked away. Don't do it again next time. Go sleep with Van Thuong. Chi happily responded with a yes. Kwang Yu looked at Mak Han and said, "You go too." He indignantly protested, "I wrote self-criticism for so long. Your Majesty won't even look at it?" But Kwang Yu just smugly said one sentence. "My daughter is still waiting for me to put her to sleep." Then Mak Han suddenly said to him, "Those court officials, do they know royal brother left the palace alone?" He didn't answer, just asked, "Why do you still want to manage me?" Of course he replied, "I dare not. But your Majesty leaving the palace alone. I'm afraid those officials will gossip." Kwang Yu angrily shouted, "I went in disguise. How would they know?" Mak Han laughed. So the emperor's secret inspection wasn't riding horses in the desert, but going to Jiangnan to appreciate flowers. Your Majesty went in disguise to Confan Temple. It seems you miss Chi, so you deliberately came here, right? Mak Han teasingly smiled at the emperor. If royal brother simply came here in disguise, then why did you get so angry when Chi mentioned having a lover? Oh, royal brother, aren't your thoughts too obvious already? Koen Gu felt awkward inside, but still stubbornly said, "Why do you care about my business?" Finally, he turned and walked away, warning him, "You just focus on being a leisurely prince. Don't ask about my affairs. If you dare say one more word, I have ways to make you speechless." Only Mak Han remained, and he let out a laugh. The sound of insects can be heard at night. The emperor is walking in the palace. In the bedroom, Chi is curled up in a blanket. "Father, I'm not. Are you looking for me to get angry, or should I pretend to sleep first?" Kwang Yu looks at her. Looking at her now, she really looks like a dumpling. He gently calls out to Chi. Kwang Yu's eyes are full of affection as he looks at her and asks, "Are you really asleep?" Suddenly he says, "You've really grown up. Compared to when father first saw you, you've grown taller and plumper too." At this moment, Chi slightly opens her eyes to listen to Kwang Yu's words. His voice continues steadily. Does Chi really want many suitors? Growing up and getting married means having to leave father behind, doesn't it? She suddenly realizes. So father was so angry today because he's reluctant to marry me off. Kwang Yu looks at his daughter's back. He gently rests his head on the blanket and says sadly, "Is that promise also not going to be kept?" At this moment, she turns around to look at him, softly says it will be kept. Kwang Yu looks up and asks, "You're not asleep?" To comfort him, Chi says that even when she grows up and gets married, she will not leave father behind. "I will stay in the palace, living by father's side. Want father to take care of me." Hearing these words, Kwang Yu can only say, "You little deceiver." Chi happily sticks out her tongue. Now he's finally happy again. "Father agrees with you." Behind is Din Thin, clasping hands and bowing to greet father. She calls out sixth brother Kwang Yu ponders something, whispers that Din Thin has arrived. Chi-Chi sees his mood isn't right and guesses. Why does sixth brother's face look so troubled? Could it be because of getting caught in the rain yesterday? He asks if father's visit to the temple this time is for worship and prayer. Kwang Yu helplessly covers his face and grunts in agreement. Then he instructs Din Thin that matters can be spoken directly outside the palace, no need for formalities. Then he asks directly in front of Chi-Chi, "Your son just happened to hear that today Chi-Chi gave a love letter to someone. I wonder if this is true or not." Kwang Yu changes his expression but still smiles and says to her, "You explain to your royal brother yourself. You go ahead. I still have some matters to handle. I'll leave first." She panics, wanting to hold onto the emperor, screaming internally, "Don't go, my dear father. How could you leave me here with this gray wolf? This cold-faced wolf, how am I supposed to explain to him?" Now only two people remain. Din Thin says, "Explain, I'm listening." Chi-Chi trembles all over, pretending to be clueless, asking, "Explain what?" He smiles, not saying anything. Chi-Chi startles, stammering, I'll tell, just don't be angry." Then she dejectedly explains, "I didn't send him a love letter." But in her heart, she's thinking about forgetting it. For self-preservation, it's better to betray Yuncheng a little. "Chi-Chi, come here. Let me tell you something. It started when the third princess took interest in the duke's eldest son." After explaining a moment later, Ding Shang was pouring a glass of water, handed it to Seven, and concluded the matter. In other words, Yi Yuncheng decided to make Song Yu Cheng the consort. Song Duke's power is declining. Their family is not prosperous either. If so, Yi Gangyo certainly won't give his daughter to him. Chi-Chi smiled, thinking to herself, "Finally finished telling. I'm dying of thirst." But suddenly Ding Shang said something that made her choke on water. "Just now, why did you determine Song Yucheng isn't a good person and not suitable for Yi Yuncheng? You even mentioned he has some moonlight or something." He frowned and asked with slight jealousy, "How do you know him so well?" Meanwhile, Chi-Chi was crying inside. "How should I explain? Should I say it's because I've read too many novels, that's why I know about him?" Through this period of observation, though the Shang family is deeply scheming with unusual behavior, but he's from ancient times. Even if I explain the book crossing in detail, he won't believe it. Then she randomly answered about this Song Yucheng. His appearance, he asked, puzzled, questioning about appearance. Chi-Chi then explained, "Right. I heard that the Duke's mansion, after giving birth to this eldest son, their position and work declined. It shows he was born under an unlucky star. Moreover, this person has a cold appearance, pointed nose and cheeks, rat eyes with bright pupils, and small brain." Ding Shang heard Chi-Chi's words and asked, "What are you talking about?" Finally, she insisted. "In short, he and third princess are absolutely not suitable, brother. Help me think of ways to separate them." Seeing her holding his hand, Ding Shang blushed and said, "All right, I'll help you." And 7-7 was happy but wondered. He agreed just like that. Hasn't he always been unwilling to interfere in others' affairs? Suddenly realizing she was holding his hand, Chi-Chi quickly let go. Then Ding Shang said, "Third princess's marriage cannot be decided immediately. We can slowly think of ways to provoke problems in their relationship. When Yi Yuncheng comes of age, she naturally won't like Song Yucheng anymore." Chi-Chi thought, it's true. She's only 13 now. Indeed, it's still early. She was happy inside. First provoke problems. Wait until Yi Yuncheng grows up. If she still wants to marry him, then think of ways to have the emperor send Song Yu Cheng to the border for good. A final farewell. Suddenly Ding Shang asked an unrelated question. "Chi-Chi, how old are you this year?" Startled by the question, she answered, "Si 6 years old." "Why do you ask?" She said playfully, "Sixth brother. I forgot you're only 6 years old." I thought Chi-Chi had already become a grown lady. She was confused by that. Why suddenly call me a grown lady? Only now did Ding Shang bring up this matter. Not yet a grown lady, but already daring to think about choosing a prince consort? Chi-Chi, startled, grabbed a pillow, put it between herself and him. She hurriedly asked, "Who told you that?" He just smiled and grabbed the pillow. "Whatever concerns you, I naturally can find out anytime." Then he asked her, "Chi-Chi, tell big brother quickly. How many prince consorts do you want to choose in the future?" Chi-Chi firmly said 1. Then Ding Shang gave a cold smile. 1. She realized her answer wasn't right. Quickly corrected, "No need. Chi-Chi alone doesn't need anyone, only needs sixth brother." Ding Shang was stunned. He hesitantly said to her, "You? What are you saying?" Hearing her words, Ding Sheng blushed and shouted, "Shut up." Chi-Chi was startled, confused about what's wrong with him. Why suddenly his face turned red like a tomato. She didn't say anything excessive. Ding Sheng angrily warned, "Don't talk nonsense like that next time. You're still young, don't mention marriage or liking anyone." Chi-Chi pouted mockingly. "You clearly mentioned it first." Ding Sheng pretended not to hear. He casually spread the pillow beside her, then leisurely lay down on the bed, said, "Go to sleep." Chi-Chi muttered, "He must be sick." Said, "No need for Prince Consort, only need him." Yet he got angry. She lay down, pulled the blanket over both of them, and gently asked, "Aren't you going back to sleep in your own room?" Ding Sheng rolled his eyes, making up an excuse, speaking reasonably while questioning. "I can't sleep in my bed, but I can sleep in your bed. Do you have a problem with that?" Chi-Chi shook her head. "I wouldn't dare." She moved closer, hugged his arm coquettishly. Chi-Chi really likes sleeping with Big Brother. Ding Sheng was enchanted by her action, becoming like a dazed golden deer. He shyly looked at her, stammering, "Why do you like me?" Chi-Chi happily answered, "Because you smell very nice." While speaking, she searched under his belt and pulled out a candy. "This is exactly that fragrance. The candy smell only Six Brother has." Ding Sheng looked at her with 3 parts helplessness, 7 parts indulgence. Just now his heart skipped a beat. Thought she was going to touch something below. Turned out she was being coy about candy, truly a little fox. While eating delightfully, Chi-Chi suddenly covered her mouth, crying in pain. Ding Sheng panicked worriedly. "What's wrong?" She painfully cried, "My tooth." He quickly checked and found out she was losing her baby teeth. "This tooth is about to fall out." He regretted, "Shouldn't have let her eat candy. Let me pull it out for you." After saying that, Ding Sheng quickly cleaned his hands, preparing to work. Chi-Chi trembled in fear, making excuses. "No, such a small matter doesn't need to trouble Sixth Brother. I'll just wait for it to fall out by itself," he said firmly. "It won't fall out by itself." Seeing that begging had no effect, she had to resort to hiding her face under the blanket in protest, absolutely refusing to pull it out. Ding Sheng knew he couldn't force this little girl, so he had to give in, comforting her that he wouldn't pull it anymore. "Turn around. I'll give you candy." At the mention of candy, Chi-Chi's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. "Malt candy is so delicious, really delicious. Haven't had it for a long time." He patted her head with a cunning smile. "Stop talking and eat quickly." Chi-Chi suddenly realized something was wrong. Eat quickly? Shouldn't it be eat slowly? Before she could think further, she shuddered and turned pale, feeling something missing in her mouth. Chi-Chi quickly spat out the candy, but it was already too late. Her beloved tooth had followed the chewy, delicious malt candy and abandoned her. Painfully mourning the miserable fate of her little tooth, she wailed. Ding Sheng beside her smiled with satisfaction and comforted, "Don't scream. Everyone will wake up. It doesn't hurt, right?" Under the bright moonlight with fireflies flickering everywhere, Ding Sheng led her to a small river. He gently instructed, "Upper teeth should be thrown into the pond. It will grow back later." Chi-Chi, though very reluctant, had to bid farewell to her little tooth. Turned to look at him, she pouted angrily, her face full of dissatisfaction and silent blame. "If you hadn't deceived me, I could have lived peacefully with my tooth for a much longer time." Ding Sheng misunderstood and thought she was sad, gently patted her head like comforting a child. "Don't worry, it will grow back soon." He reached out his hand, calling her to go to sleep. Chi-Chi dazzled by his handsome and charming appearance until stunned. "Considering you're really handsome, I'll reluctantly forgive you." Thus the two of them peacefully slept together. The next afternoon, in the crowded and noisy dining room, Yachang Yun, seeing Chi-Chi's gloomy and dejected look, couldn't help but tease. "Heard you lost a tooth?" Chi-Chi sighed, suppressing her grief. "Losing the tooth isn't important. What's important is that Sixth Brother confiscated all my beloved candy." Chang Yun was speechless. "You still want to eat candy?" Dezhu, seeing her so sad, invited her to play a game, asking her to guess what was in his hand. Before Chi-Chi could guess, Dezhu foolishly had already accidentally given her the hint. "If you guess correctly, I'll give you 2 pieces of candy in my hand." How could Chi-Chi miss this detail? So she successfully obtained the spoils. Chi-Chi was delighted, about to enjoy the cute candy, when a cold voice rang out asking what she had in her hand. Chi-Chi hadn't yet realized the approaching danger. Still immersed in happiness, she held up the candy to show, Quick as lightning, Ding Shang immediately confiscated it. Chi-Chi only then realized she had been too careless without any precaution. She looked at her hand that just held candy, but was now empty, tears welling up in her eyes. Din Thin sat down beside her, scolding that she still wasn't being good enough, as he scooped 8 pieces of tofu and told her to eat. Chi-Chi was in no mood to eat anything. He looked at her with a smile, telling her to eat quickly as they still needed to clean the archive later. In the afternoon at the 3rd floor of the archive, Chi-Chi and Daju were assigned to the same group. While cleaning, she felt extremely regretful that the candy was almost in her mouth, but she couldn't eat it. Daju consoled her that the 6th prince only meant well. He was even kind enough to tell her she didn't need to work alone later as he could handle it. Chi-Chi happily accepted his kindness, but she couldn't just sit idle. She was just a bit short, but could still help brother Daju work, and he sincerely comforted her, saying she wasn't short at all. Daju lifted her onto his shoulders, saying now she's the tallest, only she could clean the high places now. Chi-Chi was grateful for Daju's kindness. There were many cobwebs on the ceiling. Chi-Chi reached up wanting to clean that spot, but it was too far. She had to ask him to move up and down in various ways, though the process was a bit unstable, but the result was spotlessly clean. Suddenly there was a harsh shout that caught both their attention. They curiously hid to eavesdrop. It was the 6th prince's voice. Beside him was a woman with a blushing face, stammering, saying something about how it wasn't true that they were in the same group. Daju curiously asked if that was Chi-Chi's 6th prince brother. Why didn't she go greet him? Chi-Chi was still busy sighing at her brother's super rudeness towards other girls, plus the crime of stealing her candy. She was too lazy to care anymore. Chi-Chi turned and left without looking back. Just then Din Thin, as if sensing something, looked up, catching a glimpse of her dress hem. He wanted to chase after, but was blocked by that woman. She gathered all her courage, blushing and stammering something about always admiring him, saying even just watching him from afar would be enough. Speaking like a model essay, seeing the 6th prince had no reaction, she started pulling and tugging while confessing. Din Thin impatiently pushed her away. He coldly laughed. Admire? That woman still shamelessly acted pitiful, finally revealing some of her schemes. She said her status was too low, unworthy to be the main wife, but being the 7th concubine would be fine. Din Thin's killing intent rose. Are you sure the person you saw back then was me? She was frightened stiff by him. Meanwhile, Daju and Chi-Chi were cleaning the study. Seeing her fuming expression, Daju couldn't help but ask if she was unhappy seeing the 6th prince talking with another woman. Chi-Chi hit right in her dark thoughts, stammered and scolded him not to talk nonsense. But she also couldn't explain why she was angry. Indeed, Chi-Chi couldn't understand herself. She didn't know what she was angry about. The 6th prince talking to someone had nothing to do with her. He didn't do anything wrong either. Chi-Chi deceived herself and others, saying she couldn't wait to avoid him anyway. Daju nodded, agreeing with everything Chi-Chi said. Don't let yourself get stuck in those messy thoughts. She immediately interrogated Daju. Do you have any candy? Hand it over. Indeed, candy is the truth. Having candy makes everything better. Daju efficiently went to fetch water. While waiting, Chi-Chi looked up at the fully packed bookshelf again and couldn't help but remember that Dingsheng also liked reading books. Suddenly she saw the book, 4 Nations Military Strategy, but for a short mushroom like her, even standing on tiptoes wouldn't let her reach even a corner of the book, let alone grab it. Suddenly a hand reached out and got it down for her. Chi-Chi turned around to say thanks, but what met her eyes was Dingsheng's hatefully handsome face. She pouted angrily and asked, weren't you cleaning with that girl? Why did you come here? Dingsheng teased, I see you don't know how to address 6th brother, or are you angry? Seeing she wouldn't answer, he lowered his voice to coax her. It's my fault for making you angry. Chi-Chi was still angry and didn't want to listen, telling him to leave. Dingsheng smoothly changed the subject. Looking at the book in his hand, he asked if she was looking for this book for him. Chi-Chi's words betrayed her heart as she insisted on denying it, saying she was getting it for someone else and wouldn't give it to him anyway. Dingsheng ate his own sour vinegar of jealousy and held the book up high, not giving it to her. Young master Dingsheng fell silent, his lips curling into a smile. Not for me, he said, then threw the book hard on the floor and angrily asked, so you're giving it to brother Daju? In your eyes, is brother Daju better than me? Dingsheng looked at Chi-Chi with mockery. Anyway, you have many brothers. One less won't make much difference, right? She worried to herself. He heard everything I just said. With tears in her eyes, she tried to explain, no, it's not like that, young master. Still maintaining his cold face, he questioned her. Then what is it like? Won't call me brother. won't give me the book. You're tired of me and want someone else. She grabbed his arm and shook it frantically. No, no, no. I don't want anyone else. I only want you. I only want sixth brother. Dingxing let her shake him. He turned his face away, ignoring her. Then he turned to leave, leaving her with one sentence. Think about it carefully yourself. Chi-Chi thought to herself that he seemed really angry. She sank into thought. How did this happen? Why do I need to think carefully? Wasn't I the one who got angry first? How did it end up like this? Inside the great hall, voices of conversation could be heard. This time, you'll just copy the palace rules 3 times as punishment. Don't make the same mistake again. Yun Chang obediently bowed before Yajin Yao. Yes, your child understands Father Emperor's teachings. Though outwardly obedient, her inner heart was screaming madly. A few days ago, I almost lost my hand. This princess won't write love letters anymore. Boo-hoo-hoo. At this moment, Zhao Gongong and the guards brought in a box of memorials. Brother Baovan, let the child have dinner first. She bowed respectfully. After she left, Eunuch Tru stammered. Why, your majesty, these? Kuang Yu frowned at him. Wasn't I supposed to be traveling in disguise? Why bring so many memorials? His whole body trembled. Why, your majesty, the prime minister said these documents are all urgent. If they weren't extremely important matters, they wouldn't have been transported here so quickly. The Koengu slammed his hand on the table to cut him off. The eunuch fearfully prostrated himself. Your majesty, please calm your anger. He massaged his temples and ordered. Where is Makhan? Tell him to come here. He hesitantly reported. Ninth Prince, he went down the mountain early this morning saying he was going to observe the people's conditions. He sighed quietly. Oh, how miserable I am. Kuang Yu picked up a memorial. Now he's so idle every day. He angrily broke it and issued an order. When he returns today, no one is to open the door for him. Let him wait outside. If he dares to climb the wall, cut off his legs for me. He broke into a cold sweat. Do we really have to do that? Chi-Chi peeked from outside the door softly calling, Father. Eunuch Tru's face lit up with joy. Seventh princess is here. This old servant shall take his leave. Her round innocent eyes asked, Are you busy? The Koengu, who was so angry before, now became as gentle as could be. He bent down and reached out. Not busy. Come here. She happily rushed over. He hugged her. Chi-Chi, why are you here? Have you had dinner? She replied, I've eaten. Chi-Chi has something to discuss with you. He extended an invitation. Chi-Chi wants to participate in the spring poetry hunt competition tomorrow. May I? She asked again. The poetry hunt? Chi-Chi pointed to the mountain behind. Looking for poetry pieces is also a spring activity. 2 days and 1 night on the mountain behind Confam Temple. She used her innocent and adorable face to plead. Originally, all library students are participating, but because Chi-Chi is still young, Tan Tai Fo asked Chi-Chi to come here and ask Father's opinion. The Koengu patted her head. Father knows about this, but the mountain is densely forested. Although it's 2 people per team, there are 10 poems in total. Overall, it's not safe. Like a little rabbit, she pleaded. Can Chi-Chi go? He looked at his daughter with deep affection. Do you really want to go? She replied, Want to, really want to. Can you ask? Aren't you afraid? There might be wild beasts behind the mountain. Chi-Chi firmly answered, Not afraid of wild beasts. What's there to fear? Chi-Chi will climb trees. Hearing his precious daughter's answer, he couldn't help but laugh. Truly my flesh and blood. She excitedly asked, Father agrees? He gently ruffled her hair. Since you're like this, how could I not agree? Setting Chi-Chi down, he instructed, You can go, but stay focused and don't be stubborn. If you want to leave, you must send a signal, understand? She winked and gave an okay sign. I understand, Kuang Yu said gently. It's getting late. Go to sleep. Your sister Hong is waiting for you. You need to wake up early tomorrow to go to the back mountain. She smiled happily and nodded. After Chi-Chi left, he coldly said pass down the order. Kuang Yu continued. Tomorrow, triple the secret guards at the back mountain. Must ensure safety. True royal servant bowed and agreed. It was late at night. Yavan's voice echoed in the back courtyard. Do you really want to join that poetry finding competition tomorrow? Chi-Chi asked surprisingly. Sister, aren't you participating? She denied. No, no, no. I went to Confam Temple twice, but never joined that activity. She looked at her sister doubtfully. Why? Van Thuong looked at her with a strange expression, don't you know? Then she leaned in and whispered to Chi-Chi. There are ghosts haunting behind the mountain. She screamed in fear. What? Van Thuong quickly covered her mouth. Keep your voice down. She pulled out the blanket and covered both their heads. Under the blanket, Van Thuong recounted. Last time when we went barbecuing behind the mountain, didn't royal uncle tell ghost stories? Actually, something like that really happened in the mountain. She asked while lying beside. What happened? She said, they say many years ago, there were ghosts haunting that mountain. A monk from the temple went into the mountain to catch ghosts. While waiting on the mountain slope, he met a lady. Chi-Chi guessed, then they must have fallen in love. Van Thuong patted her head lightly. You only think about love. That's not it. That lady said she was the wife of a hunter in the mountain. Her husband went deer hunting. She stood there waiting for her husband to return from hunting, to take her home. She was captivated by the story. Oh, what happened next? She continued. The monk saw her. A weak woman alone there wasn't safe. So he said he would wait with her. They waited for 7 days. Not only no person, but not even a shadow appeared. At this point, Van Thuong's face showed traces of fear. Chi-Chi was completely opposite. She calmly asked, I want to know what you're telling. She said don't interrupt and continued. On the 8th day, that monk became impatient. He asked, it's been 8 days. Why hasn't your husband arrived yet? Van Thuong broke into a sweat. Who knew that woman slowly turned her head and said. Chi-Chi interrupted with a ghostly expression. That's right, I've been waiting for 200 years and still haven't seen him return. Van Thuong was scared out of her wits. Her whole body froze. When she finally regained her senses, she wrapped herself tightly in the blanket and screamed. Wah! Chi-Chi laughed happily. I've heard your ghost story since I was little. Van Thuong caught the key point in her words and asked, But now you're little. She was interrupted before finishing. That's right. Chi-Chi held the candle to her face. I meant I heard it in my previous life. She turned pale with fear. In the room echoed a loud scream while Chi-Chi laughed loudly. Never again. I dare not anymore. Royal sister, come join me in the poem search. The next morning, an official was announcing the competition rules. 2 people per group. In front of him were many students lined up in formation. He said, those who draw the same number will be a team. Yi Chi-Chi asked her sister, mine is 26. And she replied, 13. Looks like we'll have to split up. Chi-Chi covered her face. This imperial tutor won't even let me use the back door. It would have been so nice to be on the same team as royal sister. Suddenly, a hand was placed on the 7th princess's shoulder. She turned around. Did you just say you're number 26, Chi-Chi? She thought to herself that Ha Jing would be fine too. You're good at skewering. After thinking, she showed her paper with an expectant face. You're also number 2. Before she could finish, he interrupted her. You 2 siblings are really destined. 6th brother, you're also number 26. Chi-Chi froze for 5 seconds. The sky was clear, wind rustling through tree leaves. Ding Shang turned his head to look. In his hand was a paper with the number 26 written on it. He quickly walked to where Chi-Chi was softly calling, 6th brother. She panicked slightly. Why am I in the same group as him? He must still be angry. Ding Shang glanced at her feet. Why aren't you wearing leg wraps? Chi-Chi was surprised by his question. What leg wraps? By now, Ding Shang had already squatted down. He calmly helped wrap her legs. We'll be climbing mountains later. How will you move if your clothes aren't properly secured? Her small, fair face was now red as a ripe tomato. After finishing, Ding Shang said, done. Where are your things? Chi-Chi hesitated. At 3rd royal sister's place. He sighed helplessly. You even need her help with that? Go bring it here. She fearfully ran off. I'm going right now. Some participating girls stood whispering in private conversation. One said, have you heard? The female student who cleaned with 6th prince yesterday afternoon went mad with fright when she returned. Another girl added, I heard she said she saw a ghost. All nonsense talk. She was taken away today. Their conversation caught the attention of Chi-Chi and Ding Shang walking behind. She wondered what they were talking about. While still confused, Yun Chang came running. She was panting as she handed over the bundle. You run so fast. I've been looking for you for a while. Here's your bundle. Chi-Chi quickly regained her composure and thanked royal sister. She asked further, I just heard them talking. What's this about a girl driven mad by ghosts? Yun Chang was puzzled. Girl driven mad by ghosts? The girl whispered in her ear. It's the one who confessed to 6th brother yesterday, who cleaned with him. Yun Chang understood. Oh, I heard she went mad before finishing cleaning. Must have suddenly lost her mind. She tossed the bundle to Chi-Chi. But it's not unusual. Your 6th brother doesn't get along with anyone. I wonder if he's pretending to be a ghost to scare people. Without carrying the bag, her heart sank at the thought of fake ghosts. Din Thin's voice came from behind about taking the bag for such a long time. Chi-Chi was startled. She forced an awkward laugh. The sun rose higher. shining down across the green forest. The presiding official spoke up. Students, this activity will last for 2 days and 1 night. Go into the mountains with your partner to find the poems. Chi-Chi's bag was suddenly grabbed by a hand. Din Thin held the bag in one hand and pulled her with the other. She turned to Van Thuong, saying, "Goodbye, sister. I'm going." She instructed, "You must take good care of her." On the small mountain path, golden light shone through the green canopy, but suddenly loud sounds erupted, breaking the peaceful atmosphere. Chi-Chi called out somewhat irritably, "Din Thin, slow down a bit. I can barely keep up with you anymore." Hearing her call, Din Thin turned back and objected. "Chi-Chi should call me brother." She was confused and sad hearing that. All her years of resentment showed clearly on her face. As she suspected, Din Thin was still angry with her. She carefully grabbed his sleeve to comfort him. Yesterday's incident had reasons that couldn't be explained. Din Thin wanted to hear what those reasons were. She firmly refused to tell, and thought to herself, how could she tell him that she was jealous of that female student? Din Thin still couldn't let go of his anger. He had to let Chi-Chi rest before she could explain, and he insisted on hearing those 2 words, brother, from Chi-Chi's mouth before walking ahead. After a while of silence, he finally expressed his thoughts, asking if she had another brother. Chi-Chi immediately explained and clarified. Those words were all lies, and in her heart, there was only brother Din Thin. He bent down to look at her intently. He carefully and cautiously asked if she knew what her words meant. Chi-Chi was very certain that she understood clearly. It seemed all the previous anger had disappeared. He lovingly patted her head, unsure if she was truly naive or pretending to be. They shyly looked at each other, their cheeks turning red. Chi-Chi firmly stated once again that in her heart Din Thin was a very important person. He immediately hugged her, startling her a bit. He picked her up, but still maintained a sulking expression, saying he hadn't forgiven Chi-Chi yet. She happily lay in his arms like a child, knowing that he had already forgiven her. He gently, carefully placed her to rest on a large rock nearby and told her to stay here and wait for him. Din Thin carefully gave her a piece of cloth, fearing she'd be cold. Saying he would go look for some food and clues, Chi-Chi obediently agreed to wait for him there. Din Thin couldn't hold back anymore and placed a kiss on her forehead. That action of his made even himself feel shy. He reminded her again not to run around. A long time passed. The sun was about to set. The mountains were getting dark. Chi-Chi still obediently sat on the rock waiting for him. He had been gone for so long but still hadn't returned. She started to worry a bit, not knowing if he had encountered any danger. Chi-Chi jumped down from the rock. She fearfully called out his name loudly. Could he have left her alone in this place? Chi-Chi climbed back onto the rock to continue waiting. But suddenly there was a strange sound that startled her. Something seemed to be approaching from behind, making her so scared she started crying. She quickly covered her mouth to prevent making any sound. Chi-Chi turned pale with fear and thought of ways to deal with wild wolves and tigers. Suddenly someone bumped into her from behind, making her cry out in pain. But it was Din Thin. He had returned with 2 fish. Chi-Chi was so scared that she cried and whined, slightly blaming him for leaving her alone here. She thought she was about to be eaten by wolves. Seeing Chi-Chi crying profusely, Din Thin gently bent down, comforting her that there were no wolves here. Chi-Chi quickly insisted there were, pointing to where the sound came from earlier, but it turned out to be just a white rabbit. This made Chi-Chi so embarrassed that she was speechless, while Din Thin looked at her and smiled at how adorable she was. He looked at her and teased about how she used to be fearless, but now was crying because of a rabbit. Chi-Chi was so embarrassed she could die, not allowing Din Thin to say another word. Din Thin said earlier he couldn't find any clues but managed to catch 2 fish. Chi-Chi temporarily forgot about her embarrassment and smiled brightly at the fish in front of her. He gave her the fish to hold, saying he would go look for firewood. Realizing she would have to stay here alone waiting for him again, Chi-Chi panicked. She immediately refused, shouting that she would go with him. Her voice was so loud it disturbed the whole forest, making birds scatter in chaos. Now night had completely fallen. The 2 sat warming themselves by the fire, grilling fish. Din Thin asked Chi-Chi if she felt cold. She happily turned and replied that she felt very warm, not cold at all. Seeing the atmosphere become quiet, Chi-Chi carefully asked him who that crazy girl from yesterday was. When Din Thin heard her ask about that, he asked if she had heard something already. Chi-Chi softly mumbled that she hadn't heard much, just that the girl went crazy from being scared by ghosts. Hearing Chi-Chi say that, Din Thin couldn't hold back and chuckled at the opportunity. Din Thin approached to scare her and said in a gloomy tone that he himself was that ghost. Was Chi-Chi scared? Of course she was trembling like a leaf, but she had to reassure herself, pretending to be calm and saying she wasn't scared at all. Hearing that, Din Thin just looked at her and gave a gentle smile. He started looking up at the stars in the sky, seeming to have many thoughts in his mind. No matter who it was, Din Thin didn't want anyone to stay by his side. Chi-Chi turned to look at him, her mood also dropping a bit. She knew that he was just refusing like that, but deep inside he didn't really think that way. Chi-Chi moved closer and touched his shoulder, probably because he was feeling lonely now and the pain from his past was still haunting him. Chi-Chi felt a bit heartbroken too. She cheerfully said they might fear him, but she liked him a bit and wasn't scared at all. Din Thin was startled by her words. Chi-Chi noticed the atmosphere wasn't quite right, so she changed the subject. Wonder if the fish is cooked yet, it already smells so good. Din Thin picked up the fish to check. The fish was grilled to a fragrant golden brown. It's done. He handed it to her to taste first. Chi-Chi's eyes lit up at the sight of the fish. She was almost unbearably hungry. Din Thin watched intently as she ate the fish with relish, still thinking about what she said earlier and taking it as truth. He carefully wiped away the fish crumbs from her lips, telling her to eat more slowly. Everything belongs to Chi-Chi. Just eat calmly. It seemed he had started to develop deep feelings for her, grateful that he hadn't killed Chi-Chi at first, otherwise they wouldn't be able to enjoy such happiness now. It was already midnight. The cold wind started to rise, whistling through, carrying flower petals up in the wind. After Chi-Chi was full, she fell asleep leaning against Din Thin. He watched her sleeping peacefully, saying having Chi-Chi by his side was truly fortunate. The two of them, just like that, spent the cold night together in the forest, sleeping beside the small warming fire. Time passed so quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. The sun slowly rose from the east. Chi-Chi was awakened by that light. Squinting her eyes, she slowly sat up against the tree trunk, letting out a long yawn. From afar, she saw Din Thin doing something suspicious in the bushes. Chi-Chi quickly called out, but before she could finish, she saw some dark shadow flash by right near Din Thin, making her jump in surprise. Chi-Chi quickly rubbed her eyes. Could it be that she had seen wrong just now? Din Thin turned around asking if Chi-Chi was awake. Chi-Chi hurriedly stood up and asked, was it just you standing there earlier? Din Thin was a bit confused. Did she see someone else? Chi-Chi quickly shook her head. Maybe she was just seeing things, having just woken up. She almost discovered Din Thin's secret. You immediately packed up your belongings and told her to go to the stream to wash her face. Chi-Chi happily agreed to follow the order. The sky was clear blue with floating clouds. Ding Shang and Chi-Chi held hands as they walked along the path. Chi-Chi carefully looked at the ground, searching meticulously. There were footprints imprinted on it. There must be some clues. Suddenly, there was a strange sound from behind, making Chi-Chi scream in fear. But it turned out to be just a white rabbit. That rabbit was pitiful. Its leg was tied tightly with a rope. Chi-Chi didn't understand what was going on yet. Ding Sheng asked her to guess. After thinking for a while, she blurted out the answer that there are many rabbits in this forest, and you were the one yesterday who tied that rabbit as a marker. And that answer from Chi-Chi was completely correct. Chi-Chi approached, hugged the rabbit, and followed the trail of that rope to find out its origin. After walking for a while, she discovered the rope was tied to a tree trunk where there was also a large rock. Chi-Chi turned to tell Ding Shang she discovered that the ground here showed signs of digging. He stood aside, hearing her words with a satisfied smile. Chi-Chi bent down to dig out the dirt and rocks with her hands. Chi-Chi really found a clue. She found a letter. Immediately handed it to Ding Shang to check. He happily bent down to pat her head and didn't forget to praise her cleverness, asking Chi-Chi to open it and see what's inside. Chi-Chi looked at him and already guessed that he had found this clue yesterday, but did this to make Chi-Chi happy regardless of the risks that might come. Chi-Chi opened the letter and read inside only 4 characters: rare moonlight. Ding Shang looked and analyzed. Could it be based on the shadows of the sun and moon to indicate direction? Chi-Chi quickly stood up, thinking it wasn't like that. The participants are all young scholars, so it probably won't be that difficult. Chi-Chi thought for a while, then pointed to the south and said that rare moonlight birds fly south, so it must be south. Ding Shang heard this and was amazed that it made sense. He immediately embraced her and lifted her up. Taking advantage of the opportunity using this clue, it wasn't easy need to hurry. The two of them followed the southern direction, walked for half a day, finally only found a small mountain cave. Chi-Chi looked at Ding Shang cautiously and asked, "Do we have to go inside?" Ding Shang carefully observed around the cave and thought it didn't look like part of the competition area. Going inside might be dangerous. Hearing him say that made Chi-Chi turn pale with fear. Ding Shang looked at her and asked if she wanted to explore inside. Chi-Chi suddenly froze, remembering what the emperor once told her when she was young, telling her not to fear difficulties, not to fear wild beasts. Chi-Chi pondered for a while, then determined to go inside the cave to investigate. She clenched both hands, full of spirit, wanting to prove she wasn't a coward, wanting to enter the mountain cave. Ding Shang was amused by Chi-Chi's petite figure and determination and agreed to go inside with her. The two held hands and slowly walked inside, reassuring themselves there was definitely nothing to fear. Chi-Chi seemed to sense that just by being next to Ding Shang, she no longer felt afraid. Inside the mountain cave, there were torches hanging high. Someone must have been here before. Ding Shang reached for one of those torches and led the way for Chi-Chi. The two bravely ventured forward together. Ding Shang went first, with Chi-Chi quickly following behind. Indeed, there were others in the mountain cave. They were closely following the two from behind. Suddenly, a large shadow appeared. Chi-Chi instinctively called him for help. Ding Shang heard Chi-Chi's voice, quickly turned around to see someone had knocked her unconscious from behind, making her cry out in pain. Chi-Chi quickly fell down, her body completely powerless, her eyes slowly closing. The images became blurry and gradually faded, until finally there was complete darkness without any light. Chi-Chi was trapped in the pitch-dark cave. The little girl slowly opened her eyes and wondered, no way, was she kidnapped again? Looking around, she saw many others. Chi-Chi realized she wasn't the only one who was captured. There were other friends who participated in the letter search. The noisy drinking sounds nearby caught Chi-Chi's attention. They were eating pork knuckles that they had brought back from town this morning. The red barley wine that had been distilled for many years was also brought out. Looking at their appearance, Chi-Chi deduced they must be mountain bandits. At this moment, Chi-Chi suddenly remembered about Lu Gul. A small hand covered Chi-Chi's mouth, preventing her from making any loud noise. Ding Shang softly hissed, saying it was him. Ding Shang untied Chi-Chi. Meanwhile, Ding Shang overheard the voices of those people from earlier. These children are from official families in the capital. Having kidnapped them, they would certainly be able to get a large sum of money. If so, we'll have enough money to buy concubines. One of them expressed concern. If the authorities discover our identities, what should we do? Ding Shang hid carefully behind a rock to listen for information. The arrogant boss spoke up. Even if the sky falls down, Big Brother will back you up, as mountain bandits should have the spirit of mountain bandits. Then he patted his underling's head. The underling thought it made sense and trusted him, saying nothing more. Chi-Chi looked at Ding Shang and quietly asked what to do. Ding Shang replied, "Stay still for now to see exactly how many of them there are." Suddenly remembering something, Chi-Chi asked again how Brother's ropes were untied. Din Thin calmly replied that he was never actually captured by them. Chi-Chi was startled. "You actually managed to escape earlier. Then why did you come back?" Din Thin refused to answer. Instead, he made Chi-Chi guess. Chi-Chi laughed, thinking she was too stupid to escape by herself. Din Thin teased, "Is that what you think?" Chi-Chi naively asked, "Isn't that right?" Din Thin just scolded her for being too foolish without saying anything more. The boss heard noises and turned to ask, "Awake now?" Chi-Chi panicked, "Oh no, we've been discovered. He's coming over here, quick." Originally, Chi-Chi was about to tell Din Thin to escape, but when she turned around, Din Thin had already disappeared. The boss bent down and asked who she was talking to. "Sleepy?" Chi-Chi trembled and asked what he wanted. "If you want money, I don't have any. If you want my life, you can't have it." He threw some food at Chi-Chi and said, "I don't talk to brats like you. Just eat and wait here." Chi-Chi nibbled on the bun she was given. The boss continued, "Wait for your family to bring money to ransom you. If there's no money, then wait for death." As he spoke, he gestured, slitting her throat. Chi-Chi was terrified seeing this, and when he left, she let out a sigh of relief. Chi-Chi suddenly realized something about the bun. Din Thin appeared at this moment and asked what was wrong with the bun. Chi-Chi, startled, "Could you stop appearing and disappearing like a ghost?" but still answered his previous question. "This bun is warm and soft, unlike the dry rations they gave me when I was kidnapped by Duan Shiling. This seems like it was specially prepared for hostages. This is the Imperial Academy's exam venue. which has been strictly inspected by the Imperial Guards multiple times. There shouldn't be any mistakes. Yet these bandits can come and go freely, bringing in fresh meat and food, without being detected by the Imperial Guards. Isn't this strange? Finally, Din Thin and Chi-Chi realized this was a test. Din Thin added, "If so, follow my plan." Chi-Chi agreed. Din Thin whispered, "Let's do this first." Chi-Chi listened and replied, All right. Chi-Chi clutched her stomach and cried out, "Brother, my stomach hurts, I need to go." The boss heard and replied, "Why are you so troublesome?" Then asked further, "How bad is it? Is it serious?" Chi-Chi told him to come closer. She would tell him, so he sat down. Taking advantage of his distraction, Din Thin pulled out a knife and threatened, "Don't move if you want to live." The boss, startled, glared at Din Thin and grabbed Din Thin's hand. From this, Din Thin concluded that this person's kung fu was not weak. With just one hand, he could firmly grip his wrist with considerable strength. The knife in Din Thin's hand was released. Din Thin used his palm to strike forcefully at the man. The boss quickly blocked that attack. Din Thin was surprised that he managed to block it. The boss was somewhat impressed and praised his martial arts skills. Din Thin laughed and said, "Ordinary bandits would recognize techniques belonging to the forest army after that." Guy suddenly asked you, "Are you testing me?" This also shocked the other two over there. He turned to look at his companions. Din Thin said, "Don't panic. Come here quickly." Din Thin demanded him to hand over the map and leave. He laughed loudly and replied, as expected of the young sixth prince, a talent not to be underestimated. Chi-Chi sighed in relief that she guessed correctly. Din Thin emphasized again, reaching out his hand and saying, "The map?" That guy replied, "The map isn't with me. I'm just a mere soldier among you all." Chi-Chi naively asked, "Then who has the map?" The boss from earlier coughed once. "Now that I've been discovered by you two, I'm already a dead man. I can't talk." Din Thin took out a rope intending to tie that guy up. The boss protested that tying him up would be useless. He wouldn't say anything anyway. "If you two have already solved the secret here, then quickly leave. Wait until the other scholars wake up. I still need to pretend to fight you." Meanwhile, Chi-Chi was trying to observe everywhere to find a way out. Chi-Chi went towards the rabbit cage. According to her guess, this rabbit must be the 1/6 brother used as a marker. It seems even the mountain rabbits were part of their plan. Without the map, it would be difficult to get out. Chi-Chi pointed at the rabbit cage and asked, "Does the boss like rabbits too?" The boss asked back in confusion why. Chi-Chi boldly said, "Then can I pet them?" The boss's eyes sparkled as he carefully instructed, "Pet them gently, they're timid." Chi-Chi exclaimed, "They're so cute," then turned to threaten if the boss doesn't give her the map, she would squeeze it to death. As she spoke, Chi-Chi applied a bit more force. The boss was stunned seeing this. Chi-Chi squeezed even tighter. The boss trembled and accused Chi-Chi of being too heartless. Chi-Chi smiled darkly and started counting down 3, 2. Only then did the boss panic. "Wait, I'll give you the map." Only then did Chi-Chi agree to return the rabbit that was about to be squeezed to death, making a deal: one hand for the map, one hand for the rabbit. The trembling baby rabbit was put back in the cage by Chi-Chi. Din Thin and Chi-Chi looked at the map and memorized it before they both headed out. Din Thin held her hand. Before leaving, Chi-Chi didn't forget to glare at the two baby rabbits from earlier. Din Thin, seeing this, added, "If you want to eat them, take them along," making the boss jump in shock. Chi-Chi disapproved because a noble person shouldn't steal. As soon as those words were spoken, the boss let out a sigh of relief. Din Thin reached for the bag he had hidden earlier. Praising Chi-Chi, "You are truly righteous." Chi-Chi gave a playful thumbs up and replied that sixth brother taught her well. Din Thin lovingly scolded, "Did I teach you to threaten people with rabbits?" Chi-Chi playfully said, "I learned 1 and no 10 and deduced from that I wouldn't actually kill that rabbit." Actually outside, Din Thin praised Chi-Chi, "You did great saving sixth brother." Chi-Chi coquettishly said, "I will protect sixth brother," but Din Thin doesn't need anyone's protection. Before dark, they needed to find a place to rest. Din Thin didn't want to be exhausted by Chi-Chi, so he urged the little girl to hurry up. Din Thin walks too fast. Chi-Chi had to plead sixth brother to wait for little sister. Finding a place to rest, Chi-Chi asked sixth brother to catch fish for her to eat. The little girl also wanted fruits. Finally, Din Thin had to comply with Chi-Chi's wishes, found a resting place for both and said, "I'll go pick fruits from the nearby tree. You sit here by the fire, don't go into the water." Chi-Chi pouted, "Why are you going to pick fruits? I can go down to the river to catch fish. Don't waste labor." Din Thin's tone was somewhat sarcastic. "As if you could count as labor." Chi-Chi's face became awkward and flustered as she said, No, I'll just sit here without moving at all." Din Thin stood beside her holding a bunch of fruits, his face still gentle but questioning. Show me your hand. Hearing this, Chi stammered, trying to change the subject. Hand is fine. Right, brother, are the fruits you picked tasty? Din Thin didn't bother to speak anymore. He slowly approached, placed the picked fruits on a nearby rock. After putting down the fruits, Din Thin walked to Chi, gently sat down beside her. His face showing helplessness, said, show it to me. At this point, Chi couldn't resist anymore. She calmly sighed, then showed her crab-pinched arm from behind with a pitiful gesture. That scene made Din Thin standing beside speechless at the sight. His face darkened, voice carrying anger as he spoke to Chi. Is this what you call absolutely not making trouble? Look at brother like this. Chi closed her eyes tightly, face showing guilt as she replied, if I say it ran up the shore and pinched me, would you believe me, brother? Din Thin at this moment moved closer. Chi with a mysterious expression replied. You can see from these expressions of his that made Chi somewhat scared and couldn't lie anymore. I lied. I went down to the river. I was wrong. I'll accept punishment. That's more like it. But Din Thin still couldn't help but care for her, though he didn't look, but reached out his hand, saying to Chi, give me your hand. Seeing brother say this, Chi hesitated a bit and thought, he's not really going to hit my hand, is he? Din Thin used 2 fingers to grip between that crab and silently applied force. With a snap, the crab fell over dead, while you calmly wiped your hands with a cloth. Chi, seeing this, became very nervous and her mind was filled with fearful thoughts. It's over. It's over. He's really angry now. To soothe Gij's anger, Chi became obedient, hugging Ding Shang's arm and acting coquettishly, saying, Gij, Chi won't lie anymore, won't disobey anymore. Lu Gij, please don't be angry. Ding Shang was still angry at this point. He didn't even look at Chi and said, you fundamentally don't recognize your mistakes. After saying that, he stood up, shook off her hand and said coldly, eat the fruits by yourself. Seeing Chi sitting quietly without reacting anymore, Ding Shang continued saying, after eating, go to sleep. I'm going on night watch. Then he climbed up a nearby tree to keep watch, ignoring Chi who was sitting alone quietly eating fruits below. In that quiet night, by the flickering fire, Chi was writhing in pain. Seeing Chi like that, Ding Shang stood beside her and spoke loudly. Seeing Chi condition worsening, Ding Shang sat down and held her up with a worried expression, saying, what's wrong? Where does it hurt? Chi, with a pitiful face, said, my stomach hurts. Seeing this, Ding Shang spoke reassuringly. Don't move, let me take a look. Then he put his hand on Chi-Chi's stomach and asked, "Does it hurt here?" Chi-Chi was now teary-eyed and nodded. Ding Sheng noticed something. He slowly went down, removed Chi-Chi's shoes and gently said, "Don't move." Ding Sheng gently massaged Chi-Chi's soft feet. "It's already April now. Getting into cold water easily causes chills. Now your stomach hurts? Who's to blame?" Chi-Chi now blushed shyly and covered herself with her clothes. Ding Sheng looked at Chi-Chi with gentle eyes and said, "What are you hiding from now? Earlier when you got pinched by the crab, weren't you still happy?" Chi-Chi now put on a pitiful face and said, "I know I was wrong. It hurts." Looking at his little sister like this, with a somewhat gruff expression, he said, "If it doesn't hurt, will you remember for long?" As soon as Ding Sheng finished speaking, Chi-Chi moved her head closer to him. With bright eyes carrying a pitiful look, she spoke up, "Lu Gij, I'm sorry for causing you trouble." Hearing Chi-Chi say this, Ding Sheng felt a bit embarrassed. His face turned red as he replied, "What trouble?" He continued massaging Chi-Chi's feet. Hearing such a response, Chi-Chi, with her pitiful appearance, turned her clear eyes towards Ding Sheng and continued, "If you were alone without me, you could easily get out of the mountain. Now being held back by me, it's probably hard to win." Receiving such self-blame from Chi-Chi, Ding Sheng stopped massaging. His mouth showed a slight smile as he looked up at Chi-Chi and replied, "Is winning that important?" Hearing Lu Gij say this, Chi-Chi was momentarily surprised. She looked at Ding Sheng with surprised eyes and replied, "Not important. Didn't you join this competition because..." Not letting Chi-Chi finish speaking, Din Thin stood up. "You should stop massaging now." His face showed some gentleness mixed with joy as he explained, "For me, enjoying the journey is more important than winning." Those words gave Chi-Chi a different perspective about him. He's from ancient times. yet he has Buddhist thoughts. It's truly surprising. The sun had now risen high. Din Thin turned around, smiled, and invited Chi-Chi to watch the sunrise together. Chi-Chi suddenly leaned her head on Din Thin's shoulder and softly said, "Thank you." That action surprised Din Thin and made him freeze. Stiffly replied, "Thank you for what?" "First, thank you for trusting. Second, thank you for accompanying. Third, thank you for not letting Chi-Chi finish speaking." Din Thin had to interrupt, saying, "You don't need to say it." After saying that, Din Thin tilted his head next to Chi-Chi and gently said with tenderness, "I understand everything." In the warm sunlight of early dawn, they leaned against each other, sitting there whispering, "Does your stomach still hurt?" "Not anymore." The sky on this side had finally brightened. Van Thuong was being carried on Ha Kan's back, with some people walking together on the forest trail towards the endpoint, searching for treasures. Princess Van Thuong turned back and asked curiously, "What's happening? Why hasn't Chi-Chi come out yet?" While Van Thuong was wondering and calling out Chi-Chi's name behind them, Chi-Chi and Din Thin, they were walking out together holding hands. Her face seemed somewhat joyful. Everyone seemed to have found their soulmate. Chi-Chi still didn't let go of Din Thin's hand and said, "Royal sister, what happened to you? Were you bitten by a bear? Or caught in an animal trap? Did you break any bones? Is it serious?" Those were countless rushed questions from Chi-Chi directed at Van Thuong, leaving her speechless. Van Thuong then showed an ambiguous smile, glancing at the confused Ha Kan behind, and said, "Let me tell you." Ha Kan now helplessly smiled and explained the situation. While being kidnapped, the bandits complained she talked too much. She alone knocked down 3 bandits. It can be said that scene was so brutal, even now thinking about it still makes me shiver. Hearing such unexpected events about her sister made Chi-Chi shocked to immobility and said, "Your leg was broken because of that." Seeing Chi-Chi so shocked, Ha Kan quickly explained, "No, it's not her leg." Ha Kan smiled bitterly and explained, "Because after leaving the mountain cave too excited, too happy, and not looking at her feet, she tripped on a rock and fell." Hearing her embarrassing incident being exposed like that, Van Thuong became angry and yelled at Ha Kan, "Telling the first part was enough. Who told you to tell the latter part?" Seeing those two people angry and chasing each other, arguing back and forth like that, it was like watching a royal drama. This scene made Chi-Chi, who was standing on this side, confused and wondered, since when did their relationship become so close? Din Thin at this moment gently stroked Chi-Chi's hair and replied, "It seems these 2 days' journey had quite an effect." From far away, that was Deputy Tan along with 2 subordinates approaching them. Deputy Tan smiled warmly and said, "Not bad. The top 3 have appeared." The deputy stood there with a benevolent smile, praising that most scholars had been captured by bandits. "You 5 students are brave and intelligent, both wise and courageous, a model for everyone." After the praise, he pointed to those 2 prize trays and continued, "The prize for top 3 is tickets to the Lantern Festival one day among common people. This bag contains travel expenses. You must return quickly before tomorrow morning's class." Hearing the prize was such an excursion, Chi-Chi and Yun Chang couldn't help but exclaim joyfully, "One day at the Lantern Festival is wonderful." In the festive atmosphere of the Lantern Festival, on that 10-mile-long road, rows of glowing lanterns were hanging. Below were crowds of people and stalls celebrating the festival, truly living up to the saying, "Carriages like water, clothes packed like sardines." The group, including Chi-Chi and Yun Chang, they now blended into that festival crowd. Chi-Chi said excitedly, "I heard the town behind the temple doesn't prohibit nighttime activities. It's very prosperous. I researched before coming." Hearing Chi-Chi speak with such interest, Yun Chang came closer, excitedly asking if there's anything delicious. Hearing sister's question, Chi-Chi now showed a craving expression and replied, "The most famous is spicy rabbit head. Today I must eat my fill." Hearing this, it seemed these 2 girls were on the same wavelength. They cheerfully said, "That's the shop. It's the most famous rabbit head shop here. Let's go. We won't leave until we're full." Despite being so happy, Chi-Chi still didn't forget to care for her sister. "Is your foot any better, sister? Do you need me to support you?" Seeing her little sister's concern, Yun Chang somewhat reluctantly replied, "It healed long ago. It's really nothing. It was just that Xia Jing being overly worried." Hearing Xia Jing's name, Chi-Chi curiously turned and asked with hidden meaning, "What's going on between you 2 and Xia Jing?" Receiving such a suggestive question like that, Yun Chang now surprisingly replied, "What do you mean?" Chi-Chi now revealed a shy expression and continued. I can see it all. He treats you differently than others. Hearing this, Yunchang felt somewhat embarrassed but still refused to accept and objected. No, nothing, sister, don't talk nonsense about me and him. Between me and him, it's just a leader and follower relationship. Absolutely cannot like him. At this point, it seemed Yunchang had been exposed. Chi-Chi smiled, saying, I didn't say you liked him. Chi-Chi's words made Yunchang freeze completely. Van Thuong, with a flushed face, said angrily at this moment, Sister, I don't know what you're talking about. Let's go quickly. At this point, Hakan looked at Van Thuong's reddened face from earlier and asked worriedly, Third princess, why is your face so red? Are you sick? Van Thuong was now so hot that steam was coming from her head while Hakan, still clueless, kept following and asking about the heat. Shall I fan you? Are you hungry? Are you thirsty? I brought a water bottle. These rapid-fire questions made Van Thuong so angry that she kicked Hakan, who was holding a bunch of things, far away. Get out of my sight. After taking the kick, Hakan's head was spinning, looking so pitiful. If you need anything, call me anytime. I'll be devoted to you. Seeing her sister being so scary today left Chi-Chi shocked and speechless. Meanwhile, Din Thin, standing behind, smirked and said, See that? Hakan's journey to win her heart, young master, is still very long. Hearing this, Chi-Chi smiled while looking at Din Thin and thought, Aren't you just a young man too? You're still young. Why do you always put on that old man's face? Din Thin then leaned close to Chi-Chi's ear and said, I'm a bit tired. I'll find a place to rest first. You all go have fun. Be careful. Chi-Chi was surprised and replied, Aren't you coming to eat spicy rabbit head with me? At this moment, Din Thin turned around and walked in the opposite direction. While walking, he answered Chi-Chi, See you at the meditation room. Seeing Din Thin not wanting to go, Chi-Chi stood there and shouted, I'll bring some back for you. A while later, now on the second floor of Duyet Lai, a sumptuous and fragrant plate of rabbit head was placed in front of the three of them. Van Thuong and Hakan were eagerly enjoying their meal while Chi-Chi, who was excited earlier, now looked visibly dejected. Seeing her little sister in such a mood, Van Thuong asked, Didn't you want to eat spicy rabbit head? Why aren't you eating? Chi-Chi lay dejectedly on the table and replied, I don't know why I suddenly lost my appetite. Hearing Chi-Chi's response, Van Thuong seemed to understand something and teased with a playful tone, Oh, is it because someone didn't come? As if hit right in the heart, Chi-Chi suddenly sat up and reacted, No, it's not because of sixth brother. Van Thuong put on an innocent face and replied, Did I say it was because of him? To show that she wasn't thinking about sixth brother, Chi-Chi took the rabbit head and ate, eating while saying the rabbit head is delicious. It's so good. Let's eat quickly. Seeing this, Van Thuong continued teasing, our Chi-Chi has someone in her heart now. My little sister has grown up and doesn't need her sister anymore. Hearing her sister teasing like that, Chi-Chi used her chopsticks to pick up food for Van Thuong and said, Eat quickly. After we finish, let's go to Father's residence to take a look. Van Thuong heard this and while wiping her mouth said, Father isn't there today. Father has some matters to attend to this afternoon, so he must return. Chi-Chi asked in confusion how sister knew about it. Seeing this, Yunchang pointed towards Xiajing. Xiajing smiled and said, My father told me. Chi-Chi pondered in confusion. Xiajing's father is the Minister of Rights. Why would he be so concerned about the emperor's whereabouts? Could it be that the Ministry of Rights has been won over by the empress? Xiajing enthusiastically explained to Chi-Chi, It seems there will be a grand ceremony at the Ministry of Rights next year. His Majesty returned this time to instruct my father to arrange this matter. She quickly understood and no longer harbored any suspicions about the Ministry of Rights colluding with the empress. Yunchang curiously turned to ask her, Since father isn't here, where do you want to go? The energetic Chi-Chi invited Yunchang. Let's go to Ninth Uncle's residence then. He shouldn't be busy. Will you come with us, sister? Unexpectedly, Yunchang quickly declined because Ninth Uncle didn't like her, mainly because she wanted to go shopping, so she used this excuse to pass. Chi-Chi naively smiled and agreed with Yunchang. Then let's meet at the Shan Chamber tonight, as decided in the plan. In the afternoon at Ninth Uncle's residence, Chi-Chi visited as planned. The butler warmly poured tea for her. Chi-Chi cheerfully said thank you, uncle. She slowly savored it by taking a sip of tea. She looked around observing the surroundings. Her heart delighted at the spectacular scenery, no less beautiful than the imperial garden. She keenly realized that the emperor was just cold on the outside, but warm inside towards his younger brother. Suddenly from behind a large rock, Voices caught Chi-Chi's attention. You must be more careful in the future. Today we were almost discovered. She slowly approached to listen, feeling suspicious. Who was talking? Could it be that ninth uncle was receiving other guests? Step by step, Chi-Chi tiptoed closer to where the voices were coming from. A person in black robes respectfully apologized. Your servant understands. Next time we will be more careful. Please be assured, Prince. Upon hearing the word prince, Chi-Chi startled and muttered in shock. What prince? She pressed against the rock to observe secretly. She vaguely remembered seeing this person in black appearing and disappearing around her sixth brother. Chi-Chi tried her best to listen more carefully as the voices on the other side had gone silent. Why couldn't she hear anything anymore? Suddenly a hand patted her shoulder. Ding Shang looked at Chi-Chi's awkward expression and asked sternly, "Why are you here?" His hand firmly pressed against the rock behind Chi-Chi, making her too frightened to move. Ding Shang repeated his question. What did you see? Chi-Chi stammered, the person in black. She gathered her courage and softly asked Ding Shang, "Why are you here? Weren't you saying you wanted to?" Before she could finish, Ding Shang lowered his head in self-reflection. Why do I keep running into Mew every time? Chi-Chi laughed innocently and said it must be fate. Unexpectedly, Din Thin frowned and told her to shut up. Seeing Din Thin getting angry, Chi-Chi quickly promised him, "No matter what I see, I won't tell anyone. We are allies, how could I betray you?" Only then did Din Thin smile and ask again about allies. Chi-Chi firmly confirmed with certainty, "Yes, I will always stand by your side." He lifted her chin with his hand and asked suggestively, "No matter what I do, no matter who I am, you'll always stand by my side?" She was a bit confused, but could only think to herself what it meant. Din Thin leaned close to Chi-Chi's ear and whispered, making her startled. "Even if I want to harm someone you cherish, destroy the peaceful life you care about most, you will still help me?" She turned pale and grabbed Din Thin's hand, trembling with doubt, asking herself, "Are you telling the truth or just scaring me?" Chi-Chi hurriedly turned and ran away. Her heart was in turmoil, wondering, what exactly is he plotting? Who exactly does he want to target? As Chi-Chi's lonely figure ran away, Din Thin helplessly thought to himself, perhaps staying away from me would be safest for you. He silently watched her small figure with a troubled heart. Even so, when I fall, you'll still be my precious little princess. You'll be implicated because of me. Chi-Chi ran breathlessly without looking back, her mind filled with thoughts about Din Thin. Is he really sixth brother or not? Why is he sometimes good and sometimes bad, sometimes friendly, sometimes gloomy? Chi-Chi slowed down and used her brain, making assumptions about Din Thin's strange behavior. Could he have two personalities? Or perhaps he's really planning something harmful to this country, afraid of involving me, so he's trying to distance himself. Lost in thought, she didn't notice and bumped into a large figure in front of her. Makhan smiled gently and asked Chi-Chi why she was in such a hurry. "Dear child," he took out a handkerchief and bent down kindly, saying, "Why is your head so sweaty? Let Royal Uncle wipe it for you." Chi-Chi happily called out, "Royal Uncle." Makhan picked her up lovingly and said, "It's been a while. Royal Uncle heard Chi-Chi was coming, so I quickly came to welcome you. Have you eaten yet, Chi-Chi?" She happily replied, "Yes, I have." She took out a food bag from her chest, brightly giving it to Makhan. "These spicy rabbit heads are for Royal Uncle." Makhan lovingly rubbed cheeks with Chi-Chi and excitedly told her, "Good girl. I heard you made it to top 3 in the treasure hunt. Royal Uncle wants to congratulate you." Actions matching words. Makhan put her down and took her hand, saying, "Let's go shopping." Chi-Chi secretly glanced behind. From far away, behind the trees, was Din Thin furtively watching. The two of them walked down the street. Chi-Chi excitedly pointed and spoke to Uncle Makhan. That one, that one." Countless toys were displayed on a mat. This appeared to be a ring toss game stall for prizes. Chi-Chi looked up at Makhan with hopeful eyes. He immediately reached for his money pouch and took out a tael of gold, then boldly said to the stall owner, "I'll take all your rings." The owner didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. Makhan cheerfully told Chi-Chi to play. She jumped excitedly and shouted, "Yes!" then grabbed the rings and enthusiastically started throwing. Chi-Chi seriously tossed ring after ring. After a while, rings were scattered everywhere, but she hadn't won a single prize. Makhan fanned himself with a paper fan, encouraging his niece. It's okay. There are still many rings left. Don't be upset." Makhan saw her pitiful pouting expression, so he decided to help throw the rings. "How about Uncle gives it a try?" Chi-Chi nodded hopefully and said okay. Mak Han confidently tossed rings in various ways, but unexpectedly, the results weren't any better. He embarrassingly covered his face with the fan after missing every throw. Too many losses became shameful. The unsuccessful duo continued buying more rings, making the stall owner's eyes light up with delight. Getting rich, getting rich. First time meeting such wealthy customers. When there were only a few rings left, the two of them finally gave up. Chi-Chi tiredly leaned against Mak Han and said hopelessly, "Never mind, maybe I'm just really weak." Mak Han stubbornly encouraged her. "Darling, Uncle will buy you rings. Don't be discouraged." Suddenly, a familiar hand took Chi-Chi's ring. She looked up following the ring's path. Surprisingly, it landed right on the pink toy, making Chi-Chi's eyes light up. Ding Sheng smiled and asked which one she wanted. Chi-Chi's eyes widened in admiration as she called, "Sixth brother." Ding Sheng playfully asked Chi-Chi again which one she liked. She was stunned with a huh and didn't answer immediately. Mak Han quietly urged her, "Darling, why are you looking at me? Sixth brother is asking you." Chi-Chi thought shyly and confusedly. He was just threatening and intimidating me earlier. Why suddenly help me throw rings? What does this person really want? Despite her doubts, she pointed forward and said to Ding Sheng, "That one," the small red drum that Chi-Chi pointed to. Ding Sheng decisively picked up a ring. The stall owner gleefully teased, "Kid, don't be delusional. Getting one ring was just your luck this time." Unexpectedly, Ding Sheng smiled confidently and threw 3 rings at once. All 3 rings landed perfectly on prizes on the mat, especially including the small red drum that Chi-Chi wanted. The stall owner was immediately stunned speechless. Ding Sheng, cool as a cucumber, turned and cheerfully asked Chi-Chi if she wanted anything else. Mak Han fanned herself with a small fan and softly told her who knows since when that sixth brother who had no talent in horseback riding and archery, but now has become like a different person, hitting every target perfectly. Mak Han's words made Chi-Chi surprised, thinking to herself, like a different person. Ding Sheng pulled her closer and coldly told Mak Han, "If Uncle has other matters, please return to the mansion first." The young master bent down and asked her, "Isn't having me enough for Chi-Chi?" She dared not say otherwise, so she just nodded repeatedly in agreement. Seeing that he couldn't squeeze in between them, Mak Han had to reluctantly turn and leave. All right, I'll go back to handle some business. You two have fun, and remember to come back early." Missing the chance to play with his beloved niece, Han Mak thought unhappily to himself. So young yet already knows how to drive others away. Not cute at all. Little six, just you wait. Chi-Chi watched Han Mak's figure and silently guessed. Ninth royal uncle seems a bit angry. Ding Sheng quickly drew her attention back to himself. He said don't look anymore while wrapping one arm around her waist. One hand holding Chi-Chi's small hands, then carefully instructed her. "Pay attention to the force. I'll teach you how to throw rings accurately at the target." The two faced forward together, following Ding Sheng's signal when he focused on guiding the decisive throw. The ring flew exactly as he decisively taught Chi-Chi. She was excited when she saw the ring she threw had hit a toy on the mat. As dusk began to fall, after collecting all the toys from the ring toss game, Chi-Chi held her favorite red drum in one hand, the other hand holding Ding Sheng's hand. As they walked back to the mansion, he happily said to Chi-Chi, "Let's go." In contrast to the young couple's radiance was the stall owner's misery. He cried and wailed to the heavens for losing everything from antiques to the wallet his wife embroidered for him. He looked at the two small figures of Chi-Chi and Ding Sheng with intense anger and resentment. These two kids with no supervision, yet dared to ruin his stall. He called 2 more people over and muttered maliciously, "Think I'm easy to bully? Well. He smirked and ordered the 2 men to go. The 2 men replied in compliance, understood. While walking together, Ding Sheng hesitated, wanting to say something. Chi-Chi noticed and asked, "What's wrong?" He didn't dare look into her eyes, but still sincerely spoke to Chi-Chi. "Can you not take to heart what I said today?" Chi-Chi tilted her head and asked, "Today?" She recalled the moment in the garden, remembered Ding Sheng's implied words, and felt worried inside. Those malicious words, he said. Could it be that he wants me to stay away from him? Chi-Chi lowered her head. Deep in her wandering thoughts of her own, I can feel it. At first, when he pulled me in as an ally, he wanted me to join him in planning. But at some point, he started trying to push me away from this matter. Chi-Chi sighed, understanding and thinking about Ding Sheng. Perhaps he was going to do something very dangerous, beyond his control, so he didn't want me to get involved. Or maybe he had his own troubles. Chi-Chi cheerfully erased everything she had forgotten. Children's memory is very poor. I only remember sixth brother helped me win many things I wanted at the ring toss game. Ding Sheng relaxed and showed such a gentle smile. He patted Chi-Chi's head and firmly promised her, Chi-Chi, from now on, Sixth brother won't say those things anymore. The two children held hands and happily returned to the mansion together. Suddenly, two henchmen of the toy shop owner from earlier appeared blocking the path of Chi-Chi and Ding Sheng. He cunningly teased, "Where are you kids going? Do you need uncle to take you?" Chi-Chi was very surprised when blocked, her eyes wide with confusion. Ding Sheng stepped forward to shield her and growled a single word, "Scram!" Seeing him rudely scold them, the two thugs laughed delightedly. "Oh my, did we hear wrong? This kid told us to scram?" He cracked his knuckles and moved closer to threaten the children. Mainly because they were ordered to retrieve the items from the shop earlier, they resorted to such cowardly methods. Ding Sheng smirked and replied with contempt, "Physical pain? It's been many years since I last felt that." The two thugs looked at each other bewildered, then angrily shouted, "You little brat." He rushed forward aggressively, trying to grab the toy bag from Ding Sheng's, not very old, but his attitude is quite bold. "Today, I'll teach you." Before he could finish his sentence, his wrist was locked in a tight grip. Ding Sheng coldly twisted his joint with a snap. He screamed in excruciating pain. His companion saw his limp wrist and became terrified. Boss, what's wrong?" After quickly resolving the situation, Ding Sheng turned to Chi-Chi and said, "Let's go." Watching the two children leave, the man with the broken arm shouted in rage, "Catch them for me. I'll chop them into 100 pieces." Chi-Chi anxiously told Ding Sheng that they were being chased. The men in black under Ding Sheng's command immediately acted. He smiled and told Chi-Chi not to be afraid. The two thugs were instantly surrounded. They panicked and shouted, "Who are you people?" Ding Sheng held Chi-Chi's hand and led her away, softly telling her not to look back. Seeing the thugs being dealt with, Chi-Chi puzzledly asked who those men in black were. Ding Sheng bent down and answered her, "They are our protectors." Chi-Chi innocently believed it right away. She was convinced they were on their side. Must be father's imperial guards. They really are everywhere. No wonder sixth brother was so calm earlier. Ding Sheng used an assertive tone, but his face was extremely gentle. He assured that even without them we won't let them harm a single hair of yours. Chi-Chi blushed shyly and replied softly that she knew. The young couple walked hand in hand. Under the sunset, Ding Sheng reminded Chi-Chi to return. They had to depart for the imperial palace after tomorrow noon. She naively asked again, "Tomorrow?" Ding Sheng asked in a deep voice, "Are you happy about it?" Chi-Chi excitedly replied right away, "That's right. Been away for so long. Dabai is still waiting at home. I miss him a bit." So Ding Sheng asked softly, "What about me then?" But when Chi-Chi asked back, "What?" he stopped, just replied briefly, "Nothing. Just arrived at Lin Yuan-gu in the imperial palace." Chi-Chi ran straight inside, cheerfully calling out, "I'm back. Dabai, after so many days of longing, finally met its mistress again." It rushed forward to hug Chi-Chi, making her exclaim, "Wait, how did you grow so fast? You're too heavy. Get up quickly." A Yuan called out tearfully, "Princess." She held Chi-Chi's hand and said worriedly, "You've grown taller in just a few days, but also thinner. Princess, you must have suffered." Chi-Chi replied brightly, "I didn't suffer. The outside world is very vast, freer than the palace and more fun than being inside." She patted Dabai's head with one hand and held a Yuan's hand with the other, smiling as she continued, "I just missed you all." A Yuan was deeply moved, quickly said to Chi-Chi, all right, don't stand in the wind anymore. The palace has prepared the snacks that you like most. Come in quickly." Chi-Chi walked into the palace and said to a Yuan, "I heard father returned earlier. Is he busy? Or should we invite him here to have snacks together?" Thought it was a good idea, but a Yuan only replied apologetically, "I'm afraid His Majesty isn't free today." At the imperial study, the angry shouts of Yi Ji Yao echoed outside. "I am the mighty Northern Ming Empire. We have countless strong men, yet we cannot choose one person who can lead troops to pacify the border. This is ridiculous." The officials knelt down submissively and reported, "Your Majesty, please calm down. That border region belongs to the desert. The Wa bandits have been there for years. Naturally, they are very familiar with it, while our generals are not familiar with it. We truly are powerless." Another high official hurriedly kowtowed and explained, "Your Majesty, General Meng has some understanding of the San's behavior, but the Wa bandits' tactics are mysterious timeless and changeable. Even General Meng cannot advance. It's really Yi Yao threw a memorial at the officials, shouting loudly, "Silence." He massaged his temples, thinking about what Chi-Chi had said. Chi-Chi didn't understand, just felt that her father was amazing. If he went, he would definitely be able to push back the enemy. His heart seemed to be guided. Yi Yao spoke in a deep voice and issued orders down below. He stood up and gave a firm command. "After 7 days, I shall personally lead the army to the border. The military department will handle the expedition matters." The court officials were extremely panicked and tried to stop him, pleading earnestly, hoping Guang Yao would change his mind. Guang Yao completely ignored those empty words. He firmly explained, "When I was still the crown prince, I traveled to the border. I have some understanding of the Wa bandits' tactics. Moreover, my real goal is I don't want to disappoint it." Under the admiring eyes of all court officials, Guang Yao firmly declared, "Besides, occasionally leading troops to battle can also boost the soldiers' morale. I don't believe that Bei Ming, our great nation, cannot defeat a bunch of Wa bandits." The court officials unanimously responded, volunteering to join the expedition with Guang Yao. Outside the door, a familiar figure lingered silently, watching him. Chi-Chi smiled, deeply admiring her father in her heart. After court session until late night, Guang Yao was still reviewing officials' memorials. The door opened. A small figure quietly walked in, requesting to see Guang Yao. Inside the study, Guang Yao was focused on reading memorials. He reached for his teacup to drink, only to find it had been empty for some time. He calmly ordered someone to refill the tea. A small hand lifted the teapot to pour tea into his cup. Guang Yao curiously glanced over. He saw Chi-Chi smiling brightly and saying, "Father, let's have tea together." Guang Yao asked in surprise, "Chi-Chi, why are you here?" Holding Guang Yao's hand, she excitedly told him she had just returned from Jing Fan Temple this afternoon and came to find him right away. "Father, please drink your tea." Guang Yao gently embraced her. Chi-Chi softly called out, "Father," twice with affection. He patted his beloved daughter's head and whispered with relief, "It's good that you're back." Chi-Chi lay in her father's arms, observing his tired expression, and said worriedly. Chi-Chi heard from eunuch Zhao. "Father hasn't slept for several days now." She understood thoughtfully. "Must be too busy with state affairs. The great emperor's dark circles are showing. It seems being an emperor isn't the happiest thing in the world." Guang Yao lovingly placed her on his lap, smiled reassuringly, saying, "It's fine. I'm not tired. There's still much expedition work to arrange." Chi-Chi asked with wide, innocent eyes, "Are you really going to war?" Guang Yao lovingly pinched her chubby cheeks and asked amusedly about her previous exam. "Didn't you write hoping to see me lead troops personally?" Chi-Chi thought in surprise. Those casual words from before. She didn't expect him to remember so clearly. Chi-Chi held Guang Yao's hands, sincerely confessing and blaming herself. "Your daughter was ignorant before, not knowing the dangers of the battlefield. Now I understand. The victory of any war is built upon mountains of corpses and seas of blood. It's extremely dangerous." Chi-Chi doesn't want to lose her father. Seeing his daughter become much more mature than before, Guang Yao was pleased and praised her. "This time, I gained a lot from training at Jingfan Temple." He gently patted Chi-Chi's head and replied, "Chi-Chi has really grown up. She knows how to care for others now." She was very happy and took something out of her bag. Looking at the safety amulet she gave him, Guang Yao was surprised and asked if it was Ash inside. Chi-Chi shyly scratched her tiny nose and whispered to Guang Yao, "It's not very pretty. I was planning to practice more. I wanted to wait until Father's birthday to give it to you." Guang Yao held the safety amulet pouch in his hand, feeling immense warmth in his heart. "Did you make this yourself?" He cherished the pouch as he examined it, excitedly affirming that it was already very beautiful. "Father loves it." Chi-Chi happily stepped down and sincerely told Guang Yao, "Inside, there's not only some dried flower petals that smell nice to help you sleep well. There's also a safety charm that I got from the abbot at Jingfan Temple to bless Father's safe return from this military campaign and come back victorious." Guang Yao placed the pouch in Chi-Chi's tiny hand. He stood up, moved his royal robe aside, and said to her, "Then Chi-Chi, put it on for Father." She looked at the two exquisite jade pendants and hesitated to continue. "Maybe we shouldn't put this on. It's too ugly." Guang Yao grabbed the safety pouch and firmly stated that Chi-Chi had done very well. The others aren't as beautiful as this one, he kindly told his beloved daughter. Father only likes this one. Chi-Chi opened her round eyes wide and asked, Really? Guang Yao took off the 2 jade pendants, leaving only her clumsy but sincere safety pouch. He put it on the table and said gently, Then father will only wear Chi-Chi's. How about that? Chi-Chi was touched and determined to tell Guang Yao. When father returns safely, Chi-Chi will make a prettier one for you. He lovingly pinched his daughter's cheek and promised her, With you waiting, father will surely return victorious. In the quiet night, the tree branches still swayed gently in the breeze. The eunuch quietly entered the emperor's hall. Guang Yao was still holding little Chi-Chi in his arms, comforting her to sleep. Seeing this, the eunuch suggested letting the night servant take her, but Guang Yao smiled. He was completely captivated by Chi-Chi's adorable presence as she lay peacefully in his arms. He replied, There's no need. I'll carry her back to her chamber. In just a moment, Guang Yao had taken her back to her chamber. He quickly turned to leave, leaving his bewildered servant behind. You may rest too. He looked at the emperor and sighed with relief. Tonight, your highness can finally have a good night's sleep. Within just 7 days after below the city gate, everywhere was filled with howling sounds from horns made of ivory. There were also drummers. There were also those waving flags. By then, Gang Yao had put on his iron armor, he mounted his most beloved horse, then proudly marched into battle. Chi-Chi watched as her father's silhouette grew smaller. The little girl thought, so this ceremony from the Ministry of Rites was prepared for the expedition army. That great army had actually been prepared for the emperor's personal command long ago. Not a sudden decision after all. Gang Yao quickly pointed his sword forward and shouted to depart. Yun Chang leaned on the girl's shoulder and asked, Aren't you sleepy waking up so early to see off father among so many people? No one can see us here. Chi-Chi looked down at Gang Yao and replied, You will see. Just as she finished speaking, he slightly turned his head to look at his 2 daughters who had woken up early to see him off. In his heart, he felt an indescribable emotion. Seeing this, Yun Chang quickly said, He's turning his head. Father is looking this way. Chi-Chi shouted out, Father, Chi-Chi will wait for your return. Hearing these sweet words from his child, he smiled gently as Gang Yao raised his sword and shouted, Ah! Chi-Chi worried. She clasped her hands, praying for her father. From the high tower, she wished him peace and safety every day. May he quickly pacify the rebels without bloodshed. Seeing this, Yun Chang also clasped her hands, following Chi-Chi, then glanced at her. Suddenly a voice spoke up from behind. The 2 children are so worried. Chi-Chi knew who the owner of that voice was. She replied, 6th brother also came to see father off. Sa Ting Shang looked at her and repeated, See off, he said. On the contrary, Chi-Chi, I hope you never know the truth. She tilted her head and asked, What truth? He continued, Yes, the truth about the destruction of Great Yin Kingdom. He told about the battle of Yin Kingdom years ago. Wherever Jin Yao went, living beings suffered and vegetation withered there in the city of Great Yin from old to young. No one escaped. Jia Ting Shang hugged Yi Chi-Chi from behind. Although his hands were trembling slightly, his warm and gentle voice still spoke beside her little one. The day the truth is revealed isn't far. Hearing his comforting tone, Chi-Chi's heart was filled with some thoughts. The fall of Great Yin. I remember it was recorded in the novel. In all of Great Yin, only one person remained. The crown prince of Yin. Chi-Chi looked up at him with her warm eyes. She tilted her body and pressed her lips. It seemed in her mind there were many thoughts yet to be expressed. The 6th prince of Bei Mingde Ting Shang, what relation does he have with Yan's crown prince Yin? Cheng Yun Chang gently tugged at Chi-Chi's sleeve as she yawned. Sister, I'm really sleepy. Let's go back. Chi-Chi looked at Ting Shang's 6th brother. Let's go back. Hearing that, he hurriedly refused again. He closed his eyes tightly, hands placed on the city wall. 6th brother alone. You 2 go back. Yin Chang angrily pulled Chi-Chi's sleeve, saying, Let's go. Let's go. He's always like this. His mood swings up and down, his joy and sorrow unclear. Let's not pay attention to him anymore. Chi-Chi turned her head to look at Yi Tingsheng. She still had a bit of reluctance to leave her brother alone, but then, the 2 children stepped down the stairs one by one. Yin Chang hurriedly urged Chi-Chi to stop hesitating. Didn't you say you'll leave the palace in a few days? Hurry back and prepare. The little girl suddenly remembered what she needed to do. Chi-Chi replied, Oh right, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten about leaving the palace. I promised Dezhu to visit his home. Tingxing heard clearly everything the 2 sisters were talking about. He opened his eyes, face darkening, and muttered, Dezhu, huh? In a few days, Lin Yuancat Yi Chi-Chi held a Yuan's hand tightly and smiled. Sister A Yuan, I'll be back before dinner. In the courtyard now, there was a small sedan chair placed right at the entrance. Her two sisters surrounded her, preparing Chi-Chi's things with the utmost care and attention, and the little girl then stepped inside gradually. Today, Yi Chi-Chi wore a new dress in green and bright pink tones. When she sat inside, she immediately broke into a bright smile, showing her excited expression about leaving the palace. In a moment, a hand from outside gently lifted the wind curtain. Seeing that scene, the little girl was a bit surprised and worried, and that hand belonged to Yi Aotion. He stepped into the sedan chair, teasing her. Seventh royal sister wants to leave the palace. How about escorting royal brother for a while? Chi-Chi showed a fearful expression, her heartbeat becoming chaotic. She thought, why did Ko Yanjuzi come? He quickly fanned her with his fan, smiling while answering. Haven't seen little Seven in a while. Chi-Chi trembled. What a coincidence. Co-royal brother? He questioned. Co-royal brother? The little girl immediately covered her mouth, trembling. She waved her hands and forced an awkward smile. No second royal brother, I misspoke. He quickly folded the fan in his hand, eyes closed tight while reproaching her. Little Seven, second royal brother feels he hasn't treated you badly. Why must you be so afraid? The little girl sighed. Who told you to set up your character as Ko Yanjuzi? Aotion asked. What did you say? Chi-Chi startled. Nothing at all. Deep in her heart, the little girl was full of worry. She blamed herself for revealing too easily. Oh no. Spoke. What's in my heart? How can I save myself now? Meanwhile, Aotion continued to probe. Then why are you keeping such distance from me? Am I something dirty? Chi-Chi sat far away from Gaotian. She stretched out her hands to shoo him away, afraid he might get dirty. The little girl forced a smile, saying, don't get infected by me, brother. He pulled the curtain aside, then looked at the scenery outside moving before his eyes. No, Tien questioned again. I won't tease you anymore. Tell me why you left the palace. The little girl lowered her head. I left to meet a friend, the great master. No, Tien stared at Chi-Chi. He was somewhat doubtful of the little girl's answer. He pressed, the great master of South Sea? He closed his eyes and thought for a long while, then continued questioning her. How old is he? The little girl spread her hands, thinking seriously while mumbling. Suddenly, Chi-Chi raised both hands high. She smiled. Maybe this big. No, he wouldn't fit in the carriage. Both second brother and I, on the way, we only chatted for a while before arriving at that place. When hearing the little girl's foolish answer, Gaotian fell back. The little girl asked, second royal brother, are you all right? He replied, no, I'm fine. At that time, outside the royal mansion, right in front of the gate, people were bustling about. Some were greeting and flattering. Others were rushing back and forth preparing for the feast. Indeed, the scene was truly lively and prosperous. Chi-Chi observed the scenery through the window. She looked around curiously and spoke. Why is it so bustling here? Someone looked at the parked carriage at the mansion. He asked the royal minister, today is your young master's birthday. People from the palace have come to congratulate. When the little girl stepped down from the carriage, No Tien pressed, your friend is having a birthday, and you came empty-handed? As if this was something she hadn't known before, Chi-Chi asked back, birthday? When both approached the royal mansion, the little girl mumbled absent-mindedly, today is great master's birthday. He smiled and reminded, let's go. You represent the royal family's dignity. Coming without a gift is unacceptable. Then Gaotian quickly placed his hand on his waist. He gently took his jade pendant. He dangled the jade pendant before Chi-Chi's eyes, then said gently, take it. The little girl was quite surprised. This was No Tien kindly placing his jade pendant in the little girl's small hand. He bent down, smiling at her. I knew you weren't prepared. Consider it your royal brother saving face for you. Remember to return it later. Chi-Chi gently looked at the jade pendant in her small hands. In the little girl's eyes was a floating emotion, touched by her senior brother's kind and gentle action. She smiled back at him. Yes. When both reached the mansion, the royal minister stepped forward politely, bowing to greet the prince. The princess coming to celebrate my son's birthday is our honor. Gaotian smiled. This prince only escorted my little sister here. Now that I've delivered her, I shall take my leave. He quickly turned his back and grabbed the fan handle, waving it without seeing her off. Chi-Chi turned her head to watch his silhouette grow smaller. She smiled in her little mind. This person doesn't seem as bad as described in the books. Wang Dezhu looked at Yi Chi-Chi. He was extremely happy with the princess's presence. Sister Chi-Chi, you're here. There are many people today. Quickly come inside with me. Chi-Chi crossed her arms and reproached him. Today is your birthday, why didn't you tell me? I didn't prepare anything. The boy quickly tried to soothe her anger. I don't need anything. You being here is really… Before Dezhu could finish his sentence, Chi-Chi held up a jade pendant to his eyes and pouted. My second royal brother gave this to you. Take it. He hurriedly declined. This is too precious. How could I accept it? Wang Dezhu held the jade pendant tightly in his hand. The boy didn't know how to handle this situation. Chi-Chi saw Dezhu's foolish and worried expression. She smiled at his adorable innocence. The little girl quickly laughed. Haha, all right, let's go inside. Dezhu anxiously asked, aren't you angry with me, sister? Chi-Chi stuck out her tongue and replied, I'll punish you next birthday. You can only tell me about it, okay? Wang Dezhu held her hand tightly as they walked up the steps. Okay, I agree. Dezhu's birthday only has one friend, you. Lord Wang, witnessing such a heartwarming scene of sibling affection, being so happy, he immediately burst into tears. My two sons have had unusual appearances since childhood. Never had any friends. Now suddenly a princess agrees to be their friend. This is wonderful, wonderful. His follower looked to the right and softly asked, are you sure there's only one? Before Lord Wang could finish being emotional, he turned to see two other carriages. These were also royal carriages. The third princess and sixth prince stepped out. Yun Chang asked, where's our seventh sister? Lord Wang replied, inside. Yun Chang said, lead the way with fierce determination. Lord Wang exclaimed, oh heavens! What day is it today after all? Why are all the princes and princesses coming here? Oh mother, how can my small manor handle this? Afternoon, outside Lord Wang's manor, Chi-Chi's voice rang out. Big brother, big sister, are you two satisfied now? Yun Chang and Ding Shang each carried Chi-Chi by one arm. Chi-Chi, still holding a chicken leg, said, couldn't you let me finish eating? You too, Yun Chang. Ding Shang pulled Chi-Chi out of the manor. Lord Wang then helped them onto the carriage. Yun Chang said, today the Imperial Academy has horseback archery class. Sister, you've already skipped half a day. Teacher Fu is about to scold. Yu Chi-Chi heard and remembered, oh, I forgot I had class. Yun Chang angrily tapped her head. Chi-Chi, what can that little brain of yours remember? Chi-Chi covered her head and said softly, you all didn't remember me either. Ding Shang stopped Yun Chang, saying don't hit her. He looked at Chi-Chi and said hitting more would make her dumber. Chi-Chi was speechless. Yun Chang crossed her arms and spoke meaningfully. You really care too much about her. Can't even touch her a bit. Don't think I can't see what you're thinking. When Wen Chang and Ding Sheng argued, she had an opinion. Yun Chang replied, don't think you're the only one who cares about her. Pork nose with green onions. What wolf's tail are you pretending to be? While Chi-Chi is stuck in the middle, she touched both their faces to make peace and said, all right, stop arguing. It's all my fault. It's my fault. I won't skip classes anymore. Then turned to whisper to Yun Chang. Also, third sister, pork nose with green onions is elephant, not wolf's tail. Yun Chang froze stiffly. Chi-Chi urged the horse carriage driver to hurry. If we're late, the fight will start. At the martial arts field, during archery lesson, Yun Chang drew her bow and aimed. Chi-Chi sat behind watching while drinking tea. The arrow hit the bullseye. Chi-Chi clapped and praised, well done, third sister. You're the best. Yun Chang flipped her hair confidently. Too simple. I can hit the bullseye even with my eyes closed. Chi-Chi smiled and replied, be modest. Be modest. Suddenly there was a loud scream, and they both turned to look. Young ladies from different official families were running and chattering. The crown prince is so handsome today. I remember, doesn't the crown prince have no classes today? Why did he come to the martial arts field? I want to die. Ah, tell me, why did he come here? Of course it's for his childhood sweetheart. On the other side of the field, Song Yucheng was also shooting arrows. Sitting behind him was his childhood sweetheart. Far away were the young ladies admiring Song Yucheng's skills. Chi-Chi was surprised. Song Yucheng, the person beside him is? Chi-Chi recognized Jian Yuan. She was the moonlight childhood sweetheart of Song Yucheng. Jian Yuan was pouring tea into a cup. Chi-Chi looked at Yun Chang and thought, oh no, inevitable plot points are coming. Imperial sister is in danger. Then Song Yucheng approached Yuan. Yuan gently offered the teacup, saying, brother Chang must be tired. Have some water. The women behind were crying and biting handkerchiefs, admiring, envious and hateful. Yuan continued, I prepared this specially for you. Before she could finish, Song Yucheng perfectly glided past, not caring at all, surprising everyone around. Yuncheng worried. Chi-Chi, is he coming to us? Is he coming to see me? Is he? Yuncheng was so nervous her hands were shaking as Song Yucheng was walking towards Chi-Chi and her. Yuncheng fixed her hair anxiously, asking, "Seventh sister, how's my hair? Am I sweating? Does it look messy? Am I the most beautiful in the world?" Chi-Chi reassured, "Beautiful, beautiful. Sister, don't be nervous." Yucheng put down his water flask. He stood in front of Yuncheng. She anxiously looked up at him shyly. "May I ask what business you have with this princess?" Yucheng handed the water flask to Chi-Chi and replied. She came looking for her. Chi-Chi had a face full of question marks. Yucheng held out the water with both hands and said, "Seventh princess, borrow this to talk." Chi-Chi quickly said, "No, I won't borrow it." He pretended to act, "It's fine if you don't want to borrow it. Last time when I called you short, I was wrong. Today I apologize here. I hope you will forgive Yucheng's thoughtless words that day." Chi-Chi and Yuncheng exchanged glances, wondering what was going on. "I don't know why they're rushing to see you." Chi-Chi stood up, returned the vase and said, "Crown Prince Song doesn't need to apologize. I'm still young. My memory isn't good. I've long forgotten what Crown Prince Song said." Yucheng outwardly replied they weren't wrong. "You are indeed cute." In his mind he schemed, Father has already made arrangements. If I can become the Song family's prince consort, I'll certainly obtain supreme power. However, the third princess has a stubborn personality, a smart appearance. How can she compare to the seventh princess who's favored by the emperor and has such a foolish appearance? He showed a sinister smile. "Endure for a moment, in exchange for a life of wealth and power is worth it." Yucheng held the vase, then opened the lid. Fragrance wafted out as he said, "Try this tea, brewed with summer lotus flowers. See if it suits your taste. If you like it, I'll—" Chi-Chi stuttered, I. Ding Shang raised his hand to stop him. He blocked in front of Chi-Chi and said, "She doesn't like it." Chi-Chi was surprised. "Sixth brother," Yucheng fearlessly said, "even though the sixth prince is the princess's elder brother, you don't need to care for the princess this much." Ding Shang suppressed his anger. He continued with a smug expression, "Even preventing friendship." Ding Shang frowned. "Friendship? You're not worthy." Yucheng's pride was hurt. I am also from a noble family. How am I not worthy?" These words from the sixth prince show no respect for anyone. Sixth Ding handed Chi-Chi a white box. He turned around and said, "Meeting someone doesn't mean knowing their heart. Crown Prince Song, what's your purpose in deliberately approaching Chi-Chi?" Chi-Chi felt the box was slightly cold. Ding Shang turned his head and mocked, "I suppose you don't want me to reveal it." Yucheng was hit right where it hurt. His hands clenched. He actually knew about his intentional approach to the seventh princess. Could he know about the relationship with the previous dynasty? Yucheng hurriedly bid farewell, saying, "Today Yucheng was too abrupt. Sixth prince, please forgive me. I take my leave first." As he left, he thought, a wise man knows when to retreat. With such a formidable person by the seventh princess's side, it would be safer to strike when he's not around. Chi-Chi watched Yucheng leave and asked, "He's just leaving like that?" She thought to herself, a person who for power and wealth would stop at nothing, was scared away just like that. Ding Sheng approached Chi-Chi and asked, "What else? Did you want to happen?" Chi-Chi pointed at the box and said, "No. What if I don't want it?" She changed the subject. "What's in this box? Is it ice cream?" Ding Shang crossed his arms and said, "This is frozen sugarcane ice. Naturally sweet, won't hurt your teeth." Chi-Chi tried it and found it delicious. Chi-Chi held up the sugarcane ice and smiled, saying, "Thank you, sixth brother, for specially giving this to me." Ding Shang turned away shyly. "It's not anything special, just that Xia Jing passed by conveniently." Chi-Chi frowned. Xia Jing, let me see, forgot about third princess Song Yucheng, who just came from nowhere, suddenly acting unusual. Perhaps third sister is angry with me. I must go comfort her. Ding Shang grabbed Chi-Chi's sleeve to stop her. "Don't go yet." Chi-Chi was confused. Ding Shang pointed and said as Chi-Chi looked in that direction, "Over here Yuncheng is enjoying tea, ordering little Jing Z to fan faster." Xia Jing stood fanning for Yuncheng, happily responding, "Yes, sir." Chi-Chi realized that was, then changed her attitude and left. "Let's not disturb them. We should go to the back garden for a walk." Ding Shang replied to him. At the back garden of the Imperial Academy, Ding Shang and Chi-Chi walked together. In the distance, Jian Yuan was sitting in a corner. She wiped her tears with a handkerchief thinking, "Chung brother, why do you treat me like this?" He must have been bewitched by that seventh princess. Yuan saw Chi-Chi's two people angrily thinking so young. Yet she's someone who seduces others. I must let everyone see your true face. Ding Shang held Chi-Chi's hand saying, "You must know that yesterday Yi Ji Yao returned to the palace." Chi-Chi surprised father has returned. Ding Shang put his finger on Chi-Chi's lips. Speak softer. His return is being kept secret. Very few people know right now. Chi-Chi's sadly secret return. Could it be he's injured, afraid to worry the people, so can't make it public? Ding Shang replied, "That's right, the desert battlefield terrain was completely unfavorable. The northern Ming army was led by enemy forces near the central region. Attacked with rolling rocks, casualties were very heavy. Your father seems to be severely injured." Chi-Chi was stunned hearing this. What she anxiously ran, unable to stop. "I must go see him," Ding Shang called out seventh sister with some sadness. "Is he that important to you?" Chi-Chi rushed away. Yuan suddenly blocked her path. "Seventh princess, can we have a private conversation? I want you to tell Chung brother." Before she could finish, Chi-Chi pushed her aside. "I have urgent matters, don't block me." Yuan smiled sinisterly. "Urgent matters?" She pretended to fall. Chi-Chi thought, what's happening? Yuan lay on the ground acting pitiful, saying, "Seventh princess, we have no grudge between us. Why did you push me?" Chi-Chi ignored her and turned to leave. Yuan grabbed her leg, continuing to act. "You can't leave. I must let Chung brother see how you treat me." Chi-Chi slightly annoyed, deceiving people, right? She turned back saying, "You've decided I pushed you. Might as well go all the way." Yuan continued, "What do you mean? Clearly you pushed me." Chi-Chi had no patience to argue, then kicked her away saying, "When you Yuan was pushed into the lake, she struggled for her life. Shangge, save me. They're trying to kill me." Chi-Chi crossed her arms and said, "This water only reaches the waist. It's not deep enough to drown someone. I suggest you try putting your head in the water for 10 minutes. Ding Shang caught up and approached Chi-Chi, saying, "Sister, go ahead first. Let me and Chi-Chi handle this." "Hey, sixth brother, she's still just a child. Make sure you don't let her off easy." Ding Shing patted Chi-Chi's head and replied, "Sixth brother understands." The evening twilight had fallen. The sky was gradually getting darker. At this time, there were whispers in Yi Ji Yao's bedchamber. Eunuch Zhao, with an extremely worried expression, was talking to Imperial Physician Li, unsure whether to inform the seventh princess about this matter or not. While the two were discussing, suddenly Chi-Chi rushed in panic, running while calling loudly for Eunuch Zhao. Suddenly something happened that made Chi-Chi stop in her tracks, startled. It turned out that her shoes had slipped off, lying on the ground. But Chi-Chi paid no attention to it and wasn't afraid of getting her feet dirty as she rushed to Eunuch Zhao to inquire about her father's condition. Eunuch Zhao immediately stopped her, not letting her enter. Chi-Chi sobbed and pleaded, begging to go in, but Eunuch Zhao refused and said His Majesty's wounds were very serious. He wasn't fit to see anyone. Hearing this, Chi-Chi became even more worried and panicked, pushing Eunuch Zhao aside to run in and see her father. Chi-Chi quickly ran in, and the eunuch couldn't bear to stop her, sighing painfully, wondering why such a filial person as seventh had to suffer such a great shock. Chi-Chi stepped inside, being very careful and cautious. The emperor lay on the bed, his entire body covered in freshly bandaged wounds. He propped himself up with his hand. His face showed exhaustion and pain. Chi-Chi, heartbroken, approached the emperor's bed. She gently called out, "Father," but received no response. Chi-Chi stood silently beside the bed, worried, thinking her father must be too exhausted. She gently reached out to touch the emperor's wounds, all her sadness and concern showing on her face. Suddenly, the emperor glanced at her with a judgmental look. The emperor decisively grabbed her hand, without any hesitation or gentleness. Then he forcefully pushed her down with a thud, hard onto the ground with complete disdain. The emperor, with an expressionless face, watched her lying in pain on the ground and asked who she was. Chi-Chi painfully got up, staring at the emperor in disbelief. "Father, why are you asking Chi-Chi who she is?" Could it be that the emperor no longer remembered her? While both were full of doubt and confusion, Eunuch Zhao quickly entered. Eunuch Zhao saw Chi-Chi lying on the ground and was startled and extremely worried, asking if she was injured anywhere. Chi-Chi's face darkened with no hint of joy, stood up and said she was fine. Chi-Chi was very sad and confused, not understanding what was really going on. She gathered all her courage, approached the emperor's bed, and boldly said that she was Chi-Chi, his daughter, asking if he really couldn't remember her at all. Eunuch Zhao also stepped forward to add a few words, telling him that Chi-Chi was his most beloved daughter. Hearing this, The emperor stared intently at Chi-Chi. He looked her up and down, cautiously uttering the words, "Seventh princess." He seemed to recall something. He indeed had such a daughter. But back then he had absolutely refused ordering someone to execute her. The emperor also remembered the reason was because Chi-Chi's birth mother died early, a beauty with an unfortunate fate. Chi-Chi should have rightfully followed her mother. The more he thought, the more his head hurt, unable to remember anything else. Not knowing why Chi-Chi was still alive, why she could still appear here. Chi-Chi was shocked hearing these words from him, unable to believe her ears. Her eyes widened. Chi-Chi was so shocked she could barely stand, to the point where eunuch Zhao had to support her, fearing she might fall. Seeing Chi-Chi both angry and sad, trying to control her emotions, eunuch Zhao comforted her worriedly. The emperor was ambushed by rebels, was severely injured, and probably had temporary memory loss, not intentionally forgetting her. Eunuch Zhao gently led her out of the room. Chi-Chi kept sighing in sorrow. Had the emperor really completely forgotten her? Eunuch Zhao saw her so sad and felt sad too. His mood also sank as he added perhaps memories of Chi-Chi weren't too impressive to the emperor. This also left the imperial physicians helpless. Hearing this, Chi-Chi just quietly nodded, saying she understood. Then Chi-Chi immediately left the room, her heart full of grievance and sorrow. Eunuch Zhao watched her departing figure and called out, reminding her not to worry too much. The sky was getting dark, sunlight growing weaker, gradually setting behind distant mountains. Chi-Chi walked alone in the palace like this, with thoughts circling in her mind. She seemed to understand that whether it was about Song Yucheng giving up pursuing the third princess or about the emperor's situation, Chi-Chi stopped to think for a long while, and finally blamed everything on herself for changing the original script. Finally, Chi-Chi couldn't hold back anymore and tears started falling. If Chi-Chi had died, would things not have turned out like this? Time passed quickly and it was already midnight. The space outside was peaceful. Dew had started to fall. The weather had turned cold. At night, Chi's chamber, Emperor Yao held a fragrance pouch in his hand with the word "peace" written on it. Eunuch Zhao stood beside him, reminding him that it was personally embroidered by Chi-Chi as a gift for the emperor. He examined it carefully in his hand, then uttered the word "ugly." Eunuch Zhao, fearing the emperor's displeasure, offered to throw it away, but he wouldn't allow it. He clutched the fragrance pouch tightly, glanced at Eunuch Zhao, and said, "Everyone believes that Chi-Chi is the daughter he loved most," then laughed to himself, saying it was absurd, impossible. Without any hesitation, he threw the fragrance pouch away, his face full of disdain, ordering the eunuch to burn it immediately. Hearing this, Eunuch Zhao could only obey the order. It was now midnight, the moon was high, and everything was completely silent. But at that moment in Weiyang Palace, Chi-Chi lay sleeping in bed, terrified, having a nightmare. She dreamed of her father and the third princess looking at her with great anger. No matter how much she begged, it was useless. Not only that, she had to endure pressure from other eunuchs, constantly shouting and cursing, saying she was a criminal who must be punished, deserving death. Chi-Chi trembled with fear in her dream, her body covered in wounds. No one loved her, no one protected her, and even she herself truly believed she deserved to die. Kneeling before the emperor's imposing shadow, Chi-Chi seemed even smaller and more pitiful, blaming herself that she shouldn't have resisted, shouldn't have changed the script on her own. The emperor in her dream showed no mercy, boldly ordering someone to drag her away for beheading. Her innocent eyes stared at the emperor, looking so pitiful, as if begging. Had Chi-Chi really done wrong? Chi-Chi slowly stood up, reached out to touch the emperor's waistband. A light flashed before her eyes. Chi-Chi was somewhat bewildered. Could everything she saw now all be just fake? Why did she collapse in such pain? Thoughts kept swirling in her head, unable to escape them. Was it just her own dream? Finally, Chi-Chi was awakened by that long nightmare, sitting up abruptly, painfully holding her head. The serving maids heard her scream and worried ran in, asking what had happened to Chi-Chi. Had she had a nightmare? Seeing a wand, Chi-Chi immediately hugged her, sobbing, while asking who she really was. She was also somewhat afraid, gently stroking her hair to comfort her. Chi-Chi is the seventh princess of Beiming. Owen carefully wiped away the fearful tears rolling down Chi-Chi's cheeks and said it was just a dream, it couldn't be considered real, and there was nothing to be afraid of. Hearing this, Chi-Chi seemed somewhat more at ease. After seeing her spirits lifted, Owen told her she needed to wake up early. The emperor had invited everyone to a feast to celebrate Beiming's victorious return. Chi-Chi nodded upon hearing this and agreed, taking Owen's hand as she got out of bed. By now the emperor and everyone else had gathered at Yinkong Hall. The emperor raised the wine glass in his hand, with a beaming face wanting to toast with everyone to celebrate the victory, pushing back enemy forces 300 li and hoping for a peaceful and prosperous future. All subjects simultaneously raised their wine glasses, shouting praise to His Majesty. 7-7 sat dazed in one place, staring at the emperor and sadly thinking that the emperor had truly forgotten her. Ding Shang, seeing her lack of joy, turned to ask about her well-being. But Chi-Chi only replied that she was wondering what was actually a dream and what was reality. Ding Shang, with mature wisdom, said it was all just pretense. Why should she worry about such things? Hearing Ding Shang's words, her mood became even worse. If it was all fake, then what if one day she suddenly wakes up? She turned her whole body, their eyes meeting intensely. Ding Shang cheerfully said, if you wake up, then just accept fate. Seeing Seven's somewhat confused and bewildered face, he couldn't resist caressing her cheek, comforting her that if not awake, just enjoy the dream. If the emperor truly doesn't recognize her, then get to know him again one more time. Hearing Ding Shang's comforting words, Chi-Chi seemed to realize something. Her eyes lit up and sparkled. He was also happy for her, glancing at the emperor sitting there sipping his wine, and encouraged her to go forward. Chi-Chi seriously watched the emperor, constantly observing his every move, waiting for the right moment. Finally, the emperor looked up in her direction. Chi-Chi was overjoyed and prepared to make her move. Catching the emperor's gaze, she raised her hands to form a big heart shape, shooting love to him. The emperor looked at her and couldn't resist her adorable gesture as his lips curved into a slight smile. The emperor finally had to drink the wine in his hand to avoid himself, looking at Chi-Chi and thinking how foolish he was to have once favored a madwoman like Chi-Chi. It was already midnight. The celebration feast had ended. Now Eunuch Zhao was holding an umbrella, helping him return to the palace to rest. Eunuch Zhao softly asked whether the emperor wanted to go to the imperial study or Jingyang Palace. He directly answered to go to Jingyang Palace. Suddenly, Chi-Chi's weak voice rang out, calling Chi-Chi in the rain, holding a bowl of medicine in her hands. She approached, saying that because the emperor's illness hadn't recovered, she had taken the trouble to brew medicine for him. He hurriedly took the bowl in her hand. Eunuch Zhao looked at her with furrowed brows, showing not the slightest concern. She still wouldn't give up, offering it up to him, assuring that this medicine wasn't bitter at all. He stepped closer, lifted her chin, and blurted out, then ordered her to answer his question. She was a bit frightened. With a trembling voice, said it was her own will. No one forced her. Seeing this, the emperor frowned, thinking she only wanted something from him, that's why she acted this way. But Chi-Chi didn't care about those things. She stood on tiptoes, raising the medicine bowl to him, hoping he would drink it. He saw her still being so stubborn and felt annoyed inside. Finally, unable to bear it anymore, he swatted the bowl away and then drove her away. The bowl quickly fell to the ground and shattered completely. Chi-Chi lay fallen on the ground, her face darkened with disappointment and despair. But seeing her sprawled on the ground in the rain like that, the emperor reached out his hand, wanting to help her up. He couldn't control that action of himself and didn't understand why he wanted to help her stand up. The emperor recalled the scene from before. Chi-Chi also lay fallen on that rainy ground, resentfully blaming him why he wouldn't listen to her explanation, and even spilled her favorite hulu candy. He had a slight headache, remembering the old things. Eunuch Zhao, standing beside, saw this and asked with concern. Eunuch Zhao called out loudly, ordering to summon the imperial physician, but the emperor firmly refused. There was no need to call the imperial physician. Chi-Chi painfully staggered to stand up by herself. She was trying to hold back, not to let any tears fall, to not cry in front of him. She still persisted, saying that she would go brew another bowl of medicine for the emperor. He looked at her appearance and deflated in thought. Chi-Chi suddenly discovered that her left arm was injured, but she remained strong, hiding both hands behind her, then forced a smile, saying the wound wasn't big, she could still brew medicine, just need to apply some medicine, and it would heal. She blamed herself, saying Chi-Chi was useless. Father, please don't be angry. Yes. Ko and Ge couldn't bear to look and coldly left. Eunuch Zhao beside quickly responded yes. He didn't forget to signal with his eyes to another eunuch. While those two were whispering, he touched his chest. What relationship did I have with her before? Why does my heart ache when I see her hurt? Why am I so unable to bear it? The eunuch, who was instructed earlier, came forward and respectfully addressed the princess. Your Majesty was severely injured and might temporarily not remember. Don't be sad. You don't need to trouble yourself with cooking. I will definitely take good care of your Majesty. He turned to leave, but looked back and added, you should return to the palace soon too. It's about to rain heavily. If you stay here longer, you'll get sick. After saying that, he left, leaving Chi-Chi standing alone in the rain. She sadly reached out her hand to catch the raindrops. That's right, while it was raining, an umbrella appeared behind her. Ding Shang silently stood behind, holding the umbrella for the disappointed Chi-Chi. He leaned close to her head and whispered, "Cry if you want to cry." Her tears fell like broken pearl strings while crying. "Can't you see, brother?" Ding Shang wrapped his free arm around her neck. "Cry louder. The heavy rain will mask it. No one will hear." Being comforted, all her grief and resentment poured out. Chi-Chi turned around and buried her face in his chest, crying loudly. Scene changes to late night in the imperial study. Eunuch Zhao brought in a bowl of medicine. He called softly, "Your Majesty, this is medicine and candy from the 7th princess." Ji Hiu tiredly rubbed his temples. He ordered, "Put it down and leave." He opened his eyes and thought, "Perhaps I really forgot some important things when I was injured." On the table was the bowl of medicine still steaming and a plate of candy beside it. Ji Hiu opened a desk drawer. "Fortunately, I've always had the habit of keeping important secrets in hidden places. But thankfully, there's nothing affecting national affairs." A stack of papers and a painting appeared in the drawer. He looked at those papers in surprise. "What's this?" The first paper wrote, "Father, Papa, I'm sorry. Chi-Chi was wrong. Shouldn't speak nonsense and be disrespectful to Father. Papa, I'm sorry. Chi-Chi was wrong. Shouldn't be attracted to men at such a young age. Father, Papa, I'm sorry. Chi-Chi was wrong. Shouldn't indulge in glory and pleasure at such a young age." His slender hand with visible joints was slowly unfolding the painting. It was a portrait of the cold and proud Ji Hiu with birthday wishes. "Happy birthday, Father, 11th year." Chi-Chi presents colorful tribute to Buddha. "Glory of longevity brings fortune flowing like the East Sea's waters. May your life be as enduring as South Mountain's pine." He took out another paper. Ji Hiu read carefully. "The northern border suffers drought year-round. Today's court needs a great general to lead troops there. There are 2 candidates. Neither of them is suitable. Only Father Papa leading troops can pacify the border, calm people's hearts, and leave a lasting legacy." Reading this, he wondered silently, "Is this really the most important matter to me?" Putting down the writings, he walked to the window to gaze at the night sky, looking at the scene with a troubled heart. In the sky suddenly appeared an image of Chi-Chi smiling and calling, "Father, Papa." Late at night in Weiying Palace, Gong Yao quickly walked there. The palace maid standing guard at the door was surprised to see him approaching. She hurriedly knelt down and greeted, "Your Majesty." He looked at her and asked about that, with a hint of sadness in his eyes. "Has the little one returned?" The palace maid bowed her head and replied, "She has returned, but..." At this point, she wasn't sure whether to continue. He asked again, "What happened?" Only then did the palace maid speak honestly. "The 7th princess developed a high fever after returning. She probably caught a cold from being in the rain. She's taken medicine and is now asleep. Please, Your Majesty, come back another day." Gong Yao ignored her words and moved to push the door. Just as he was about to open it, he said, "Never mind," thinking to himself, "She got caught in the rain and even personally made medicine for me. No wonder she has a higher fever." Withdrawing his hand from the door, Gong Yao frowned. "How is the wound on her hand?" The palace maid fearfully replied, Not very well." She added further, "The princess insists on handling Your Majesty's matters herself. She won't let us servants help." "That wound must have gotten worse," he grumbled. "Such a stubborn temperament. Wonder who she inherited it from." Ding Sheng opened the door and stepped out. "Who else but you?" Gong Yao was surprised. "Why are you here?" He smiled coldly. "Since you don't care about her, I'll care for her instead." "What's wrong with me being here?" He looked at his son before him. "I didn't expect that after my return, you would speak so disrespectfully." Ding Sheng bowed. "Your son wouldn't dare. It's just that the night is deep. Father, please take care of yourself and return." He glanced at him with the profound gaze of an emperor. "What if I insist on staying?" Ding Shang stepped past him. "Father jests. You are the ruler of all under heaven. With my current strength, how could I possibly stop you?" Gong Yao tilted his head slightly and called, "Ding Shang." He didn't turn his head. "What is it, Father? Any other instructions?" He said, "You seem very different from your childhood self. I barely recognize you anymore." It was his turn to darken. People grow up. Feelings change with time. Your son is no exception. Father thinks too much. Watching Ding Shang's shadow fade into distance, he monologued, "I hope I'm overthinking it." Gong Yao gently opened the door to Chi-Chi's room. Seeing her lying weakly on the bed, her face was wrinkled with beads of sweat on it, He stepped quietly forward. His foot suddenly stepped on something's tail. A white tiger roared fiercely. Gong Yao was startled, but soon recognized it. He covered its mouth. Shoo! The tiger joyfully teared up, meowing as another tiger approached. He called out, Fu Liao, thinking to himself, to think I gave these to my precious girl. As if sensing something, he turned around. You're awake now. Chi-Chi sulkily hugged my legs, not sleeping. He stepped forward and touched her forehead. Still a bit hot. Let me call the imperial physician. She avoided his hand, saying, No, it's not necessary. She pushed away the hand on her forehead. She added, I don't need the physician or anyone. Panic appeared in his eyes, until Chi-Chi fainted. Only then did he react, quickly catching her. As Chi-Chi fainted, she mumbled, It's better to forget. Anyway, I'll have to leave sooner or later. When I return, I won't have the heart. He held her in his arms, comforting her. Where are you going? What are you talking about? Chi-Chi closed her eyes tightly, saying softly, I'm not your daughter. He stared at her. Nonsense. You are my daughter. Chi-Chi frowned. I've been here for so long. I'm about to forget who I really am. I originally had my own parents, but in the end, no one wanted me. He embraced her tightly and shouted, Shut up. He spoke hastily. I want you. I need you. My daughter. You are the most precious treasure in this world. I forbid you to speak like that. Touching her forehead, he panicked. Why is it so hot? He shouted. Imperial physician. Zhao Deshun, quickly call the imperial physician. 1 minute, or I'll have your heads. The two people outside the door were startled. Eunuch Zhao trembled. Your Majesty, please calm down. This servant will go right away. The physician bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, the 7th princess's high fever is due to the burns on both her hands. The old physician was frightened, but tried to stay calm. The cold rain made her condition worse, causing fainting and convulsions. Holding Chi-Chi's small hand, he said, No need for details. Just tell me what I need to know to make her feel better. The physician wiped sweat from his forehead. The urgent matter is to reduce the fever and lower her body temperature. I'm afraid we need to. He stopped, not daring to continue. His strong hand reached out. He grabbed the physician's hand tightly. Speak quickly, or I'll have your head. The physician turned pale with fear. Your Majesty, spare me. We need to remove her clothes and wipe her body with ice water, then give her medicine to see if we can reduce the fever. He roared, Get out. Everyone get out. The physician quickly kowtowed. Yes. He calmed down and called, Bring palace maids who know what to do here. Eunuch Zhao replied, Yes. He gently laid the unconscious Chi-Chi down. She talked in her sleep. Don't go. Don't abandon me. Her hand gripped his tightly. He fell into deep thought. He called to the eunuch, Zhao Deshun. Never mind. He was confused about His Majesty's meaning. He took out a cloth. While blindfolding himself, he ordered, Prepare ice. After covering his eyes, he continued, Let me. His hand gently untied Chi-Chi's clothes. He soaked a cloth in ice water and helped wipe her body. He comforted Chi-Chi, saying, Don't be afraid. When you get better, Father will take you horseback riding in the north and see flowers in Jiangnan. Father promises you. His voice echoed in the quiet room. I won't abandon you. Early morning. Clouds drifted lazily across the azure sky. Breezes carrying fresh air blew through the window. Birds chirped to welcome the new day. Kuang Yu sat holding Chi-Chi in his arms. He had taken meticulous care of her all night and only now dozed off briefly. After going through a near-death illness, Chi-Chi hazily woke up. She startled awake, pinched her cheeks and sighed in relief. Her little life was still there. Kuang Yu wasn't in deep sleep. He noticed her slightest movement, immediately felt her forehead to check his worries slightly eased. Finally, the fever's gone. They looked at each other, both wanting to say something, coincidentally speaking at the same time. Suddenly, Chi-Chi's face turned pale with fear, calling for her personal maid Yuan. Kuang Yu thought she was about to cause some trouble, worriedly reminded her not to be mischievous as she just recovered. Hearing loud noises from inside, the maids and eunuchs who had been on duty all night quickly opened the door and looked in, asking worriedly what was wrong. Chi-Chi confusedly questioned who Kuang Yu was. Why was he in her bed? From her voice to expression, it seemed like she had truly forgotten her father, the emperor. Kuang Yu was still very worried about her health, but seeing that fearful look, he couldn't finish what he wanted to say. Chi-Chi refused to listen, running to hide behind the maid. with a vigilant face, insisting on sending Kuang Yu away. The maid was also in a difficult position. Kuang Yu had been angered by this scene. He didn't know whether his daughter truly lost her memory or was just pretending with him. Eunuch Tru saw the situation wasn't good and quickly mediated. Perhaps it's an after effect of the high fever. He advised His Majesty to wait until Chi calmed down before visiting. Kuang Yu frowned, seeing his daughter's avoidant behavior. He knew forcing the issue now wouldn't solve anything. He had to suppress his emotions and leave. Chi silently watched the Emperor's retreating figure. Yuyan knew she hadn't really lost her memory. Worriedly asked if what she did was okay. Chi's face darkened. Perhaps she couldn't contain her emotions, her voice cold. What's not okay? Yuyan sat down and explained last night. It was His Majesty who cared for her all night. Even she was moved by that. She asked why she still followed the plan to deceive His Majesty. She had always been understanding. Why was she being so impulsive this time? Perhaps last night while feverish, Chi had recalled many unpleasant memories, sorrows from both past and present lives. The suppressed grievances made her unable to keep a cool head. She burst into tears, complaining. How could His Majesty forget her while she couldn't forget? In the small room, only sobbing sounds remained. All emotions now poured out with her tears. After a while, Chi calmed down. She apologized to Yuyan for being angry with her. Yuyan also cares deeply for her. So young yet having to endure such hardships. She said, you always think of others first. Her status is that of a servant, like a decorative object. Why should she apologize? Chi held her hand and objected. People shouldn't be discriminated based on status. You are a human being, not a decoration. Chi truly cherishes Yuyan's care for her. Yuyan is closer to her than her own mother. While they were sharing their feelings, Yunchang opened the door and entered, concerned about her illness. Seeing the scene before her, Yunchang froze. Weren't you sick? Why are both master and servant crying like this? Chi quickly composed herself to welcome the third princess. Yunchang came in such a hurry because she was worried after hearing from those near His Majesty that she had a high fever all night. So are you feeling better now? She anxiously asked. Could it be that His Majesty remembered something last night? Chi shook her head sadly. His Majesty didn't remember anything last night, but she got angry for a moment, making things even worse. Yunchang pinched her cheeks to comfort her. Yunchang knew she was troubled, so she smiled gently to comfort her. Father used to favor you so much, he surely won't forget you. Besides, she wanted to take you somewhere. The third princess pulled Chi along, promising this would be the place to help father remember her. Upon returning, Gong Yao immediately went to the imperial study. Shortly after, cries for mercy could be heard from inside. The Minister of War, Zhang Liao, was being forced to kneel. He was the Empress's man, relying on his backing, thinking he could get through this situation. Zhang Liao kept denying, claiming he was wronged. He knew nothing about anything. It was all corrupt officials abusing power, using his position for embezzlement. Gong Yao's face darkened with murderous intent. He gave him a warning as well as a final chance. You know I hate those who deny responsibility for their actions. He still stubbornly insisted, recounting how cautiously he had lived all these years. He blamed all wrongdoings on corrupt officials, claiming he was clean and never did anything unethical. Rambling on and on, Gong Yao had to marvel at his thick skin. He threw a memorial at his face. If not for the imperial inspection of military supplies that nearly endangered his life, he would have been fooled by him, though he hadn't had time to read the contents inside. But the large characters reporting that supplies had been moved were enough to terrify him. He stammered and trembled. So His Majesty had investigated and knew everything. Gong Yao loudly exposed each of his crimes, outwardly concerned for the empire, but secretly colluding with others. With a wolf's heart moving military supplies before my inspection, he laughed coldly. Were you trying to arrange my death? Very well. Truong Lu was terrified at this moment. He could only beg Your Majesty to spare his life. He was willing to resign and return to his hometown. Kuang Yu, how could you not see through his dark intentions? You angrily pointed at him for embezzling more than 10,000 military rations and still wanted to escape punishment by returning home. Who gave him such audacity? No need to waste time with these vermin, Kuang Yu signaled. The soldiers behind immediately drew their swords against his neck. Ignoring his pleas, you coldly ordered his execution. Looking at the bloody scene before him, Chief Eunuch Zhao couldn't help but ask if Your Majesty wouldn't interrogate him about his conspirators. Kuang Yu certainly knew who it was. currently unable to touch that person. So this execution served as a warning to that person. Suddenly a servant rushed in to report. The seventh princess had been led to the back of the mountain by the third princess. Kwang Yu worriedly rushed there immediately. At the back of the mountain, standing on the city wall looking at the fierce wolves below, Chi was confused about why Van Thuong brought her here. Van Thuong asked if she remembered this place. She was almost eaten by wolves here. How could she forget? She apologized guiltily for pushing her down last time. Chi generously said it was all in the past. Van Thuong then uttered a dangerous sentence. This time you must forgive me too. Before Chi could react, she was pushed down forcefully. Watching her little sister fall, Van Thuong felt sorry for her too. But she did this with purpose, all for Chi-Chi's sake. The tiny 6-year-old body fell from the city wall. Without any protective gear, one could imagine how terrible it would be. Chi-Chi's whole body ached. Her bones and joints were severely shocked. Without any strength to stand up, she wondered why Van Thuong suddenly went crazy. Was it her rebellious phase? Chi-Chi shouted threateningly that Van Thuong should find a rope to pull her up or she would cut off all her hair. Van Thuong was truly speechless at her naive little sister being pushed like that, yet she held no grudge and still thought well of her. Suddenly Van Thuong observed that the wolves their father raised were slowly approaching. Chi, their eyes blood-red and fierce like looking at prey. She clasped her hands, and Chi was completely unaware of the approaching wolves. She was still enthusiastically scolding her naughty sister. Later she also sensed the killing intent. As she turned around, a wolf had already lunged at her. Chi fearfully fell backward, fortunately avoiding that bite. She frantically waved her arms to drive them away. But her tiny strength wasn't even worth scratching. They paid no attention to it, still slowly approaching her. The seventh princess desperately closed her eyes. Remembering it was like this before, she had struggled so much to gain freedom. Now it's like this again. Van Thuong. She would definitely not forgive her. Just as a wolf lunged to attack her, an arrow flew past and pierced through its throat. Send it to heaven immediately. Chi looked at this dangerous arrow and wondered in confusion, could that person just now be father? Indeed, Kwang Yu arrived just in time, preparing to shoot the next arrows. While drawing the bow, a voice echoed in his head. Don't touch my little daughter. The wind-cutting arrows flew precisely, aiming right at the heads of the wolves rushing forward. Seeing the pack leaders die before they could even gasp, the wolves behind cautiously retreated. Kwang Yu majestically jumped down from the city wall, making True Eunuch's heart skip a beat as he hurriedly ordered to open the gate. Your Majesty jumped again. Kwang Yu landed and frowned in thought. Why did the eunuch use again? Could it be that it happened before? Why was he standing there dazed? A familiar feeling flooded back into his mind. Very familiar and important, but he didn't know what it was. Emptiness surrounded him. Seeing her father, Chi felt like grabbing a lifeline, hurriedly limping towards him. In Kwang Yu's mind appeared the image of 3-year-old Chi, covered in wounds. When did all this begin? How did his little princess become so severely injured? Chi cried and hugged him tightly. Kwang Yu looked at her, his head feeling heavy as a hammer. One hug indeed stood before his daughter. Father-daughter love can create miraculous wonders. The forgotten memories played back slowly in his mind like a film, from the Great Hall to the summer retreat. Then the back mountain. Kwang Yu rubbed his forehead, remembering everything. So he had forgotten such important matters, making his little daughter endure so much grievance. He sat down gently, holding Chi-Chi's shoulders. I've remembered everything. This happiness came too suddenly, making Chi unable to believe her ears. Tears fell uncontrollably. Kwang Yu gently wiped her tears with affection. Chi released all her sorrow by hitting her father, angrily saying, why did you only remember now? Why not wait until I'm dead before coming? Kwang Yu heartbrokenly hugged his little daughter, tightly comforting her. Father was wrong. Won't dare do it again next time. In the distance, Van Thuong and True Eunuch were observing Kwang Yu and Chi. True Eunuch emotionally said, finally they're reconciled. That's such a relief. While Van Thuong just pointed over there as Chi made her demand. You must make Tonghulu for me yourself. Otherwise, I will never forgive you. Kwang Yu coaxed his little daughter. He agreed, saying, Papa will go back and make you big Tonghulu. If you don't finish it, you can't eat rice, can't sleep, and so on. Chi-Chi just pouted. He carried her step by step towards Van Thuong. True eunuch happily asked the princess, last night's high fever just broke. Now you've been frightened again. Should we invite the royal physician? Kwang Yu saw she had fallen asleep, ordered to summon all royal physicians currently serving in the Imperial Medical Office to Kinjung Palace to await orders, and instructed the Imperial Kitchen to prepare ingredients for making tonghulu. The more the better. Upon hearing this, Eunuch Zhao quickly assured that this old servant would do it right away. Your Majesty, rest assured. Then he looked at Yun Chong, who had been silent all this time, and asked, why are you still here? Is there no class at the Imperial Academy today? She hesitated and said. With a gloomy face, Yun Chong replied, I'm afraid that after Chi-Chi wakes up, she will hate me, never be nice to me again. Hearing this, Kong Yao smiled gently and said, although you always hide it, you are truly a smart child. Chi-Chi will surely understand your intentions. Yun Chong asked with tears in her eyes. Will she really understand? He held her hand and said, if you're really worried about her, then come with me to Jingyang Palace. Let's make candied haws together. Making candied haws is quite laborious for me alone. Yun Chong obediently replied yes. Around dusk, in the room, Chi-Chi opened her eyes, looked at the ceiling dreamily and said, where is this? Then she sat up and saw many candied haws in front of her. Chi-Chi couldn't believe that. The great tyrant actually made so many candied haws. Suddenly a voice rang out. Do you remember this place? Chi-Chi was startled. Kong Yao appeared and said that I still remember. He softly told her that he had met a little rabbit coming out from that dog hole. Chi-Chi smiled gently in her heart. She knew this was the first time I met the tyrant outside the court. Thanks to that day, I had a big white and a turtle. Then she wondered and asked if that dog hole is still there. He replied, of course. I later had the Internal Affairs office renovated a bit. Chi-Chi didn't quite understand. After renovating the area where the dog hole used to be, Chi-Chi saw a golden sign saying, Chi-Chi's exclusive dog hole. Kong Yao even asked proudly, so, do you like it? She was quite speechless, but still reluctantly said she liked it very much. Suddenly a hand reached out from the dog hole. A voice screamed, Your Majesty. This startled Chi-Chi. Kong Yao alertly asked, who's there? The woman who crawled out of the dog hole immediately identified herself, your servant. Your servant is Your Majesty's Shu Fei. Although Your Majesty has never looked directly at your servant, but your servant is here today. I truly have an important matter to see Your Majesty. Her whole body trembled. Eunuch Zhao wouldn't let me in to disturb Your Majesty. Your servant had to resort to crawling through this hole. Kong Yao was impatient. He said irritably, what is it? Speak quickly. Immediately she grabbed his legs and cried, Your Majesty, my father Zhang Liao has been falsely accused. My father is innocent. Father did not embezzle anything. His eyes coldly and silently looked at her. Shu Fei was startled by that deadly gaze. Then he mercilessly kicked her away and asked, have you cried enough? Shu Fei cried miserably, Your Majesty. Then Kong Yao spoke directly. Not to mention your father's embezzlement of military provisions has been proven. Just your major mistake today alone. Enough to kill someone 10,000 times. Thursday Fai asked in panic. Your servant doesn't know what mistake I've made. Hearing that, he replied, this cave is exclusively for my daughter's prayers. You dare to intrude, a crime worthy of executing 9 generations of your family. She turned pale and stammered in disbelief. What? Finally, Kwang Yu spoke softly to Chi-Chi about the Imperial Academy. Don't you have class today? Royal sister, she's waiting for you at the courtyard entrance for class. Go now. Chi-Chi obediently responded, yes. Then he ordered her to go straight out. Don't look back. Chi-Chi again responded, yes, one more time. When she reached the gate, she heard desperate screams begging, no, no, Your Majesty, I was wrong. Your servant knows her mistake. Chi-Chi closed her eyes, trying to shut out those words. Red maple leaves began falling behind her. Chi-Chi walked on with an unhappy expression. After walking for a while, she met Yun Chong. She stammered, Sister Chi-Chi. She observed Yun Chang's demeanor. Then she puffed her cheeks and said to her, so you still know to call me seventh sister? Yun Chong showed a painful expression. Finally, she cried and stammered to her, are you hurt? I didn't mean to. Are you still scared? I'm sorry. Chi-Chi couldn't hold it anymore. She burst into giggles and said, "Royal sister, you've fallen for my trick again. I was just pretending a bit, and you believed it completely?" Then she whispered to her, "Hey, it's not because of Song Yucheng that you developed murderous intentions toward me, right?" Hearing this, Yuncheng immediately became furious about him. "What's he worth? I did it for you. For you, you heartless little girl." Chi-Chi's cheeks were pinched painfully as she begged, I know I'm the heartless little one who doesn't appreciate sister's kindness. Please don't be angry anymore, okay?" Then she looked at Yuncheng. "So, do you really not like Song Yucheng anymore?" Yuncheng firmly said, "It's not that I don't like him. This princess simply doesn't want to get entangled. Getting involved like that is not this princess's style. Moreover, this princess now what?" Chi-Chi curiously urged her to continue, eager for gossip. But she didn't continue and changed the subject instead. "We'll be late for class if we don't go now." Chi-Chi quickly called out, "Royal sister." Yuncheng bumped into a man. He smiled and said, "Princess, please don't walk so hastily. This subject has been disrespectful." Chi-Chi assessed him. Who was this person? The original story had never mentioned this person before. At this moment, Yuncheng was released by him. She quickly bowed and addressed him as National Preceptor. While she wondered in her heart, National Preceptor? Yuncheng secretly told her to bow quickly. The National Preceptor holds a high position. Being reminded, Chi-Chi hurriedly followed suit. National Preceptor, peace be with you." She thought to herself, "It's rare to see the third princess being so respectful towards her father. What kind of person is this National Preceptor really? I truly know nothing about him at all." That National Preceptor also paid his respects before going into seclusion for 3 months. He only appeared today. The Imperial students have a day off today. The two princesses don't need to attend. Chi-Chi thought, 3 months in seclusion. Could he be trying to become immortal? No wonder I've never met him before. Then the National Preceptor said to Yuncheng, "As soon as I came out of seclusion, I went to the Imperial School to check the third princess's academic performance. It has indeed declined somewhat. Perhaps these days you've been too caught up in entertainment and haven't been studying diligently." Then he left with instructions. "Third princess, follow me to the library to copy books and supplement your studies. Seventh princess, please be mindful of your studies." Chi-Chi looked at him appraisingly. This person truly had an otherworldly aura, different from everyone else in the palace. No wonder Yuncheng respects him so much. Yuncheng sighed behind and said, "Little sister, I'm done for." Chi-Chi didn't understand what the National Preceptor was up to. Why are you so afraid of him? Why must you copy books? Can't you skip classes? But Yuncheng replied, "You don't know. He isn't just a tutor. He's the person father appointed for me when I was young, to ensure I focus on my studies." She felt a headache coming on as she continued. "Although he's handsome and refined, somehow I still feel afraid of him." Chi-Chi heard this and smiled teasingly. "Is your heart now saying? He looks unparalleled in beauty and is gentle and mild. You're not treating him like a horse you want to keep, are you?" Yuncheng was teased until angry. She scolded a little bit, "But little seven, don't talk nonsense." She dreamily replied, "Although he has fair skin, is beautiful, and has good temperament, good personality, high achievements, wears white robes, and speaks little. But how would I dare? My little life is precious too. Who would dare to marry National Preceptor Kaihan?" Looking at National Preceptor Kaihan's back, Yuncheng let out a sigh. Then she instructed, "Sister has to go copy books now, probably won't be out until tonight. You go back to your palace, don't wander around." Chi-Chi gently replied, "All right." Yuncheng didn't forget to add, "Hurry back for dinner, don't tell others about me and the National Preceptor." Chi-Chi suddenly smiled mysteriously, asking, "What about you and the National Preceptor?" Seeing herself being teased again, Yuncheng angrily said nothing. "You rotten girl, wait till I come back and beat you to death." Chi-Chi laughed wickedly as she walked back to her room. In her heart, she kept pondering. Theoretically, characters that weren't in the original story shouldn't appear. Could it be that I really have changed the plot? After Yuncheng gave up on Song Yucheng, the original automatically adds new characters to it. If that's really the case, what should we do? How will the plot unfold later? Chi-Chi noticed the sedan chair beside her. From the window, she called out to sixth brother. Ding Sheng opened his drowsy eyes and asked why she was here. She replied that she was about to return to the palace for dinner. She smelled something. She realized, why was there such a strong smell of blood on sixth brother? His complexion was also so poor. What had he just done? Why was he returning from outside the palace? Could he have killed someone? Suddenly, he gently patted her head and told her to go back. I'll return with you. Chi-Chi responded dejectedly, her heart in turmoil. Even if he killed someone, I shouldn't be afraid of him. She smiled again and made a suggestion as allies. I always trust Sixth Brother. Sixth Brother, shall we have a meal together? Ding Shang quickly withdrew his hand and coldly refused. You go back to the palace. I have matters to attend to. But seeing Chi-Chi's rabbit-like eyes, he changed his mind and said all right. In Hua Palace half an hour later, the food was laid out elegantly. Ding Shang's voice came from inside Hua Palace. You eat first, Sixth Brother has something to do. I'll come back to you later. Chi-Chi watched his back and anxiously thought, no, something was very wrong. I must follow closely. She secretly hid behind a pillar. What's wrong with him? At another place, she hid behind some bushes. What is he doing? Chi-Chi hurriedly went a peek through the window. She saw him remove his clothes, revealing his bandaged back wound which was still bleeding. Chi-Chi covered her mouth and thought, he was actually wounded like this. Ding Shang sensed something. He grabbed a medicine bottle and shouted, who's there? Then threw the medicine bottle outside. The bottle hit Chi-Chi's leg, and she fell to the ground. She touched her leg and cried out, Ding Shang, at this moment lost consciousness and pulled Chi-Chi into the room. He pinned Chi-Chi down on the bed. Then with both hands choking her neck, he interrogated, who sent you to spy on me? Chi-Chi tried to resist. She weakly called out, Sixth Brother, it's me. Ding Shang stopped. Then gradually regaining consciousness, Chi-Chi reassured him. Don't be afraid, it's your sister. Ding Shang released his hands and asked how she found this place. Chi-Chi slowly sat up. Suddenly there was a sound outside. Ding Shang became alert. He covered Chi-Chi's mouth with his hand and said, don't move, someone's coming. The eunuch holding a medicine tray knocked on the door and announced, then said, Sixth Highness, this old servant brings medicine for your wounds. Ding Shang, still covering her mouth, replied coldly, no need to enter, just leave it outside. The eunuch replied, yes, your highness. Ding Shang looked at the door the old eunuch left, his footsteps fading away. Ding Shang removed his hand and said, it's fine now. Ding Shang lay down on the bed exhausted. Chi-Chi said, even in your own chamber you must be so careful? He turned and replied, with my status, staying in the palace definitely wouldn't be safe. Chi-Chi sadly called Sixth Brother and thought to herself, could his identity be something more than just being Sixth Brother? Does he have another identity? Ding Shang pointed at the medicine on the table and said, I haven't asked why you followed me yet, but since you're here, help apply the medicine for me. Chi-Chi nodded and replied yes. Ding Shang handed the medicine bottle to Chi-Chi, asked if she knew how to apply it. Chi-Chi said of course. Chi-Chi's hands trembled as she cleaned the wounds on Ding Shang's back. Feeling distressed about her sixth brother's wounds, Chi-Chi asked, why didn't you go to the royal infirmary for this? These wounds cannot be seen by others. Ding Shang remained silent while Chi-Chi disinfected the wounds. Ding Shang trembled as he endured it, responding with a grunt. Chi-Chi wondered who had hurt him and why it couldn't be known to others. Ding Shang painfully gripped the blanket while Chi-Chi closed her eyes, unable to bear watching. She thought to herself, this man carries too many secrets. I'm finding it increasingly difficult to see through him, and I'm even more afraid to uncover what he's hiding, fearing that once the truth behind is revealed, there would be no turning back. After disinfecting the wounds, both stood up with bandages in hand. Ding Shang turned his back to Chi-Chi as she wrapped bandages around his wounds. Her hands passed around his waist. He blushed slightly with embarrassment. Ding Shang frowned. Seeing this, Chi-Chi quickly asked if she was hurting him. Ding Shang touched the bandage and replied no. Continue. Chi-Chi asked worriedly. It still hurts a lot, doesn't it? Your forehead is covered in sweat and your face is flushed. Ding Shang thought to himself, this girl isn't trying to harm me. Ding Shang finished changing his clothes. Chi-Chi wiped his face and said, don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Same old rules. Even if you don't want to tell me anything, I'll keep your secrets. Ding Shang looked at Chi-Chi then stood up saying, this time, ask whatever you want to know. I will answer. Chi-Chi was surprised to hear this. She thought finally he is ready to tell me his secrets, but no. Who knows what consequences asking might bring? What if he kills me to silence me after telling? Chi-Chi asked about the wounds on your back. Ding Shang clenched his fist wondering. She still wants to know who injured me. Chi-Chi continued, does it still hurt? Ding Shang exclaimed in surprise, what? Chi-Chi just said anyway, it's still a secret. The fewer people who know, Naturally, the less risk I care less about it. Of course, there will be fewer consequences. Ding Shang turned away saying, the wounds were inflicted by my accomplice. He thought I was too slow to act and wanted to warn me. Chi wondered, accomplice? Accomplice? Ding Shang moved closer saying, yes, accomplice. We are planning a major event. If one day it succeeds, this world will see great changes. Chi stammered fearfully, you. Why are you telling me this when I didn't even ask you? You're not trying to silence me, are you? Ding Thin lifted her chin and blurted out, if I wanted to kill you, why would I have waited until today? Chi thought to herself that what he said seemed right. She had been in close contact with him many times. He truly had feelings for her. If he didn't have feelings, she certainly wouldn't have survived until now. Ding Thin let go of her hand and asked, anything else to ask? Chi replied, no, no more. Your accomplice struck very hard. Must be someone with great strength. Whatever you're planning, perhaps it can all be achieved. I wish you success soon, and may you have a son soon. Seeing Chi-Chi's fear, Ding Thin patted her head to comfort her. It's all right. You're so scared that you're talking nonsense. While it's still early, hurry back. Chi-Chi made a sound of acknowledgement. At this moment, Chi-Chi realized the medicine quickly for the wound wasn't here, so she told Ding Thin, let me go to the royal infirmary to get it. The medicine in the palace is as good as that other medicine. You don't need to worry. After speaking, Ding Thin waved at Chi-Chi, gesturing her to leave. As she walked out, deep in thought, she glanced at Ding Thin and thought his attitude towards the wound seemed like something familiar, as if he got wounded every day and was used to it. Chi stepped outside and heaved a sigh. Such a large palace, yet lacking in medicines. Even servants were few in number. Perhaps compared to my body, the original owner in the cold palace wasn't even this bad. How pitiful. The next night in the palace, Ding Thin was sleeping when he had a nightmare. The image of a familiar woman appeared. She was dragging her wounded body, continuously calling out, Quar. Ding Thin grabbed her hand and called out in anguish, Mother! You must live. You must definitely live. Her voice gradually grew fainter. Ding Thin could only call out helplessly. He sat up, breathing heavily. At this moment, Ding Thin unconsciously looked towards the window and saw a hand placed on the windowsill. He immediately became alert and asked, Who's there? At this time, Yi Chi was holding a jar. Trembling as she climbed in, she answered him. Ding Thin was startled by this scene. The window is so high. How did you climb up? Chi slowly climbed down from the window. She giggled, saying she climbed onto Dubai and came over. Ding Thin froze as he remembered that white tiger. At this moment, Chi brought the jar she was holding to Ding Thin. The medicine for your back wound, I got it from the royal infirmary. I was very discreet. Don't worry, no one knows. Ding Thin looked at the jar in her hand, and she became hesitant. I carried this jar to the palace. Chi brought the jar closer to Ding Thin and excitedly said, Drink it. After you drink it, I'll leave. This medicine is very good. Drink it a few times, and the wound on your back will heal completely. He blushed, turned away, and said he didn't need her help. Chi ignored what he said. She quickly said whether he needed it or not, she had already brought it. Drink it quickly. I'm leaving first. When she turned away, Ding Shang noticed her feet and worriedly asked why her ankle was injured. Being caught, Chi became flustered. It's nothing, just a coincidence. Ding Shang put down the medicine jar, then knelt before her, anxiously asking if it happened while bringing medicine to his room. Seeing him so worried, she explained that she only had a small scratch. Maybe got scratched while climbing the wall. It doesn't hurt. Ding Shang told her not to move, then immediately picked her up. The action was quite sudden, making Chi advise him to take his medicine first. If it gets cold, it won't be effective anymore. Ding Shang didn't care about that at all. He placed her on his bed. She kept worrying about his wound, repeatedly saying it wasn't necessary. But you're severely wounded. Ding Shang angrily shouted, I don't need it, and said. Then he reached to remove his shirt. Turning his back to her, he told her to look carefully now. She was surprised to see the wound had already disappeared. Chi raised her trembling hand, slowly touching Yin Cheng's back. Looking at the flawless back, she thought to herself, yesterday's wound had truly vanished, smooth and pristine as if he was never injured. Yin Cheng softly asked, Now do you see clearly? Then he quickly pulled his clothes back on. Chi stood behind, still wondering. But why so quickly? She thought to herself, I clearly saw yesterday's wound. The wound was very large and deep. This couldn't have been pretend. How could such a wound heal in one day without leaving any trace? This is too strange. Yin Cheng said while buttoning his clothes. You don't need to know. startling Chi-Chi. She turned away mumbling, "That's right, I don't need to know." Then Yincheng knelt down, put Chi-Chi's shoes on and explained, "It's not that I want to hide from you, but everything I could tell you, I've already told. Only this matter I cannot. The time hasn't come yet." Chi-Chi lowered her eyes and replied, "I understand. I won't ask anymore." Chi-Chi stood up preparing to leave. "I'm going back." Yin-Chung walked past her and softly replied to him. Suddenly realizing something, Yin-Chung turned back saying, "It's about to rain." Chi-Chi was climbing the wall. Hearing Yin-Cheng's reminder, she looked up at the sky. "Seems like it. The air is getting colder too. The moon is covered. It must be about to rain." She prepared to jump to the other side of the wall, calling to Bai, only to realize Bai had fallen asleep some time ago. After observing the situation, she said, "While it hasn't started raining yet, we need to hurry back quickly." Yin-Chung just stood behind with folded arms and replied, "All right. If you really want to go that badly, then go ahead." But when Chi-Chi turned around preparing to leave, Yin-Chung flicked the stone in his hand, flying right in front of her, frightening Chi-Chi so much she screamed, "What's all that noise over there?" She fearfully backed away. Could it be a ghost? Yin-Chung beside her added fuel to the fire, saying, "Maybe it is." Finally, Chi-Chi gave up her intention. "No, I'm not going back anymore. There's a ghost out there." Yin-Chung happily asked, "Do you need me to carry you down?" Then she stretched out her arms for Yin-Chung to carry her down. He added, "You sleep on the bed, I'll sleep on the chair." This made Chi-Chi think, why do I feel like he had planned this all along? The next day at the Imperial Academy, the sound of reading echoed everywhere. Wanting to buy osmanthus and bring wine, youth wandering. Chi-Chi held a book with both hands, dozing off. The mischievous third princess pulled the rabbit ears on her head. She asked, "Where did you go stealing last night? Why are you so sleepy now?" Chi-Chi with a gloomy face replied, "Last night I couldn't sleep, that's why I'm sleepy today." The third princess didn't believe it and scolded her for making excuses. The third princess pinched Chi-Chi's cheek and said, "Stop dozing off. There's something big today. Do you want to do it with me?" In her sleepy state, Chi-Chi asked, "What is it?" While everyone was busy reading, Chi-Chi and the third princess crawled to sneak out. At the Shangfang Tower in the capital, the emperor asked Imo-Han, "Is that all? Nothing else?" He just calmly replied, "No, that's everything." Imo-Han, while sipping tea, continued about the details of you, and Chi-Chi, surely he must have sent people to investigate thoroughly. "But why are you asking me about this?" The emperor, after hearing, just waved his hand saying, "It's nothing. Just wanted to understand once more clearly. Nothing else? You may leave." Imo-Han, though frowning, but couldn't do anything, calling his brother over, asking then dismissing. What a good brother indeed. Suddenly eunuch Zhao knocked on the door from outside saying, "Ninth Prince, come out. The tofu you wanted is here." This old servant queued for a long time to buy it. Imo-Han, looking at the hot plate of tofu in the eunuch's hand, asked, "Where are your shoes?" Eunuch Zhao humbly replied, "Right when the queue was crowded, my shoes got stepped on." Mohan patted his shoulder, praising, "You've worked hard, go back. This prince will give you a new pair of shoes." Smelling the aroma of tofu reaching his nose, the emperor asked, "What is this?" Imo-Han pushed the plate of tofu in front of him and replied, "It's stinky tofu. Royal brother, try some." Hearing this, the emperor got angry, slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Take this out for me." Eunuch Zhao, hearing this, broke out in cold sweat. This old servant will immediately take this stinky tofu away. Before finishing his sentence, the emperor pointed at Imo-Han's face, ordering, "Leave the tofu, we're talking about this person." Imo-Han jumped at his royal brother's words. Mak-Han was dragged away, but unwillingly kept shouting about tofu. "Give me back my tofu." Eunuch Zhao, standing beside the emperor, was eating while stuttering his report. "Your Majesty, when this servant was queuing to buy stinky tofu, I met the third princess and seventh princess." The emperor looked up and asked, "Where did they skip school to?" Eunuch Zhao could only answer, "They're gone. They're gone. At a bookstore." The third princess, holding food in hand, asked the shopkeeper, "Is Spring Beauty teasing that I ordered ready?" The shopkeeper brought a yellow book over, smiled, and replied, "Yes, I saved you a copy with the author's signature. It's very precious. Please take a look." Seeing the bright yellow book, Chi-Chi's eyes widened in surprise. This is an ancient book. The shopkeeper immediately pulled down a curtain, revealing several books on the shelf, and introduced, "Not only Spring Beauty teasing, there are many new books coming out. Customer can take a look." The third princess took out a tale of gold and gave it to the shopkeeper. "No need to look. I want them all. In the future, whenever there are books by this author, save them for me. I want signed copies." The shopkeeper looked at the gold in third princess's hand, and his eyes lit up. Certainly, I'll wrap them up for you." Chi-Chi looked at the books on the shelf and thought. Peach color warm fragrance, The Playboy Prince's Smile, Emperor's Tales, The Untold Story of Princess and Little Eunuch. Then she whispered to third princess, "Sister, what books are those? Let me see them too." The third princess put her hand to her mouth, gesturing to lower voice. "Keep your voice down, you're still young. In 2 years, I'll pass these books to you." While the two princesses were talking, a servant walked in from outside reporting. This servant greets the two princesses. "His Majesty ordered me to bring both princesses over there." Chi-Chi walked while asking quietly why father suddenly left the palace. The servant walking ahead turned back and replied, "Princess, His Highness went ahead. I cannot explain details. Please, both princesses go in to see His Majesty." Then he turned around and knocked on this door. The third princess was anxiously worried. If father sees these books, there won't be any life left to live. It's over. It's all over. Outside the door, the two princesses pushed each other back. The third princess forced a smile and said, "Chi-Chi, you go in first." She quickly replied, "No, no, no. The ancients say, Kong yields to Li. Chi-Chi naturally respects elder sister. Big sister, please go first." The two kept arguing, "No, no. I'm the elder sister, so I should let my younger sister." "You're young. You go first." "If sister says so, then my 2 lives combined are much older than you." Before finishing, the door was opened. A large shadow loomed over them. The emperor coldly shouted, "Both come in." The emperor lifted his teacup to drink while asking, "Did the Imperial Academy give a day off today?" The two princesses trembled in silence. Neither dared to speak up. The emperor slammed his teacup on the table again and shouted. Chi-Chi startled and replied, "No, no break." Seeing the books that the third princess held tightly, the emperor demanded, "What's that? Hand it over." The third princess fearfully tried to hide them, saying nothing. But the emperor wouldn't let it go. He walked over and forcefully grabbed the books from her hands. They fell to the ground, revealing the text inside. After briefly reading the content, the emperor's face darkened with extreme anger. He sternly asked if they both skipped class to buy these things. Chi-Chi trembled as she held up a small jar and replied, "Not entirely. We also got stinky tofu." Just as the emperor was about to scold them again, suddenly a foot appeared, kicking the door open. It was Imo Han, who walked in confidently, saying, "This prince smells stinky tofu again. Where is it? My mouth is." Before finishing his sentence, his eyes fell upon the books scattered on the floor. "What's going on?" The emperor just smiled meaningfully. "You'll know soon enough. An incense stick later." The emperor casually ate stinky tofu while punishing the three to write self-criticisms. Imo Han was extremely frustrated, constantly crying out, "This is the second time I've been implicated. This prince didn't tease anyone. I hate this. I hate this." At midnight in the imperial study, while the emperor was reviewing memorials, he asked the eunuch beside him, "Is she asleep, Zhao?" The eunuch responded, "Your Majesty, the 7th princess is already asleep. Perhaps tired from writing self-criticisms today, she's sleeping somewhat restlessly." The emperor propped his hands up and replied, "Never mind. Tell her she doesn't need to write anymore tomorrow. Her portion will be transferred to Imo Han." Suddenly remembering something, the emperor asked further, "Right, have your people found the author of those books yet, Zhao?" The eunuch answered, "He was found 2 hours ago in a village in the southern city. He's in jail awaiting your Majesty's judgment. Should this old servant go to the jail to eliminate him?" The emperor softly replied, "No need." Then he tapped on the pages of the book and said, "Let this person continue writing. If Chi-Chi likes his books, then let him write books that promote filial piety." Then the emperor ordered, "From now on, this person will be an artisan, providing books designated by the royal family. He will receive salary and benefits like a 6th-rank official, but each month he must write 3 books over 10,000 words. If not, immediate beheading." Eunuch Zhao, standing beside, clasped his hands. "Your Majesty is merciful. This person will surely be grateful for your grace." Eunuch Zhao continued to report to the emperor, "This old servant has one more matter to report. General Zhu has returned with his troops and is outside the hall requesting an audience." The emperor coldly asked, "What matter?" Eunuch Zhao hesitantly replied, "General Zhu says it's regarding the matter of the crown prince of Western Ming Yin City." The emperor ordered to let him in. At the Yang Palace, Chi-Chi lay sleeping on the bed with a very unpleasant expression. In her dream, she saw the surroundings were in complete chaos. "Where is this?" She glanced at the sign hanging on the wall. Looking at the city's devastation, Chi-Chi recognized it was Bei Ming. This was Bei Ming. At this moment, a young man on horseback was approaching Chi-Chi's direction. It was Yin Cheng, the male lead. Yin Cheng destroyed Bei Ming and killed everyone. Yin Cheng sat on his horse, pointing his sword at Chi-Chi and said, "You are the last person in Bei Ming. With your blood, we shall restore Bei Ming's prosperity." That sword pierced straight through Chi-Chi's body, causing her to wake up startled. She sat up panting. While breathing heavily, Chi-Chi recalled the scenes from her recent dream. Her heart felt somewhat uneasy. Why did I suddenly dream of this ending? The original story shouldn't have included me. Could it be that even if I changed the script, the ending would remain unchanged? Why is Bei Huang still destroyed by the male lead Yin Cheng? Thinking of this, Chi-Chi held her head in discomfort. Is this dream warning me? The male lead Yin Cheng is about to appear. But clearly in the dream when I was killed, I saw the male lead's face. While she was having a headache thinking, suddenly a Yuan's piercing scream came through. "Princess, run quickly." Chi-Chi became worried upon hearing this and ran out to see what was happening outside. Before she could cross the threshold, Ding Shang had already approached. She vaguely called out, "Sixth brother," twice. Before she could understand what was happening, Ding Shang had already raised his sword. "Sister Chi-Chi, you are the last survivor in Bei Huang. With your blood as sacrifice for my 100 wrongfully dead people of Shi Huang." After these words, the sword swung toward Chi-Chi's head. She only managed to cry out, "No!" Hearing the scream from inside the room, a Yuan worriedly rushed in, only to find Chi-Chi sitting there in a daze. It turned out to be a dream within a dream. Though awake, there was still fear on her face. "Princess, your highness, you're finally awake." Chi-Chi turned to look at a Yuan in confusion. Having just gone through a fever, she felt exhausted. And after experiencing that nightmare, her body now felt powerless, soft as if prepared beforehand. A Yuan approached Chi-Chi with a bowl of porridge in hand. "Late last night you suddenly developed a fever. You scared this servant to death. Fortunately, the imperial physician's timely treatment worked, so all is well. His Majesty also came here last night." Knowing her father was very worried about her, Chi-Chi forced herself to finish the porridge to thank His Majesty. But in her heart, she couldn't help but dwell on the recent dream. It was actually a dream within a dream. The daydream made no sense at all. Why did I suddenly feel that sixth brother was going to kill me? After finishing the porridge and getting dressed, Chi-Chi went to the imperial study room, not forgetting to bring some snacks for her father. Calculating the time, it's about time for the male lead Yin Cheng to appear. Could this be why I've been having nightmares lately? While deep in thought, Chi-Chi suddenly saw a group of soldiers entering the imperial library, which surprised her a bit. These people were following behind. That group of soldiers were some prisoners who looked quite young had arrived. Looking at those prisoners, Chi-Chi seemed quite certain that the moment when male lead Yin Cheng appears is right now. She peeked out to observe who exactly was the male lead. According to the script Chi-Chi had read before transmigrating, Yin Cheng was someone with outstanding features, with a mole at the corner of his eye, sickly pale skin, and rare handsomeness, especially his eyes that were as sharp as knives. But Chi-Chi's face now showed disappointment, because among these people, no one seemed to match that description. Could it be that the male lead hasn't appeared yet? Chi-Chi at this moment was deep in thought about how in the original story Yin Cheng, for revenge, had struggled to conceal his identity among the soldiers. She sat down, thinking about what she had read in the plot. It must be now. The author previously portrayed the male lead too tragically, without any male lead's glory, because after Western Cheng was invaded it had become very miserable. The entire city seemed about to collapse, fires blazing everywhere. Thinking about how he was originally a prince of a country, but had to do menial tasks for the enemy camp. That was the time after male lead Yin Cheng's country was destroyed. He tried every way to infiltrate the northern camp, hiding his identity, hoping one day to kill the tyrant, to avenge his country. If losing the country was the trigger that changed the male lead's personality, then the days in the military camp being bullied was the key factor that turned the male lead dark. Indeed, as they say, she sighed at how tragically the male lead was portrayed. Not only had to work as a servant for the enemy camp, but was also constantly tormented by them. Continuous whippings and being trampled upon. Telling you to clean chamber pots is already showing you mercy, yet you dare resist. Do you not want to live anymore? Being this weak, you'll just die in battle anyway, so might as well kill you now to save food. However, since it's a satisfying male protagonist novel, Later, the author remembered to add some glory to the male lead. Yin Cheng finally had days of proper food and clothing, holding a certain position in the camp, though it took 3 years. Yin Cheng through merits became the White Tiger Marquis, then became the Celestial Tiger Marquis. His image of bravely charging into battle and achieving great merit completely cleared any suspicion from the court. Yin Cheng continued advancing through ranks, finally after capturing foreign prisoners, led troops into the capital, making the entire court admire him. The emperor had to greatly reward him for his contributions. From then on, he became the Grand Marshal, holding high position and power beside the great tyrant. Though serving loyally like that in Yin Cheng's heart, there was always darkness. The time for revenge had come. Yin Cheng never forgot the national grudge, leading his personal troops to take the city, finally beheading the great tyrant and ascending to the throne. At that time, his victorious smile revealed Yin Cheng's cold nature. He was cruel enough and heartless enough, cold-blooded enough to be an Azura demon who kills without blinking an eye. The story ends with a mysterious darkness, as if to remind that it was a half-tragic, half-happy ending for the main character. This book, Yin Emperor's Command, leaves readers with a deep impression because the male lead has no romantic storyline. Chi-Chi rested her chin sadly and sighed to herself, facing an emotionless male lead who's focused solely on the main plot. With her abilities, she absolutely cannot prevent the tragic outcome of Bei Ming's destruction. Chi-Chi could only let out a deep sigh. Then, thinking of the characters she cared about in this world, the little girl silently determined, even if it's uncertain, she wants to try. For father, sixth brother, third sister, for all those who treated her well, she'll try. Try to prevent the tragic ending from happening. But it seemed Chi-Chi noticed something, making her somewhat startled. Looking around cautiously, Chi-Chi asked herself if anyone was there. But just now clearly she felt like someone was watching her. Perhaps I'm being paranoid, she thought, and dismissed it. If father is busy, then I'll return to the palace first. As Chi-Chi was standing up to take her snack basket and prepare to leave, she discovered that Ding Shang had been standing there for who knows how long. Chi-Chi asked in surprise, "What a coincidence. Why are you here?" Then, thinking that from before until now he had never wanted to actively meet father, why would he come to the imperial study today on his own? Hearing this, Ding Shang quickly raised the book in his hand and replied, "I was just at the imperial library and happened to pass by here." This excuse seemed to be insulting to one's IQ, though Chi-Chi only responded with an "oh," but she knew the imperial library was in the south. The imperial study was in the north. Do you think I have no common sense? Well, since Ding Shang didn't want to reveal the reason, Chi-Chi could only change the subject. "Were you very busy yesterday?" Seeing her sixth royal brother looking somewhat puzzled, Chi-Chi continued, "Yesterday I had a fever and thought about that nightmare." The little girl felt somewhat aggrieved. "I dreamed that you killed me." Ding Shang gently placed his hand on Chi-Chi's cheek to check. "Are you better now?" Then she pouted angrily. Better now, knowing Chi-Chi was blaming him in her heart for not visiting her. Ding Shang bent down and asked caringly, "Are you blaming me for not visiting you when you were sick?" Hearing this, Chi-Chi felt both angry and embarrassed. She turned away abruptly and said no. However, Chi-Chi didn't know that Ding Shang had visited her, she just wasn't aware of it. Although Ding Shang didn't comfort Chi-Chi, but it was our hearts that were comforted. After standing there in a daze for a while, he quickly gathered himself and chased after Chi-Chi's figure. When passing by the door of the imperial study, Ding Shang signaled to the guards standing there. Immediately the door was opened wide. A corpse, covered with a white cloth, was carried out from inside, making Chi-Chi curious. The little girl was truly brave. She even dared to lift the cloth covering the corpse to look. "If it were me, I would have run 10 meters away already." Back to the matter. When lifting the veil, a somewhat handsome face appeared. Chi-Chi seemed to recognize the person before her, so she was extremely startled. Ding Shang gently covered Chi-Chi's eyes. "Don't look at him," pulling the curtain back up, then ordered the 2 soldiers, "Quickly carry it away." "Scared the princess? Please forgive us, sixth prince. Actually, your sister wanted to see it herself." But as soldiers, how could they voice their opinions? Hearing the order given, the soldiers could only quickly carry the corpse away. Only now did Ding Shang remove his hand. "He's gone. Don't be afraid." On Chi-Chi's face there was some surprise and fear, but that expression wasn't because she was afraid of the corpse, but because she recognized that it was the male lead of the story. Ding Shang kindly patted her head. Little Chi-Chi has never seen a dead person before. The little girl turned around and asked who that person was. Ding Shang explained, "I heard it's the crown prince of Ximing. Yen Cheng's body. Saying this, his hand clenched tightly. His heart also became heavy. Yen Cheng? Chi-Chi asked surprisingly. The little girl certainly knew whose corpse it was, but she still had a doubt in her heart. But how did brother know? Could it be that he was involved in this matter? Thinking of this, Chi-Chi began to probe. So does sixth brother know why he died? Why did he die? Ding Shang, hearing this question, was also somewhat surprised. He lightly tapped her head. Little Chi-Chi is speaking to your sixth brother, you? Chi-Chi quickly replied. But to prevent her from being suspicious, Ding Shang still continued to answer. Perhaps because he deserved to die, he didn't forget to advise his little sister. The world is unfair. There's no longer evil gets punished and good gets rewarded. Speaking of this, also somewhat spoke of the grievances that Ding Shang had experienced. His mood sank as he picked up the book. Ding Shang coldly left. I remember I have something to attend to first. Watching his departing figure, perhaps Chi-Chi also noticed something unusual in her sixth brother's mood. Why did he become so lonely and miserable after seeing that corpse? Did he know that person? But for now the priority is to cheer up Ding Shang's spirits. Chi-Chi quickly caught up with sixth brother and held his hand. The little girl smiled and said, I'm in no hurry to see father either. Let's go together. Hearing these words, Ding Shang seemed about to say something. Sister, but on second thought, having his only family member accompany him wasn't so bad, so he agreed to take the little girl along. Chi-Chi asked, is sixth brother returning to the palace now? Ding Shang replied, I'll take you back first. Not wanting to return early, Chi-Chi wanted to have lunch at the Flower Palace before going back. Before Ding Shang could speak, Chi-Chi said, the breakfast in your palace is better. If you don't say no, then it means you agree. You've agreed, thank you, sixth brother. This monologue from Chi-Chi left Ding Shang speechless. Surely in his mind he was wondering, hello, so that means I agreed? Finally they arrived outside the Zhonghua Palace. While passing by a bush, Chi-Chi seemed to notice something moving inside. Suddenly a pure white cat poked its head out. Chi-Chi immediately recognized it as the Crown Prince's cat. The little girl sat down and kindly called, Nyang Nyang, come here. Nyang Nyang. Ding Shang, standing beside, was also shocked by the Crown Prince's peculiarity. Yes, it's Nyang Nyang, Chi-Chi confirmed once again. The little girl adored the cat endlessly and vice versa, except for its owner. The cat only acted cute in front of Chi-Chi. Seeing such a small cat daring to steal his spotlight, Ding Shang felt somewhat annoyed. Chi-Chi just looked around to make sure the Crown Prince wasn't here, so she could freely monopolize the cat. It seemed the jealousy in the air had started to rise. Ding Shang appeared somewhat angry, reminding Chi-Chi to put it down, it's dirty. Hearing this, Chi-Chi retorted, it's not dirty, it's very cute and clean. Do you want to hold it? Ding Shang would never let that cat near his face. He immediately waved his hand in refusal. In a corner of the garden, a group of servants were being scolded for not keeping an eye on the cat. Must be nearby. This servant just heard Nyang Nyang's meow. Jing Xian was losing patience. He shouted, find it. Suddenly Jing Xian noticed the two people, Chi-Chi and Ding Shang, in the distance. Looking closely, he saw Nyang Nyang being held by Chi-Chi. Jing Xian then called out loudly. Nyang Nyang. Chi-Chi jumped in surprise. It's over. Jing Xian's footsteps were getting closer and closer. Chi-Chi stood there frozen in place, her heart filled with worry. He won't misunderstand that I kidnapped his cat, right? Jing Xian just coldly asked one question. Why is Nyang Nyang here? His face remained calm, but anyone who knew about Can Hien's reputation felt very scared. And Chi-Chi was no exception. She pointed towards the bushes, while stuttering to explain, there's a cat there. Can Hien said nothing, but reached his hand out towards her. Seeing this action, Chi-Chi had already imagined a tragic scenario for herself, thinking that her best friend was about to leave this world. Din Thin probably felt the same way. He suddenly rushed forward to shield Chi-Chi and explained, Elder Royal Brother. The cat ran to the bushes outside Tronghua Palace by itself. We didn't let it make this place dirty. Can Hien paid no attention to Din Thin's words. He still reached his hand towards Chi-Chi, surprising everyone. It turned out he just wanted to help wipe my face. Thinking of this, Chi-Chi felt relieved. She stood still, letting Can Hien wipe the dirt off her face. Din Thin, standing aside witnessing this scene, started to feel irritated. He quickly reminded Chi-Chi to return the cat to him. The girl was a bit startled hearing that, but it was natural after all. However, Your Highness really knows how to make things difficult. No matter how Chi-Chi pulled, no matter how she held on, the cat kept clinging to her nonstop. Seeing this, Can Hien suggested that Chi-Chi carry the cat back to the palace with him. Before Chi-Chi could answer, Din Thin directly refused, saying no. An internal war broke out between the two brothers. Though Kan Hien was annoyed, he still maintained his gentle and calm demeanor, saying, "This matter doesn't concern sixth brother. Whether to return with me or not is her decision to make." Then both turned to look at Chi-Chi, each wanting her to go with them. Looking down at the cat acting spoiled in her arms, Chi-Chi's face was troubled. "Why is this one being so clingy today, like sticky candy? Why won't it get down? I'm afraid I really have to return to the palace with elder royal brother." She could only let out a sigh, decisively stepped towards Kan Hien and answered, "Elder royal brother, I'll go with you to return the cat." Hearing this, Kan Hien smiled and replied, "That's good. Thank you for your trouble." Chi-Chi, contrary to Kan Hien, Din Thin, standing beside, looked somewhat displeased. Chi-Chi had to temporarily cancel the meal she had planned with Din Thin to take Your Highness back. When passing by Din Thin, she still forced a smile, asking sixth brother's permission to leave and return. Din Thin, who was still upset, only replied emptily, "It's up to you." Standing at the palace gate of Sungduk Palace, Chi-Chi looked around and couldn't help but marvel at how big it was here. But it made sense. Being the palace of Big Brother, of course, it would be bigger than her palace. Then she walked inside, only to see a large basin of water on the floor, but it had been spilled everywhere. Chi-Chi could guess indeed it was bath time. "No wonder Your Highness was so wet." Kan Hien spoke up. "The palace servants are resting today. I thought I could bathe it myself. Didn't expect it to be so afraid of water." Hadn't even finished half of the bath and frantically ran outside. Chi-Chi was a modern person with deep understanding. Plus, with her love for animals, she knew clearly that cats fear water the most. However, it's not impossible to bathe them. These words surprised Jing Xian. Chi-Chi calmly sat down and explained in detail. While explaining, she helped Nuong get used to bathing. It fears water because it has never been exposed to it much. Therefore, it doesn't feel safe. Just need to let it adapt slowly like this first. One hand holding Nuong, who was nuzzling against her. Another hand splashing water on the cat. Jing Xian also sat down, listening attentively to Chi-Chi's explanation while thinking lack of exposure leads to feeling unsafe. "Look, it's not afraid anymore." Saying that, Chi-Chi slowly put Nuong into the water basin. Indeed, it was just as she said. The cat wasn't running away anymore. Watching Chi-Chi happily bathing Nuong, Jing Xian thought about Chi-Chi's expression when she was caught holding his cat earlier. "Then what about you being so afraid of me? Is it because of little contact?" Unconsciously, Jing Xian gently wiped away the soap bubbles on Chi-Chi's face. Seeing this, she cheerfully replied, "Thank you, royal brother." This adorable appearance of Chi-Chi made Jing Xian stunned. Finally finished bathing Nuong, Chi-Chi stood up, dusted her hands, and bid farewell to Jing Xian. Unwilling to let her leave, he stood up and grabbed Chi-Chi's hand. For the first time, Jing Xian expressed wanting someone to stay for lunch with him. He invited Chi-Chi perhaps to build rapport with her, so she would gradually get used to and not fear meeting him anymore. But unfortunately, before that, Chi-Chi had already arranged to have lunch with Ding Sheng, so she couldn't break her word and had to decline this invitation. Hearing this, in the heart of someone known for being cold and emotionless like Jing Xian felt a bit disappointed. "Then let me see you off." Hearing these words from Jing Xian, Chi-Chi immediately rushed away as fast as possible. This appearance of hers made Jing Xian could only sigh watching her. "Still so afraid of me." Chi-Chi ran quickly past the gate of Cheongda Palace, only then dared to stop and rest. At this moment, she regained her composure and thought back, puzzled by her reaction earlier. "Why did I run? He seems quite gentle. Never got angry. Why am I always afraid of him?" Looking back at Jing Xian's palace, Chi-Chi thought about how third royal sister almost always spoke ill of Jing Xian to her. That's why when seeing him, she always felt so scared. But in a moment, a familiar figure appeared, making Chi-Chi surprised. It was Ding Sheng slowly walking over. Remembering how she had angered him when leaving, Chi-Chi had a feeling things weren't good. "He couldn't have been standing here waiting for me all this time, right?" Chi-Chi nervously, unconsciously rubbed her head with her hand. After bringing the cat back, Din Thin's frowning face asked, making the little girl feel somewhat scared, and stammered in response, Brought it back then." Afraid Din Thin would misunderstand, Chi-Chi quickly explained. Originally planned to leave after delivering it, but eldest brother was bathing the cat. He didn't know. Before finishing her sentence, Din Thin interrupted her. "No need to explain to me where you go and who you're with. None of it concerns me." Just hearing this, one could smell the jealousy. Din Thin turned and walked away. Chi-Chi knew her sixth brother was sulking, so she quickly chased after sixth brother. "Sixth brother, wait for me," she called while running. The little girl still couldn't understand his tough exterior, but soft heart, such personality would clearly put him at a disadvantage. waiting for her for an hour, yet pretending not to care, not even knowing what he was angry about. Grabbing Din Thin's arm, Chi-Chi kept apologizing. However, what she received was just a cold response from Din Thin. "There won't be a next time," he said, shaking off Chi-Chi's hand, warning her, "Don't follow me." Seeing Din Thin's attitude, Chi-Chi sighed. "Oh no, he's really angry. It'll be hard to appease him." Her small feet couldn't keep up with Din Thin's pace, so it took half an hour to reach Tronghua Palace. Just as she entered the door, her stomach was growling with hunger along the winding path. Fortunately, having been here several times, Chi-Chi was able to find her way here. The little girl thought back to all the grievances she had to endure earlier. Haven't had lunch yet, had to help bathe the cat, and walked such a long way. Now still having to appease him, it's too much. Chi-Chi could only lower her head as she walked in. Once inside, she was surprised. Though it was well past mealtime, a lavish meal was still there. Chi-Chi guessed Din Thin's family was waiting for her. She ran to coax, "Sixth brother, are you still angry?" His domineering response was, "Clear it away. She's not hungry." The maid beside, who had just served rice, had to hold back. Understanding, Chi-Chi took the bowl from the maid's hands. "I'm hungry." Din Thin glanced at Chi-Chi and asked, "Didn't eldest brother feed you?" The little girl knew to seize the opportunity. Taking a big bite of rice, she answered, "No, sixth brother treats me the best. I like eating at sixth brother's place the most." Sure enough, this tactic worked on Din Thin. He slowly picked up food for the little girl, not forgetting to remind, "Eat slowly," while Chi-Chi comfortably responded, "Thank you, I want shrimp." Though his heart had softened, he still maintained a cold exterior. While peeling shrimp, he complained, "Really giving an inch and taking a mile." Chi-Chi ate happily, pleased to have smoothly appeased him. In no time, Chi-Chi had finished a plate of shrimp. The little girl contentedly burped, making Din Thin, sitting beside, criticize. "No manners at all." After finishing the meal, Chi-Chi bid farewell to Din Thin and turned to leave. She hadn't taken a few steps when he called her back, which surprised her a bit. Chi-Chi hesitantly turned back, wondering what else to say. Could it be that his anger from earlier hasn't completely subsided? Does he want to settle scores with me? Dingsheng bent down and said, "Give me your hand." Chi-Chi asked in confusion, but she still placed her hand in Dingsheng's. It turned out he just wanted to wipe Chi-Chi's hands. He truly was cold on the outside but warm inside. A saint who dotes on his sister. Looking up at the face focused on wiping her hands, Chi-Chi thought to herself, "I thought he was going to slap my hand, but he just wanted to clean my hands. Seems like he's not angry anymore." My ability to pacify others has improved quite a bit. Pressing her advantage, she quickly gave Dingsheng's cheek a light kiss, making him blush. The handkerchief unconsciously fell from his hand. Chi-Chi walked away while turning back to say goodbye. Dingsheng stood there for a long while before coming to his senses. Chi-Chi had successfully touched the heart of someone filled with only hatred like Dingsheng. He began to worry about his identity. Chi-Chi saw him truly as her brother, so she didn't mind the proper distance between men and women. But in reality, there was no blood relation between them. One day when Dingsheng reveals his true identity, they won't be as close as today. Thinking of this, his heart skipped a beat. Dingsheng quickly brushed away these thoughts, as he still carried the burden of his country's vendetta. When restoring the nation, such feelings would naturally cease to exist. Though decided so, deep in his heart, in Dingsheng's heart, Chi-Chi still occupied a significant place. At night, he dreamed of her and unconsciously muttered, "Chi-Chi." Dingsheng dreamed of a free and carefree world, full of flowers where Chi-Chi stood there smiling, calling him over. Dingsheng ran to her side, calling out in surprise. Chi-Chi was about to give him a flower crown, but Dingsheng didn't care about that at all. He just kept staring at her adorable face and couldn't stop touching it. "Chi-Chi, it tickles. Stop touching, Lu Gij." Chi-Chi replied cheerfully. The words, Lu Gij, still weighed heavily in Dingsheng's heart. He held Chi-Chi's shoulders firmly, pushing her down onto the grass. Face to face with Chi-Chi, Dingsheng firmly said, "Don't call me Lu Gij." Dingsheng leaned close to her ear. In a deep voice, he requested she call him In Gij. Chi-Chi, wearing a flower crown, happily called In Gij in her clear voice. The coquettish call of In Gij. When he woke up, the echo of In Gij still lingered in his mind. Dingsheng's face darkened as he slowly lifted the blanket to look. Then his face turned red with embarrassment as he coughed awkwardly. An hour later, at Lianchuan Mountain behind Zhonghua Palace, Dingsheng was bathing there with his mind in turmoil. How could he have such a dream? He shook his head, waving off that meaning, scolding himself. I must be going crazy. The servant beside him worriedly said, soaking in cold water too long is harmful to your health. You should come up quickly. When Ding Shang came up, the old man quickly draped clothes over his body. He ordered, I have matters to attend to. You go keep watch. The porridge is left here, the servant respectfully explained. Now only Ding Shang remained with a bowl of porridge in hand. He pressed something on the tree trunk which activated a secret passage. Immediately the big tree moved, revealing a path leading downward. Ding Shang walked down into the dark tunnel step by step. There was no furniture below. The space was spacious. There was flickering light from torches when entering a room with more furnishings. Moreover, there were some clicking sounds. As Ding Shang walked, before him was another person who looked exactly like him, thin and bony, craving for food. Both hands were cuffed. He placed the porridge bowl on the ground. That person immediately dove in to eat ravenously. Ding Shang looked down from above, smiled and asked, want more? That person couldn't speak, only made sounds and held up the empty bowl towards him. He maintained his smile and said softly, I'll bring you more next time. It's late today. That person seemed to understand and looked at him pitifully. Ding Shang saw his eyes similar to Seven's pleading eyes. Seven angrily kicked away the bowl in his hands. He shouted loudly, don't look at me with those eyes, unless you no longer need your eyes. That person fearfully hugged his head and shut his eyes tight. Seeing that person cower, Ding Shang let out a contemptuous laugh. Then he moved close to that person, lifted his chin up to face him directly. Ding Shang coldly mocked, who would have thought? The genuine sixth prince of Beiming, Ding Shang, has been imprisoned in this dark secret chamber all this time. However, all of this is what Beiming's royal family deserves. If you want to hate, then hate your father. Then he threw his face aside. Suddenly Ding Shang pulled at his face, like peeling off a mask. Ding Shang's true appearance was revealed. His true identity was the crown prince of the enemy nation, named Yin Cheng. At this moment that Ding Shang was terrified, finally stammered childishly, Yin Cheng. Hearing this, he gave a cold smile. Then he said, you and that sister truly were born from the same father. Even your fearful eyes look so similar. Ding Sheng didn't understand what he was referring to, only asked, who? But Yin Cheng just contemptuously said, you're not worthy to know. Seeing him approach, he quickly covered his eyes and stammered, you, Yin Cheng, what do you want to do? Yin Cheng just smiled. Don't carelessly call my real name like that. I've grown quite fond of this name Ding Sheng now, and quite like this identity too. Remembered that person's figure and smiled, especially when someone softly calls him sixth brother. You let go of the mask, looking straight at that person. Originally I planned to quickly eliminate the Yi royal family of Beiming, but now thinking about hiding for so long, it seems I can gain some benefits. After thinking this, you took out a bottle from your clothes, telling him that I originally would have killed you, but it seems you still have some value now. Drops of solution fell on the mask. Yin Cheng coldly said, a person's face will change slightly over time, so I will keep your face as a reference for the mask. The next morning, everyone was practicing swordsmanship at the martial arts field. Aotion was yawning repeatedly on the side, but watching people practice sword is really not interesting at all. I shouldn't have agreed to supervise someone for a day. It's too late to regret now. Then he lay on the bench with his legs up to relax. Suddenly Chi appeared calling, second brother. Aotion sat up immediately in surprise. He coughed a few times and asked, little seven, why are you here? She happily replied, big royal brother said there's military training here today. The trainees are all young soldiers who escorted prisoners back a few days ago. It's very fun. He told me to come watch. Aotion heard this and helplessly said, fun? You've been tricked by him. He just wants someone to supervise the training instructor, that's all. He looked at the cat in her arms and asked probingly, is this big royal brother's cat Nyang Nyang that you found on the road, or did that Yi Jingxian give it to you? Chi happily said, today big royal brother has to leave the palace, so he entrusted Nyang Nyang to me for a day. Aotion sighed deeply, continuously telling Chi, we two siblings are truly equally pitiful, both tricked by him to work in his place. I really want to gouge his eyes out. Hearing these horrifying words, she could only say, please brother, calm down a bit. Aotion still felt somewhat comforted. He told her, but with little Seven by second brother's side. Second brother doesn't feel lonely at all anymore. Chi-Chi smiled and nodded, but actually she was calculating in her heart. Sorry, I didn't come here to keep brother company. I came here because I remember something. In the original text, there was a passage saying the male lead Yancheng was bullied by some youths behind the mountain. So I came here to try my luck, to see if I could meet the great male lead. Thinking of this, her expression became gloomy, but she looked over at second brother. First, I need to avoid second royal brother. Otherwise, even if I meet the real male lead, I won't have a chance to talk. Chi-Chi immediately handed the white cat to him. Please, Aotion second brother, I want to go to the tent behind the mountain to change. Could you hold Nyang Nyang for me for a bit? Gaotian certainly wouldn't refuse when second brother asked the palace maid to accompany sister behind the mountain. The palace guide said, Little princess, don't rush, there are tents specially made for the princess behind the mountain, for princes and honored guests, used for changing clothes or resting. I'll take you there. Chi-Chi innocently said, Thank you, sister. Before entering the tent, Chi-Chi instructed the palace maid, Sister, please wait outside for me. No need to come inside with me. The palace maid replied, Yes, please go ahead, princess. I will wait for you outside. Then Chi-Chi lifted up a tent cloth from inside. Indeed, this tent wasn't very secure. I just need to crawl out and that's it. Thinking so, she tried to force her way out, but as a result, she got stuck. She remained motionless, unable to crawl back in. Did I get fat? That can't be right. Then why am I stuck? Help! Chi-Chi kept squirming. Then she panicked and thought, if I call for help from that palace maid now, and she asks why I tried to crawl out, I won't be able to explain. Finally, she resigned to her fate. Never mind. I'll just lie here and wait until I get thin from hunger. Suddenly footsteps appeared in front of her. Chi-Chi asked, Who's there? The person in front was Ding Shang disguised as Yancheng. He hesitantly asked, What are you? Chi-Chi quickly pleaded, Sixth brother, I'm stuck. Quick, help me. He asked puzzled, Stuck how? Then Chi-Chi wiggled her hands to demonstrate. Look, maybe I've been eating too much lately so I'm completely stuck. Seeing her so enthusiastic, Ding Shang said, Stop moving. I believe you. He suggested, Try sucking in your stomach. Poor Chi-Chi said, I already tried everything possible. Nothing works. He smiled gently, comforting her. Don't cry. Let me think of something. Suddenly Ding Shang walked away. Chi-Chi panicked and called out, Sixth brother, where are you going? There's a palace maid guarding the entrance, brother. Then she heard the palace maid say, Sixth prince, seventh princess is changing inside. It's not appropriate for you to enter now. Then came Ding Shang's response, It's fine. She and I don't need to mind such things. Please step aside. Chi-Chi coughed a few times. Speaking like that, it would be strange if she let you in. Suddenly someone grabbed her ankle. Startled, Chi-Chi asked, Sixth brother, you're inside already? Then she heard his reply. She curiously asked, Did she let you in that easily? Didn't say anything else? Internally guessing, could it be that the palace maid saw sixth brother's handsome face and was moved enough to let him in? However, Ding Shang's response was, She wouldn't let me in, so I had no choice but to knock her unconscious. Hearing this, she deadpanned and, Oh. Ding Shang looked at her and told her not to move. As he grabbed a bag, he told her, The sachet is stuck. Sister, step back a little first. Tell Chi-Chi when you get the sachet out. Try again now. Try speaking with a happy feeling. It seems a bit looser now. Then Ding Shang used his strength to pull her out of there. Chi-Chi cooperated by stretching her arms forward. Ding Shang successfully pulled her out, but lost balance and fell backward. She fell neatly into his arms. You relax your body, saying you're out now. Yi Aotion pinched Chi-Chi's cheeks while comforting but having Chi-Chi by second brother's side. Second brother doesn't feel lonely at all anymore. She smiled and nodded in agreement, but thought in her heart, How embarrassing. I didn't come here to keep brother company. I came here for something important. Then her face became serious. I remember there's a passage in the original text saying the male lead Yancheng was bullied by some teenagers behind the mountain. So I came here to try my luck. Not sure if I can meet the real male lead or not. She held the little cat in her arms looking at Yi Aotion. First, I must avoid second imperial brother. Otherwise, even if I meet the real male lead, there won't be a chance to talk. Then she handed the little cat to Yi Aotion and said, Second brother, I want to go to the tent behind the mountain to change clothes. Could you hold Nyang Nyang for me for a while? Yi Aotion took the little cat, held it in his arms, and replied, All right. Second brother will have palace maids accompany you. The palace maid walking beside while leading the way explained, "Princess, don't rush. There are tents behind the mountain made specially for the princess, princes, and distinguished guests, used for changing clothes or resting. This servant will take the princess there." Chi-Chi politely replied, "Thank you, sister." Chi-Chi went into the tent and called out, "Sister, please wait for me outside. No need to come in with me." The palace maid obeyed and replied, "Yes. Please proceed, princess. This servant will wait outside for you." Chi-Chi lifted a corner of the tent and thought to herself, "Indeed, this tent isn't very secure. I just need to crawl out and that's it." With that thought, she crawled out, but got stuck halfway through, unable to move further. She was stuck in the tent, silently complaining, "Have I gotten fat? That can't be right. Then why am I stuck? Stop, help." Chi-Chi kept wiggling, trying to find a way out, but it was useless. If she called for help from that palace maid now, if she asks why I wanted to crawl out, I wouldn't be able to explain. Thinking this, she resigned to her fate and sighed deeply. "I'll just lie here and wait until I get thin from hunger." While feeling helpless, not knowing what to do, suddenly a figure appeared before her. Chi-Chi looked up and asked, "Who's there?" Ding Sheng, seeing the little sister stuck, stammered and asked, "Are you?" Chi-Chi, as if finding a lifeline, quickly asked, "Sixth brother Ding Sheng, I'm stuck. Please help me." Chi-Chi kept wiggling, hoping to get out. "Brother, look at this. Maybe I've been eating too much lately, so I'm stuck tight." Jia Din Thin gestured for her to stop moving. I believe he then bent down and said to her, "Try sucking in your stomach." Chi-Chi's face turned red, tears welling up as she replied that she already did. "I've tried everything already, but nothing works." Jia Din Thin wiped away Chi-Chi's tears to comfort her. "Don't cry. Let me think of something." Then Jia Din Thin left her there and walked away. Seeing him leave, Chi-Chi softly said, "Sixth brother, where are you going?" "There are palace maids guarding the front." "Brother." Chi-Chi listened carefully to their conversation. The palace maid stopped him. "The sixth prince and seventh princess are changing inside. It's not convenient for you to enter right now." Jia Din Thin quickly interrupted, "It's fine. She and I don't need to worry about such things. Please step aside." Chi-Chi made a bored face and thought, saying that, it would be strange if they let you in. Suddenly a hand grabbed Chi-Chi's ankle. She excitedly asked, "Sixth brother, are you inside now?" Jia Din Thin casually replied, "Mm." On the surface, Chi-Chi pretended to ask cheerfully, "Did she let you in so easily? Didn't she say anything else?" But in her heart, she thought, could it be that the palace maid saw sixth brother's handsome appearance and was moved enough to let him in? Jia Din Thin, still holding Chi-Chi's ankle inside, replied that the maid wouldn't let me in. I had no choice but to knock her unconscious. Jia Din Thin held her waist firmly and said, "Don't move." He touched the fragrance pouch and discovered, the pouch is stuck. Move back a little. Then he removed the fragrance pouch from Chi-Chi's body and asked, "Now try again." Chi-Chi excitedly tried again. It seems a bit looser now. Din Thin held her waist firmly, pulled Chi-Chi backward as she stretched both arms forward. Immediately, he was able to pull her back. Chi-Chi fell onto Jia Din Thin and sighed in relief. "I'm out." Chi-Chi forgot she was lying on top of Din Thin, so she sighed and said, "I'll never crawl through a dog hole again." After a while, feeling Din Thin's hand still on her waist, she looked up and met his gaze. Suddenly, Din Thin blushed, quickly turned his face away, pretending to cough. Chi-Chi looked at Din Thin, wondering in her heart, not sure why he's blushing, but anyway, thank you, hee. Then she smiled, clasped her hands and said, "Thank you, sixth brother." Jia Din Thin walked ahead and said to her, "Let's go back to the martial arts courtyard." Chi-Chi followed and replied, "Okay." In Chi-Chi's heart, another thought arose. The back mountain seems normal. Maybe the male lead hasn't appeared yet, or perhaps I missed him during the time I was stuck. Chi-Chi looked at the unconscious palace maid and asked Din Thin, "Sixth brother, will she be all right?" "Take it easy, it's all right. I didn't hit too hard just now. He'll wake up in a moment." Ding Shang turned back and grabbed her hand. He asked Chi-Chi why she came to the martial arts ground. She stammered that she was looking for someone. Right after saying that, she realized. Why did she nervously tell the truth? Ding Sheng asked again. "Today there are only young soldiers at the martial arts ground. Who are you looking for?" Ding Shang leaned in close to ask, making Chi-Chi nervous and uneasy. "I remember the male lead used a fake name to infiltrate the army. His name now should be Quan Jusi." She turned her face away, touched her hair, pretending to probe. "Do you know all the soldiers here today, sixth brother?" Ding Shang coldly replied. Most of them. Who do you want to ask about? Chi stammered and asked if he knew Brother Quan Jiusi. Ding Shang turned his face away, crossed his arms, and replied, Don't know. Chi continued to ask if there's no such person, or if you've never heard his name. Ding Shang put his hands on her shoulders and replied, I've checked the camp's roster. There really is no such person. Don't you trust me? Chi smiled with squinted eyes and denied, saying she trusted him. Of course I trust you. However, in her heart she thought, how could he not exist? The male lead has disappeared. How can I continue the script? Chi stood behind Ding Shang, hand on chin, thinking. In the original story that corpse was fake, but thinking the opposite. She recalled when she was sentenced by the emperor. In the original story, Chi couldn't live past age 6, beheaded by the tyrant, but now I'm still alive. She thought of Ye Mohan and pondered further. There's also Ninth Uncle in the original story. Ninth Uncle plotted rebellion, but now he has no reason to rebel, so his life is also preserved. Suddenly she realized something. All these clues point to one thing. Those who should have died haven't died. Those who shouldn't have died are dead. So is that corpse really Yin Cheng? The male lead? Could it be that my existence changed the script and caused the male lead to die? Thinking about this, she suddenly felt panicked and collapsed to the ground, holding her head and crying, What a disaster! Ding Shang saw this and was surprised. When to feel her forehead. No fever. Why suddenly going crazy? Chi thought to herself. The once ruthless and cruel king was quietly killed by me. Ding Shang looked at her coldly, asked if she's disappointed the person she's looking for isn't here. Chi raised her hand, saying no, thinking positively to herself. The male lead is dead. I don't need to worry about him coming for revenge anymore. So the people I care about won't be in danger either. Ding Shang smiled at her and asked why she's looking at him. Chi happily replied it's nothing. Then she ran ahead, telling him to hurry up. The next morning in the imperial study, the emperor was reviewing memorials. There was a tray of delicious pastries on the table. Suddenly a small hand reached out to eat breadcrumbs, but was caught by the emperor. It turned out to be Chi eating crumbs. The emperor looked at her with indulgent eyes and said, Where did this little mouse come from? Guangyao held his daughter in his arms and asked, If you want to eat, just take it. Why be sneaky? Chi answered candidly. Afraid of disturbing your majesty reviewing memorials. The emperor held his little daughter while reading memorials and said, Eat while in my arms. The eunuch came in to report, Your Majesty, the imperial advisor seeks an audience. The emperor coldly replied, Let him in. A man with snow-white hair walked in from outside. I, and Jiokong, pay respects to your majesty. Chi looked at him in surprise. This person took royal sister away the other day. So he is in Jiokong. Chi recalled the story she had read. That's right. In the original work, the author rarely described him. Only had one passage about his death. I remember after third princess Yi Yuncheng married Song Yucheng, this cold-faced imperial advisor died. He was on the battlefield when unexpectedly he rushed back to the capital. But when he arrived at the mansion gate, for some reason, he just stood still. It was said he died on his way back to the capital, but no one knew he died at the gate decorated with white mourning cloth. Until I read this novel again, I finally understood the reason. And Jiokong and Yi Yuncheng sat together on a stone bench. They seemed to be studying. Perhaps feelings had developed since they knew each other as children. In this imperial advisor's heart grew a cherry blossom tree, originally in his possession, but it was too dazzling, falling on his little disciple's face. One day the third princess came to see the imperial advisor and said, Master, Chang'er must be married off now. The cherry blossoms have matured and will follow the wind. The imperial advisor asked, Do you like that person? Yi Yuncheng replied with blushing cheeks. Chang'er has liked him for a long time, but the cherry blossom in his heart had rooted too deep, impossible to remove. The imperial advisor turned away coldly and replied, Congratulations to third princess on finding a husband. This news is joyous before I head to the battlefield. So his little princess has grown up. During the days they couldn't meet, she had already found someone in her heart. Indeed, love and hate are natural things. As long as she's happy, that's enough. Even if the one in her heart isn't himself. The day the imperial advisor left for battle was also the day third princess rode the bridal sedan chair. Chi was lost in thought, her face reddening without notice. And Jiokong spoke up. Why is seventh princess's face red? Chi sat in Guangyao's lap, rubbing her eyes, saying, It's because the incense in father's hall is a bit strong. It's fine. Chi thought to herself. After all, who would be most suitable for third royal sister? This is truly puzzling. Guangyao patted Chi head, then ordered, Put out all the incense in the hall quickly. Don't light it anymore in the future. The servants below answered yes. Chi-Chi fell asleep in Guangyao's arms. Kai-Han enters to report. The security arrangements for the spring hunting ceremony that your majesty assigned to me a few days ago. I have arranged everything properly. Chi-Chi suddenly wakes up. She grabs the emperor's robe and says, Father Guangyao makes a sound and raises his hand. Can Chi-Chi go to the spring hunting ceremony? Guangyao replies, you're still too young. In a few more years, you can go. She asks again, then royal sister, is she not going either? Imperial advisor Kai-Han replies to the princess, as long as they are princes, princesses, and children of ministers who are 10 years or older, they can all participate. Chi-Chi counts on her fingers and says, next month third sister will be 15 years old. Sixth brother will soon be 14 years old. Only I'm not yet 7 years old. She pouts and hugs Guangyao saying, Father, I want to go too. Everyone else is going. I'll be alone in the palace. I don't accept that, the emperor says. But for hunting, everyone must ride horses, and there's no small horse that you can ride. Chi-Chi replies, just say I'm too short straight out. Guangyao laughs and says, all right then. If Chi-Chi can give one good reason to go hunting, I will agree to let you come along. Chi-Chi's eyes sparkle. Really? I can go. I can. Suddenly she thinks, being so short, what can I actually do? Kai-Han whispers, pick mushrooms. Chi-Chi catches on. She eagerly says, right, I can pick mushrooms. Guangyao pinches Chi-Chi's cheek, saying, I permit you to come along. 3 days later at the 9th prince's residence, there's talk about picking mushrooms. Haha, what a clever little one, even coming up with such a reason. The speaker is Imohan. He asks, so has your proud father agreed? Chi-Chi replies, while eating, father has agreed. Imohan picks up a huge drumstick for Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi holds out her bowl and says, Father worried it's not safe for me to pick mushrooms alone, so he asked sixth brother to pick mushrooms with me. Sixth brother over there sneezes. The servant beside him puts a coat on him and says, put on the fur coat. The spring hunt is in a few days. Don't catch a cold. Ding Shang replies, Back at Chi-Chi's place, Imohan lifts Chi-Chi up and exclaims, My, you've grown quite a bit. He puts Chi-Chi on his lap and says, and heavier too. Ninth uncle can barely carry you anymore. Chi-Chi looks a bit sad. I'm fat, really getting fat. Now I can barely fit through the dog hole anymore. Imohan explains, it's not that you're fat, you're just growing up. Chi-Chi bristles, you're still making fun of me. Imohan replies, okay, uncle won't laugh anymore. Won't laugh anymore. Chi-Chi looks at Imohan's neck. She points at the red mark on Imohan's neck and asks, Uncle, what happened to your neck? Imohan makes a sound. Chi-Chi says, Uncle's neck is red. Was it an insect bite? It doesn't seem swollen though. Imohan is surprised and quickly covers it. Wrong, could it be from last night? Chi-Chi worriedly asks Imperial Uncle. Imohan quickly says, no, it's nothing, just a mosquito bite. Chi-Chi says cheerfully, then Imperial Uncle should apply some medicine. It works really well. I was also bitten by an insect before. After applying medicine for one night, it was completely gone. Imohan forces a smile and says, Imperial Uncle will apply it soon. Thank you, little one. The dessert plate is brought up. Chi-Chi turns back wondering, who is this person? These clothes must be a guard from 9th Imperial Uncle's residence. The person holding the plate is Imohan's confidant. The secret identity Mingdan. Mingdan holds the plate and says, Your Highness, Minister Jiang from the Ministry of Revenue is here to visit. He's waiting for you at the flower pavilion. He puts down the plate as Chi-Chi looks at him and thinks, this man is truly handsome, but he doesn't seem like an ordinary guard. Peach blossom pastry. This is 9th Imperial Uncle's favorite pastry. How could a guard understand his master's preferences so well? Imohan says with displeasure, without this prince's permission, who allowed you to enter? Chi-Chi is somewhat surprised. Mingdan replies, Minister Jiang is waiting for you. Will you meet him? Imohan sighs, puts his hands on Chi-Chi's shoulders, and instructs, little one, Imperial Uncle has to go out for a while. Stay here and play for a bit. Imperial Uncle will be right back. Chi-Chi obediently replies, yes. Chi-Chi watches the two leave. She thinks to herself, it seems 9th Imperial Uncle's walking posture today is quite strange. It really is strange. Then turns back to look at the plate on the table, excitedly, peach blossom pastry. Here I come. Mingdan turns back to look at Chi-Chi awkwardly. Oh. She smiles awkwardly. I won't eat it. Save it for 9th Imperial Uncle when he returns. Outside the space is quiet. The room is empty. Imohan asks, where is Minister Jiang? Mingdan smiles and replies, don't know. perhaps still at his residence. Imohan angrily, "You dare deceive me." He slaps Ming Dan with a crack, then says angrily, "I told you not to leave marks." Ming Dan wipes his wound. He replies, "Sorry, lost control yesterday." Imohan clicks his tongue, "Perhaps because your highness was angry at those shameless words from confidant Ming Dan." Their eyes meet for a moment. At this time, that confidant Ming Dan's gaze falls on the red mark on your highness's neck. He smirks, then approaches and whispers in your highness's ear. The content of this age-restricted conversation, you can probably guess some parts already. I'll refrain from giving more details because looking at your highness's reddening face, it's clear already. Stay away from me. Your highness pushes away confidant Ming Dan's hand. These things cannot trouble that confidant. His hand easily catches your highness's wrist. That improper expression looked straight at him, then approached him, and said with the same action, "Don't do it a second time." The prince was very angry, could only grunt to let the matter pass. Our little Yi Chi was yawning, repeatedly waiting for the 9th prince's return. The princess was truly well behaved. The food on the table remained untouched. Waiting too long made her lose patience. She gently jumped off the chair and cheerfully skipped back to her palace. But before she got far, she encountered Ming Dan standing there. Her face became extremely vigilant looking at this strange visitor. Seeing her, he respectfully bowed and said, "The prince just had to go out, so specifically sent him to escort her back to the palace." When she wondered where royal uncle went, this confidant suddenly picked her up and said, "This servant cannot disclose." Seeing him hold her, she struggled and protested that she could walk. "However," he said, "he just wanted to carry her to the carriage. If you resist, you might get hurt." With a reluctant expression of discomfort, she thought, "A gentleman knows when to bend and when to stretch. One who knows timing is truly capable." This time she wouldn't calculate against this fellow. After she entered the carriage, he didn't forget to carefully instruct the carriage driver that he must take her to the palace gate. If anything goes wrong, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. At this moment, she pulled back the curtain from inside to secretly look at him. She thought this person had such outstanding features. Why couldn't she remember him from the original story? And what relationship did he have with royal uncle, and what connection to the court? This humble one knows. This person has a relationship with the princess's royal uncle, but as for court connections, this poor monk doesn't know. Princess. The carriage slowly rolled forward. The princess was lost in her own thoughts. But overall, since this person stood with 9th royal uncle, he probably wasn't from the empress's faction. As long as he wasn't playing an antagonist role, it would be fine. For now, she would observe the situation first. At this time in the Flower Palace, only 3 days remained until the spring hunting festival. Our lovely princess was still pondering deeply about how to persuade her 6th brother to give up hunting. Perhaps persuade him to go mushroom picking with her instead. Thinking of this, many mushrooms sprouted in her mind. But this plan didn't seem very promising. Well, let's just talk to him first anyway. So she ran to where the 6th prince was practicing archery. His eyes were determined, hands holding the bow in a steady stance. At this moment, the princess suddenly called out, "6th brother." The 6th prince turned around startled, looking at her, wondering why she had come here. Princess Chi Chi, seeing the 6th prince's question, her mouth unconsciously bloomed into a smile. She immediately replied that she missed the 6th prince. Startled by such favor, the 6th prince froze and dropped his bow. With a face like someone who lost their ration book, stammering, "What did you say?" The princess finally regained her composure and suddenly realized she had misspoken, quickly waving her hands and hastily explaining, "No, I didn't mean I wanted to negotiate with you." Seeing this mysterious behavior of the princess, the 6th prince could only remain silent. Then he put down the bow and arrow in his hand. He emptily uttered a word. Seeing this scene, the princess in love just wrung her hands. What should she say now? So she quickly changed the subject and asked, "6th prince, are you practicing archery? Is it for the spring hunting festival in the next few days?" This is what people call already knowing but still pretending to ask, princess. Hearing about the spring hunting festival, the 6th prince smirked with satisfaction. Of course, Chi Chi anxiously asked, "So if someone tells you that in a few days you can't shoot arrows, and might have to?" Ding Shang turned to her, waiting to hear the next words. She worried, forcing herself to say, "Might have to go mushroom picking with someone. Would you be angry?" Seeing her so worried, he smiled faintly and said, "That depends on who I'm picking with." Chi-Chi pointed to herself, using sparkling eyes looking pitiful and pathetic. What if it's with me? Suddenly Ding Sheng leaned in close to her and asked, if it's going mushroom picking with 7, what benefit would 6 brother get? After thinking for a while, she said, then I'll give you all the mushrooms I collect. He snorted, while she anxiously asked, is that okay? Ding Sheng frowned and turned away, saying, I don't like eating mushrooms. Chi-Chi hurriedly followed and offered another solution. If you don't like eating mushrooms, you can sell them. A basket of mushrooms can be traded for several Tonghulu candies. Even when they returned to the room, the topic hadn't ended. Ding Sheng asked, then, you'll give those Tonghulu to some greedy little cat? He snorted and looked at Chi-Chi, who was bewildered. But she still explained clearly, I just worry that you won't be able to eat them all. Then, Chi-Chi, thinking herself clever, suggested that if you don't like Tonghulu, you can trade the mushrooms for some folk toys instead to give to the lady you like. Ding Sheng pondered for a moment. Suddenly he became moody. With an extremely displeased face, he asked her, you've planned everything out for me, haven't you? Tell me, how do you know the lady I like in the future would like folk toys? Chi-Chi didn't notice his displeasure. She enthusiastically listed, books are not bad. Stinky tofu is good too. I can recommend you a bookstall. They have all this month's bestsellers. There are even pictures too. Ding Sheng grew increasingly annoyed, grinding his teeth saying, continue. Only then did she sense something was wrong. Covering her mouth, she pleaded, no more talking. Wait until later. When you like someone, you can ask her yourself. Finally, Ding Sheng smiled and let it go. I won't tease you anymore. Chi-Chi watched his expressions change faster than face changing in Lehigh. She looked at that smile. She thought to herself that it had been so long since she had seen him show this kind of unguarded smile. A slight flutter in her heart. I really want to touch this face. Want to keep this smile forever. Ding Sheng was surprised when Chi-Chi touched his face, but she didn't notice. Still saying that brother looks so handsome when smiling like this. Please smile more often in the future. Ding Sheng blushed, so flustered that he held his breath. Chi-Chi became even more daring as she leaned in closer to smell, and even asked, what's this fragrance on you? It's so nice. Doesn't smell like soap. At this point, Ding Sheng felt his dignity flying away. It's over. Yin Cheng, you're done for. Ding Sheng was so tense that he clenched his fists. He suddenly grabbed Chi-Chi's clothes, but did nothing else. Then he took deep breaths after holding it for so long. After that, he kept his distance from her. The shy young man awkwardly told Chi-Chi, don't suddenly come so close to me. It's very dangerous. Hearing this, she thought he was angry again. Then she innocently asked if sixth brother's sister did something wrong again. Ding Sheng briefly replied no. But in his heart, he thought, I'm not angry at you. I'm only angry at myself. Even if I explain, you wouldn't understand. Chi-Chi saw his attitude. Of course she didn't believe it. She muttered quietly that he's clearly lying. He calmly said, I heard that. Chi-Chi was startled, wondering in her heart if she had spoken her thoughts. Out loud finally she used her ultimate move. Activating her cuteness skill, she looked at him and said, I know I was wrong. Do you believe me? Ding Sheng covered his eyes and wearily asked her, do you have any new tricks? Chi-Chi didn't quite understand and looked at him blankly. To avoid the issue, Ding Sheng said, all right, stop acting. Let's eat. Chi-Chi stiffly said okay. Watching her stuff buns into her mouth, he peeled shrimp for her, not forgetting to remind her to eat slowly. Chi-Chi said right, mushrooms. Seeing her still stuck on this, Ding Sheng found it amusing. You still haven't forgotten about that? He gently coaxed her, don't talk while eating. I'll pick them with you later. 3 days later at the spring hunt at the palace gates, horse carriages carrying sedan chairs and soldiers set out solemnly. Chi-Chi sat inside, wondering, will sixth brother ride in the carriage with me later, or will he ride alone on horseback to Wanjing hunting garden? After wondering, she looked at the fully packed boxes on both sides. She knew that this carriage probably couldn't fit anyone else anymore. Suddenly someone called from outside. Chi-Chi, seventh sister, are you in the carriage? She lifted the curtain and saw Yun Chang outside. She asked if there was still space in the carriage. Help sister hide some things. Then she threw things up, saying help sister hide these first, I'll show you when we arrive. Chi-Chi wondered what this was. Yun Chang had specifically instructed, absolutely don't lose it, or I'll take your life while holding the package. Seven was terrified, thinking she might know what it was. A hand was placed on Yun Chang's shoulder asking, why haven't you mounted the horse yet? She turned to look at the National Preceptor Master. Then suddenly he grabbed her collar and pulled her up. Yun Chang sat on horseback, she told him. Changar wants to ride the horse herself. Kaihan didn't listen, only said one word, hold tight. Yun Chang didn't resist either, obediently agreed, while Chi-Chi watched the scene with wide eyes. Suddenly realized Kai Han was looking at her. She quickly said hello, National Preceptor. In her heart, she thought throughout the world, the only person who could make Yun Chang so obedient and compliant like this was only him. Indeed, tofu soaked in water would just melt away. He smiled and rode away on his horse. Yun Chang turned back and said to Chi-Chi from behind, "Don't lose my things." She cheerfully assured, "Don't worry, don't worry. Even if I have to risk my life, I'll deliver your things safely to the hunting ground." Suddenly the curtain was lifted. Ding Shang entered asking who's risking their life. Then he looked around and asked further, "Are all these the luggage you're bringing?" Chi-Chi was stunned. Could it be that he's not riding horseback, but wants to squeeze in with her in this carriage that can't fit two people? Can't he see this? She carefully moved, while Ding Shang sat inside. Chi-Chi looked to the side and asked, "Sixth brother, don't you feel cramped?" His reply was, "It's fine." Chi-Chi thought dejectedly in her heart, "All right, if you don't feel cramped then others do." He took out a book from one side, then became a quiet, handsome man reading. Thanks to this, Chi-Chi could observe more carefully. She suddenly noticed his face. The skin color of his neck seemed different from his face. Why is his neck whiter than his face? Chi-Chi touched her neck, pondering. Could it be because the neck doesn't get sun exposure? My skin doesn't have such uneven coloring. Maybe when picking mushrooms, I should also expose my little neck to the sun a bit. Lost in thought for a while, Ding Shang asked what she was looking at. Chi-Chi felt guilty when asked and made up an excuse. "It's just that the journey is a bit boring. Seeing you reading, I also wanted to find a book to read." The carriage shook, making her lose balance and fall forward. A hand caught her waist. Ding Shang held Chi-Chi completely in his arms. He protected her while looking out the window. The driver anxiously said, "Sixth prince, seventh princess, are you both all right?" The wheel just hit a big rock. After being startled and seeing nothing happened, he replied, "It's fine." Ding Shang looked at Chi-Chi sitting on his lap, suddenly said, "Now it won't be cramped anymore." She looked confused and said it seemed so. Suddenly, he noticed some books that had fallen on the floor. The 4 large characters, Spring Palace Collection, caught his eye. Right now, he could see those books were glowing and very prominent as Ding Shang picked one up. With an expressionless face, he asked if these belonged to her. Chi-Chi didn't know how to explain. Not entirely. This time it's over. They clearly belong to Yun Chang. She secretly brought these things without letting others know. "I'm being framed again." Suddenly Ding Shang asked a question. "Have you read what's inside?" Chi-Chi certainly knew the meaning of those books. Seeing Ding Shang's serious attitude, how could a good girl read these kinds of books truly? In this life, she had never read them. She hesitantly answered, "Never seen them." Chi-Chi quickly changed the subject. Thought they were books about New Year or hunting, planning to bring them along to read during spring hunting. While speaking, she gently tried to take back the book. Ding Shang confirmed that she hadn't read them. He sighed in relief, almost tainted his little Bowsy. After retrieving the books, Chi-Chi guessed Yun Chang probably hadn't read them either. When did she buy these? She became curiously excited, wondering how the Spring Palace collection in this world was like. Let's open a page to see. Before she could even see a corner of the page, Ding Shang snatched it away. Chi-Chi stared in surprise as the book was taken away again. He warned in a serious tone, "These are not books you should be reading." Chi-Chi pouted and avoided. She's not a child anymore. How could she not know about these things? Ding Shang saw her uncooperative attitude. He frowned with distrust. "Let me keep them for you. I'll return them when you're old enough." Ding Shang didn't let her protest, hugged her close, patted her head, telling her to sleep as they'd arrive soon. Chi-Chi looked at the books hidden behind him, thinking of ways to get them back. She feared if Yun Chang found out, she definitely wouldn't let her off. After much thought, still no solution. Her arms were too short. Chi-Chi had to press her face against Ding Shang's chest while gently reaching behind him, sweetly calling, "Lu Gu." Feeling cold, Ding Shang heard this and lovingly asked, "Should I hug you to keep you warm?" After much effort, Chi-Chi finally succeeded in retrieving the book. While taking the book, her hand moved. Ding Shang also felt the movement behind him, but through the thick clothes. He just thought she was fidgeting from the cold. Looking at the little cotton ball in his arms hugging him, he blushed and lovingly scolded, "Don't move around, just let me hug you." Chi-Chi was still busy secretly stuffing the book into her sleeve. She also hugged him and dozed off until they reached Wanjingyan. At the hunting ground, there were already scattered groups of people. Ding Shang was helping her down from the carriage. Yun Chang had arrived earlier. Seeing her sister, she also came over to greet, informing her this year's target was to chase a white deer wearing a red string around its neck. Chi-Chi was curious about what kind of white deer it was if not specified. There were dozens of white deer. Wanchong explained to her, and excitedly added that this year whoever catches that deer can ask Father for one request. While speaking, Wanchong pointed at the crowded group over there. Chi-Chi understood why everyone was so excited. Song Yucheng also came. He had already mounted his horse, ready for hunting. Before leaving, he turned back and stared at Chi-Chi with a puzzling look. Wanchong didn't know what he wanted to ask for, but she felt certain it wouldn't be anything good. Ding Shang, annoyed, stepped forward in front of Chi-Chi to block Yucheng's view. The two exchanged hostile glares in the air. The tension was palpable. Yucheng knew he couldn't do anything, and he didn't want to waste time either. He turned his horse and went straight into the forest. Wanchong anxiously whispered in Chi-Chi's ear, "Do you still have what I gave you earlier?" Chi-Chi understood and took it out. Before the book could reach its intended recipient, it was snatched away by Ding Shang. Wanchong and Chi-Chi both stood dumbfounded, pale-faced. Looking at the book in his hand, Ding Shang coldly said, "I knew it. My little radish was being too obedient earlier. Sure enough, you were deceiving me." Chi-Chi quickly apologized submissively. Wanchong beside her straightforwardly demanded the book back. After all, she's almost 15 and can read it now. Ding Shang absolutely refused to return it. He even smiled challengingly, daring her to come and take it. Wanchong, hot-tempered, pushed Ha Jing forward. "Go on, Ha Jing." The outcome was predictable to everyone. The small Ha Jing was naturally no match for Ding Shang. He couldn't even touch the corner of the book, and ended up with a bump on his head. Wanchong was angry that her servant was so useless. She asked if he had brought his medicine box. Ha Jing looked confused, the bump on his head tilting along with his movement, looking quite silly. He wondered why Wanchong needed the medicine box. "Are you feeling unwell somewhere?" Though in pain, he still worried about his master. Looking at this stupid, foolish fellow, she became angrier that her dog servant was so useless. She told him to shut up. Though she appeared fierce on the outside, the third princess still cared enough to apply medicine for him. Seeing Ha Jing's miserable condition, Chi-Chi felt somewhat sympathetic and asked Ding Shang if he had been too harsh. He calmly replied that he had calculated everything. Ding Shang took Chi-Chi's hand, turning to lead her away first. Wanchong saw they had no intention of waiting and called out, asking where they were going. Ding Shang replied they were going mushroom picking. Chi-Chi also smiled without objection. Perhaps they had planned beforehand not to participate in hunting. Then the two walked hand in hand into the forest. The forest was lush with trees. Golden rays of sunlight filtered down to the ground, revealing uneven paths full of pebbles. The surrounding vegetation was very vibrant. Chi-Chi picked mushrooms while he carried a basket on his back and helped her pick. Chi-Chi happily ran over to show off her spoils from earlier. Looking at the white mushrooms falling out before him, Din Thin was troubled and asked how she planned to handle this. Chi-Chi naively wondered, "Of course it's for eating. What else could it be for?" He picked it up and seriously observed the brown spots on it. "This is a highly poisonous mushroom. Eating it will cause dizziness and hallucinations." Chi-Chi was terrified and frightened upon hearing this. She tremblingly asked again to make sure, "How do you know? Have you eaten it before?" Her question accidentally touched the wound in his heart. Painful and unforgettable memories resurfaced. Back then, when the country fell and homes were lost, while fleeing, anything edible was stuffed into the mouth just to stay alive. Din Thin quickly composed himself, turned away, and told her, "I haven't eaten it either, just heard it from others." Chi-Chi was still immersed in fear, not noticing the unusual change in his expression. He turned back puzzled and asked what's wrong with her. Chi-Chi looked at her guilty hand. Indeed, her hand was faster than her brain, she stammered. Really scared now, Chi-Chi couldn't help but burst into tears and confessed. Just now she couldn't resist and took a bite. Din Thin never expected his little Bowsy would be so eager to eat. He panicked, picked her up, patted her back and urged her, "Quickly throw it up." But suddenly like this, how could she throw up? Chi-Chi was also at her wit's end. Din Thin didn't think much and lifted her face. He sweated, carefully planning to make her gag to throw up easily. Just about to act when his wife's cute chubby face appeared pitiful right in front of him, the young man froze. His sweet wife looked too adorable, so cute and pitiful to look at. He couldn't make his wife cry. Even with a knife to his throat, he really couldn't do it. He was trembling. Din Thin blushed, avoiding eye contact, telling her to throw up herself. "Be good now." But she basically couldn't throw up. Chi-Chi strained herself trying to force out those dangerous mushrooms. Finally, what had to happen happened. Chi-Chi couldn't throw up. Din Thin helplessly piggybacked her home. By now the mushrooms' effects were starting to kick in. She saw on Din Thin's head countless tiny green and red people dancing. She messed up his hair, mumbling about wanting to chase these people away for him. Din Thin gently turned, looking at her playing on his back, reminding her not to play around. If you fall, I won't care about you. Chi-Chi had great faith in him. By his side, she felt very safe and secure. She happily wrapped her arms around his neck and teased, "You won't ignore me." How could Din Thin resist such universal-level cuteness? His heart was already fluttering, but outwardly he had to maintain his image and lovingly scold her. "You really know how to take advantage of my spoiling." Suddenly Chi-Chi screamed loudly, hurriedly knocked on his head, and spoke deliriously, "What's this? Why are there golden people on your head now? Let me chase them away for you." Din Thin was truly speechless. He was still immersed in the romantic atmosphere, and she just threw cold water on it. Chi-Chi was in the midst of hallucinations. Looking above his head, there were tiny people fighting. At that moment, the kind-hearted girl was pulling and tugging at his messy hair, advising them, "What do you mean by petty people? We must treat petty people well. Let me make a nest for you." Ding Shang was speechless at how naughty little Baozi was. Suddenly, he discovered a large tent ahead. He quickly called her, trying to divert her attention to that tent, so she would spare his already disheveled hair. Chi-Chi was indeed attracted by the tent. She asked him to put her down so she could walk, straining her eyes to look. She realized it was Ninth Prince's tent. She wanted to go over and greet Ninth Uncle, so the little Baozi swayed, walking like a drunk person about to fall at any moment. Suddenly, she felt excited about meeting her uncle, her feet skipping and prancing as she ran. Ding Shang worriedly ran after her, reminding her to slow down. It would break his heart if she fell. Chi-Chi eagerly rushed into the tent, calling out loudly for Ninth Uncle, just when she thought her uncle would happily come out to welcome her. A powerful arrow cut through the air towards her. Chi-Chi froze in fear, backing away. As she watched the arrow aimed at her forehead, Ding Shang quickly ran over. He raised his hand and caught the arrow firmly. The mighty arrow from before now rested safely in his hand. Yimo Han's harsh, threatening voice rang out from inside the sleeping tent. He warned that if anyone dared to hurt Chi-Chi, he would absolutely not forgive them. Hearing Ninth Uncle scolding, Chi-Chi wondered, could Uncle also have little people like stars? Yimo Han finally pulled back the curtain, revealing his muscular frame without any clothes. Fortunately, the lower part was still under the blanket. His sharp eyes showed clear dark circles. Perhaps he had some intense activity last night. Yimo Han embarrassedly asked Chi-Chi why she came here. Ding Shang took one look and understood what was happening inside, yet Chi-Chi was still like someone drunk, not noticing that huge detail at all. Naively wondering, it seems there's someone else in Uncle's tent. Ding Shang knew his little Baozi wasn't clear-headed right now. Who knows what shocking things she might say later. He quickly covered her mouth and bid farewell to the uncle, then quickly pulled her away. Yimo Han watched the fading figures of the two young ones, sighing that they had been discovered. From behind inside the tent, a fair male hand, beautiful with delicate joints, rested on his shoulder. Yimo Han glanced at that hand. The person gently said, "Let's continue." They must be continuing their important matters in bed. Meanwhile, Ding Shang was still holding her hand, pulling her away. Chi-Chi was very dissatisfied. Clearly there was another person in Uncle's tent. Why wouldn't he let her say it? Ding Shang was speechless with this little Baozi. If he hadn't taken her away in time, just now, who knows what she would have done by now. Din Thin gently patted her head, comforting her that she could still see the little people. Chi-Chi happily told him that perhaps she and they were living in peace now. Seeing her cheerful again, he tapped her head and advised, everything she saw in the tent was just her imagination. Telling others would make it a joke. Chi-Chi obediently agreed that sixth brother was right. She rubbed her eyes. Perhaps she had been poisoned to become truly foolish. Chi-Chi suddenly laughed out loud. Seems like her vision was so blurred that she even saw a white deer. Hearing her words, Din Thin also turned to look. Indeed, there was a white deer behind them. It was the prize of the hunting competition. Perhaps it was being hunted by someone. Its hind leg was still pierced by an arrow. Din Thin exclaimed it was the hunting competition prize. Chi-Chi was curious, could he also see what she imagined? Then she unhesitatingly walked straight to the deer. Din Thin quickly lowered his voice, telling her not to go there. It could be startled and run faster than an arrow. Before he could finish his sentence, Chi-Chi had successfully approached the white deer. It willingly let her pat and stroke its head. Din Thin stood there like a dazed golden deer. Since when did his little Baozi become able to train animals like this? Chi-Chi smiled while touching the white deer. Is your meat tasty? Din Thin froze stiff again hearing this. He approached with doubt. Sister, you don't really plan to eat it, do you? She pointed at the arrow stuck in its leg. It's wounded. Treat its wounds first, then eat it later. Watching her carefully examine the white deer's wound, Din Thin said, if one obtains this deer, they can ask the gods for anything, getting whatever one wants, whether it's supreme power or wealth. Don't you want any of that? At this point, Chi-Chi had finished bandaging the white deer's wound. She calmly replied if she wanted something. She wouldn't need this deer at all. Din Thin pondered deeply. Compared to before, it seems she has changed a lot. But perhaps Chi-Chi patted her hands after finishing the bandaging. She looked at the little deer with a bright smile. He also smiled happily. From the beginning, she was this kind of person, never changed at all. While the two were smiling happily, someone approached on horseback. Din Thin looked at him cautiously. Chi-Chi shielded and protected the white deer. The person on horseback said, this official didn't know the 6th prince and 7th princess were here. He drew an arrow from his back, aiming at the deer behind Chi-Chi. Excuse me, please step aside. He stood in front of Chi-Chi and coldly asked, you want this deer? He smirked, of course. This chance only comes once a year. Who wouldn't want it? While speaking, his hand continued drawing the bow. Din Thin looked at him and stated his guess. You need this deer. You want to ask something from the night clam spirit. The person on horseback looked straight at Chi-Chi. About this matter, a court official, don't mind telling you right away. She glared at him fiercely as well. Ding Shang was filled with murderous intent. What if I don't allow it? Han Yang's bow aimed straight at the white deer, his voice determined. Today, I must have this deer. If you don't move aside, then I'll have no choice. He laughed with contempt. Relying only on the arrow in your hand? Arrows from the mounted archer's bow flew whistling through the air. Chi-Chi was terrified. Her face turned purple with fear, mouth agape. Ding Shang threw out the small knife in his hand. The knife deflected the arrow's trajectory, missing the white deer and falling straight to the ground. Instead, his horse was struck in the neck by his blade. The horse roared in pain. It shook and struggled, causing its rider to fall with a thud. His eyes were frightening, along with another provocative remark, which made him tremble in fear and quickly retreat backward. He hurriedly begged for mercy. This official didn't know his place. I dare not compete with the 6th prince anymore. Please forgive me, Ding Shang. Spare him. He turned around and ordered while walking away, get lost. Seeing him turn away, that man smirked. Does the 6th prince want to fail? He dusted off his clothes. Surely what the 6th prince wants and what this official wants are the same thing. Ding Shang mocked him. You're not worthy. That man's eyes were full of mockery, but there are some things that stubbornly aren't yours just because you want them. Ding Shang stepped forward, holding Chi-Chi's hand. Is that so? I really want to see if you can get what you want. She listened to their conversation, feeling very confused inside. What are they talking about? Why are they being so mysterious? That man took his bow and arrow and turned to leave. His eyes showed anticipation. Well, I'll wait and see. Chi-Chi worriedly pulled Ding Shang's sleeve. His expression seems very malicious. Don't do anything further, okay? He turned to look at the man's distant figure and said disdainfully. Seeing his expression, she thought he seemed very angry. Is it because Song Yucheng tried to steal your deer? Ding Shang looked at the stunned Chi-Chi and asked worriedly, did I scare you? She dismissed her random thoughts and replied, not at all. I'm not afraid. Then she pointed at the tiny people trembling in fear on her head. Like these tiny people who are afraid of you. Ding Shang looked at them helplessly. He gently stroked her hair. All right, I won't scare them anymore. Let's return to the palace. Chi-Chi smiled happily. Can we bring the white deer along? The sunset shone down on the forest, casting their shadows. She complained. Today, we couldn't even pick a single mushroom. Ding Shang comforted her. Haven't you collected quite a lot of little people and a deer? That's considered collecting quite a lot already. It was completely dark. People were bustling back and forth in the palace. Yun Chang brought 2 rabbits, sister. Look what I'm doing. Your eyes are shining like headlights. Wow, the rabbits are so cute. Sister, did you bring chili and fennel? A huge question mark appeared above Yun Chang's head. The 2 rabbits panicked. Yun Chang lowered her head to look at the 2 rabbits with sparkling eyes. You can take them back to the palace to raise them, not to make grandmother's rabbit dish. Think about it, they also have families. They're quite pitiful too. Chi-Chi had an idea and already caught them. Let's cook them together in a big pot. That way their family can be reunited. Yun Chang was speechless. She sighed deeply. You really don't have any compassion at all. She looked at her sister with scrutinizing eyes. Hey, that package I gave you earlier, is it still in the carriage? Chi-Chi said it must have been put in the tent by workers. Do you need it now, sister? Yun Chang nodded. Yes. There's something good inside. You didn't break it, did you? She was surprised. What thing? She suddenly became frightened. Your child pays respect to Father Emperor. Seven was surprised to hear. She turned around and called Father, Papa. He said to Yun Chang, I heard today you hunted a white silver wolf. Admirable. You may withdraw first. Yes. Jiao Niao extended her hand to leave. Yun Chang whispered softly, I'll leave first. I'll wait for you in the tent. Chi-Chi confused. Our sister is leaving. Just as she left, a hand was placed on her shoulder, making her anxious and uneasy. Oh no. Could it be the great tyrant just heard everything we said? If those golden books are discovered, then it could be over. Oh no. He sat down at the table with a gentle voice. I heard you brought back a deer today. Jiang Niao rubbed his chin. According to hunting rules, whoever catches a white deer will be rewarded. 7. He pointed at her and asked, what do you want? Yi Chi-Chi thought about what she wanted. In her mind, she analyzed, that's right. This white deer seems to be a treasure, asking your majesty. But asking like this, I don't know what I want. Maybe I should pretend to be modest first. After thinking, she bowed her head and clasped her hands respectfully. Chi-Chi doesn't want anything, only hopes Father Emperor stays healthy. This is your daughter's sincere wish. Jiao Niao held his wine, while saying your little head, first coaxing others, then stating demands. Now I won't fall for it. Seeing her obedient rabbit face exposed, Chi-Chi collapsed. Oh no, he saw through me. She was disappointed, feeling that since the tyrant lost his memory, he became smarter instead. Jiao Niao took a sip of wine. Chi-Chi suddenly had a bold thought. Perhaps it's because of drinking wine. After drinking wine, one becomes smarter. I've never had this in my previous life. Could it have some miraculous effects? Her face eagerly gazed at the wine cup in his hand. Chi-Chi has made up her mind. He was happy that his beloved daughter finally expressed her wish. Tell me what you want, and I will grant it to you. My 7th birthday is approaching. I haven't thought of what gift to prepare for you yet. She looked at the wine cup and said, Father, please give me a cup of wine. Ji Qiao was bewildered. You want to drink wine? He monologued. This wine bottle has 27 degrees. Chi-Chi blinked coquettishly. Yes, I want to try this cup. I hope Father agrees. He held out the wine cup for the servant to pour. Very well. My daughter won't pass out from just one bottle of wine. He handed the wine to her. Drink up. I'll have the imperial physician prepare the best hangover soup for you. Taking the wine bottle, Chi-Chi's heart was filled with joy. Thank you, Father. Just as the word wine was spoken, a hand snatched it away. She looked up and asked, 6th brother? The wine cup had been taken by him. He said, Chi-Chi, you're too young to touch this. It will affect your intelligence in the future. If it affects your brain, it will worry Father. I'll drink this cup in your place. Ji Qiao was annoyed. This wine was given to Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi is now old enough to pour her own drink if she wants. Ding Sheng looked at the wine cup and smirked. If it's imperial wine, there must only be this cup. Your son won't be polite then. With that, he drank the entire cup in one gulp. Chi-Chi's eyes widened. Mouth agape. He drank it all in one sip. He turned the cup upside down on the table and didn't forget to say, Your son thanks, Father. Seeing the empty wine cup, Ji Qiao remained silent. Ding Sheng pulled her hand. It's getting late. Your son will escort Chi-Chi back to her tent. She was heartbroken. My wine. He remained silent. You seem less and less like my son these days. The family walked ahead while Chi-Chi held 2 small rabbits. Following behind, she tried to find a topic. 6th brother. Look at my 2 rabbits. Aren't they cute? Without turning back, he replied. Cute, she protested. You haven't even looked. Ding Sheng blushed and said softly, Not the rabbits. Chi-Chi didn't understand and asked, What? Chi-Chi looked up at him like a confused little deer, not understanding what he just said. Ding Sheng moved closer and looked at her, repeating. He held her head like a CEO with his little wife, whispering softly that it wasn't the rabbits that were cute. Chi-Chi still looked up at him with sparkling eyes, waiting for him to finish. She suddenly startled, feeling a bit scared, and stepped back a few steps. Chi-Chi's face turned red with embarrassment. Who could resist when you act like that? Her face grew redder like a hawthorn fruit. She glanced away to avoid his gaze. Although on the outside she was just a 7-year-old Chi-Chi, in reality, she was already a young lady of 18 or 20. Ding Sheng's words truly made her think. She decided to turn around and leave. Din Thin was right behind, following her. But somehow her heart kept pounding rapidly, showing no signs of slowing down. She also reminded herself to stay away from alcohol in the future, so he wouldn't say such things anymore. Din Thin walked behind, staring intently at her small back without looking away. Indeed, with some alcohol in his system, he became much bolder. He approached without hesitation and hugged her as if it was a habit. He even whispered in Chi-Chi's ear that he had caught her. The close distance and those embarrassing words made her blush even more. Chi-Chi startled, her hands dropped, letting the 2 white rabbits in her hands escape. They quickly ran away into the bushes in the distance. Chi-Chi sadly watched the white rabbits slip away, unable to do anything. Her eyes started to tear up as she turned back to blame Din Thin. She angrily pushed his hands away from her body, looking like a small wife angry at her beloved husband. Seeing this, Din Thin immediately grabbed Chi-Chi's hands. He lowered his head and firmly agreed to make it up to her. As soon as he finished speaking, he went to the thick bushes to search for the white rabbits. But Din Thin, due to the alcohol in his system, acted like a madman, not knowing what he was doing. He went in the wrong direction, then stood swaying in front of a big tree, making Chi-Chi exhausted and speechless. If he got lost while looking for rabbits for her, it would be troublesome. Chi-Chi quickly adjusted her emotions as fast as flipping a pancake. She quickly went to pull his hand and said, "You're sleepy, we need to go back." Chi-Chi sighed in frustration. Unexpectedly, drinking alcohol could reduce someone's IQ this much. It's already this dark, afraid they might not even find the tent anymore. But Din Thin stood still, flatly refusing to return. He wasn't sleepy. Chi-Chi heard this and stood there awkwardly, stiff as a board. Suddenly he sat down, making her wonder what he was up to now. Not knowing where he got that long black string from, he directly tied her hands tightly, then patted her head, saying he caught a rabbit. So he thought she was a white rabbit. That statement left Chi-Chi completely helpless, speechless. Din Thin turned around to search Chi-Chi, even said he wanted to give her the rabbit he just caught. Chi-Chi was now too tired of this childish Din Thin, so as long as he obediently returned to the tent, anything would be fine. Hearing this, he quickly nodded happily in agreement. Dealing with drunk people was really not easy at all. While walking, the rustling sound in the grass rang out when he suddenly stopped abruptly. Chi-Chi wasn't paying attention and bumped into him. Chi-Chi looked up and glared, not knowing what nonsense he was going to do next, when he immediately ordered her to lower her voice. He moved towards the nearby bushes and hid as if avoiding someone. How could you be so drunk yet still able to detect someone coming? Carefully covered her mouth to avoid being discovered. Chi-Chi was a bit confused why they needed to hide like this. Such a large forest must have patrol teams, why be afraid? Ding Shang wasn't afraid because the ones coming were Ruoan and Song Yucheng. He kept pursuing her, holding on to Ruo and saying that everything he did was only for the good of them both. Chi-Chi sat there watching their every move intently and quickly recognized who they were. He firmly grabbed Ruoan's wrist and boldly explained, even though he tried to beg the emperor to let him marry the third princess, those actions were all for Ruoan. Truly words of a typical male lead. Chi-Chi was shocked hearing his words. Could he be plotting against Yuncheng? Ding Shang and Chi-Chi hid in the nearby grass to observe. Why did his expression become so cold? Ruoan burst into tears and ran away. It wasn't that she didn't believe him, but he went to beg the emperor to marry someone else, truly didn't think about her at all. He immediately raised his hand and swore that he had his own reasons for doing so. Ruoan sobbed heavily, looking back angrily, not wanting to hear any more of his explanations. Her whole body trembled, crying until she hiccuped and coughed heavily several times. She looked down at her hand. She had coughed up blood, her hand covered in it. He rushed to support her, putting on a pitiful face, gently coaxing her not to be too angry, saying she needed to pay more attention to her health. He lifted her up in princess style, taking her to the royal physician. While walking, he kept comforting her, saying that once he marries the third princess, he won't let her suffer like this anymore. Chi-Chi, hearing about her condition like this, became panicked and sighed. Remembered that time playing chase, carelessly falling into the pond, then having constant high fever affecting her heart and lungs. All these details matched with the original story. He married the third princess only for glory and wealth fortune, and wanted to use the third princess's blood to cure Ruoan's illness. Chi-Chi realized that when she pushed Ruoan into the pond before it caused such harm now. She gradually sank into thoughts, blaming herself for being the one who caused harm. Red spider lilies of painful memories. Seeing her in such a daze, Ding Shang covered her eyes with a warm voice, embraced her. She sniffled and nodded reassuringly. He picked up a stone while keeping Chi-Chi from seeing. She didn't know what he planned to do next. He threw the small stone in his hand forcefully towards him. Exactly right, the stone hit his ankle hard, making him stagger in pain. Ruoan was also terrified, falling backwards from his hands onto the ground with a thud. Both of them lay sprawled on the ground. Seeing this, Ding Shang was very satisfied that he achieved his goal. He quickly glanced back, looking at Chi-Chi in his arms. Her tears were still lingering on his hand. He bent down and asked her why she was crying. But Chi-Chi gave a funny answer, saying she was just bathing her eyes to cool them down. She immediately stood up, asking him to untie her. Ding Shang quickly untied her. Her hands were red and sore. He lifted her hands and gently blew on them. Seeing his skillful movements, she wondered if he was still drunk or not. Chi-Chi pressed her lips together, her cheeks turning red. She looked at him tenderly, feeling touched as he blew on her hands. Then suddenly he lowered his head and placed a kiss on her hand. Then immediately stood up straight, turned away as if nothing happened, leaving Chi-Chi standing there dumbfounded like a statue. She shyly looked at her hands and reassured herself that it was just his carelessness. Ding Shang quickly grabbed her hand and pulled her along. Chi-Chi still couldn't process what was happening. Weren't they going back to the tent? He bluntly said that he was hungry, needed to find something to eat. After walking for a while, they came across a small stream flowing gently, very pleasant to the ear. Ding Shang and Chi-Chi stood there looking around. There were also many fireflies flying around busily. Ding Shang suddenly bent down to take off his shoes. Seeing this, she asked if he wanted to go down to the stream to catch fish. Seeing him barefoot ready to wade in, she panicked and tried to stop him, but he just quietly asked why. "You're drunk. If you go into the stream, you might fall accidentally, and no one can save you." So she frantically asked him to come back. But once he had decided no one could stop him, he firmly shook off her hand and went down. She urgently called out, reminding him to listen. "It's so cold. Going into the stream would surely freeze him." But none of her words reached Ding Shang. She started to get angry. Did they really have to catch fish right now? He quickly replied, "Must," his determination burning with persistence. He turned back, saying Chi-Chi likes to eat, then pinched her cheek and smiled foolishly. He immediately waded into the stream. Chi-Chi was so angry her blood boiled, deciding to go down and catch fish with him, not coming back until they caught something. She was frantically rushing towards the stream, but just before going in, he called her back. Ding Shang once again embraced her tightly. Chi-Chi struggled to break free from his arms. Ding Shang had to comfort her, saying no one would go into the stream. She looked up at him, yet still had to continue fishing. Din Thin's hands gradually loosened and let her down. He went back into the bushes, picking up long wooden sticks, sharpened their tips. With just a few simple moves, a fishing spear was completed. He walked carefully to the riverbank and observed meticulously. With a swift motion, he accurately caught a fish. Before Chi-Chi could finish her words, he had already caught one so quickly. She stood aside embarrassedly. Must be just coincidence that a fish swam close. After a while, it was late into the night. They grilled the fish together by the warm red charcoal fire. This was truly a big harvest. Using both hands, still couldn't hold all the fish Din Thin had caught. He smiled and asked if it was enough for her to eat. She sighed, not expecting there would be so many. Caught all 18 generations of fish ancestors. The next day, clear sky with gentle wind. Sunlight beamed through the tree canopies. In the camp, soldiers were guarding strictly. Princess Chi-Chi sneakily looked around, ran to hide behind a tent. She thought to herself that picking mushrooms yesterday made her head full of little people. More importantly, today was the day the court organized a hunting event. How could she miss this golden opportunity to quickly gain the tyrant's favor? She peeked with her adorable chubby face, showing a scheming expression, wanting the tyrant to agree to take the princess hunting together. Taking this chance, she wanted to see the noble world for herself. Therefore, she was now secretly peeking at the tyrant's tent to see what he was doing. On this side, the emperor was being helped by court ladies to change his attire. At his feet was a majestic tiger skin. Needless to say about the emperor's current appearance. In one word, perfect. After finishing, he finally spoke up about something. This made our princess bewildered, shocked to the point of going bald. It turned out that all her sneaky actions had been noticed by the emperor, but he just hadn't exposed her yet. Caught red-handed, Chi-Chi timidly explained with frustration. She was also afraid of the tyrant's authority. "Well, I came to see if father would look good in armor and on horseback." Chi-Chi's face now looked extremely innocent. Hearing this, the emperor flipped his hair. In a dignified posture, he asked her, "Now that you've seen it, what do you think?" With sparkling eyes, blushing face, innocently looking at the emperor, with an infatuated expression said, "It's really beautiful," clearly putting on an act. The emperor approached, pinched her acting face with both hands, and said affectionately, "Your whole face is written with the word. I have a favor to ask. Just say what you want directly. Don't be so hesitant." Hearing the emperor say so, she was overjoyed inside, her eyes sparkling as she spoke. "I want to go hunting." Hearing her words, the emperor immediately picked her up. He didn't agree right away, he just wanted to set a condition. If Chi-Chi agrees, she can go hunting together. She agreed immediately without any thought. No matter what the condition might be, she was willing to agree in exchange for going hunting. Hearing her agree so quickly, the emperor looked at her with satisfaction, asking, "Really?" At this moment, Chi-Chi felt somewhat regretful. She had a feeling there was more bad than good. Looking at the handsome brown horse before her, with a collar around its neck golden with 7 bells, she was amazed and mesmerized. She asked Zhao Gongong with confusion, wasn't she supposed to go with the other brothers and sisters? This eunuch seemed to be in a different time zone. He happily and respectfully told her how fortunate she was His Majesty himself would take the princess hunting. Upon hearing these words, her head buzzed with shock and terror. Before she could panic, she was grabbed by the neck and carried away. When she came to her senses, she was already on the horse sitting in the emperor's embrace. Her face showed extreme discomfort. Seeing her sullen face, the emperor joked, asking if she didn't like going with him. Even with extra courage, she wouldn't dare to tell the truth that going with a tyrant was like ending her dream of exploring nature. Suddenly the horse became a bit uncontrollable, forcing the emperor to pull it back, making Chi-Chi close her eyes in fear. Seeing her terrified expression, the emperor added fuel to the fire. Never ridden a horse before, how did you become so frightened already? Though scared, Chi-Chi remained stubborn. Not scared, not scared. Her face showed no fear at all, perhaps wanting to comfort her. That emperor dismissed the attendants behind, and he would go hunting alone. The guards received orders and left. Seeing her puzzled expression, the emperor explained softly, "I remember there's a waterfall over there with many flowers. I thought you would like it." Hearing this, she regained her spirits, urging him to go there quickly because she really wanted to see the flowers. But suddenly at this moment, sharp swords appeared in front, pointing straight in their direction. That person shouted, "Your Majesty alone, at last we've finally waited for this moment, you tyrant. Surrender your life now." Seeing this, her face contorted with fear. They were surrounded. Many assassins had been lying in ambush here. Who knows how long they had been waiting. They were well prepared in both numbers and weapons. Seeing this scene, the emperor's face remained unchanged, nor did he show anger. He seemed too calm. Or was he looking down on those useless people, daring to assassinate during the royal hunt? How bold indeed. The leader of the masked group spoke up. "Stop saying unnecessary words. Come here and surrender your life now." Seeing such strong forces and numbers, they were armed while the emperor only had Chi-Chi with him. Fear filled her face, yet the tyrant still gently held her in his arms, his hand on her head, comforting her and telling her to hold him tight, ensuring Chi-Chi's safety. The emperor turned his face, controlling the horse and holding Chi-Chi with just one arm. With his other hand, he drew his sword from behind, blocking the assassin's sword strikes. Clang clang. The sharp clashing sounds rang out behind Chi-Chi. At this moment, she leaned against the emperor's chest with eyes tightly shut. She was wondering where these people came from. Could they be the male lead's henchmen? But thinking it through, that didn't seem right. There wasn't supposed to be a male lead here. What's worrying was that they were alone against that group of vicious people. The emperor had ordered all guards to retreat. Could they win with just him protecting them? After exchanging several moves, the assassin praised the emperor's martial arts skills. He didn't expect a tyrant to be this skilled in combat. Perhaps they had underestimated him too much. After finishing his words, the assassin doubled his attacks with 2 swords aimed at the tyrant. This was probably his highest level technique. However, seeing this scene, the emperor sneered mockingly at the assassins, not knowing their own limits. Then he demonstrated to them. With just one hand, the emperor blocked both swords, then swiftly kicked straight into his chest, making him fall back, clutching his chest. Perhaps the emperor's kick just now had seriously injured him. Not caring what he would do next, the emperor raised his sword high, pointing straight at him. This tyrant wanted to end the show and send him to meet his maker. Seeing that cold gaze and ruthless expression, the assassin was terrified. He knelt down, begging the emperor to spare his life. But it was too late. The emperor had pointed his sword at his chest, and he coldly uttered before the man's surprised face, "We've never liked wasting words with cowards." Afraid of death now seeing their leader captured, the other assassins who were just making up numbers had quietly fled. They thought it better to preserve their lives. Seeing this, Chi-Chi wondered if he had no intention of pursuing those people. The emperor didn't answer, just smiled slightly and snapped his fingers. Pop. Around them guards suddenly appeared, jumping down from the trees. They knelt down and said, "We apologize for our late protection. We will pursue the assassins immediately." Chi-Chi was even more confused. There were clearly many guards protecting the tyrant. They were already hiding in the trees, so why didn't they come out earlier? They had scared her half to death. After the emperor's guards left, in the thinning air a faint fragrance appeared. The emperor had a keen sense. He noticed it and asked Chi-Chi if she smelled anything strange. Hearing his question, the little princess stretched her nose out and sniffed enthusiastically, then with an innocent, puzzled expression replied, "I think it's some kind of fragrance." The emperor's keen sense proved useful at this moment. He was surprised to realize it was sleeping incense, which would make people faint, so he quickly reminded Chi-Chi to cover her nose. But it was too late. By now she had already inhaled enough and fell into the emperor's arms, rubbing her eyes. The emperor angrily cursed, "How detestable. The assassins have left. Who else would use sleeping incense?" Even the emperor's majestic horse was affected by the sleeping incense. He carried the little princess and jumped down before the horse collapsed unconscious. At this moment in the tree canopy, a figure in a reddish-brown cloak. He floated down and appeared, wearing that eerie red mask with two horns. To the emperor's surprise, he laughed triumphantly, saying, "My dear Jir, it's been a long time." Suddenly a stranger appeared wearing a demon mask. Seeing him, Gong Yao felt worried and thought, "This is not good. Who let him out?" While holding Chi-Chi, who had fainted from the incense, the emperor pointed directly at the masked man. "Have you gone mad again?" He remained composed, pretending not to understand what Gong Yao meant, then jumped down to where the emperor was, holding a whip in his hand, demanding the emperor's life. He lashed down with the whip. The emperor saw it but didn't dodge. He just turned his back to block the whip to protect his daughter from harm. The masked demon seemed very smug and said, "Good nephew, what are you trying to hide? Hurry and draw your sword. Fight a duel with this king." It seems this person is Gong Yao's grandfather. But why would grandfather and grandson be fighting each other? He then noticed the child being held in Gong Yao's arms, guessing the child must be important to him. But Gong Yao paid no attention, just coldly snorted. Turning to shield Chi-Chi, using the same old trick, he raised his whip again. But no one bathes twice in the same river. The emperor quickly caught the descending whip. When the masked man couldn't pull back his whip, he immediately recognized his weakness, threatening him with his daughter Chi-Chi. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out a flying dart from his body, throwing it straight at Jin Yao. The emperor was holding the whip, so he could only shield his daughter with his hand. Then it pierced straight into his hand, making blood splash onto Chi-Chi's face. The masked man took this chance to pull back his whip. Behind Kwang Yu was a cliff. As he approached, the person who just shot had missed their target. However, the dart was poisoned. Even without a direct hit, the poison would spread throughout the body through the bloodstream. At that moment, Kwang Yu covered his daughter's eyes. He regretted not killing him earlier. He tried to advance, lecturing the emperor that rulers should not have emotions, then raised his whip threateningly. Right after, he swung the whip at Chi-Chi, but missed because at that moment, the emperor had let himself fall off the cliff. The masked man standing above mocked, "With this girl accompanying you in the underworld, you surely won't be lonely." Who knows how much time had passed? It was now dark. A fire was burning in a cave. Chi-Chi was still being carried by Kwang Yu. She woke up from the cold. The little girl seemed to smell a strong scent of blood. Then she opened her eyes and saw her father wounded on the shoulder. She was very worried and asked about her father's current condition. As Chi-Chi gradually regained consciousness from fainting, by now it was dark and cold. The campfire was still crackling below, and the little girl had been lying on her father's lap for hours. What happened? The little girl placed her hand on Kwang Yu's nose. She wondered in her heart if he was still alive when she felt the gentle breathing from Kwang Yu. Chi-Chi suddenly cried, "Fortunately, he's still breathing. When did this wound happen? I remember just now after encountering the assassin I smelled a fragrance. Then I fainted. What happened afterward to make the tyrant so severely wounded?" The little girl quickly wiped away the tears from her eyes, then gently looked at her father lying still before her. His body was scratched scratched the wounds had already started bleeding. Chi-Chi gently took her robe and covered Kwang Yu. She whispered to him, "Father, don't be afraid. Chi-Chi will protect you until the Imperial Guards find us." The little girl looked at his wound, then assessed the situation. "This isn't good. The blood is black. I fear the arrow was poisoned. What should I do?" The little girl worriedly watched Kwang Yu breathing faintly. "If we remove it now and find a way to eliminate the poison, there might still be a chance of survival. But if we let the poison spread deeper, I'm afraid by the time the Imperial Guards arrive, the tyrant will already be dead." When Chi-Chi gently touched his wound, Kwang Yu woke up. He firmly gripped his daughter's small arm. He slowly opened his eyes, waking up after a long sleep. Chi-Chi quickly sobbed, "Father, you're awake." Seeing this, he gently patted his little daughter's head. "Silly child, I'm still alive. Don't cry." He looked at the numerous wounds on his arm. "Don't be afraid. Pull out the arrow," the little girl stammered nervously. Qiu Yao looked straight into Chi-Chi's eyes. He gently comforted her, telling her not to be afraid. "You are my child. You must be brave." When encouraged like that, the child carefully gripped the throwing darts scattered all over her father's arm, then gently pulled them out. Because Chi-Chi was afraid Qiu Yao would be in pain, she held out her own arm and said, "If it hurts too much, you can bite my arm." Qiu Yao looked at Chi-Chi and managed to smile. Chi-Chi nervously took a deep breath. She was trying to help Qiu Yao remove all the weapons from his arm without causing him pain. After a long while, Chi-Chi's small hands finally pulled out the dart that had pierced Qiu Yao. Chi-Chi quickly checked his body while reproaching him. "It must have hurt so much. Why didn't father bite my arm?" He gently replied, "It didn't hurt." Chi-Chi looked at his wound. She said, "These arrows seem to be poisoned, and there are no herbs here to cure it. I'll suck out the poison for father." He quickly stopped her, saying, "No need. This poison is strong. If you're not careful, you'll be poisoned too. Better wait until daylight." Chi-Chi frowned, refusing to accept that. "The poison will spread quickly in the body. Sooner is better than later." Chi-Chi smiled at Qiu Yao. "This will hurt, but Chi-Chi will do it quickly. Father, please endure it." Saying that, she gently placed her lips on her father's wound and carefully sucked out the poison that was waiting to kill Qiu Yao. She continuously sucked out the poisoned blood and spat it out. Perhaps this treatment caused him some pain, but Qiu Yao closed his eyes without complaining about anything. Chi-Chi quickly wiped her mouth. She told him this should help him last until daybreak. Chi-Chi will go gather some branches around to make a fire, or father will get cold from losing so much blood. She hurriedly walked away. She turned back to look at him. In her heart, she felt a bit worried. "Now there are only two of us here. The tyrant is severely wounded. I must take care of him. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid." So Chi-Chi stepped outside where it was pitch dark. The air had a gloomy and cold feeling. Chi-Chi looked around. She thought this wild mountain should be quite safe. There won't be wolves, right? Suddenly there was a wild sound in the distance, howling loudly. Hearing those strange sounds, she startled and turned her head to look. Chi-Chi fearfully stepped back. She thought she was really scared. Then she turned her head to look at her father, who was struggling as his wound grew worse. In her mind, she felt a bit of pity. Qiu Yao weakly looked up and gently asked if Chi-Chi was afraid. She knew that her father had caught on. She scratched her head embarrassedly. "Afraid of the dark outside without any light, so I don't dare go out to gather firewood." Kwang Yu smiled. He replied, "Silly girl, isn't the firewood over there?" After saying that, he pointed to the pile of firewood placed next to the rock. Chi-Chi curiously asked her father, "Here, why is there so much neatly arranged firewood? It's as if someone deliberately placed it here." Kwang Yu smiled. He looked at Chi-Chi diligently collecting firewood and replied, "I saw it earlier when we came here to hide. It must be from some hunters who stayed here recently. Look carefully. There might even be flint stones or some food supplies." Chi-Chi carefully looked around. She picked up the flint stones placed under the firewood pile and replied, "There are indeed several flint stones here." Kwang Yu praised her. "You can even recognize flint stones? Not bad. You're not so foolish after all," the little girl shyly replied. But Chi-Chi doesn't know how to use them well. After saying that, she sorted out the usable firewood and put them aside. Kwang Yu quickly picked her up and held her hand. He said, "You were born a royal princess. Of course you wouldn't know how to do these things." Then he smiled and began teaching her, guiding her hands through the motions. Finally, Chi-Chi managed to create her first fire in life. Chi-Chi immediately smiled warmly with joy. All her worries about her father's wounds gradually faded in this cozy atmosphere. Then Chi-Chi turned her head to look at Kwang Yu, curiously asking him, "But father is clearly the son of heaven. You've always learned the finest things in the palace. How do you know how to do this?" Kwang Yu remained silent for a while before answering. Being born as the heir to the country, although in a royal family, one cannot avoid power struggles. He patted the head of the child sitting in his lap and revealed stories from the past. Your father also had to compete with countless other princes to ascend to this throne. Rarely hearing such thoughts from her father, the little girl thought about the path to the throne, with all its struggles, must have been exhausting, and that's why it had shaped him into someone with such a cold temperament. She stretched out her arms to welcome the warmth from the burning fire before her. Suddenly her stomach made gurgling sounds. Kwang Yu smiled teasingly. "Is Chi-Chi hungry?" He said, "Earlier I saw deep in the cave there's a place storing food. Why don't you go see if there's anything edible?" Chi-Chi curiously asked. "Really? Let me go check." She discovered inside there was a large basket of sweet potatoes. Chi-Chi called out, "Father, there are sweet potatoes here. Very big ones." Then she put some potatoes in her clothes, walking back to her father while saying, "This is great. This is great." Kwang Yu teased. The silly girl lowered her face and said coyly, "I know how to roast sweet potatoes. Now we won't starve to death." The Demon King gently looked at the little girl. "Even without sweet potatoes, I won't let you starve." Chi-Chi smiled at her father, knowing in that moment, Chi-Chi was mesmerized looking at him. No wonder the ancients said, admiring beauty under the lamplight. Seeing the great tyrant looking so gentle like this, the Demon King reminded her not to stare anymore. "Your sweet potato is burning." Then the little girl hurriedly brushed off the flames that were gradually burning the potato, then sat down, smiling while enjoying the simple flavors from the roasted sweet potatoes. Later, Chi-Chi broke the still hot potato in her hands in half. The little girl held out half of the potato in her hand, then looked up at the Demon King. "Father, please eat." When he reached for it, suddenly there was a sharp pain from his arm, making the Demon King hesitate. Chi-Chi worried. The little girl showed a serious face looking at his wound. "Does it hurt?" He gently replied. "It's fine." Seeing this, the little girl had an idea. Let Chi-Chi feed father. The Demon King ate the peeled potato she prepared. With Chi-Chi here, father won't hurt anymore. In the night sky within the dark forest, the two princes were still frantically searching for their father and sister. By then they had reached the cliff and carefully searched everywhere to find any remaining traces along the way. Reporting to Second Prince, "We only found a piece of His Majesty's torn clothing on the mountainside." The servant trembled, fearing that His Majesty and Seventh Princess had. Aotian raised his fan, pointing it straight at his face as a warning to shut up. "If you dare say another word, I will cut out your tongue immediately." He timidly replied, "Yes, yes. This humble one will dispatch more men to search." Aotian remained silent for a long while, then speculated, "Keep searching. Father and Chi-Chi must be blessed by heaven's protection. They must be fine. They'll be all right." Ding Sheng replied, "We've searched the entire cliff. Searching now would be futile." Ding Sheng put on his coat and hurriedly ran off. "I will go down the cliff to search." Aotian carefully asked, "Do you think they jumped off the cliff?" Aotian looked around and whispered, "If they jumped from this height, I'm afraid their lives." Ding Sheng turned away. He coldly replied, "Without seeing a body, I won't believe it. I believe she will be fine." Meanwhile, at Ninth Prince's tent, Imohan walked out from inside. His face had a strange seriousness. Suddenly the soldiers rushed to block his path. "Your Highness, the chief said you must rest here. The chief has dispatched many men to search for His Majesty and Seventh Princess. Your Highness need not worry too much." Imohan indifferently replied, "Who does he think he is? How dare he order this prince around? Get out of my way." The chief gently approached and replied, "Of course I dare not order, Your Highness." He quickly helped Imohan back to the tent and gently said, "Don't worry, everyone outside the tent is our people. They wouldn't dare disrespect someone I care about." At that moment, the chief looked at him with gentle eyes unusually full of love. Imohan tried to push him away. "There's nothing between us worth caring about. I just want to ask you, how are my royal brother and niece doing?" He replied, "Of course, I wouldn't dare come see you without news." The search party has returned with reports saying that on the western side of the mountain, they found traces of His Majesty and Chi-Chi. Imohan anxiously asked about the mountainside. He smiled. "Don't rush. I just returned from observing there. There are footprints on the surrounding cliff walls left by His Majesty, and they somewhat counteracted the gravity during the fall. With His Majesty's martial arts skills, his life surely won't be in danger." The chief gently pressed Imohan's shoulders, making him sit down. He smiled reassuringly at Imohan. I've dispatched a large number of men down the cliff to search. We should find Chi-Chi and His Majesty very soon. Imohan asked anxiously. Were there any clues left at the scene? Who exactly were the assassins? The chief sat down beside Imohan and honestly recounted. I questioned the guards at the scene, but they only said they smelled a fragrance. Then they lost consciousness. Although there were some assassins' bodies at the scene, neither their clothes nor weapons gave any indication of their identity. The chief shrugged hesitantly, saying finding the culprit is like searching for a needle in the ocean. Nothing can be seen except… Imohan urgently asked what it was. The chief wrote a character on Imohan's palm, then boldly speculated. I suspect someone plotting to seize the throne attempted murder. Imohan quickly interpreted the chief's words. You mean, at that time on the cliff, besides the assassins, there was also a master schemer plotting for the throne, forcing His Majesty to fall off the cliff. He leaned close and whispered in Imohan's ear. Your Highness is indeed very clever. Imohan pushed him away with his elbow, sternly warning, You're too close. Ignoring how the chief was gazing at him adoringly, Imohan spoke in a deep voice to politely dismiss him. It's getting late. You should. The chief ignored this. Gently kissing Imohan's hands, he persistently pleaded, Let me stay here a while, just a little while. Imohan had no choice but to sigh and let it be. The chief continued gently. I've made you worry tonight. He moved closer to Imohan, squinting as he questioned whether the worry was for the royal brother or for that little lady. Imohan turned away, deflecting with a casual answer. This has nothing to do with you. The chief boldly opened his mouth to bite Imohan's neck. If it's about that little one, I absolutely won't say much. But if it's about your royal brother being intimate, then… Suddenly from outside the tent came an urgent report. Chief, there's news about His Majesty and the princess. Makhan quickly stood up, ignoring the regretful chief beside him alongside a search team responsible for finding them led by Yi Tingsheng. They were already at the foot of the mountain. A general clasped his hands and bowed his head in apology. I was late in coming to Your Majesty's rescue. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Yiguang coldly carried the sleeping Chi-Chi in his arms and ordered silence. Tingsheng stepped forward, extending both hands, intending to take Chi-Chi from him. Let me carry her, father. Guang stepped past him and asked in a deep voice, Your mother, the noble consort, committed a crime before and was sent to Jingbei Temple. Do you remember? Tingsheng thought silently about his mother. He quickly responded cleverly, Blood is thicker than water. I think of mother every day and would never dare forget. Guang smiled meaningfully and said, Is that so? He carried Chi-Chi toward the waiting carriage. Guang continued in a deep voice. I heard her health hasn't been good lately. She's taken much medicine but hasn't improved. Guang coldly confronted Tingsheng. Recently she was so ill she couldn't afford medicine. Yet you showed no concern. But now you care so much about my daughter. Knowing Guang was suspicious of him, Tingsheng could only answer modestly. Mother and I share flesh and blood. Chi-Chi is my younger sister. I care for them equally, without discrimination. Guang didn't argue further, only letting out a cold grunt. Yi Jiao schemed and ordered, If you are so filial, then I permit you to go to Jingbei, to care for your mother. Tingsheng, somewhat confused, asked to confirm his father's meaning. Jiao didn't repeat himself and authoritatively emphasized, Depart tonight. Don't tell anyone else. Tingsheng dared not disobey the emperor's order, so he just lowered his head in frustration. Jiao gently stepped into the carriage, careful not to wake Chi-Chi as the imperial carriage clattered along, returning to the camp. Tingsheng muttered sadly, So I must go after all. He looked up at the sky, contemplating regretfully to himself, I remember this memory. It will be many years before I can see my sister again. A servant hurriedly knelt and reported to the sixth prince. His Majesty orders immediate departure to Jingbei. Tingsheng silently hoped in his heart, When we meet again, I hope you won't forget me. He curtly answered the servant to depart. At Yi Jiao's camp, dawn was breaking. He was being treated by the royal physician. Kaihan gently asked him, Your Majesty, about today's assassin incident, should we investigate thoroughly? Jiao rested his chin on his hand and decisively answered, No need to investigate. Kaihan quickly reasoned and dared to ask His Majesty, Could it be that Your Majesty already knows the assassin's identity? Why does he still continue to make judgments? Could it still be that person? Jiao nodded silently, acknowledging the matter. Kaihan decisively arranged, I will quickly break through this formation. Send more guards to watch this person. It won't be easy for him to cause trouble now. Jiao carefully instructed. Furthermore, there's one more thing. I have an order for Kaihan. This time, the sixth prince is going to Jingbei. You secretly arrange people to monitor every move, every action of his. See who he interacts with. If anything seems unusual, report to me immediately. Kaihan ventured to guess. Your Majesty suspects that, Jiao explained thoroughly. I don't want to be suspicious, but there are some clear horse tracks there. If it's the Empress's faction, before Kaihan could finish his sentence, he already understood everything. He clasped his hands, bowed his head, and replied simply, I understand. The next day, Chi-Chi woke up refreshed in her warm, comfortable bed. A Yuan entered joyfully and said, Princess, you're awake. Chi-Chi rubbed her eyes and asked, Sister A Yuan, why are you here at the temporary palace? A Yuan anxiously explained to Chi-Chi, continuing, Yesterday, when news of your Majesty and Princess encountering assassins reached the palace, I was terrified. I immediately came here that night with the messenger, rushing all the way. A Yuan brought in a basin of water, questioning herself. You're still young. You can't be without someone taking care of you. I was negligent before. She took a towel to wipe Chi-Chi's face, continuing in a sorrowful voice, making the princess endure such hardships. Chi-Chi held a Yuan's hand, smiling as she replied, It's not hardship. I'm well-fed and warm. Don't worry about me. A Yuan responded gently and kindly, You always don't like making others worry. Oh right. She lowered her voice to tell Chi-Chi about Ting Sheng. I heard the sixth prince's birth mother is unwell. He departed for Jingbei in the night. Chi-Chi asked in shock, What? Then Chi-Chi whispered sadly, Gone to Jingbei, so far away. A Yuan stroked her head sympathetically and replied, I heard Defei Nyang, who was sent to Jingbei, is gravely ill. She might not last much longer. So His Majesty ordered the sixth prince to return to Jingbei to see her one last time. His Highness was very worried, so he left during the night. Chi-Chi got out of bed, walking absent-mindedly while muttering anxiously, Is that so? That's his birth mother. He must be very worried. Though she appeared understanding on the surface, her heart was actually aching a little. Blood is thicker than water after all. How could he deny it? I should understand why he left without saying a word. But somehow, why do I feel so empty? Chi-Chi comforted herself. He will write to me, won't he? Even if he's gone for long, he'll surely send me news, right? She held a Yuyan's hand as if seeking reassurance. Sister A Yuyan, will he write to me? A Yuyan gently embraced her with certainty. Of course he will. No matter how far he goes, His Highness will always remember you. It's good that Chi-Chi trusts Ding Sheng so much. I will wait for him, no matter how long, no matter how far. Yuan Cheng lifted the curtain excitedly and called out, Sister, look what interesting thing I brought for you. Seeing the gloomy faces of Chi-Chi and a Yuyan, Yuan Cheng asked in surprise, What's wrong? Why is everyone so unhappy? Chi-Chi wiped her tears and tried to speak in her normal voice. It's nothing. What did you bring, sister? Yuan Cheng enthusiastically held up the jade bottle, showing Chi-Chi it was pear blossom wine. It was very difficult. I managed to get some from the brewery. She playfully winked at Chi-Chi. The first sip of wine this spring. Sister, I prepared it just for you. A Yuyan quickly tried to stop them. No, the seventh princess is too young. She can't drink wine. Ignoring what others said, Chi-Chi reached for the pear blossom wine, then tilted her head back and gulped it down to drown her sorrows. Yuan Cheng was stunned to see her drink it all. You should have left some for me too. Looking at the empty bottle, Chi-Chi pensively said the wine is too bitter. Watching Chi-Chi's lonely figure, Yuan Cheng replied in confusion. It's not bitter. Pear blossom wine is the sweetest wine. She didn't understand Chi-Chi's hidden sorrow. The bitterness was in her heart, so she just blankly asked a Yuyan, What's wrong with her? So young yet so full of worries. A Yuyan replied sympathetically, Perhaps her heart is suffering. When she returns to the palace tomorrow, having friends around will cheer her up. She hurriedly ran to Chi-Chi. Yuan Cheng hugged her little sister, trying to comfort her. As the saying goes, drinking can wash away many sorrows. Whatever reason you're sad about, sister will drink with you. Drinking will make your mood much better. Chi-Chi smiled and asked, Really? At that time, she didn't understand what it meant to be drunk, what it meant to miss someone, only knowing that the beautiful scenery of the palace wasn't as beautiful as yesterday. Yuan Cheng firmly promised, Of course. Have I ever lied to you? From now on, whenever you want wine, I'll sneak to the brewery to get some for you. Get it for you. Chi-Chi gratefully and happily responded with a yes. In her heart she was worried. Will that person who left without goodbye return? Thus Chi-Chi waited day and night for news from Ding Sheng. In her heart, she waited and longed. but unexpectedly, he was gone for 3 years. Chi-Chi thought absent-mindedly, spring is almost over. Will he write to me? Seeing the hooves of messenger horses galloping from afar, Chi-Chi anxiously asked if there was a letter for her, but only received the same disappointing answer as always. 7th Princess, we bring urgent military reports from 800 miles away. How could there be a letter from him? Chi-Chi lowered her head in distress. This spring he hasn't thought of me. She sat under the late red maple tree, filled with worries, could only drink pear blossom wine, hoping to ease her melancholic thoughts. This year father held my 8th birthday celebration. The officials also gave many gifts, but I didn't like any of them. I was waiting for someone to wish me happy birthday, but sadly, I waited in vain. Winter has come, walking under the snow. Yi Chi-Chi was lost in thought. This year Yuan and I graduated from the Elementary Imperial Academy. I heard that the Empress's power was restrained after being struck down by father. The officials were again making noise at court, wanting my eldest brother to become crown prince. She sadly asked herself, these years I've worked hard on my handwriting. My writing has become much more beautiful. The letters I sent to Jingbei, did you read them? If you did read them, why haven't you ever replied, even with just a few short lines? The more she thought, Chi-Chi had to force herself to let go. Perhaps he has long forgotten about me. It's better if forgotten. She silently blessed the one in her heart. May we live peacefully though apart. At this moment, in the distant Tai Fu mansion in Jingbei, Qin Chi Shu closed the door behind him, mischievously asking Yin Chang, did that girl in your heart write to you again? Chi Shu rubbed his hands together and teased with a smile. Over these years, so many letters have been sent here. Can't you reply to even one letter? Yin Chang folded the letter and simply replied, no need. Chi Shu eagerly moved closer, extending his hand playfully. Well, let me see what that girl wrote to you. Yin Chang kept it out of Chi Shu's reach, coldly saying no. Chi Shu wasn't offended but happily commented, if you die, your whole body would surely be soft. Only your mouth remains hard, restless at heart. These years you've secretly visited her so many times. Why can't you let her know? Yin Cheng pondered and replied, if one cannot guarantee victory for others, hope will only lead to disappointment. He smiled and firmly stated, but we will meet again soon. In the palace, the peach blossoms were blooming. Yuan and Chi-Chi were drinking together to drown their sorrows. One rested her hand on the table, asking if little sister was drunk. Though Chi-Chi had drunk quite a lot, she still boldly replied, not yet, this wine is nothing. Just as she finished speaking, the next moment she was so drunk she collapsed on the table, leaving one helpless. She complained about her lovesick little sister. He's been gone without a word for a year. You're always drowning your sorrows in wine. Still can't let go? She worriedly patted Chi-Chi's head and asked, silly girl, you keep holding this in your heart, yet he knows nothing about it. Would he miss me like that? Chi-Chi firmly assured Yun Chang that he would. He will miss me too. Yun Chang stood up angrily and heartbrokenly cursed that unfaithful person. Why even on your birthday? He wouldn't even reply to your letter. To send you some wishes. Chi-Chi blindly made excuses for him. He must be very busy, and Jingbei is too far. The letters I sent him, perhaps he didn't receive them. Yun Chang was extremely angry, bluntly advised Chi-Chi to stop being foolish. I don't want to see you continue like this. Think about it yourself. She ignored Yun Chang's presence, who left in frustration, and just picked up her wine cup and drank it all in one go. Drunk Chi-Chi was so sad that her eyes welled up with tears. A familiar hand gently wiped away her tears, then kindly told her not to cry. That person gently continued, telling Chi-Chi not to drink anymore. She naively replied she wouldn't drink. Hearing Chi-Chi's response, Yin Cheng's heart became restless and emotional. If I don't get drunk, how can I dream of you? He embraced Chi-Chi and gently comforted her. Let you suffer grievances. Chi-Chi was too drunk to think this was real. She raised her hand to touch Yin Cheng's face and happily told him, actually, you feel so real even in dreams. Yin Cheng tenderly replied, then touched some more. Chi-Chi contentedly hugged him tight and whispered, it's a pity that after waking up I won't find you anymore. Yin Cheng comforted her self-blame, saying it's my fault. He helped Chi-Chi sit at the table, firmly promised Chi-Chi to trust him. Sooner or later we will meet again. That day is not far away. He thoughtfully put his cloak around Chi-Chi, gently kissed her forehead, lovingly spoke to his beloved. Happy birthday, my little princess. Tanchi Shu excitedly said to Yin Cheng. This time, fortunately, we bought plenty of military provisions. We shouldn't worry this year. Yin Cheng lifted the kettle onto the stove, calmly replied, the matter to worry about now is training troops with me here. Don't worry about provisions. Chi Shu smiled and silently agreed. Must admit that Yin Cheng is truly intelligent, especially in military tactics, having such strategies at a young age. Truly worthy of being Shi Ming's crown prince. Chi Shu leaned over eagerly telling Yin Cheng, I don't need to worry. I truly believe in your highness's abilities, but now I'm a bit impatient. Just want to quickly take that dog emperor's head. Yin Cheng reminded his friend in a deep voice. To achieve great things, one must be patient. He paused when Chi Shu asked him, 3 years ago you let yourself go to Jingbei, wasn't it to avoid that girl? He turned to look at Chi Shu and coldly replied, Who told you I was planning to go to Jingbei? Chi Shu only then froze and asked bewilderedly, Isn't it? His seat and the incident 3 years ago, could it not be part of the plan? Yin Cheng grabbed the hot water pot, turned, and walked to the table, frankly explained to Chi Shu. 3 years ago I carelessly exposed myself in front of that dog emperor and was truly exiled to northern peace. At this moment Chi Shu finally realized and remarked, You're very honest, he eagerly commented. No wonder that girl was so attached to you. I've thought for a long time, how could you leave her and run so far away? Yin Cheng seriously whispered with dependence. In his heart he was a bit uncertain. Relying on a stranger after living together for only 2 years could be. Chi Shu cheerfully commented, After all, she's just a child who isn't smart enough. If she really sees you as her brother, then it's normal for her to want to depend on you. Yin Cheng solemnly affirmed, She is very smart. Knowing his friend was uncomfortable, he immediately lowered his voice and apologized. All right, consider what I said wrong. Chi Shu eagerly inquired about Yin Cheng. This time you came back to visit her. Has she grown taller? Children grow quickly day by day. He held the hot teacup and glared at him sharply. What's it to you? Although Chi Shu was playful, he was very good at understanding people's psychology. He implicitly reminded Yin Cheng, You don't reply to her letters, and don't send her any news. I'm afraid the little lady might feel hurt and won't pay attention to you anymore. Yin Cheng reassured himself she won't, but Chi Shu quickly painted some realistic scenarios who says she won't feel heartbroken. Children forget quickly. In these 3 years, I'm afraid even what you look like, she has forgotten. Moreover, she has other brothers in the palace. Everyone is good to her. If someone else wins her over. Yin Cheng was hit right in the heart, startled, and almost spilled the tea in his hand. He sternly threatened Chi Shu, Say more and forget about dinner tonight. Seeing his teasing succeeded, Chi Shu smiled with satisfaction and stopped talking. At this moment a soldier appeared reporting, Your Highness, subordinates brought this month's military intelligence. Yin Cheng stepped forward to look and habitually asked, Where are the letters from the palace? The honest soldier replied, Your Highness, there have been no letters from the palace to northern peace since last month. Yin Cheng shouted in shock, What? The frightened soldier quickly knelt down, stammering, Then your subordinate will go check if anything was missed when collecting. He sternly ordered, Go search. Tell all the training soldiers to search for me. Don't come back if you can't find it. The soldier hurriedly replied, Yes, without delay. Yin Cheng's heart was restless. Starting from last month, no letters, and that was the last letter? He clenched his fists worriedly, thinking, suddenly stopped writing letters. Could it be as Chi Thursday said that she doesn't need me anymore? She was taken by someone else? What did Chi Thursday say to mock me? Yin Tan angrily shouted at him, You go find him too. Submissively calming Yin Tan, All right, I'll go look. He hurriedly opened the door and went out without hesitation. Don't rush. We'll definitely find them. I'll go urge them. You should rest first. At the training ground of Tinback Camp, Yin Tan was furiously beating up all the soldiers under his command. He coldly called out, Next. The soldiers' faces were beaten until swollen. Frightened, they stammered, Your Highness, retreat. All the veteran soldiers have been beaten. No one else remains. They cried while pointing at the new recruits who hadn't been used as punching bags yet. Only these inexperienced new recruits are left. Yin Tan's lips curled into an amused smile. The new recruits frantically rushed to find excuses to flee. Suddenly remembered, I haven't cleaned my sword today. I haven't moved the archery targets yet. I'll go move the targets. I'll go lay out the tan drums. T. Thursday, knowing nothing, walked in to see them running in chaos. Why did everyone suddenly run away? He noticed Yin Tan's sword-sharp gaze standing on the arena. Feels like there's a cold gaze looking at me. Help. I haven't touched anyone's belongings. He approached cautiously and asked, I really went looking but found nothing. You won't take your anger out on me, will you? Yin Tan silently replied briefly, then turned to return to his residence. That's enough for today. Chi Thursday, escaping danger, sighed in relief. That was dangerous. Nearly scared me to death. Looks like this girl not sending letters anymore has greatly affected him. When will he realize? A figure in black robes was waiting outside Yin Tan's tent. His guard respectfully clasped hands and greeted, "Your Highness." Yin Tan lifted the curtain and said briefly, "Come in." The guard reported the situation to him. The Imperial Court's relief aid, sent to Qi Chao's silver treasury, will arrive at the border tonight. Subordinates have ordered people to set traps there. Yin Tan asked sternly, "How certain are you?" The guard firmly replied, 90%, but our men will try their best to seize this silver shipment. Yin Tan calmly inquired, "I heard the one protecting the silver this time is a newly appointed general from the capital. Is this true?" The guard hurriedly confirmed, "Yes, that's correct." He honestly reported further, "The previous General Trin committed suicide at home last month. He burned the memorial on the coal stove and nodded, He was indeed a virtuous general." He pondered thoughtfully. It's a pity that even though he was loyal, wholeheartedly devoted to that dog emperor, in the end, didn't he still fall into ruin because of my plan? Did that dog emperor show any consideration for their past relationship? The palace guard respectfully offered his personal opinion regarding the current overall situation. These 13 years of trying to overthrow the dog emperor's power, although there were many supporters behind, they were all old ministers who refused to bow down, not loyal to the dog emperor. Like this young general, it's even more inappropriate. But looking at the dog emperor's subordinates, there really are no capable people. Yin Chung firmly declared, "The blood debt of destroying our nation must be repaid by the dog emperor." At the imperial study, eunuch Zhao was standing hesitantly outside. Chi-Chi slowly walked to visit her father. This year she turned 10 years old. Seeing her sudden arrival, eunuch Zhao concernedly asked the 7th princess, "Why have you come here?" She cheerfully inquired with eunuch Zhao, "Has father finished court yet?" He gestured for her to lower her voice and informed her, "Princess, you cannot enter now. His Majesty is very angry today." Chi-Chi confusedly repeated, "Angry?" Eunuch Zhao lowered his voice and said, "The official silver that was supposed to arrive in Qi Prefecture was robbed at the border." In Kuang Yao's private chamber, all the servants and officials in the palace were also frightened and knelt at his feet. At that time, the room was eerily silent. Kuang Yao frowned and spoke. "The official silver for Qi Prefecture was robbed, causing civilian unrest. This is the result of what you all have been busy doing for me these days." The Minister of War, Zhang Yumin, respectfully replied, "The official silver was robbed. The common people couldn't receive relief funds. That's why riots broke out. Using force to suppress them certainly won't pacify the people's hearts." He continued, "The important thing now is, if we just send another batch of official silver, it will surely prevent the situation from worsening." A voice spoke up from behind him. "Minister Zhang is wrong," and the owner of that voice was the Minister of Revenue, Chun Songjian. He objected. Although sending another batch of silver might quell the riots, but this year there were crop failures nationwide. Much relief silver has already been distributed, plus repairs to the South Palace, North Hall and temples. Currently, the National Treasury is increasingly empty. There's no surplus money to distribute more relief funds. He continued to share his thoughts. "Perhaps we could delay this year's military salaries to use for Qi Prefecture's relief first." Zhang Yumin turned to look at him and scoffed. "Minister Chun indeed has a clever plan." Yumin sternly replied, "You treat each soldier in the army as an orphan without parents who don't need salaries to supplement their household income?" Song Jian seemed provoked. "Minister Zhang, don't slander this old official. You should know our northern Ming soldiers are all loyal generals. When facing matters of national importance, which side is heavy and which is light? How can they not distinguish between you?" Min immediately objected. "Minister Tran is truly righteous. These words are indeed honorable. If the court doesn't pay you salary for a year, and you have to eat radish and pickles every day, would you still want to be loyal?" Tung John frowned. He stammered as Du Dan kept attacking him. You. At that moment, Ko Engu quickly signaled with a stern voice. He spoke again. "Your Majesty, I believe the missing famine relief silver is not a small matter. There must be an organized plan behind it." Du Dan bowed his head and explained his strategy. The relief silver was lost at the border between Langzhong and Kindai. The urgent matter is to send people to investigate all related incidents. Seriously conduct inspections of passing vehicles through Tran. Tung John disagreed. "Minister Truong's approach is also good. However, although the border districts are small, finding the lost silver isn't something that can be done in a day or two. What about the rioting victims? Let me ask you, we can't just care about the army having food to eat or not, and ignore the state of the nation. Du Dan turned to look at him with sharp eyes. Don't taint my purity. Kwang Yu angrily slammed the table and shouted, "Silence!" The ministers immediately fell completely silent. Everyone simultaneously knelt down, begging for mercy. Kwang Yu thought for a long while, then spoke. If we keep arguing about relief efforts now, the granary doesn't have enough food to send, then is there another way to hear those things? All the ministers' eyes turned to Du Dan. At that moment, a heavy atmosphere appeared among everyone around. Suddenly a voice spoke up. I have a way. And the person who said those words was Chi-Chi. The little girl was wearing a light yellow floral dress, with hairpins, looking very adorable. Seeing this, Kwang Yu gently told Chi-Chi to come over. In that frightening atmosphere, Chi-Chi gently approached her father. Ko and Gu moved closer to her and asked softly, "You just said you have a way to solve the current difficulty. Let's hear it." Chi-Chi boldly replied. Chi-Chi was outside when the ministers were arguing. I only saw that you are all loyal ministers serving the country, all wanting to contribute to the nation, absolutely not wanting to see the country in danger and turn a blind eye. All the ministers agreed. That's right, the seventh princess speaks truly. Although the amount of relief silver is very large, but the officials in the capital are not lacking in wealthy backgrounds. If each minister contributes 1,000 taels, wouldn't that be enough? Chi-Chi smiled. Moreover, the salaries in recent years from the court have been increasing. 1,000 taels in exchange for a lifetime of loyalty. The ministers wouldn't decline, would they? Hearing this line of thinking, all the ministers began discussing in a buzz. The emperor smiled and patted the little girl's head. He praised that this method was good. It not only solved the urgent problem at hand, but also let me see clearly who truly values the nation. Chi-Chi happily said, "Father taught well." At that moment, Tung John stood up and spoke. Raising troops takes days, using them takes hours. I am willing to donate 2,000 taels to aid Qi Chao. Seeing this, Ju Dan couldn't bear to fall behind. He followed up saying, I'll give 3,000 taels. Even if it bankrupts me, I must endure it this time. The emperor nodded in approval. Are there any other beloved officials who wish to contribute more? Then came a chorus of voices competing to contribute to the nation. I'll give 3,000 taels. I'll give 5,000 taels. I'll give 8,000 taels. I'll give 50,000. I'll give 30,000. I'll give 10,000 taels to prove my loyalty. He nodded in approval, saying, very good. Duk Thuan, your servant, answered, at your service. The emperor became furiously angry. He frowned. Record the names of officials who offered over 50,000 taels. Investigate how much they've embezzled. Confiscate their properties for disaster relief funds. Why would I give you such high salaries? You parasites. Upon hearing these judgments, those who had embezzled fell to their knees in worry. Some begged for mercy. On that summer evening, the emperor kindly asked the little girl, didn't you go to the Imperial Academy today? Chi-Chi replied, today the Imperial Academy is closed. No need to attend classes. Then he pointed at her hair bun. This hairstyle of yours is quite nice. Chi-Chi smiled. This is the osmanthus oil that Sister A Yuyan gave me to use. Then the little girl continued talking while demonstrating how she did her hair. Then like this and like this. Finally, it's done like this. The emperor smiled at his daughter's adorable actions. His heart was filled with happiness. Chi-Chi pointed at his mouth and said, your smile is beautiful. Usually I don't see you smile. Father, are you not happy today? He curiously asked why Chi-Chi would ask that. The little girl explained that just now when those officials left, they all had suffering expressions. Every time you're in a bad mood, you look like that too. The emperor asked, then what about when I'm happy? Chi-Chi laughed, when you're happy, they're even happier than you. Last time when father was happy, wasn't Minister Li so overjoyed that he got excited and stepped wrong, falling down the steps in front of the imperial study? The emperor quickly teased her, you're such a clever one. Caring about my moods like this, how did your exam go? The little girl shyly said, I got second place. Chi-Chi quickly promised her father that next time Chi-Chi will definitely try to get first place. The emperor pretended to be silly. What if you can't get it? The little girl pouted, no. Then I'll try even harder the time after that. The emperor sighed. Never mind, you're still young. I really can't be too strict with you. Promised last month if I pass this exam you'll grant me one wish on Monday. He smiled and said, tell me what you want. Chi-Chi repeated. Anything I want? Gong Yao looked at the little girl who thought for a long time. He didn't know when she stopped smiling. She had also lost quite a bit of weight. Wonder if it's because she's growing up. Then he spoke, these years you don't seem as lively as before. Whatever you want, I will try to give you. Chi-Chi replied then Chi-Chi wants to go to Jingbei. I want to visit Jingbei. Gongyo replied, why do you want to go somewhere so far? Jingbei has strong winds and sand. Winter is cold there. How can it compare to the imperial city? The little girl said softly, the imperial city is very good, the palace is also very good. But Gong Yao worriedly asked if the girl was suffering from any grievances, or if the palace food didn't suit her taste, or if someone made her unhappy. Chi-Chi held her father's hand and shook her head. No, none of that. Just that your daughter has grown up. Sometimes wants to see scenery outside the palace. Gong Yao thought, is that so? Then he immediately gestured. He patted her shoulder gently and said, go back to the palace first. I will think about this matter. Gong Yao fell silent. He watched the little girl's back slowly walking out of his room. At that moment his room had a strange emptiness and silence. After some contemplation, Gong Yao called his servant Deshun. He asked, has the corruption investigation been sent down yet? He replied, Your Majesty, your servant has already delegated it. The ministry will confiscate the criminal official's property and send it to Qizhou. He kindly asked, how is Defei lately? Deshun replied, a few days ago news came from Jingbei, saying since the 6th prince personally visited Defei has become more open. Her health has also improved. He asked, does your majesty want to summon the 6th prince back to the capital? He muttered, daughters grow up with many thoughts. Deshun worried, your majesty, what do you mean? Gongyo replied, no need for the 6th prince to return. Let him stay by Defei's side to serve her. Deshun was a bit worried. Your majesty, please reconsider. Jingbei is near Qizhou. Now refugees are rioting. Times are chaotic. If the 7th princess goes, Gong Yao interrupted. He replied, I will send capable people to protect her. Won't let her suffer any hardship. Though he said so, his heart was still somewhat reluctant. Gong Yao said, children grow up not needing parents. I'm more reluctant than anyone. But what can be done? If we don't comply with her wishes, it might push her further away. Deshun was moved. He sniffled and replied, your majesty truly cares for the 7th princess. She must be able to feel your thoughtfulness. 5 days later in Jingbei, it was pouring heavily. A horse carriage clattered along through the storm. Inside was Chi-Chi looking around curiously. Her guard spoke, our master has entered Jingbei. There are many refugees near Qizhou. We must be careful. Please go back inside. Chi-Chi pouted in response, silently blaming her father. Finally made it to Jingbei, yet not allowed to see the sights. This great general, who knows what he's thinking, should have let him protect me this time. That would have been good. Not to mention finding 6th brother. Even looking at roadside shops seems hopeless now. A moment later, the carriage stopped at a guild hall. Your Highness, the governor has urgent matters to attend to. The servants will accompany the princess to this restaurant to dine. While waiting for him, Chi-Chi quickly lifted the curtain to have her meal. She thought to herself, freedom came so suddenly. Chi-Chi climbed down from the carriage. The servant quickly helped her and reported, Your Highness, Jingbei's Puzhou cuisine is famous throughout the realm. All visitors praise it. And now it's April, perfect time for river clams. Please come this way, noble one. The 2nd floor room is ready. The little girl smiled and thanked him. Lead the way. Upstairs at this time, a man was leisurely watching the little girl entering the restaurant. He said, oh, what a pretty girl, your highness, look. Perhaps she's your type. Yin Cheng coldly replied, improper to look, improper to speak. Chi Shu teased, how adorable. Pity we couldn't see her face. Yin Cheng said sternly, without seeing her face yet you can praise. You truly have no boundaries. Chi Shu smiled a bit more, almost forgot the main matter. Those who fled last night, what do you plan to do? Yin Cheng sipped his tea and coldly replied, kill them. Chi Shu praised approvingly. That's exactly your style, right? I heard the court sent someone to Jingbei. Seems to be a high official. If not beyond expectation, they want to secretly investigate the missing official silver. Yin Cheng replied, seems you have a plan? Chi Shu acted mysterious. No plan really, but I have some beauty to show. See if it works. Suddenly a thunderous voice shouted, daring to rob in broad daylight. Do you know who we are? Stop wasting words, hand over the valuables. Otherwise, don't dream of leaving Hongmielu today. Chishu said, there's fighting downstairs. That girl seems to have encountered thieves and robbers. Yin Chung maintained his cold demeanor. Chaos here is normal. What does it have to do with us? The soldiers immediately surrounded Chi-Chi. Protect the princess. Yin Chung quickly fell silent. He paused and thought the princess he just heard about was someone he knew. Yi Chi-Chi. He quickly threw down his cup. Chishu seemed frightened and asked, what's wrong with you? You can't even hold your cup steady anymore. Yin Chung said sternly, Tan Chishu, what did you mean earlier about showing them faces? Chishu stammered, I didn't. You. Yin Chung quickly jumped down into the pouring rain. Tan Chishu panicked, his mouth agape, as he watched him disappear in an instant. Looking at the chaotic scene before her, Chi-Chi fearfully stepped back. The person in black pushed Chi-Chi back to block the attack for her, pushed her away, and told her to run quickly. Chi-Chi listened and turned around to run in fear. She wondered where Sixth Brother had gone. Another assassin blocked her path. Trembling with fear, she asked, don't assassins just want money? Why bother with me? The assassin, without saying much, intended to send her to the underworld. Chi-Chi was so scared she couldn't move. Yin Chung appeared from behind, blocking the sword that was about to pierce her. Chi-Chi was embraced, wondering to herself if she was being rescued or kidnapped. Yin Chung looked at her figure and sighed. You've grown taller, but your scent hasn't changed. He carried her away from there. The guards saw this and panicked, chasing after them while shouting to let her go. He turned and said to the others, the princess has been kidnapped. Quickly chase after them. Chi-Chi was taken away, still frightened. She kept mumbling, I won't open my eyes. You can't make me. Yin Chung smiled and told her to open her eyes, saying he wouldn't harm her. Chi-Chi opened her eyes and warned Yin Chung not to touch her. You won't get away with this from my father. Hearing this, Yin Chung recalled something. He was always being watched whenever he went out. Seeing Yin Cheng's meaningful smile, Chi-Chi fearfully covered herself. Yin Chung took her hand and teased, I need a wife I can raise from childhood. I think you're quite suitable. Chi-Chi repeated the phrase, raise from childhood. Yin Chung continued teasing, telling her to think about it carefully. Chi-Chi looked at his handsome, bright, radiant face, still couldn't believe he was a bad person. Yin Chung curiously asked her, don't I look like a bad person? Chi-Chi quickly agreed, saying, of course, I'll be your childhood-raised wife. No one in the world can resist a handsome man, including Chi-Chi. She thought to herself that someone so handsome, being his wife wouldn't be bad. Of course, Chi-Chi wasn't foolish. She set 3 conditions before agreeing, including, she would be his only one. She must be well fed with meat. He must raise her before marriage. Yin Chung smiled helplessly at the girl before him, already setting conditions. She really was straightforward. Chi-Chi tugged at his sleeve, smiling brightly, saying, just agree to these conditions, and you'll have a wife, and that wife would be her. Yin Chung was so amused he laughed. He moved closer to her and asked Chi-Chi, if it were someone else today, would you still agree? Chi-Chi saw that familiar look and felt uneasy, arguing that she was being forced. Yin Chung couldn't help but scold, except for me. Before he could finish scolding, Chi-Chi's guards arrived, shouting loudly, release the princess. Yin Chung told her to wait for him here, impatiently calling out for all of them to come at once. Those people quickly rushed up to attack. Chi-Chi wasn't stupid either. When there's a chance, just run. Wait for that monkey. While happily running, she was blocked by a solid wall. Seeing the person in front wanting to run, Yin Tan hugged her, covered her mouth. Chi-Chi couldn't help but bite him. Yin Tan bitterly scolded her. You heartless thing, you really bit me. Chi-Chi proudly declared in a loud voice, I am the Emperor's most beloved princess. If you touch me, you won't get away with it. Yin Tan, acting like a bandit, replied that bandits hate being threatened the most. Today you're definitely done for. While speaking, Chi-Chi suddenly fainted as if drugged. Yin Tan held her in his arms, silently cursing her foolishness. Bandits don't like talkative people either. When Chi-Chi woke up again, she found herself somewhere unfamiliar, remembering what happened earlier. She was kidnapped, drugged, and brought here. Seeing Yin Tan not paying attention to this place, she slowly tried to sneak away. Unexpectedly, before getting far, Yin Tan called her back. She could only pretend the drug was still effective, continuing to sleep, not hearing any more sounds. Chi-Chi thought Yin Tan had left, opened her eyes to see him lying on top of her. Chi-Chi fearfully backed away, asking what he wanted to do. Yin Tan smiled and asked why she stopped pretending, then reached out demanding his clothes back. In his heart, he felt somewhat resentful. This girl hadn't written any letters for 2 months. Seems she's still doing very well. Chi-Chi still thought he was a bandit, spoke up, trying to bribe him, saying, "My sixth brother is here. He's super rich. Take me to meet him. He will definitely give you money." Yin Tan asked to confirm, "Really rich?" laughing secretly in his heart. How come he didn't know anything about it? Chi-Chi continued bragging about how rich sixth brother was, how he likes me so much and will definitely protect me till the end. Yin Tan felt embarrassed hearing this. He shouted for her to stop talking. Chi-Chi was confused why he was so moody like a girl. Yin Tan turned away coldly, asking, "If he likes you, why hasn't he written you a single letter in 3 years?" Chi-Chi immediately objected. "He's very busy, so he couldn't write." Feeling something was off, Chi-Chi rushed up, asking how Yin Tan knew about this. Yin Tan nervously said it was because she told him. Chi-Chi was successfully manipulated, trying to recall when she had said that. Yin Tan angrily shouted that she did say it. "Why talk so much?" Chi-Chi felt a bit hurt now. "Why are you so angry?" On a late afternoon, the atmosphere was fresh and peacefully quiet. Chi-Chi and Yin Tan suddenly became very awkward, indescribable, and speechless. He pretended to cough a few times, then used it as an excuse to ask if she was hungry. Yin Tan immediately reached out, offering a small food package to her. Seeing this, she immediately refused, saying no, still very guarded in her heart. "He just drugged me earlier, now he dares to poison me. Who knows what's in this thing?" He didn't say a word, carefully opened the outer package immediately. Still holding the cake in hand, pressing it to her mouth, Chi-Chi urged her to eat. But Chi-Chi was extremely determined, pressed her lips tight without opening them at all. Seeing her show such disgust, he took a bite, doubting himself. "Isn't this your favorite cake? Why don't you like it anymore?" He pondered in his mind and reassured himself, tastes must change over time. Suddenly, Chi-Chi's stomach growled continuously, making her very embarrassed. Her face turned red as she turned away. So quickly her lie was exposed. Truly a betrayal by her own stomach. Yincheng firmly placed the cake in her hand, ordering her to eat it. She sadly held the cake in her hand, thinking that she had no way to escape anymore. Then her other hand gripped tightly onto her dress, her whole body trembling, tears welling up in her eyes as if about to cry. She cried out, looking at him, pleading miserably to spare her life. He was very surprised seeing this, not knowing why she would say such things. He reached out his hand to wipe away the long tears rolling down her cheeks, but Chi-Chi avoided it by turning away. Therefore, he could only comfort her with words. Finally, he softened his heart, immediately grabbed the wrist holding the cake. Yin Cheng pulled her strongly into his embrace. His hands held both sides of her face, whispering that if she would stop crying, he would do anything she asked. He comforted Chi-Chi, who was still asking to go home, but she didn't mean returning to the imperial palace. He bent down and whispered in her ear, asking where she wanted to go. She directly answered, wanting to go to Dingshang, causing Yin Cheng to immediately change his attitude faster than flipping a pancake. Chi-Chi looked up at him, honestly saying that being with Dingshang made her feel very secure. He looked at her with a contemptuous smirk. He carefully took the ribbon tying up her long glossy hair, intimately offering to brush Chi-Chi's hair. Suddenly footsteps were heard approaching. The subordinates kept rushing to rescue the princess. Hearing the commotion outside, Chi-Chi broke into a joyful smile. Yin Cheng quickly leaned down, saying goodbye before leaving. He opened the window and climbed through it. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind her that she must become Yin Cheng's wife. He left just as someone entered. They ordered to hunt down and capture that assassin, making Chi-Chi panic. But she didn't notice that Yin Cheng had already escaped from there. The ninth uncle approached the window to observe, as if he had discovered something unusual. He immediately ordered his subordinates to chase quickly, while he bent down to lovingly check on Chi-Chi. He even pressed her forehead and gave her some advice. Not daring to argue, she immediately thanked Uncle Nine. Hearing Uncle Nine, his face dropped long like a pump. He moved closer to ask her again. Chi-Chi wasn't afraid, and even threatened that he shouldn't go after that bandit. His hands clenched tightly in restraint. With no other choice, he had to comply and stop the pursuit. Chi-Chi stood there giggling with great satisfaction. He immediately whispered, reminding her not to call him that way again. Suddenly, he seriously doubted that she wasn't like a 10-year-old child at all, but rather like a little old lady. Feeling caught, Chi-Chi immediately claimed hunger to change the subject. He could easily see through it, but she pretended to be angry, saying he had no interest in women, so he had no choice but to give in. Chi-Chi nodded repeatedly in agreement. Outside, it was already dusk, pale sunlight falling across everywhere. He picked her up, put her in the carriage to have some snacks before going to Dingshang's place. Hearing his name, her heart stirred with emotions. He confirmed once again that he would let her stay at Dingsheng's for a few days to be safe, then would come to pick her up. Chi-Chi sat quietly in the carriage, poking her head out, eagerly wanting to leave right away, leaving him speechless. Night had fallen, only lantern light illuminated the way. The atmosphere was a bit cold and desolate. Chi-Chi's carriage had arrived. The butler immediately came out to welcome them in. Tired from the day, she had fallen asleep in the carriage. They reminded each other to take good care of her. Butler Jin personally introduced Dan Yun and Shuei Yu to serve Chi-Chi. Both happily accepted the task. Dan Yun gently carried her down from the carriage. Suddenly Ding Sheng appeared, wanting to take Chi-Chi into his own arms, ordering Dan Yun to let him carry her. He held her in his arms, gently saying, "Let's go home." He carried her to the room, gently placed her on the bed, and carefully tucked her in. Chi-Chi suddenly sleep-talked, calling out in her dream for him not to go. She even grabbed his sleeve tightly. He looked at her, still sleeping soundly, wondering if she still remembered him. She slowly released her grip on his sleeve. He gently stroked her hair at her temples. That face had appeared countless times in his dreams. His eyes fixed on her. She was only 10 years old. Yin Cheng couldn't ignore his shameful illusions. He withdrew his hand, cursing in his mind his ambitions for power couldn't coexist with such dirty thoughts. Then you laughed bitterly and blamed yourself. If you had killed Chi-Chi earlier, perhaps you wouldn't be struggling like this. You closed your eyes, wanting to forget the troubles in your heart. Perhaps when Chi-Chi grows up, she won't remember anymore. You bent down to say your final words, whispering hopelessly, finally placing a kiss on her forehead. You hope she grows up quickly to leave this place. You held her hand, intertwining all 10 fingers, determined to protect her till the end. The silent night enveloped everything. Only the lantern still swayed slightly in the cold mist. Chi-Chi suddenly woke up, calling for a yuan out of habit. Immediately there were footsteps approaching. You handed her a glass of water. Chi-Chi drowsily opened her eyes to look at you, helping her drink small sips at a time. She looked at you and seemed to recognize. She realized you were Ding Sheng. You sat down beside her bed. She immediately hugged you joyfully. You were startled and panicked. She sadly hugged you as if about to cry. You quickly embraced and comforted her. Chi-Chi looked at you reproachfully. Haven't you missed her at all these past 3 years? Seeing those sparkling eyes, you were moved to say you missed her. You quickly avoided her gaze. She didn't even understand what she was saying anymore. She immediately held your face and questioned you relentlessly, believing you were just deceiving her. Lies break hearts, lies cause pain. The Sheng family's mute brother. You let Chi-Chi caress your face while thinking, how should I tell her? Actually, your eyes lowered. Every letter she wrote to me, I replied to all of them, remembering each time she sent a letter. Ding Sheng would read each one carefully. Each one received an immediate response from you. These unspoken longings were like the mist over the boat, difficult to conceal, but missing her again and again, one letter after another. These words full of emotion, he didn't dare to send even one. Thinking of this, you disappointedly said forget it, because he knew he was living a wandering life, unable to give her a stable life, nor promise forever. Intentionally not binding. If it ends, then better not to give her hope from the start. But only this box was locked. What about the heart? The box containing all those reply letters was finally sealed shut. Chi-Chi waved her hand in front of your face. Are you even listening to what I'm saying? Ding Sheng came back to his senses and replied, I'm listening. You hugged her, but she angrily turned away, saying, let me go. I'm angry and don't want to talk to you anymore. Your face darkened but didn't let go. Then Ding Sheng suddenly lifted her up, catching her by surprise. You looked at her intently. The delay was because I hadn't said anything. It was my fault. She grew more irritated. Why are you so quick to apologize? Next you'll have to cry hysterically and make a fuss. How should I act now? She withdrew her angry expression and walked away. I know you're worried about mother's illness, anxious and troubled every day, too busy to pay attention to me. Chi-Chi threw herself into his arms and whispered, you're not someone who lacks understanding. You know what's important. Ding Sheng denied. He moved closer to her. Aren't you very important to me? The two of us eye to eye at such close distance made her awkwardly blush. Chi-Chi quickly turned away to hide her embarrassment. All right, I understand. Put me down. You're so tall now. I'm afraid of heights. He put her down on the bed. She immediately said, I'm hungry. He smiled and brought up a wooden box. From that wooden box, a table of food was laid out, prepared in advance. All were her favorite dishes. She was so happy she bloomed. He actually remembered all the dim sum I like to eat. Chi-Chi picked up a small piece of dim sum, and slowly brought it to her mouth. Ding Sheng looked at her with adoration. Now she is changed into a graceful appearance, a true princess indeed, he said while tucking her bangs behind her ear. I heard you were captured by bandits today. Did those bandits do anything harmful to you? She chewed the dim sum and replied no. The mountain bandits there were very well-mannered. Ding Sheng couldn't help but ask, so what did you think of his appearance? She was confused. Ding Sheng awkwardly cleared his throat. Nothing, just eat. I still have matters to attend to. I'll leave first, she obediently replied. All right then, see you later. Watching his back, she thought to herself, this hurried departing figure. Seems like I've seen it somewhere before. When he left the room, he stood for a moment looking back inside, then turned and left. A white-haired guard wearing a black hat, covering his face, asked, Your Highness, would you like to drink with your servant? He replied, let's skip it today. He asked, is it because the 7th princess happened to come today? Ding Sheng sat down. The guard took a sip of wine. Seems the 7th princess has affected you quite a bit. He put down his cup. Today, when we had people ambush at the tavern, we almost accidentally hurt that girl. This was a Shu's fault. He didn't even glance at him, but he still stood up and begged. The subordinates have already disciplined him. Please don't be angry with him, Your Highness. The moonlight outside had risen high, big and round. Ding Sheng said coldly, fortunately she's all right. The guard knelt down. A Shu's actions were indeed reckless, but today was also from good intentions. He originally thought they were sent by the court to investigate the missing official silver. That's why he ordered the ambush. He held out his slender hand and looked at it. I know. The guard hesitated. Your servant wishes to plead for a Shu. Please forgive him this once, Your Highness. Only then did Din Thin turn to look at him. His whole body emanated killing intent. I'm not angry. Making him cough blood 5 steps away is already great mercy for him. The subordinate still begged for Your Highness's forgiveness. He waved his hand, signaling to stop. No need to say more. This time I won't kill him. Next time, if he acts recklessly again, let him commit suicide. To atone for his sins, he ordered that tomorrow tell him to wait for me at the martial arts grounds. The guard helplessly could only say this one sentence. He thought to himself, the martial arts grounds today are even more terrifying than death. Though thinking this, he still bowed respectfully. The subordinate understood. Early next morning, Yi Chi was accompanied by a court lady for a walk. She asked if 6th brother hadn't returned from the martial arts grounds yet. The court lady comforted her. His Highness said today he needs to discipline a disobedient subordinate who didn't listen. Asked me to accompany 7th princess to Peaceful Heart Garden for a walk first. Chi sighed. He is very busy. A moment ago she was sighing. The next moment she broke into a bright smile. Sister Damvan, you don't need to accompany me alone. I'll just walk around waiting for him, she worried. But His Highness entrusted me. Princess doesn't know the way. Told this servant to take care of you. She thought to herself, he really doesn't give me any face at all. She waved her hand and walked forward. Don't worry, these days I've become familiar with the paths. Sister Damvan, go back first and wait for me. I'll return by myself when I'm tired. The court lady couldn't persuade her and had to comply. Yes, this servant obeys. Chi lifted her skirt and walked away in a very cheerful mood. After walking back and forth for a while, finally she stopped to catch her breath at Peaceful Heart Garden. It's really big. Suddenly she noticed something. In front of her was a gate. There were 2 soldiers guarding it very strictly. She wondered where this was. Why was the door locked and had soldiers guarding it? Just as she approached the door, the 2 soldiers stopped her. Princess, please don't enter. This is noble consort's residence. Without His Highness's permission, you cannot come near. Chi was surprised. Noble consort's residence. Looking at the sign hanging in front of the door, she wondered why noble consort lived here. It's not easy to find and far from the main hall. She pondered that since she's here, she should definitely visit 6th brother's mother. Unfortunately, she didn't bring any gifts today. She'll make up for it next time. Noble consort probably won't mind. She said to the 2 guards, Big brothers, can you let me visit noble consort for a moment? Just for a moment. I absolutely won't stay long to trouble you 2. One guard spoke, but with hesitation. Princess, this is really putting him in a difficult position. When did Din Thin appeared calling Chi? Chi turned around in surprise. The 2 gate guards quickly knelt down to pay respects. Greetings to 6th Prince. Din Thin ignored them and asked her, Why did you come here? Explain yourself. You didn't visit noble consort before. Since you're already here, might as well pay a visit. Look at those 2 guards. Hurry up and open the door. They quickly responded, yes, yes. She anxiously asked again, Can I enter? He gently replied, Of course, if I'm not here you cannot enter. After the door opened, Ding Shang led the way. She observed everything around this place. She wondered why Qingyi Palace is so gloomy, not seeing any servants or household staff. While walking, Ding Shang's sleeve was gently pulled by her. Looking at the tall figure in front of her, she pondered. No wonder noble consort doesn't like noise. It's just this simple. She asked sixth brother, are there no maids here? It's very quiet, quiet like a prison. This of course she didn't dare to say out loud, only thought silently in her mind. Ding Shing answered, my mother doesn't like noise, only arranged one maid to take care of her. He held her hand. Chi-Chi looked at his profound expression and replied yes. Then he asked softly, do you really want to visit her? She affirmed yes, since we're already at the door, naturally we should. Before she could finish, she was interrupted by a loud scream. Ah, a ghost, he's not my son. Ah, that piercing scream came from the room ahead. It made her jump in fright. She quickly buried her head in his chest. Ding Shang stroked her head, comforting, don't be afraid. Chi-Chi fearfully asked brokenly, sixth brother, what's happening? His eyes darkened. She's gone mad. Her eyes widened. Mad? He explained it was a day 3 years ago. She suddenly went insane. Many doctors couldn't cure her. Chi-Chi seemed to realize something. Since the day you came, that means before noble consort was just ill, but went mad when meeting her son. Screams echoed from the room again. Ah. Noble consort, please stop making noise. Chi-Chi felt she was very pitiful. What exactly was the reason that made a woman who day and night missed her son suddenly go mad when meeting him? Ding Shang said with a gentle mood, fate determines that some people must sacrifice. Being mad might not be a bad thing. Seeing the sadness in his eyes, she thought these past years, he seems to have gone through many unpleasant things. Her heart felt heavy. Noble consort being like this must make him very sad. I really shouldn't doubt him. He was stunned when she suddenly hugged him. The little girl softly encouraged, don't be sad. Noble consort will be fine. In the future I will be with you. Ding Sheng looked at her hesitantly. Finally he asked, can I hug you, Chi-Chi? At this question, her small face nodded. Of course, we've been close since childhood. Why should we be concerned about gender differences? Just like what you said when we were young. He fell silent in thought. How should I face you now? Even I myself have no way to face my improper thoughts. While he was still thinking, she hugged him tightly. Ding Shang returned her embrace. If one day you find out and hate me, that's fine. Resenting me is also fine. I just hope you'll stay by my side like today. Suddenly, the door inside opened. A maid walked out from the room. Seeing them embracing, she was shocked. Yin Chang and Chi-Chi were sharing a deeply affectionate and intimate. Suddenly a maid walked out from the imperial consort's room. Both of them startled and separated embarrassedly. He coughed and asked the maid how his mother was doing today. The maid bowed and reported that the imperial consort had woken up today, but her old illness had relapsed, causing constant trouble. The maids have taken careful care, so she's a bit calmer now. Chi-Chi heard this and looked at him worriedly. Perhaps the imperial consort's illness was very difficult to cure. She worried he would be sad about his mother. The maid asked if they wanted to visit the imperial consort. Yin Chang turned to let her make the decision about whether to visit or not. Chi-Chi hesitantly asked the maid if it would be appropriate. The maid hesitated. It's appropriate, but she feared if the imperial consort's mood suddenly turned bad, you might get hurt. Just as she finished speaking, there was a crashing sound from inside, followed by the imperial consort's miserable screams. She wanted to see His Majesty. Tell His Majesty, that man is not his and her son. All three people outside heard that scream clearly. It was very clear, unlike that of a mentally ill person. Yin Cheng worried that she would hear and start to doubt. Fearing she would distance herself, he quickly signaled to the maid. The maid understood and explained that today might not be convenient as the imperial consort's illness had relapsed. It might cause harm to everyone. She gave an example. Previously, a maid had her eye blinded. She bent down and gently advised her to wait for some time. When the imperial consort stabilizes, she would invite her to visit. Chi-Chi remained silent as if thinking about something. She agreed and looked up at him. Seems we can't go in today. She looked at him worriedly. Coming all this way but unable to enter. Afraid he would miss his mother and be sad. Yin Cheng showed no emotion, just called her good girl. Then he held her hand. instructing the maid. We have some snacks that mother likes. Later you can take them and feed her. Anyone who's hurt should apply healing medicine properly. Take money from the treasury for expenses. She bowed in gratitude, promising to take good care of the imperial consort. She noticed his downcast eyes and felt confused. After she said she wouldn't visit the imperial consort anymore, Sixth Brother seemed very happy. Both his tone and action showed relief. As soon as Chi-Chi and Yen-Cheng left, the maid quickly entered the room. As soon as the door opened, Chi-Chi anxiously looked inside to check on the noble consort's condition, but what she saw was a chaotic scene. The emaciated noble consort was struggling desperately, with several maids holding her down tightly. Chi-Chi was bewildered by the scene. She stood there stunned. She stared intently at her. Her lips seemed to be trying to say something. Spirit Cat Crown Princely Dai Dao Gang. But before she could see what she was saying completely, the maid went inside and shut the door tight. Chi-Chi was suspicious and confused. Was that person she just saw really the noble consort? It seemed she wanted to tell her something, but she couldn't understand. Seeing her keep looking back, Yin-Cheng patted her head, asking what she was looking at. She broke into a sweat. Perhaps you didn't see your mother just now. Thinking of the chaotic scene earlier, she felt a chill down her spine and pulled his sleeve, urging to leave quickly. On the way back, Chi-Chi was lost in thought. She also noticed something wasn't right. She is Sixth Brother's birth mother, who has meals and snacks to enjoy every day. Why would she be so thin? Seeing her deep in thought, Yen-Cheng worriedly draped his coat over her, reminding his little Baozi not to catch a cold. He lovingly asked if she was still cold. With several layers of clothes plus his coat, how could she be cold? Chi-Chi thoughtfully looked toward Noble Consort's room and called him. He was fixing her messy hair but still responded. Her face showed a hint of sadness. She feared the person she trusted most was deceiving her. She asked him again if they were still alliance partners. Could she still trust him like before? Yin-Cheng looked at the features of her round face that had now become more defined. Her melancholic expression made his heart flutter even more. He knew she had grown up, smarter and understanding more things now. He gently stroked her hair and smiled. I am your sixth brother. Of course I'm your ally, though. Saying this in his heart, he thought, if it's Yin-Cheng, he didn't just want to be her ally, but wanted to be something more. Specifically, probably her consort. Hearing his affirmation, she also let down her guard and smiled, asking him, so you'll wait until Noble Consort is done before returning to the capital, right? Yin-Cheng blankly asked what return to the capital. The two had walked out to the corridor where the morning golden sunlight shone down. The wind carried a biting chill through the air, heavy with the distinctive scent of winter. Mentioning the capital made his heart grow cold. He really didn't want to return to that place. Yin-Cheng told her he didn't want to go back. Chi-Chi was puzzled. Why wouldn't he return? She thought he would definitely go with her. Yin-Cheng clenched his fist, struggling to recall his journey. Since arriving in Jingbei, he had been determined to live or die. In that magnificent and luxurious capital, there was only hatred. But in that wicked place, there was my beautiful white flower. It was Miss Yin Tan looking up at the sky. I dare not look straight into her eyes. I'm afraid I won't be able to resist and return to that place with her. The capital has nothing good, not worth going back to. Better to stay free in Jingbei. Do whatever I want. Chi-Chi didn't expect you would think that way. Chi-Chi asked sadly, if someone there misses you, you don't care either? He answered her. He said she didn't understand. He came to Jingbei first to take care of his mother, but whether his mother's condition improves or not, he still can't leave easily. Yintan didn't want to discuss this sensitive topic anymore. He reached out his hand to hold hers and continue their walk. Chi-Chi quietly avoided it. Living with her for so long, he understood her personality. He explained soothingly, it's still too early to tell her these things. Perhaps she wouldn't understand either. If one day there's a chance, he will explain everything clearly to her. Chi-Chi puffed her cheeks angrily. You're always like this, never telling me anything. I'm not worthy to know, right? You're so profound with many secrets. Despite Chi-Chi's avoidance, Yin-Tan quickly grabbed her hand and comforted her. He agreed with her. He will definitely return to the capital. Seeing the little dumpling still angry, he gently consoled her. Now he has many things to do. Please understand. Chi-Chi sighed and walked ahead, but didn't pull her hand away. I won't argue with you anymore. All right, you don't need to explain so much. Just like before, the less I know the better. They continued walking together. The atmosphere was quiet with no one talking. Yin Tan knew the little dumpling was still angry with him and wouldn't speak. Perhaps she wouldn't even talk to him at all. He started a curious conversation. Jingbei is so far away. How did Father Emperor agree to let you travel such a distance? Chi-Chi calmly replied. The last letter from my brother explained everything clearly. Could it be? Chi-Chi frowned angrily, turned to question him. You didn't read it? At this moment, Yin Tan was shocked. Oh no. Chi-Chi was really furious that she wrote such a long letter, and he didn't even read it. Chi-Chi coldly walked away. Yin Tan hurriedly ran after her explaining about that letter, but Chi-Chi didn't want to hear his explanation. Interrupting him, she made up a bunch of excuses for him, like it was torn, burned, stolen, wet, or eaten by wild animals. Yin Tan still persistently called her. She stopped. Annoyed? Do you have any other excuses? Just say them all. Unexpectedly, he didn't make any excuses for that. He lowered his head, admitted his fault, and hugged her from behind. It was my fault. I was wrong. He gently turned her around and softly admitted all his mistakes. Not reading that letter was my fault. Not replying to your letters all these years was my fault. Missing your birthdays was also my fault. Chi-Chi was slightly touched that he apologized for everything over the past years. To her, she forgot her anger and shyly hugged him, saying, she's not angry anymore now. Seeing his little Bowsy had forgiven him, he dared to ask her. He hesitantly asked, have you been close with other princes these past years? Chi-Chi looked confused and puzzled. Why are you asking something so off-topic? Yin-Chung looked at the scene of him hugging Chi-Chi, awkwardly explained, like how we are hugging now, for example. She calmly replied, of course. Yin-Chung got excited and panicked. He shook her and asked, you let them hug you like this too? Seeing his eagerness, Chi-Chi couldn't help but laugh. She turned around and ran from his arms as if challenging him to catch her. While running, she finished her previous sentence. Of course not. Yin-Chung still didn't believe it. My Bowsy is so innocent and cute. There's a high chance someone tried to steal from my garden while I was away. He chased after her, insisting to know the truth. Yin-Chung listed a long list of potential thieves that he could think of, asking one by one, like, has Hao Tian ever hugged or kissed your face? And what about the mysterious Yi Jingxian? Did he do anything to you? Chi-Chi puffed her cheeks. I said no. Why are you still so suspicious? Yin-Chung wouldn't let it go, kept rambling beside her, torturing her ears. Chi-Chi was angry at him, and even said she wanted to die together with him. The next morning, Chi-Chi woke up yawning repeatedly. The maid was carefully combing her hair. She was sitting in the Jing Yuan Xian room. The maid helplessly teased, why is your hair so stubborn? It just won't be combed properly. She smiled sheepishly. Suddenly Chi-Chi remembered something from a book. People with stiff hair have strong personalities and bumpy lives. The maid objected, that's not true. People with stiff hair are strong-willed and loyal. You are someone who values relationships. The maid smiled and asked her to wait while she got some water to wet the hair and make it easier to untangle. Chi-Chi stretched, not caring much. It's just combing hair. It's fine whether it's combed or not combed. No one's looking anyway. Just as the maid turned around, she met Yin-Chung coming in. She was about to bow. He waved his hand, quietly gesturing her to leave. He wanted to spend more time with his wife. She obeyed and quickly went outside. She curiously speculated, though he looks cold whenever he sees the seventh princess, he becomes like a different person. Well, at their young age, it's hard not to admire. But they are siblings after all. She smiled as she walked away. Anyway, these things aren't for a maid like her to think about. Just need to serve the masters well. At this moment in the room, Chi-Chi was shaking her little head back and forth. Her stubborn hair was still sticking up everywhere. While playfully looking in the mirror, she suddenly startled. Chi-Chi quickly stood up and happily greeted sixth brother. He walked over and pulled her to sit down, saying gently, don't move. He bent down and picked up the comb on the table. Chi-Chi's small body fit perfectly in his embrace. Yin-Chung gently combed her hair. He smoothly untangled the messy strands in no time. His nimble hands braided her hair while Chi-Chi silently watched him. She felt this scene was very familiar. His movements were exactly like that bandit from back then. She hesitantly probed, how do you know how to braid hair? Where did you learn it? He looked at her and honestly replied, I never learned. Over the years, being alone outside without enough servants, I had to handle personal matters myself. Chi-Chi imagined him sitting and braiding doll's hair and got secretly excited. This image was truly eye-opening. She wanted to see it too. Yin-Chung knew this little head was imagining wild things again, so he leaned close to her ear and explained, I practiced using my own hair. Chi-Chi was startled. How did you know what I was thinking so well? Can you read my thoughts? Though thinking this outwardly, she just smiled and nodded. I know. A moment later, she happily touched her hair in the mirror. Your braiding skills are amazing. It looks so beautiful. Seeing her so delighted, Yin Chung couldn't help but smile too. He knelt down and lifted her small foot to put on her shoe. Chi-Chi obediently sat still, letting him take care of her. When the maid walked in and saw this, she hurriedly said she would do these tasks instead. Yin Chung was angry when someone disrupted his private time with his wife. He coldly emanated killing intent, telling her to go bring breakfast. No need to be here. The frightened maid dared not say more and hurried to comply. Later, he took her to the dining room. While eating together, Chi-Chi wondered, aren't you going out to train troops today? He watched her eat and wiped her mouth with a napkin. How could he answer that it was because he wanted to be with his wife? So Yin Chung decisively didn't answer and asked instead, don't you like having me here with you? Chi-Chi rested her chin, speaking like an old lady. Of course not. It's just that I happen to hear you sometimes go out drinking flower wine. She teased with a smile. Aren't you going today? Hearing his wife badmouth him like this, the water he just took into his mouth was completely sprayed out. Chi-Chi pretended to ask teasingly, what is flower wine? He wiped his mouth with a napkin, face darkening as he asked, did you hear this from Chen Jishu? It seemed Chen Jishu's distress signal was about to sound. Suddenly, Chi-Chi asked about drinking flower wine. Does it require going to Lanyuan as mentioned in books? This question hit right at his weak spot, making Ding Shang stutter as he tried to answer her question. After a while, he thought of a reason that he went to those brothels to gather intelligence and conduct surveillance, not to drink. He tried to explain that he and those people had no unnecessary contact. He affirmed that everything he said was true, contrary to her earlier anger. Now Chi-Chi became excited and said with a smile, then take her along. Hearing her request, he was about to leave when he turned back to look at her questioningly. A moment later, the two sat before a lavish meal. Din Thin asked her why she wanted to go there. She naively said she went there to eat. She even asked if he didn't want to take her because the food there wasn't good. Din Thin seriously shook his head and said no, then explained to Chi-Chi that it was a place of pleasure. Because it's a complex place, secrets can be discovered there. He went a few times, but it's not convenient for her to follow. Not understanding about pleasure houses, she happily asked if it's like the wind and moon in Mountain Stream Dream. The scenery outside is beautiful at 15th, so what's wrong with going there? Din Thin gently kissed Chi-Chi's hand, thinking she was such a pure child. It's a place everyone despises, yet she could still describe it as beautiful. Then he promised Chi-Chi that he would definitely take her there when there's a chance. Then he took something out and said he originally wanted to give it on her birthday last year. Seeing that, she wondered what it was. After receiving it, she kept guessing if it was a bamboo flute or pipe. But when opened, it turned out to be a knife. Din Thin stood anxiously beside her, asking if she didn't like it. Seeing him so worried, Chi-Chi happily replied that she really liked his gift. Din Thin just sighed and said as long as she likes it, that's enough. Then he recalled how meticulously he had carved the patterns on the knife sheath. But while he was carving, someone nearby said perhaps Chi-Chi would prefer jewelry over knives. Even if given one, she wouldn't use it. But he was determined to make it for her, hoping that when he's not by her side, she could use it to protect herself. Chi-Chi picked up the knife, examined it, and asked Din Thin if all the patterns on the sheath were carved by him. It must have taken a lot of time. Hearing that, he pretended, saying it didn't take much effort. Suddenly, she handed it back to him, asking him to carve her name on the knife. His little sister's request, how could he not fulfill it? So he nodded in agreement. Unexpectedly, she became excited, asking him to also carve his name, to Din Thin. Hearing that, he frowned, thinking all his actions were just under the name to Din Thin. He accidentally dropped the knife and hurt himself to avoid having to carve the name to Din Thin. Seeing him injured, she quickly took out a handkerchief to bandage it for him very carefully. Chi-Chi said heartbrokenly, why weren't you more careful? It hurts so much. He brushed it off, saying there's no need to worry, it's just a small wound. With his healing ability, it's nothing. Hearing that, she angrily questioned, what does strong healing ability matter? Does it mean you won't feel pain or bleed? Won't you still age, get sick and die? Seeing her so agitated, he couldn't say anything and remained silent, watching her worry about his wound. After a while, she finished bandaging. Seeing the bleeding had stopped, she asked if it still hurt. Originally, he was going to say no, but this chance to act spoiled couldn't be missed, so he complained that it hurt a lot. Seeing this, Chi-Chi anxiously said if it hurts that much, she'll blow on it. Then she started blowing gently on the carefully bandaged wound. Seeing her blow while saying, don't hurt anymore, Ding Thin teased her. asking who she was talking to. Chi-Chi naively replied it was his hand. He held up his hand that she had bandaged with a bow and asked if she bandaged it like this, could he teach her how to use herbs? She winked and said it's not necessary to teach today. He should rest his hand until it heals before thinking about that. He turned to the door asking if his subordinates had prepared the carriage. That girl entered and replied that everything was ready. Seeing Ding Thin about to leave, Chi-Chi wondered and asked if he wanted to go. He gently patted her head saying he wanted to take her somewhere. She held his hand happily saying they shouldn't delay. Let's go quickly. Seeing that she didn't question where they were going, he was surprised and asked, don't you want to ask where we're going? She happily replied that anywhere he takes her is fine. She held his hand and ran ahead while he watched from behind, thinking after all these years, she still trusts him so much. If one day, she learns about his true identity, would she still trust him like now? In the afternoon at the peach blossom forest in the suburbs, Ding Thin was waiting for Chi-Chi on his stallion. He said softly, in recent years when he felt unhappy, he would ride here to relax. However, she felt sad, saying when peach blossoms bloom it's beautiful, but when it's not blooming season, the branches are bare and not beautiful at all. Seeing her so sad, he said, when flowers bloom they have their beauty, when flowers wither there's still beautiful foliage. He continued kindly, the four seasons scenery. There's always something to soothe one's mood. After listening to Ding Thin's explanation, Chi-Chi came to understand. Suddenly at this moment she felt hungry and asked if he had anything to eat. He had anticipated she would be hungry and pointed to a stall in the peach forest. She was surprised that there was a wonton stall here. After helping her down from the horse, he went to the stall owner to order. The owner warmly greeted this familiar customer. I'm a regular customer. Give me 2 number 8s as usual. Chi-Chi stood to the side watching the reaction of the elderly stall owner and wondered silently if he had so many troubles that he needed to relax this much. After ordering, they both went to a table waiting for the wonton to be served. Inside the kitchen, the elderly couple who owned the stall were cooking wontons together to serve them both. Chi-Chi noticed their movements and asked quietly, "Sixth brother." The old man's movements seemed difficult. Is it because of poor health? He leaned close to her ear and answered, a few years ago he had eye problems, but now he's completely blind, she said dejectedly, yet they both wear smiles on their faces, as if they've never experienced any suffering. He went to get 2 number 8 wontons and gently placed them down, not forgetting to say, time may be long, but when someone is by your side, pain naturally becomes lighter. Hearing this, she asked him, do you always relax here because you have no companion in your heart? Or do you come here to observe this elderly couple's love? Ding Xing, as if struck in the heart, stammered in denial, saying it was just troubles about military matters and having no companions. Chi-Chi nodded in agreement, then scooped up a wonton, praising that this wonton was small but well wrapped. The skin was thin, but filling was plentiful. He quietly observed her actions and thought to himself, having a companion feels really good. The old lady, hearing such praise, said she truly knew how to appreciate food. She also mentioned that her wontons were wrapped in the morning and eaten in the afternoon. Few people came here, so the couple only made about 18 servings. They'd go home after selling out. She smiled and said, then we're truly fortunate to eat here today. The old lady agreed and said, everything is arranged by fate, you, and him being here today, must also be destiny. Chi-Chi looked towards Ding Xing and thought, perhaps they were fated, unable to let go even after 3 years. Then continued eating while thinking. Maybe it was because blood ties were hard to separate. After a while, he wiped her mouth with a napkin and asked if she was full, to which she obediently replied she was. Ding Xing took Chi-Chi's hand and said gently, then let's stay on this mountain longer. The peak has beautiful scenery. The old lady selling drinks smiled. This old man's filial son returned from battle. He opened this drink stall here without charging. Young master and miss, until next time, we meet again. Chi-Chi heard this and wondered, this Huadao mountain seems to have no tourists. We haven't met anyone passing by. Can they really make money here? Ding Xing coldly explained, high mountains are dangerous. Of course no one comes by. The old lady's only son died in battle. Now they just hope his parents don't know about his death. Then That soldier, before dying, grabbed Din Thin's robe, begging your highness to bury me at Peach Blossom Mountain. Looking down from the mountaintop, you can see the house where my parents live. My father is elderly but refuses help from others. Don't tell them that I'm dead, so they can continue living well. Din Thin just replied. Finally, that soldier died at his feet. Din Thin knelt on one knee beside the grave. Go find out what skills his parents have to help them run their shop like that. The white-haired man holding a fan replied, I've checked. Though the old lady is aged, she's quick and makes excellent wonton noodles. All customers who come praise her, saying grandma's cooking skills are great. She just smiles gently and replies, my son is as old as you all, waiting for him to return home for reunion. Din Thin sat drinking tea with the white-haired man holding the fan from earlier, not forgetting to instruct, from now on every day, our soldiers will take turns going up the mountain to eat wonton noodles. Don't leave the shop empty. Give them more money. Use mine to pay. The person sitting across from him complained. That person does all these things without letting anyone know. Why must you do this? Din Thin didn't answer, but thought to himself, of course it's to not make the old lady sad. Chi-Chi lowered her face and thought, he appears cold on the outside, but no one knows just how kind-hearted he truly is. Chi-Chi sat on horseback and said happily, oh right, tomorrow is sixth brother's birthday. This time I came, I also want to celebrate your birthday. Din Thin showed a rare smile. You still remember? Chi-Chi innocently replied, June 16th. Hearing this, Din Thin immediately changed his expression. June 16th? That's Din Thin's birthday, not mine. My birthday is one day later than yours, May 21st. No wonder you didn't know. Chi-Chi noticed his attitude wasn't right and asked what's wrong. Din Thin just coldly replied nothing. Don't worry about the birthday matter. Then while Din Thin was leading Chi-Chi's horse, he suddenly realized something. Chi-Chi asked, surprised, what's wrong? Without answering, Din Thin lifted her off the horse, held her in his arms. Din Thin said, Chi-Chi, can you wait here for brother for a moment? She didn't understand. Where are you going? Din Thin covered Chi-Chi's eyes and instructed, close your eyes and count to 30, brother will return. She naively agreed. Over here 2 bandits were waiting. The younger one spoke up asking, big brother, I don't see anyone anymore. The scarred leader angrily hit his subordinate's head, scolding, fool, are you speaking so loud to call ghosts? The subordinate held his head apologizing. Sorry, little brother is robbing for the first time. Don't know the rules, please be merciful, big brother. The leader said with cold sweat, acting like I haven't seen such things before. I'm not scared. You're the only one who's afraid. You can see my hands trembling like this. Hurry up and do something. The foolish subordinate patted the leader's shoulder to comfort him. Don't be afraid. I'm here. I will protect you. Don't be scared anymore. The angry leader grabbed his subordinate's ears and said, go tie them up. The subordinate painfully replied, all right. Both people, they were walking in the cherry blossom forest when suddenly they heard something. The leader asked you, did you hear anything? The subordinate answered, no, there's no sound. Both of them now screamed in fear together. Could it be something evil? Ding Shang suddenly appeared behind the 2 bandits, making them jump in shock. The leader shouted, who are you, human or ghost? Then turned to his subordinate, Shorty. Shorty, didn't you say you would protect me? The subordinate covered his pants and replied, boss, I need to go change my pants first. Without saying more, after a while, the 2 bandits were beaten badly by Ding Shang, tied up and kneeling on the ground. Chi-Chi saw them and asked with a blank face. Ding Shang gently answered, mountain bandits. The 2 subordinates fearfully kowtowed to Ding Shang, young master, spare our lives, spare us please. This is really our first time doing this. We won't dare do it again. Please really spare us. At this moment, Chi-Chi remembered. Oh right, there are really mountain bandits in this mountain. I met one when I first came here already. Chi-Chi recalled the scene when that person held her hand close to him. But that mountain bandit was quite interesting. Ding Shang said coldly, how should we handle this, sister? Chi-Chi touched Ding Shang lightly and said, I think I recognize their master. Back then he took me to the Jack Temple. Didn't hurt me. Today, we should also spare his little brothers. Return this favor. Ding Shang looked at her in surprise. You want to return the favor, but not to these 2 mountain bandits. After thinking, silly girl, Ding Shang drew his sword, cut the ropes binding the 2 and shouted, get lost. The 2 bandits with tears kowtowed. Thank you. Miss Chi-Chi, the leader spoke. We are the Southern City 12. Don't know which of our masters you know. This little brother can help tell the master to personally come meet you. Chi-Chi looked at him and asked, really? While Chi-Chi was still happy with bright eyes beside her, Ding Sheng pretended to cough. Suddenly Ding Sheng kicked the leader and shouted, "Get lost now." Chi-Chi watched as the two bandits ran away and asked, puzzled, "Brother, why did you suddenly chase them away? I haven't found their master yet." Ding Sheng guiltily rubbed his forehead and asked, why look for him? Chi-Chi replied, I want to thank him. After saying that, she suddenly realized why was she looking for that bandit. Just now, she must have been possessed to want to meet him again. Ding Sheng turned around, she put her hands on her hips and asked seriously, "What impression do you have of him?" Chi-Chi naively said, "Impression." She recalled the image of the mountain bandit she met and began describing that complicated situation. "I only remember his appearance was quite pleasant to look at. His face was bright and handsome. Unlike ordinary bandits, more like a noble young master." Suddenly Ding Sheng got angry and shouted, "Met him once and already remember him so clearly?" Chi-Chi glanced at him thinking, "Weren't you the one who asked me?" She didn't wait to answer. Ding Sheng turned and left, saying back, "If you think he's so good, then go find him. Those two mountain bandits probably haven't gone far. Go chase after them." Chi-Chi watched his back and could only exclaim, "Huh." She chased after Ding Sheng while flattering him. "I didn't say he was good. How could he be as good as you? Slow down, I can't keep up. Where did we leave our horses? They weren't stolen, were they? Wait for me. My feet hurt. Carry me on your back." Ding Sheng, walking ahead, glanced back. Dream on. Night fell. There was a small wooden house on the mountain. Chi-Chi, being carried on Ding Sheng's shoulders, asked surprisingly, "There's even a wooden house like this on the mountain?" He coldly replied, then put Chi-Chi down. She looked at the house in front. "It's so clean. Do you come here often?" Ding Sheng hesitantly answered, often. But before I always came here alone." Chi-Chi clasped her hands in front and couldn't help but exclaim, "So it's a secret base." Hearing his little sister say that, Ding Sheng was also surprised. "A secret base?" Chi-Chi's eyes brightened as she explained, "It's a place only you know about. Somewhere you can hide when things happen. A place that others don't easily know about. Unless there's someone especially important." Ding Sheng looked at her. Someone especially important. Inside was a cozy room enough for two people. Ding Sheng patted her head. "We'll stay here tonight and go down the mountain tomorrow morning." Chi-Chi pointed at the small bed in front. Sharing the bed might be a bit cramped. Only then did Ding Sheng realize, right, she's grown up now. Must be mindful of male-female propriety. Can't treat her like when she was little anymore. He grabbed the thin blanket and said, "You sleep on the bed. I'll sleep down here and keep watch." Chi-Chi shyly replied, "But this is your place. Let me sleep on the floor." Ignoring what she said, Ding Sheng spread the thin blanket on the ground. He lay down and closed his eyes. "The mountain ground is damp and cold. You won't be able to handle it." Chi-Chi still couldn't bear to let Ding Sheng sleep on the ground. "It's so cold. Won't you be cold too? And you still have that wound on your arm." Ding Sheng slowly stood up, pressed both Chi-Chi's shoulders to make her sit on the bed. What he's done over these years is a lot. Very tiring. When calming down, always feels empty inside. He gently looked at Chi-Chi and laid her down on the bed. "You talk too much. Good night. Don't say anything more." With an empty heart plus the dark sky and cold wind blowing around, nothing could fill it. Then Ding Sheng gently patted her head. "Good night, my dear." But now his heart was filled with some kind of burning warmth. The next morning, Chi-Chi slowly woke up and opened her eyes, to find herself lying on Ding Sheng somehow. She was startled, fully awake. "Why am I? Wasn't I sleeping on the bed last night?" Ding Sheng looked at his bandaged arm and asked, "Aren't you going to get up? My arm is completely numb." Chi-Chi hurriedly sat up, panicking. "Haha, sorry, sixth brother. I'm a bit dishonest when sleeping. When did I roll down?" Ding Sheng massaged his sore shoulder and replied, "Last night." Chi-Chi shyly asked back, "Why didn't you push me away? Didn't you sleep?" Ding Sheng coldly replied, "You guess." Chi-Chi's face went blank when she heard that. She moved closer to massage his shoulders. "Why didn't you push me away? Being taken advantage of like that, crushed all night." Master Ding Sheng smiled and said, "Every time I moved slightly, you would wake up." "Huh, what did you say?" Chi-Chi asked confusedly. Ding Sheng's face turned red as he looked away, quickly dismissing what he just said. "Nothing. Let's prepare to go down the mountain." Chi-Chi asked further, "Oh right, this Peach Blossom Mountain must have an earth god temple, right?" Ding Sheng gently pinned a flower in her hair and asked her why she wanted to go there, then learned that third sister had asked her to get a charm. "What kind of charm does she want, that you had to trouble yourself traveling so far to temples outside the palace to get it?" Chi-Chi acted mysteriously. Better not say." Girls all have their little thoughts. Even if I tell you, you might not understand. He couldn't ask further, but anyway, this was Yun Chang's matter, so Ding Sheng didn't care much about it. Chi-Chi just felt that all this was because she had back then prevented Yun Chang's tragic romance, so now at marriageable age, she still hadn't found love. Personally, getting a charm to pray for Yun Chang's love fortune was the right thing to do. So they both set out for the Pure Land Temple. Ding Sheng waited outside for Chi-Chi for a long while. Finally, the little girl's figure appeared with a satisfied smile as she called out, "Done, done." She said she was getting charms for third sister, but Chi-Chi was holding tons of charms. Ding Sheng asked confusedly, "So many?" "Well, since I was already praying, might as well pray for everyone." Though Chi-Chi was a bit tired, but getting safety charms for those she loved made this little fatigue worth nothing. Holding the pile of charms, Chi-Chi pointed to each one and explained, "There's one for father, Yuan Chong, ninth uncle, second brother, first brother." Looking at such a large pile of talismans and not seeing his name, Din Thin felt a bit disheartened. As for this one, Chi-Chi reached into her robe. She took out a brown talisman and held it up, saying, "This is for you. This is for you." Din Thin was surprised as he received it. Indeed, he was anxious yet hesitant holding the talisman. Din Thin felt joy in his heart and sighed with relief. "I thought you had forgotten only about me." He eagerly opened the talisman, wanting to see what Chi-Chi had written inside. Seeing sixth brother opening the talisman to read, perhaps feeling shy, Chi-Chi wanted to leave first, not forgetting to turn back and urge Din Thin, though the letter's content wasn't revealed. But looking at Din Thin's happy face, surely we can all somewhat guess what was written inside. He happily responded to the earlier urging, "Come here at noon at Jing Xin Yuan." Seeing Din Thin's figure returning, the butler hurriedly ran to announce, "Your Highness, you have returned. We have distinguished guests in our mansion." Just as he helped Chi-Chi down from the horse, Din Thin asked about the guests when Chi-Chi suddenly called out, "Father." Kwang Yu had already walked to the door, smiling as he looked toward the little girl. Chi-Chi spread her arms wide and ran toward the emperor. "Father." Seeing the little girl running over, Kwang Yu didn't forget to remind her to be careful not to fall. The father and daughter embraced each other. Kwang Yu complained that he hadn't seen Chi-Chi for days. "You've been out playing and having so much fun you didn't want to return." The little girl adorably replied, "That's not true. Chi-Chi always thinks about father. Why did you come to Jingbei, father? When did you arrive?" Kwang Yu didn't answer what he came here to do, only said he traveled through the night. "Just arrived this morning, but who knew you weren't here?" Smiling at his daughter on the surface, but inside he was secretly complaining. "Thought I'd see the little one right away when I arrived." But instead the butler said, "She went out playing with that guy beside her, gone for a whole day and night." Chi-Chi smiled and replied, "I didn't know you would come here. It was so sudden and unexpected." Din Thin now stood in a gloomy corner, watching the two of them being happy together. Meeting her father again, the little girl happily told him about all the interesting things she had seen here. After reuniting for a while, Kwang Yu carried Chi-Chi in his arms. Only then did he notice Din Thin. Din Thin formally greeted him with respect. Kwang Yu stepped closer to him and remarked, 3 years in Jingbei drinking rough tea and plain rice. Your stature has grown quite a bit." Din Thin politely replied, "Yes. People will grow up, and their appearance will naturally differ from childhood. It's time to make a move." Only to see Din Thin extend his arms and say gently, "Chi-Chi, your majesty has had a tiring journey. Must be exhausted. Come here to sixth brother." The tyrant emperor heard this and protested. "When did I say that?" Before he could finish, Chi-Chi listened and found it very reasonable, and with great love for her father tired, so she actively threw herself into Ding Shang's arms. He smugly wanted to politely dismiss Kwang Yu. In the mansion of the second prince, a wing room has been prepared. Please go there to rest first. We'll handle other matters later. Looking at Ding Shang's face, Kwang Yu could only silently complain. This wolf now is even less lovable than when he was little. Chi-Chi also cheerfully urged father to rest well. Hearing his plum wine bottle being so considerate, he had no choice but to comply. Ding Shang had some thoughts in his mind. Did he come to Jingbei alone really just to see his daughter? Looking at the back of the one who destroyed his country, Ding Shang became more certain. This might be heaven-sent opportunity to advance his revenge plan. Thinking so, but he still worried about two things. First was to be cautious. Second was fearing Chi-Chi would be involved and know Yin Cheng's true identity and no longer be close to him as before. Thinking of this, Ding Shang put Chi-Chi down with a stern face. He left without saying anything. Chi-Chi did ask, but Ding Shang only gave a perfunctory answer as said. There were still some matters to handle in the military camp. But father came today. Brother Chi-Chi hadn't finished speaking. Ding Shang turned back and snapped. So what do you want me to do? Chi-Chi was startled by this. Ding Shang continued. He came here for you, and whether I'm here or not doesn't matter. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving first. Chi-Chi's mood sank. She couldn't understand it all. Why, when the tyrant arrived, it felt like sixth brother became so defensive and resistant. Chi-Chi sadly returned to the mansion. At this moment, Ding Shang secretly looked back, thinking how to prevent her from hating me. Both had their sorrows, but above all, the one who felt their heart tighten was the person in front of the screen. In the kitchen, dishes were being cooked one by one, along with the sound of chop, 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 chop repeatedly. Tiny feet standing on the front chair. Turns out Chi-Chi was chopping mushrooms, learning to cook for everyone. The royal chef stood awkwardly beside, constantly reminding, "Princess, please let this servant do it." Chi-Chi, with a determined face, reassured, "Don't worry. When I was in the palace, I occasionally went to the royal kitchen to cook. I haven't forgotten these procedures. Won't make a mess." The maid standing beside still worried, endlessly fearing if Chi-Chi got even slightly hurt, afraid that her little life wouldn't be spared before the cruel brother who doted on his sister so much. Chi-Chi domineeringly replied, "Can he eat people?" The maid hurriedly waved her hands. "No, this is just a joke. It's good that we don't eat human flesh. Don't worry, I'll only do this once." After saying that, Chi-Chi continued working attentively. Seeing this, the maid surprisingly asked if today was some special day, then remembered this morning's instruction. The butler reminded that no one was allowed in the front hall because of an important figure. The maid turned and asked Princess Chi-Chi, suddenly wanting to cook, "Has anything to do with this important figure?" But Chi-Chi just smiled in response. Seeing this, the maid was also curious to find out who this person was. Which high official would make the princess personally cook like this? Chi-Chi denied it wasn't any high official. Hearing this, the maid sighed in relief and didn't forget to mock the butler making such a fuss over nothing important. "Its father 7 continued its father oh that." The maid also cheerfully replied. "What did you say?" She anxiously asked again to be sure. "Wait a minute. What did you just say?" Chi-Chi innocently explained. "You usually call him Your Majesty, but I call him Father." The two words Your Majesty struck straight to the maid's nerves, making her faint straight to the ground with a thud, while Chi-Chi witnessed speechlessly. By evening, Chi-Chi carried a hot bowl of soup in and called out, "Father, are you still awake?" Looking at the motionless emperor on the bed, Chi-Chi worried silently. "Still not awake. Hasn't eaten anything for nearly a day, doesn't want to eat anything. Afraid he might starve to death." She gently placed the soup bowl on the table. Looking at the emperor's face, Chi-Chi sighed. "Just a few days without seeing you. Why has your face become so pale?" She reached out her hand, intending to touch her father's thin face, but quickly withdrew it, afraid of waking the emperor up. Chi-Chi turned to leave when suddenly the emperor's hand firmly grabbed hers. Reflexively, Chi-Chi turned back to look. The emperor slowly opened his eyes, asking Chi-Chi, "You're back. Is father dreaming?" She sat down beside him, placing her hand on her father. Answering, "It's father who came to Jingbei to find Chi-Chi. It's not a dream. It's really me." The emperor reached out to touch her cheek. Unexpectedly, the notoriously cruel tyrant emperor had such a vulnerable side. Taking advantage of being sick, the emperor reminded, "Father is getting old too. Chi-Chi, can you not leave?" Chi-Chi looked at the emperor affectionately with a smile. She thought to herself, never thought before that father feared loneliness so much. She indulged her father by replying, "I won't leave. I'll stay here with you, Father." Chi-Chi truly understood and comprehended her father's heart. Just because father is an emperor, a decisive king, no one would discover that father also has a vulnerable side. As father grows old, father was afraid that his daughter would leave him. To reassure Gong Yao, Chi-Chi added that she was still very young. She would need to rely on her father for many years, many more years. As she spoke, she pulled up the blanket, wanting to sleep with her father. And so the father and daughter created a happy, warm scene that inadvertently warmed our hearts, just hoping this story would stay this way forever, without sorrow, without war. Back to the story. At midnight, Gong Yao woke up to handle the matter about Chi-Chi's mother. According to the royal physician's report, using acupuncture to check the consort's pulse, and the situation didn't seem good. Gong Yao, confused, ordered to explain more clearly. Through the detailed explanation of the royal physician, it was known that the consort had normal pulse, unlike the signs of madness that Ding Shang had reported earlier. A sleepy sound came out. Gong Yao raised his hand to his mouth, signaling the physician to stop. He lifted the curtain to check on Chi-Chi, seeing the girl still sleeping soundly. Gong Yao then turned back to ask, "You mean the consort is faking madness?" The physician quickly replied, "It can't be considered faking illness, it is." Seeing he had difficulty speaking, Gong Yao continued, "It's all right. Speak up, right or wrong. I will judge myself." Hearing this, the physician accepted the order. He recalled when checking the pulse of Chi-Chi's mother and explained that the fear, panic, and inability to speak properly that the consort showed were all symptoms of pathological mania. Normal people couldn't fake such conditions. The physician's face showed helplessness. He speculated that perhaps this condition of Chi-Chi's mother had been previously induced by someone using drugs. Hearing this, Gong Yao became angry. Someone drugged the consort, keeping her in a constant state of madness. The physician continued, "It's just that this drug has the effect of keeping the consort in a confused mental state, but doesn't affect her physical health. Unknown who did this and what their purpose was." Gong Yao sighed and ordered the physician to leave. To avoid alerting anyone, he reminded that this matter must not be known to others. Just as the physician turned to leave, Ding Sheng entered. He bowed with the guards to greet Father Emperor. Gong Yao quickly reminded him to speak softer, then asked about the consort's condition. Ding Sheng replied, reporting to Father Emperor, "Mother consort remains the same." Gong Yao probed further. "Her illness has delayed you again. Years ago I kept you in the capital for filial piety. These 3 years in Jingbei you've suffered. Do you hate me?" Ding Shang calmly replied, "Thunder and storms are all heaven's grace. Your son dares not hate." Gong Yao shouted, "Dare not or will not?" The two stared at each other, the atmosphere thick with tension. Behind Ding Shang, his hand was firmly gripping his sword, thinking carefully whether he should seize this opportunity to make his move. He nervously looked at the emperor before him. The emperor was equally tense. The two kept staring at each other. Suddenly, from behind the curtain came the words, "Father, sixth brother, is everyone here?" Chi-Chi rubbed her eyes and walked out. The two men, who were thick with tension, were startled and turned to look at the little girl. Cohen Gu perhaps should switch to the main actors of Face Off 8 in an instant. He immediately changed his attitude and kindly asked about Chi-Chi. "Did our loud voices wake you up?" The little girl cheerfully replied, "No. It's early morning now. I see it's bright outside. Haven't you all slept? Or did we all wake up early?" Din Thin was about to continue speaking when both noticed Chi-Chi's small bare feet. Cohen Gu and Din Thin shouted in unison, "Put on your shoes quickly." Chi-Chi worriedly replied, "I don't know where my shoes are. They might be under the bed." Cohen Gu immediately ordered someone to get shoes for Chi-Chi. Din Thin seized the opportunity and rushed toward the little girl. No need. He picked up Chi-Chi to her surprise and boldly carried her out, not forgetting to say, "It's not early anymore. It's not proper for Chi-Chi to keep sleeping in father's room. I'll take Chi-Chi back to her room." Cohen Gu could say nothing more. He could only clench his fists in anger, watching Din Thin's departing back. The emperor then called out loudly, "Din Thin, you might think he would take Chi-Chi back from Din Thin? No. Actually, the emperor just wanted to announce that. This time I came here to take Chi-Chi back. By the way, if you want to return to the palace, you can come back with me." Din Thin turned around asking when the emperor planned to return to the capital. The emperor replied without hesitation, "Early tomorrow morning." Hearing how soon the tyrant emperor would return to the capital, Din Thin worried that if he didn't act soon, he would not have such a good opportunity again. Seeing Din Thin not saying anything, Chi-Chi continued, "Sixth brother, father asks if you want to return together. What do you think?" Din Thin was about to answer, but didn't know how to decide. He was now in a difficult situation, afraid that if he didn't return, his relationship with Chi-Chi would be broken. Temporarily, Din Thin replied to the emperor, "Give your subject one night to think. I will answer you tomorrow morning." The emperor waved his hand in agreement. You may go." Back in Din Thin's room, he carefully placed Chi-Chi on his bed. Though sleepy, the little girl couldn't help but say regretfully, "I thought you would agree to return to the capital with me. Is it because you're worried about noble consort's illness that you can't bear to leave Tin back?" Din Thin quickly denied, "No, don't think too much. I just have some matters to attend to here." Chi-Chi just yawned, but still couldn't help but curiously ask what was happening. "Explain more clearly, or I'll have to go back to my sister." To let Seven sleep peacefully, Din Thin immediately agreed with the little girl to return to the capital together tomorrow morning. Seeing Chi-Chi didn't believe him, he reassured her and gently stroked her eyes. watching seven fall asleep peacefully. Din Thin could only silently apologize to her. If he doesn't act now, he might not be able to avenge the country. He put on his hood and silently apologized to Chi-Chi for his entire life, just hoping she would forgive him this time. If today's mission succeeds, he will spend the rest of his life making it up to her. After Din Thin's figure gradually disappeared, Chi-Chi suddenly opened her eyes. It turned out she had already guessed Din Thin's next move. Ko and Gu was sitting intently reading by the window, the rustling sound of leaves. From outside, Kwang Yu heard it and guessed there was movement outside. An assassin with a sword entered, none other than Yin Tan, who had removed his disguise. Kwang Yu's eyes glanced directly at this uninvited guest. Yin Tan decisively swung his sword at Kwang Yu. But being the mighty tyrant emperor, he only used a small book to block Yin Tan's sword with a thud. Yin Tan gained momentum and slashed sideways. The book was completely cut, leaving only scattered paper pieces flying everywhere. Such great courage. You dare to kill me alone? Kwang Yu smirked. He threw his jade pendant forcefully at Yin Tan. Truly profound internal strength. The jade pendant was launched straight at Yin Tan's wrist, causing the sword he held firmly to drop. Seizing the opportunity, Kwang Yu ordered the Imperial Guards to appear. The guards, who seemed ready beforehand, appeared in an instant. Yin Tan hoarsely questioned, "Tyrant, you prepared for this early?" Kwang Yu arrogantly stepped forward. "Since learning the Empress was poisoned, I knew there must be a traitor in this mansion. If he's a traitor, then his target couldn't be the Empress, but must be my life." Kwang Yu faced Yin Tan and questioned, "If you don't want to die, tell me who you are." "Too bad it's too late for you to know." Unexpectedly, Yin Tan had another dagger ready. He drew it out, preparing to take the tyrant emperor's life, to wash away the country's vengeance. Kwang Yu immediately ordered the guards behind to prepare to shoot arrows. A loud shout echoed in. Both worriedly turned to look at Chi-Chi. The little girl ran to shield Kwang Yu and shouted, "Don't harm my father," fearing the arrows might frighten the little girl. Kwang Yu had to order the guards behind to hold. Chi-Chi pulled out a small dagger from her sleeve. She fiercely stepped forward. "If you want to kill my father, you'll have to go through me first." Yin Tan dared not act, could only exclaim. You see Chi-Chi slowly approaching the assassin. Kwang Yu hurriedly warns Chi-Chi not to go there. "Come here to father. It's fine. He can't hurt me." When the dagger was just an inch away from stabbing Yin Tan, although Chi-Chi was prepared, she couldn't help but tremble. Tears began to flow. Yin Tan worriedly reminds her not to cry. While grabbing Chi-Chi's arm that's holding the knife, she immediately turns around, letting herself fall into Yin Tan's hands, making everyone think he's taking her hostage, which surprises even Yin Tan. What are you doing?" Seeing his precious daughter in the hands of the assassin, Kwang Yu could only compromise, giving him an escape route in exchange for his daughter's safety. "Go quickly," Chi-Chi whispers to Yin Tan. He understands she's helping him, quickly cooperates by ordering everyone to lower their bows. "If you don't comply, I will take your little princess's life." Kwang Yu, also worried, orders the guards to lower their bows. Seizing the opportunity, Ko and Gu carries Chi-Chi and jumps out the window, making the emperor extremely worried. He orders the soldiers to set up defenses around the city. "You can let the assassin go, but Chi-Chi's safety must be guaranteed. If she loses even a hair, I will hold you all accountable." Yin Tan finally reaches the roof of Chi-Chi's residence. He puzzledly asks her, "Why did you help me?" and receives a very calm answer from Chi-Chi, "I know who you are." Hearing this, Yin Tan becomes slightly alarmed that she might recognize his true identity as Din Thin in disguise. Chi-Chi makes up an excuse, saying he's the bandit chief who tied her up at the abandoned temple on her first day here. Yin Tan is surprised to hear this. You remember me." Chi-Chi continues, "Last time you saved my life. This time I'm returning the favor by saving yours. Fortunately, you didn't hurt my father." Hearing this, Yin Tan probes the importance of the tyrant emperor in her heart. When he learns the answer, confirming that Kwang Yu is extremely important to Chi-Chi, Yin Tan seizes the moment to ask the question that's always troubled him. "So if one day I really kill him, what would you do?" Chi-Chi solemnly replies, "I know I don't have that ability, but even if I have to chase you to the end of the earth, I will kill you." Hearing this, Yin Tan's heart skips a beat. He turns away, saying, "I understand." Slowly backing away, Yin Tan silently reproaches his dream of reformation. Finally, there comes a day when one must wake up. After all, this was just my own wishful thinking. In the dim dawn light, the horse carriage convoy is now ready, just waiting for the order to depart. Inside the carriage, Kwang Yu comforts his daughter Chi-Chi. "You were scared, weren't you?" Actually, we don't need to depart in such a hurry. We can rest for a few days. Chi-Chi happily held Kuang Yu's hand and replied, no need. It's too dangerous here. Someone still wants to take father's life. We should return to the imperial palace. Living there will be much more reassuring. Just last night, sixth brother already agreed to return to the capital with us. There's nothing left to worry about here. He agreed? Kuang Yu asked in surprise. Chi-Chi lifted the curtain and replied, Father, look, sixth brother is here. Looking at the figure of the somewhat dejected Din Thin in the distance, Chi-Chi wondered aloud, why didn't he bring any luggage? Chi-Chi's group looked through the window and said cheerfully, sixth brother hasn't finished packing his luggage yet. We might as well buy things along the way. Get in the carriage first. When we reach Kaichou, there will be many shops and street vendors. She continued chattering, you've changed so much now. When we return to the imperial palace, surely everyone won't recognize you, but I will guide you around. Din Thin remained silent, head bowed. After a while, he looked up and said, I'm not going back. Chi-Chi asked in surprise, what? She put her hand on Din Thin's shoulder. What did you just say? Din Thin didn't look at Chi-Chi but turned away answering, I said I want to stay in Tin back. I won't return with you. Chi-Chi's face saddened as she asked again, I hope I didn't hear wrong, sixth brother. You're deceiving me, right? You're just joking with me, aren't you? Din Thin grabbed the hand on his shoulder. If you didn't understand, I'll say it one more time. I will not return. Then he forcefully pushed her hand away from him. In the imperial palace, there's basically no one I want to see and nothing I care about. You should go. After speaking, Din Thin turned to leave. Chi-Chi anxiously spoke to the emperor inside the carriage. Father, I must get off the carriage for a moment. Please wait for me in the carriage. Kuang Yu calmly replied, if you truly care for him that much, I will issue an order forcing him to return to the palace. Chi-Chi quickly shook her head. No, perhaps he has his own troubles. Chi-Chi will hurry to persuade him. He will change his mind. Don't force him. The emperor agreed, saying, all right. She quickly got off the horse carriage to chase after Din Thin. Chi-Chi ran to grab his hand and questioned him. What you said last night about agreeing with me, was it all lies? Din Thin closed his eyes and thought to himself, I can no longer turn back. But his mouth said, yes, I went back on my word. Chi-Chi didn't believe him. She tried hard to persuade, I know you have your own difficulties. I can wait for you at the palace. Wait until you finish your business here. Before she could finish, Din Thin pushed her away and shouted, don't you understand what I'm saying? His face darkened. The imperial palace, for me, the freedom is far inferior to Jingbei. In Jingbei, I have vast skies and wide seas. I go to Lanma Manor every day to have fun. Life is very joyful. In my heart, all these years, I have never missed you in my heart, and I won't return to the palace with you. While saying those words, Ding Shang had to clench his fist to stay calm, clenched so tight that it bled. In his heart, he thought this should be enough, should not continue anymore. We must become enemies, rather than heartbreaking pain later. Better to make you hate me. Leave me early. Ding Shang's heart was in great pain, but still spoke hurtful words. Chi-Chi, our standings are fundamentally different. Consider all past matters as just a dream. When you wake up, pretend this brother never existed. Forget me, he kept thinking in his heart. Leave now. You can still take care of yourself without being implicated by me. If it's any later, I might not be able to let you go anymore. Ding Shang stared at her intently. Let me look at you a bit longer. One last time. After that, Ding Shang walked past Chi-Chi, but his heart still lingered. Perhaps one day, I'll be able to kill the king, avenge the great hatred, or die in miserable defeat. He silently cried to himself, but I will never be able to see you crying for me like today. 7, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Her tears soaked her beautiful face. Ding Shang, you think you're so important? Stop overestimating yourself. Whether you return to the palace or not, basically no one cares. Chi-Chi shouted while wiping her tears. From today on, I no longer have a brother like you. Let's part ways and sever all ties completely. Ding Shang walked away, coldly leaving just one word. Fine. The two went their separate ways without looking back. He clasped his hands and pleaded, Father Emperor, filial piety is most important. Your son wishes to stay in Jingbei, to care for Mother Empress. Please grant this wish, Father Emperor. Kang Yao helped him up into the carriage while replying, "If you insist on this, then don't regret it later." Ding Shang replied, "Your son will never regret it." Inside the carriage, the emperor immediately issued an edict. The sixth prince Yi Bing Sheng shows filial piety. From now on, he is appointed as border king with the title Yi Wang, territory of Jingbei. From now on, without orders, you are not permitted to return to the capital. Ding Shang clasped his hands. "Your son accepts the decree and heavenly grace. We'll never forget." Inside the carriage, Kang Yao tried to comfort the little daughter. "If you want to cry, just cry." She looked up with tears streaming down and replied, "I'm not crying. He's not worth it." Kang Yao wiped Seven's tears and comforted, You still have other brothers, sisters, friends, and you have Father Emperor. We're all by your side," the emperor's daughter asked again, without turning back to see if he was still there. Chi-Chi insisted on not turning back anymore. The emperor ordered to return to the capital. The soldiers quickly mounted their horses and left with the carriages. Chi-Chi leaned on the emperor's shoulder, her heart heavy with thoughts perhaps in this life we will never meet again. She silently shed tears, trying to convince herself, "I don't care, not even a little bit." Suddenly she exclaimed, "I really can't do it." The emperor heartbrokenly patted his little daughter's head and replied, "I know." Chi-Chi lifted the window curtain and called out, "Sixth brother, we are family. I'll give you one last chance. If you come with me right now, I won't pursue the past matters." Ding Shang coldly replied, "I have never thought about being your family member. That was just you willingly staying while others leave." Chi-Chi painfully repeated those words. "Willingly staying while others leave." How well said. Then she suppressed her pain, sat in the carriage, and whispered, "Goodbye, Prince Bien," leaving behind Ding Shang standing frozen, watching. After returning to the palace in spring for the first time, since that day, she often sat atop the Wei-Yang Palace Tower watching the moon. No one knew what she was thinking. In midsummer of the second year, she shouted at her maid, "Who allowed you to touch this dagger?" The maid cleaning cried and explained, "Princess, I saw the dagger under your pillow and took it out to clean. I know I was wrong." Then palace maid said someone had touched the dagger. The seventh princess flew into a rage. Never before had she been seen so angry. In autumn of the third year, when she was climbing the palace wall, she accidentally slipped and fell, thinking without him there no one would save her. Unexpectedly, she fell into the arms of a young man. He said his name was Fang Jieshan. He kindly asked her, "Why are you so sad, miss?" "Why be sad? It turns out without him I wouldn't die from falling either." In winter of the fourth year, Yun Chang happily held up her wine cup and said, "I heard recently you've been close with the son of Minister Fang from the Ministry of War." Chi cheerfully replied, "It's just playing together, helping the Ministry of War solve mysterious cases to kill time." Yun Chang, who had grown up to be very beautiful, joked, "You're also at the age of marriage. Haven't you thought about letting father arrange a marriage?" Before she could finish speaking, Chi interrupted, "Sister isn't married yet. What's my hurry?" She knew what Yun Chang wanted to say. It had been 4 years since separating from him. Time can make people forget everything. She should look forward. Yun Chang raised her wine cup to drink. "I don't want to get married. After marriage, I won't be as free as I am now. Staying with father, being dependent, was my childhood dream." 7 sat by her feet and replied, "I know there's someone always waiting in your heart, but..." Before 7 could say more, Van Thuong cut her off. "What nonsense are you talking about? I would never wait for the royal advisor. There's absolutely no possibility between him and me. If father knew I liked that old man, he would tear me to pieces." Van Thuong hesitated before continuing, "I heard something. I just heard this, mind you. I'm not sure if I should tell you or not." 7 was raising her wine cup to drink. "Since when did you become so hesitant? Just tell me." Van Thuong leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Earlier, I heard the crown prince and his subordinates arranging. They said the Duke Wang is returning to the palace soon." Upon hearing this, the wine cup in 7's hand suddenly dropped and rolled on the floor. A few days later, Ding Shang returned to the palace with his soldiers. Seeing Ding Shang's handsome appearance, the eunuch was surprised. People had been saying that the Duke Wang of Jingbei was His Majesty's most handsome son. Unexpectedly, this son turned out even more handsome than His Majesty. The eunuch immediately bowed with clasped hands. "Greetings, Duke Wang. The Crown Prince understands you've been in Jingbei for years. Now that you've returned, he has specially arranged a banquet in the Eastern Palace to welcome you." "Thank you for royal brother's thoughtfulness," he politely replied. The eunuch continued, "Your Highness Duke Wang, the construction of your mansion outside the palace is not yet complete. The crown prince suggests that you stay at Zhonghua Palace, where you used to reside before, for some time." Ding Shang coldly replied, "I understand. Please inform royal brother I will return to Zhonghua Palace to change first, then attend the banquet." The eunuch smiled pleasantly. Of course, the crown prince has already arranged everything. Zhonghua Palace remains exactly as it was. Everything has been arranged as it was when you were still the sixth prince. Then Ding Shang turned to look at his accompanying soldiers and instructed, "Please make proper arrangements for the officers who returned with me." Yes, certainly without delay," the eunuch complied. Watching Ding Shang's group leave, the eunuch thought to himself, "After today, Duke Wang will surely become the dream husband of countless young ladies in the capital." At night, the banquet began in the Eastern Palace. Yizong Xian raised his wine cup toward Ding Shang and said, "Sixth brother, after your long journey, I hear Jingbei hasn't been peaceful in recent years. You led your officers to suppress many rebellions and captured many bandits. It must have been difficult." Ding Shang politely replied, "Royal brother is too kind. Beiming has strong armies and horses. The bandits I recruited who wanted to enter the palace weren't worth keeping anyway, then left for martial arts training in Jingbei." Ding Shang looked to the side and saw it was empty. At this moment, Yun Chang spoke up. "Who is Yu Wang looking for?" He calmly replied, "No one." Seeing this, Yun Chang continued, "Chi suddenly fell ill today. She couldn't come here to welcome you." Upon hearing Chi's name, Ding Shang immediately asked, "Is she unwell?" Seeing how quickly he took the bait, Yun Chang laughed loudly and teased, "You said you weren't looking for anyone." Wu Tian, holding a fan, quickly joined in the fun. "Yesterday I saw little Chi as healthy as could be. She didn't look sick at all. How could she suddenly fall ill?" Yun Chang replied, "She probably caught a cold from horseback riding yesterday." Wu Tian added more spice to the story. This girl has become quite mischievous lately. If I'm not mistaken, she must have been riding horses with that brat Fang Jieshan." Ding Shang was extremely irritated upon hearing this. He gripped his cup tightly. Then Yun Chang started reminiscing. She used to be so sweet and well-behaved, but since meeting Fang Jieshan, she's been spoiled. Yin Cheng didn't understand what spoiled meant. Yun Chang leaned in close explaining that girls tend to think differently when they're in love. At this point, Yun Chang coughed lightly a few times, asking if he understood the meaning. She then added a few more words, lamenting how Chi used to be so attached to Ding Shang, but now she has someone else. Yin Cheng wondered who Fang Jieshan was. Yun Chang continued with another story, praising how prestigious Fang Jieshan's family background was, how he used to look quite plain, but now he's grown into a handsome man who matches well with Chi. Yin Cheng couldn't bear to listen anymore, crushed his cup and stood up, asking to leave early. In the bedroom at Weiyang Palace, a Yuan saw Chi sneezing continuously and worried, wanting to close the window. Just as she touched the window frame, Dabai rushed in from outside, startling her. She was a bit frightened, closing the window while scolding Dabai. "The older you get, the more unreliable you become." As soon as Dabai entered, Chi asked if it had eaten the bird that was carrying Fang Jieshan's letter. It nuzzled against Chi, admitting its fault. She didn't want to hold it against Dabai, just instructed it to ask her to find food next time it was hungry. Taking the letter, seeing its contents, Chi quickly signaled to a Yuan. Understanding the hint, she quickly used the excuse that the princess needed rest to dismiss the night guards. Inside the room, Chi told Dabai that she needed to go out. Dabai understood without her explaining further, quickly lay on the bed and covered itself with blankets. Seeing this, Chi felt reassured and ran outside. Chi went to a secluded place and softly called out Fang Jieshan's name. He appeared from behind and covered her mouth, pulling her towards somewhere where someone was waiting. She wondered why Duong Langbok and N2 so also came. Fang Jiat then didn't answer that question, just reminded her to keep her voice down to avoid being discovered by the guards. Duong Langbok and N2 so saw them and pointed towards the latter. Chi excitedly asked if they had found any information. Jiat then happily replied that he had found information at the Tin Noyet Tavern and added that he had set up ambushes everywhere, guaranteeing to solve the case faster than the superior. Fang Jiat then climbed up first, wanted to help Chi, but she refused, boldly saying that she was a professional, wouldn't fall. Jiat then nodded and recalled the embarrassing history last time when she fell straight into his arms. Chi shyly made excuses that she was wearing ill-fitting shoes that day, so she slipped. Jiat then stopped teasing her, reached out his hand to help her. Chi-Chi worriedly asked about the spies at the Tin Noyet Tavern whether Jayat, this information was reliable, or if it was another trap set by the superior. While talking enthusiastically, they saw Jayat then looking in some direction. Chi-Chi was still wondering. Duong Langbok and N2 So peeked from behind the tiles, saying that it looked like Chi-Chi's eldest royal brother. Recalling the frightening memory from before when the two escaped from the palace, he released dogs to chase them, so they fled in fear. Chi-Chi turned back in panic, hoping he wouldn't abandon her. Jayat then began to manipulate Chi-Chi psychologically, saying if caught, the crown prince wouldn't do anything to her. She would just get copying punishment, but if he was caught, he would be severely beaten. Finally, under this compromise, Jayat then ran away. Yin Tan also climbed up the wall. Chi-Chi quickly made up an excuse that she came up to sunbathe, not to climb the wall. Din Thin asked her if she was sure about wanting to sunbathe at night. Didn't she notice something wrong? She quickly corrected herself to moon watching. Yin Tan coldly asked, "Is that so?" Chi-Chi realized she couldn't fool anyone while pleading and admitting her fault. She tried to slip away. She quickly went down the stairs, but accidentally tripped. Yin Tan quickly caught her and held her in his arms. She shyly asked Yin Tan to let her go first. At this moment, a guard on patrol curiously asked Yin Tan, "Dukwang, Your Highness, why are you here?" Yin Tan greeted Chi-Chi with one sentence, "Long time no see." She realized this wasn't her eldest royal brother and pushed him away, inwardly blaming herself, thinking if she had known earlier, she wouldn't have let him take advantage. Then Chi-Chi composed herself with some disappointment. "I didn't know it was Dukwang, Your Highness. I was disrespectful." Yin Tan wanted to say something more, but Chi-Chi quickly made an excuse to leave. Yin Tan still followed her to Vai Wang Palace. Chi-Chi told him to go rest, then he asked if she was trying to avoid him. Chi-Chi embarrassedly lied that she had a high fever, so she had no time for fun. Hearing about the high fever, Yin Tan became worried. Chi-Chi silently blamed herself. She claimed to have a high fever at night, but now walks outside casually. Indeed, one shouldn't lie. Yin Tan approached and placed his hand on her forehead. Chi-Chi quickly reacted and pushed his hand away. Seeing her reaction, Yin Tan knew that she still rejected him. Chi-Chi's heart was full of emotions. After 4 years, she couldn't even remember his image. The words Yin Tan said back then remained a deep wound in her heart. Chi-Chi prepared to turn and leave. Yin Tan grabbed her hand, tightly asking why she kept avoiding him. Din Thin pressed on. Chi-Chi said, "I know you're avoiding me, aren't you?" Her tears had already fallen. Without notice, Chi-Chi wouldn't look him in the face. She just asked back, what difference would it make whether it's true or not? Din Thin frowned with extreme heartache. His words carried a plea, "Don't cry." She sobbed, then regained her composure. She told him, "Consider tonight's meeting our misfortune. From tomorrow on, I hope to never meet Your Highness the Duke again." Then she resolutely turned and walked away. Din Thin didn't dare call her back. Heartbroken, he thought of the name Chi-Chi. "I used all my willpower to endure not coming to see you, not running to embrace you. For years, I thought I would extinguish these chaotic feelings, would forget the past with you. But in midnight dreams, only endless pain remains." Thinking of this, Din Thin grew sadder. He whispered his longing, "I miss you so much, really miss you, truly miss you." The next day at Vai Vong Palace, Chi-Chi was working on her writing but was distracted. When ink from the brush dropped, staining a large black spot on the paper, she didn't even notice. Suddenly a court lady rushed in, calling, "Princess." Only then did Chi-Chi notice. She saw the sympathetic look in the court lady's eyes upon seeing the paper stained with black ink. Chi-Chi felt annoyed and uncomfortable inside. She decisively tore that page from the book. The court lady regretfully said, "Princess, you've spent many days drawing this painting. How could you tear it away so easily?" Chi-Chi calmly replied that it was already stained with ink. It couldn't be used anymore. The court lady anxiously inquired once more, "Your mood these past 2 days seems very heavy. Is there something troubling you?" But she just answered, "No," then smiled brightly and explained, "I'm just thinking about the next plot points for this painting series." Hearing this, the court lady excitedly paced back and forth, speaking continuously. "I heard your painting series sells very well among common people. The young masters and ladies of noble families, generals, all love reading it. They want to know what happens next. I'm very curious too. Will the male protagonist kill that emperor, or?" Chi-Chi began picking up her brush to sketch some lines on paper. She answered no. The palace maid was stunned. Wasn't the emperor seriously injured at that time? The male lead could have easily taken revenge, but suddenly, Chi-Chi cunningly said she would keep it secret, and the servant also realized. Now I understand. Then, as if remembering something, that palace maid said, "That's right, princess." Xiao Shunzi early this morning brought back many book reviews from the bookstore. Your book has received many positive reviews. The bookstore owner has invited you to come to town to do something. What was it called? Book signing. At this moment, Chi-Chi looked at her and asked, "Book signing?" She pondered for a moment. "But I've always used a male tone when writing letters to communicate with readers. Won't this meeting expose everything? What should we do about this?" After thinking for a while, she happily said, "I have an idea. Come closer." Then on the book signing day at Tinley Sioux Street in the capital, at the signing venue, Chi-Chi's carriage had arrived. She disguised herself as a male scholar to come to this place, without revealing her true identity. Then she helplessly asked the palace maid beside her, "My name in the mortal world is actually severe procrastination. I've been very diligent, haven't I?" The palace maid, equally helpless, said, "Young master, please don't be angry." Then she listed out all the things that had been done to sell the books, like how we have to go through several steps to get books out of the palace. There are many procedures, public promotion, and we need to hire people to print. Of course, it takes a long time to reach readers. The bookstore owner came out to welcome at the signing venue. "Distinguished guest has arrived. The room upstairs has been prepared. Please come up, young master." Seeing Chi-Chi go first, she fanned herself, saying, "Sorry for the trouble." Then the bookstore owner received the manuscript, feeling overjoyed. Then he presented a box of gold, happily saying to her, "Master Boo-Doo, this is the royalty for last month. Your books are selling so well that we can't keep up with demand." He even flattered her, saying, "You're the money tree of our small shop. In the future, please submit earlier." Chi-Chi heard these pleasing words and said, "Well said, well said." Suddenly a servant rushed in to report, "No, no, something's wrong, master." Interrupted in his mood, the shop owner immediately changed his expression and asked, "What's there to panic about?" The servant reported, It's Fang Jieshan, the young master from the Ministry of War has arrived." Upon hearing that name, the shop owner smacked the servant's head and asked, "So what if young Master Fang comes? Why are you panicking?" The servant, rubbing his head in grievance, explained, "No, no, master. He brought several attendants and stormed in, saying that Master Boo-Doo is at the bookstore today. He wants to take the person away." Chi-Chi was relaxed. Hearing this, she was shocked. "Jieshan wants to take me away?" The owner looked at her suspiciously and asked, "Did you offend him in any way, sir?" Chi-Chi reluctantly answered that logically speaking, he shouldn't even know me. She recalled, "Last time when Fang Jieshan saw my paintings, I said I was just an art collector who likes paintings but never mentioned that I was a painter." While Chi-Chi was still trying to think of a final reason, the owner sighed and said, "Maybe Boo-Doo young master doesn't know. The young master of the Fang family, although not one to preach morality, but once he seriously wants something or someone, he will definitely pursue it to the end. Young master, you should leave first. I'll go down and see what's happening." Chi-Chi politely said thank you. In the bookstore hall below, Fang Jieshan sat drinking tea. Behind him were his subordinates. The owner was shocked when he went down. "Young Master Fang, what wind brings you here today? What brings you here?" Jieshan politely said, "Your business is doing very well. I heard Boo-Doo Painter has a meeting here today. I have a friend who really likes his works, so I came here to invite him to my mansion for a chat." The owner somehow tried to find words to cover up. "I'm afraid you've made a wasted trip. Boo-Doo Painter has already left. You won't be able to meet him today." He heard this and casually said, "That's unfortunate. What a pity indeed." But he wasn't a fool who could be easily deceived. Walking past the owner, he smiled and said to him, "But that friend means to me even more than Mount Tai. Today I must find this painter. Please forgive me, owner." Then he went upstairs and ordered his subordinates to search. "If anything is damaged accidentally, I'll compensate triple the amount." His subordinates immediately complied. Elsewhere in the capital, at the Junyu Tavern, there were beautiful courtesans dancing. Li Fenglong, second-rank Grand General Fengjiang, was enjoying wine and women. He said today he might be invited by the Yuwang to a feast at Renjian. With all the generals following, it's an honor for this official. On one side, someone was flattering General Li. Chunmu heard that when the general is free, he likes to read some story scripts. "Today I specially brought one to present. Please enjoy it, General." Fenglong seemed interested that Mr. Chun presented it. This book has been very famous in the capital for the past 2 months. It has attracted young masters and noble ladies from everywhere. Another person with contempt said it's just children's play. Official Chin is exaggerating about this hard-to-get book. Feng Lone took it and flipped through some pages. Jokingly said it has both text and pictures. This general doesn't like such dry stuff. Then he excitedly said if he likes anything. Of course he prefers Spring Collection's endless scenery of men and women. Feng Lone stared at the quiet Ting Shang who had been silent all this time. He slapped a courtesan's bottom, pushed her away and said, "How can we let our prince you sit here drinking alone like this? Hurry up and go serve him." The girl who was pushed forward said shyly, "So that's the renowned prince you, truly unmatched in his handsomeness." She spoke gracefully before him. "Your Highness, why spend such a fine spring evening alone? Let this servant accompany you." Ding Sheng showed no reaction, but his guard behind him turned cold-faced about to draw his sword. That threatening gesture frightened her. Her face turned pale as she fell to the ground. Seeing this, Feng Lone stood up displeased and asked Prince Yu, "What do you mean by this? If you don't like this one, the general can find something more to your liking. How about that?" Ding Shang remained expressionless, glanced over and said, "No need." Being rejected, he angrily threw his wine cup and shouted, "So you're not giving this general any face? A minor prince who's least favored sent to Jingbei, yet dares to disrespect a current high-ranking official of Great Yuan like me." The broken cup made a clashing sound, but Ding Shang remained indifferent. "I heard General Li has recently found a good business making money." Suddenly being asked like this, he panicked. "What do you mean?" He smiled sarcastically saying, "Forcing commoners into prostitution is a capital offense." General Li Feng Lone, hearing this, immediately understood what he meant. He quickly submitted. "Your Highness, have you been listening to baseless rumors? I have never done such things. Your Highness, you're wrongly accusing a Great Yuan official. If this reaches the Emperor's ears then," hearing him speak, he signaled to his guard behind, then threw a stack of contracts before him for selling people. Feng Lone broke into sweat. "Your Highness, where did you get these?" Ding Sheng replied, "Though I'm in distant Jingbei, I still meet many court officials. Generally, you're a noble second-rank official, yet you use your connections to oppress others, threatening subordinates, forcing commoner girls into prostitution. The fingerprints of the buyers on these sale contracts can serve as evidence." Feng Lone was exposed, now trembling as he pleaded, Your wise Highness, I have indeed been negligent, but I truly wasn't involved in this matter. After returning, I will thoroughly investigate my subordinates." Ding Sheng put down his wine cup. "You've cleaned up very thoroughly, but anything you've touched leaves traces," he said contemptuously. "Guess what, can I find your transaction records with Hara or not? Just now didn't you say it would disturb His Majesty? What if I report these evidences to the higher-ups? His Majesty will surely investigate every level. By then your subordinates will reveal those powerful figures who are involved in this, whether you can survive or not. You already know the answer in your heart." That Feng Lone was so scared he stammered. Then he knelt down at his feet, immediately begging, "Please forgive me, Your Highness. I know my crime. I am a dishonest person who did evil things for money. Please forgive me, Your Highness. From now on, whenever Your Highness needs my service, just say the word. I will definitely not refuse." Ding Shang was satisfied seeing his response. Being smart like this earlier would have been better, wouldn't it? He looked at the others behind, loudly asking, "What about you all?" They all knelt down and bowed their heads in unison. "We only serve Your Highness." Then he ordered, "Everyone except General Li, get out." About today's matter, if anyone dares to speak about it, it means you no longer value your life. Those officials were terrified and complied. When only 2 people remained in the room, Ding Sheng said to him, "General Li, please stand up." Feng Lone looked at Ding Sheng's extended hand. He hesitated. Your Highness." Then he said, "I really need General Li's help with something." Feng Lone replied, "I'm willing to follow Your Highness's orders." Ding Sheng got straight to the point. The court now has 3 divided factions. The Crown Prince and Second Prince are fighting day and night. I have no intention of returning to Jingbei, but I need some time to stay. Feng Lone didn't quite understand his intention. He asked, "What does Your Highness plan to do?" Yin Chung patted Li Feng Lone's shoulder and told him. He wanted him to use his military authority to dismiss the old soldiers serving in the capital. At the same time, inform His Majesty that palace forces are insufficient. All his troops in Jingbei will be contributed. Feng Lone hesitantly asked, "You mean to replace palace guards with your men, right?" He smiled. He also wanted him to keep him in the palace with the reason new troops need old supervision. After hearing everything, Feng Lon still didn't understand exactly what he planned to do. Yin Cheng coldly turned away. He didn't need to understand, just follow his orders. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind him his secret would remain safe. But be warned, don't force innocent girls into prostitution anymore. Knowing he had passed the crisis, he hurriedly bowed and obeyed. Today the sky was especially clear. Warm golden sunlight shone everywhere. The gentle breeze carried natural fragrance through the air. Fang Yishun was standing in front of Master Bu Du's room. As he stepped in, it was empty inside without a single person. Not at all confused. Hesitantly, he walked towards the large storage cabinet, opening the cabinet expecting someone inside, but today it was empty. He was staring thoughtfully into the cabinet, wondering where that person could be hiding. Suddenly, a rustling sound caught his attention. As he turned around, he saw a figure in white about to jump from the window. Startled, he quickly called out, "Master Badu, wait." Chi-Chi was trying to escape when discovered. She thought to herself, he must not know that she is the artist Badu. She feared the consequences. If he discovered that she disguised as a man to earn money outside the palace and told everyone in the palace, she wouldn't know where to hide her face. Just imagining it made her scared. Chi-Chi didn't hesitate to stretch her legs. In her haste, one shoe came off inside. There was no time to go back for it. She quickly jumped out anyway. Jieshin rushed to the door explaining he had no ill intentions. He just wanted to be friends, begging her not to run. But it was too late. She had already jumped. This window was higher than she estimated. Although she landed safely, she looked quite disheveled, losing all dignity. She told him today wasn't convenient. She made up an excuse, frantically, suddenly having stomach pain and needing the toilet. We'll meet again by chance. Jieshin stood confused, wondering, there's a toilet up here too. Why did you need to jump outside? Chi-Chi limped along and shouted back. This is her bathroom habit. She can't go without jumping down first. He actually believed it and got excited, thinking Master Badu's habits were indeed unlike ordinary people. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi was taking this chance to escape from this guy as fast as possible. Deep down, Jieshin praised truly someone Little Seven admires. When someone mentioned her, Chi-Chi started sneezing continuously. Jieshin bent down and suddenly saw the shoe that Badu had dropped earlier. He looked at the shoe thoughtfully, wondering why a man had such small feet. Strangely enough, Chi-Chi was now limping along with one foot missing a shoe. She recalled that moment. Probably he didn't recognize her. The disguise was very successful. Even at such close distance, he didn't recognize her. But as she walked lost in thought, she didn't notice a horse carriage suddenly rushing towards her. The guard, seeing the imminent collision, quickly pulled the reins to stop the horse just in time. Yin Cheng inside felt the carriage stop, so he asked why they stopped. The guard quickly reported, "Prince, you almost hit a young master, making him lose one of his shoes." Chi-Chi heard the familiar name Prince Yu and felt a chill down her spine. She stubbornly told the guard she was fine. She lost the shoe herself. It had nothing to do with them. After saying this, she immediately turned and ran. As if by instinct, just hearing her voice, he recognized his wife. He lifted the carriage curtain to look. I guess my wife is up to some mischief again, then I'll play along with her game. So I used our fault as an excuse to invite the young master into the carriage for a ride home. Chi-Chi froze. Chi-Chi quickly refused. No need. My house is just a few steps away, very close. I dare not have Princey escort me. Not letting her argue, I directly reached out and grabbed her hand. With just one pull, she was already in my arms. I held her hand and pulled her to the seat. Chi-Chi angrily scolded. Princey wants to kidnap people on the street. What an important matter. She had to emphasize the word male. Chi-Chi struggled to break free from his grip. She thought he probably wouldn't recognize her. Even old Fong didn't recognize her face-to-face earlier. But she didn't expect that her husband wasn't like others. Just her voice alone was enough for him to recognize. He smiled teasingly. If you're a man, why are you afraid to get in my carriage? I just think you look disheveled, so I'll give you a ride. She quickly made up an excuse. Not seriously injured, just let me off at the corner ahead. After speaking for a while with no response, Chi-Chi felt a bit nervous. Why isn't he saying anything? When she turned, she caught him smiling at her. She stammered, calling Your Highness Prince E. Chi-Chi looked at him thoughtfully. Why is he looking at her with such eyes and smiling? Could she have been exposed? Chi-Chi cautiously called again. He kept staring at her without blinking. She lowered her head to avoid his gaze. Then she saw that one of her shoes was missing. Chi-Chi embarrassedly pulled back her foot to hide the shoeless foot. Yin Cheng immediately noticed. He ordered the guard to stop the carriage. Chi-Chi thought he was stopping to let her off. She quickly thanked him and prepared to get off. Before reaching the door, he stopped her and made her sit still in the carriage. While he got down to do something, Chi-Chi watched him jump down with confusion. Where is he going, and why won't he let her off? She sat dejectedly in the carriage, ignoring the noisy commotion outside while fanning herself. Later, Yin Chung returned holding a package. She was very curious looking at the carefully wrapped package in his hands. Yin Chung calmly sat down outside. Chi-Chi helplessly reminded that she wanted to get off. It's inconvenient with him sitting outside like this. Suddenly, he held out a shoe in front of her. She was confused, wondering if this was for her. These are women's shoes. Could she have been discovered? But she was still confident in her disguise skills, shouting no before she could finish. He bent down. He looked up at her saying, Chi-Chi, give me your foot. Chi-Chi was very upset and secretly cried. She knew it. She had indeed been exposed. Inside, she was a sea of tears, but outside, she still had to pretend to be indifferent. She avoided his hand, saying this small matter doesn't need Prince Yi's help. She can do it herself, but he ignored her and continued putting on the shoe. Looking at the new shoes that fit perfectly, he was very satisfied. Chi-Chi asked him to return the old shoes. He gently placed them in that bag. At this moment, she finally asked how he recognized her. He gently dusted off his clothes. She said, you can tell by looking. Yin Chung smiled and took something out from his clothes. He took out a handkerchief, raised his hand waiting for her to give him her hand to wipe. Chi-Chi angrily refused, but he wouldn't let it go. Yin Chung grabbed her hand and seriously wiped it clean. He calmly said they used to do this before. Chi-Chi coldly said, how dare you mention the past. She pulled her hand away, coldly saying she wanted to get out of the car. Yin Chung called her name pleadingly. Chi-Chi stood up angrily, saying she wanted to get out of the car, but unluckily hit her head on the car roof. Her coolness didn't last even 3 seconds. Chi-Chi painfully held her head and sat down. Yin Chung quickly rushed over worriedly to check if she was injured. She blushed and repeated wanting to get out of the car. Today there had been too many embarrassing moments. She didn't know where to hide her face anymore. He pretended to let her words pass like wind through his ears, naturally checking where she hit earlier. It might be scratched. Later I'll put some ice on it. He held her firmly, not letting her back away, leaned closer, smelling the familiar scent on her body teasingly. You're already a grown lady. Why do you still smell like milk? Chi-Chi blushed, shyly pushing him away. She quietly sat down and stopped making trouble. She resigned herself to letting him take her wherever he wanted. Yin Chung smiled, sitting right beside her, his eyes still fixed on her. The space suddenly became quiet. He gently asked if she had eaten anything. Chi-Chi shook her head. Suddenly she realized she had just answered instinctively, quickly corrected that she had eaten, but her empty stomach betrayed her, growling at the crucial moment. Yin Chung raised his eyebrows, leisurely teasing. Chi-Chi was speechless, not knowing how to respond. She still stubbornly said she wasn't hungry, but Yin Chung was determined to pamper her, couldn't bear to let her go hungry. He claimed that he was hungry instead. Arrived at a restaurant, he stopped the car, carefully helped her out, took her to fill her empty stomach. He held her hand, saying it's been long since seeing royal brother. They should have a meal together. It should be fine, right? Chi-Chi refused, but it didn't matter, because she couldn't escape from his grasp. Yin Chung took her to the restaurant she loved most as a child, told her to go in and choose the dishes. She pouted, saying she doesn't like it anymore. He knew well how to win his wife over, listing out the restaurant's new dishes, like stinky tofu, pear flower wine, and cherry lollipops. Chi-Chi heard and drooled. She completely surrendered. While walking in, she wondered, clearly you haven't been in the capital for years, but how do you know everything she likes? The day was gradually turning to dusk. The sun slowly set behind the mountains. The two of them sat down at a lavish dining table. He picked up a piece of lean meat and served it to her. Chi-Chi was still angry and refused it. She said she had already eaten and told him to eat by himself. Yin Tan moved closer, patted her head, and comforted her that in the palace, of course, she didn't have to worry about food and clothing. But he had left the palace for a long time and had forgotten the taste of these dishes. She coldly brushed his hand away, saying they weren't even that close. Don't casually touch her head. Yin Tan raised his eyebrows, worriedly wondering what to do now that his wife was so angry, urgently waiting online. He smiled, teasingly saying she had become more fierce over the years they hadn't met. Chi-Chi ignored him as he rambled on. She started poking at the piece of meat he had served her earlier, but then she put down her chopsticks again. She looked at him seriously. Now that no one was around, she wanted him to tell her about what happened that year. He coldly said he wasn't in the mood to talk about it anymore, his hand still picking up shrimp for her. Chi-Chi was annoyed and refused again, telling him to stop pretending. Yin-Tan froze in his position. He didn't expect her to refuse. He put down his chopsticks and directly asked if she was angry with him or not. Chi-Chi withdrew her gaze and rested her chin on one hand. Yin-Tan said somewhat sadly that he was asking her. She suddenly became angry. Do you want to hear the answer then? Tell me. I just want you to express all your dissatisfaction. She laughed coldly. Express everything? Years of accumulated dissatisfaction. Should I say it all today? Chi-Chi stood up suddenly. Your Highness, when I was young and naive, I let you wander around my world. She lowered her head and continued, but now I won't allow you to. Her voice became increasingly passionate, running in and out, jumping around, fighting recklessly. Dust everywhere, divine weapons descending, flowers competing in beauty. She became more chaotic as she spoke. He was surprised. You're using all the words you've learned over these years? The chopsticks in her hand were snatched away by him. Chi-Chi reached for them with an unhappy expression, but he didn't respond. He just smiled mischievously and held the chopsticks higher. Chi-Chi pressed on his shoulder with a playful smile. She grabbed the chopsticks firmly, but now she was half sitting on his lap. They looked at each other, both embarrassed and blushing. Chi-Chi noticed her current position wasn't quite proper. She quickly removed her hand from his shoulder and flustered said, I didn't mean to. Yin-Tan's expression darkened. He caught her hand. Don't move. His beautiful long fingers ran through her hair, embracing her waist, their position looking quite ambiguous. She let out a small gasp. He looked at her intently. You're pressing against us, Chi-Chi. She panicked. I wasn't touching just now. The hand on her back pushed her slightly forward. Her body pressed closer to his. Yin-Tan teased. Now you are touching. She awkwardly jumped off him and stepped back. The person in front of her showed no sign of panic. What confusion. You calmly adjusted your attire. Chi-Chi blushed until brother let father find a daughter-in-law for himself. What kind of spray is Ding Sheng using? You stepped forward and asked what this has to do with anything. She hurriedly explained. Just feel that His Highness has never taken a concubine, and he's not young anymore. Should find a wife to take care of household matters. You asked why Chi-Chi suddenly cares about Big Brother. She avoided the eyes looking at her. Nothing. I just said one extra thing. I'll go first. The palace gates are about to close. After saying that, she turned around wanting to slip away, but her hand was grabbed by you. Ding Sheng held on to her. Although I don't have a concubine, but why after knowing me for so long do you think I have no one? Chi-Chi smiled, but her eyes contained no joy. Is that so? She said sarcastically. I forgot there are also those chambermaids. Looking at the hand holding hers, she gently pushed it away as if earlier was just her rambling. She mocked herself. Why did I forget? He of now is no longer the same he that I knew from 4 years ago. Ding Sheng tried to hold on. I have no other intentions. Chi-Chi hid his handsome face. Father once said before, people without status are like wildflowers out there, cannot be picked. To be with me forever, must find someone with status. Entitled. You said to yourself, I have never had feelings for any other woman. In my heart, I truly only remember one person. You silently disappointed. It's just that person is still too young. From that year until now I've been slowly waiting. Seeing you lost in thought, saying nothing, she blurted out. If there's nothing else, then I'll go first. Ding Sheng stopped her wait. He took out a colorful flower hairpin and put it in her hair bun. After putting it in, he said, this is for you. She touched the hairpin on her head. When did you buy this? He avoided her eyes. I saw it on the street, so I just bought it. Hearing this, Chi-Chi pulled it out, without Ding Sheng asking again. No need. She held out the hairpin. You can give it to other women. They will surely like it. He thought if you were a few years older now, just 3 years older would be enough. I definitely wouldn't hesitate to use force to tell you. The 4 words, my only woman, what they mean. Chi-Chi forcefully held the hairpin in front of him. Ding Sheng's expression darkened. He forcefully grabbed the hairpin from her hand. He said, I'm giving this to you. She still turned to leave. No need. Not on the way. Stepped beside her. He asked, where do you want to go? Chi-Chi, slightly annoyed, returning to palace. Is your prince mansion outside? Isn't it on the east street? Ding Sheng said, the prince mansion isn't built yet. During this time, I'll stay in the palace. Still in the previous palace. While speaking, he reached out his hand, probing. She only replied with an, oh, as he suddenly changed the subject. In my inner palace, there's quite a nice flower bed. Remembering what the butler said, during the years you were in Jingbei, the seventh princess would come to our flower palace every few days to water these plants. Perhaps she was remembering someone through these things. Ding Shang grabbed her hand and pulled her along. In his mind, he recalled the butler's words, remembering someone through things. Chi-Chi, he had never been an arrogant person, but today he wanted to be prideful just once. Perhaps his importance in her heart was much greater than what he had thought. At the Yang Palace, the coachman announced that, Your Highness, we've arrived at the seventh princess's palace. Ding Shang looked at the girl who was dozing off in the carriage with doting eyes. He said to the coachman, Wait a moment, Chi-Chi is sleeping on my lap. He carefully caressed her delicate shoulders. Then he reached into his chest and took something out. It was the hairpin from earlier. Ding Shang pinned it back in her hair bun. Tonight the moon was perfectly round, surrounded by twinkling stars. Ding Shang looked at Chi-Chi sleeping soundly in his arms with eyes full of love. The way he looked at her was as if he wanted to engrave her into his mind. He looked from her closed eyes to her full lips, looking completely entranced. His hand had risen without him realizing. His slender fingers gently touched her warm lips. Before his eyes, Ding Shang was enchanted and leaned down, preparing to kiss her lips. The next day at the Imperial Academy, the teacher was passionately teaching. Only after knowing can one be determined. Only after determination can one be calm. Only after calmness can one be peaceful. Only after peace can one contemplate. Only after contemplation can one achieve. The students sitting below were all silent. Chi-Chi wasn't paying attention to the lecture. Her hand propped up her chin as she giggled. She sat drawing the teacher with a wrinkled face. Fang Jiat-shun sitting below her softly called, Little Seven. She ignored him completely and turned away, silently angry inside. Yesterday he chased her so hard that she lost a shoe, making her embarrassed in front of someone. Now he finally has the courage to call her. A crumpled paper ball flew to her spot. It landed on the desk, making a soft thud-thud. Chi-Chi looked at the paper ball with question marks. She clicked her tongue in annoyance, looking down to see that boy smiling happily. Open it and see. She looked at him with bullet-like eyes. Chi-Chi impatiently opened the paper. I finally want to see what this gourd is selling. She felt speechless after reading the words on the paper. After class, go to the small tree behind the Imperial Garden. Her whole body felt on fire. The paper in her hand was also crushed into a big ball. Still playing these games. So childish. Extremely childish. A pretty young lady came close. Chi-Chi, what did 7th young master Fang Jiat-shun write to you? That girl was Jiang So, a distant relative of Fang Jiat-shun. She hadn't had time to answer. He rushed over unintentionally, showing no feelings. Knowing everything only hurts her. She put on a weak green tea act. Everyone is hiding things from me. They don't tell me anything. Just because my father's position isn't high enough. All relying on Uncle Fang to enter the Imperial Academy. After saying that, she began crying endlessly. Chi-Chi couldn't react in time. She reached out to Suwa. Don't cry. Fang Yishin stood up, crossed his arms, and criticized her. People dislike you not because of anything else. It's because you speak artificially. Speaking in a whiny voice and crying often is enough to make people despise you. Suwa's eyes welled up with tears, but refusing to back down completely, she carried a fierce attitude. It's because I like you. I like you, so I act delicate in front of you. Only in front of you do I speak in this fake voice. You don't even know how every day I have to clear my throat. Pretending is so exhausting. Yishun was stunned for 5 seconds after being told this. Chi-Chi stood silently on the side watching the drama. The teacher finally appeared, slammed the table and sat down. Who do you think I am? How dare you make such a scene right in the middle of class? Do you still respect me as your imperial tutor? Fang Yishun and Suwa were angry at each other, but Chi-Chi sat right between them. It was an indescribable floating feeling. He then called out to her. Resting his chin on his hand, he asked if she had heard anything earlier, specifically about what Jiang Suwa said about liking him. Chi-Chi turned away when she heard this and stopped him, saying she had already heard it. Chi-Chi looked at him helplessly and said, Everyone knows she likes you. You're the only one who doesn't know. But he showed embarrassment, asking how she felt about it. Chi-Chi showed a very confused expression. After all, she likes him, not her. Yishin kept being ambiguous, refusing to speak directly, and Chi-Chi was too naive to guess his meaning. He felt somewhat disappointed and didn't want to talk anymore. Outside, gentle breezes passed through the leaves, making pleasant rustling sounds. Only Suwa and Chi-Chi remained in the room. Suwa invited her to buy Tonghulu. She glanced over, seeing Yishan still standing at the door. He signaled for her to follow him. Seeing this, she quickly made up an excuse to decline Suasua's earlier invitation. Chi-Chi didn't understand, thinking to herself what he needed to say, acting so mysterious like that. Although Suasua was a bit sad, she could only nod in agreement. Chi-Chi slowly walked out of the room, leaving Suasua alone there. She immediately turned around, her expression changed, extremely angry like a cunning old fox. Suasua went to Chi-Chi's desk and searched through it like a thief. Seeing a piece of paper on the table, she quickly picked it up. Frowning, she pondered deeply, remembering the difficult and painful days of the past. Recalling mother's words before she passed away, must definitely marry Jiat-shun. But she was too young then and couldn't fully understand, so she could only nod in agreement. Holding that paper in her hand, reading each word, she angrily crumpled it in her hand. At this time, Chi-Chi followed his words and went to the back of the forest. Jiat-shun had been standing there waiting for her. He happily waved for her to come over, saying he had something to give her. He presented a large box, insisting that she would definitely like it. Chi-Chi held it in her hands, not knowing what it was. Suddenly, Jiat-shun reached out to touch her hand. With a blushing face, he hesitantly wanted her to agree to something, but Chi-Chi's face remained completely unfazed. He stammered, unable to speak properly, gathering all his courage to finally confess his feelings, saying he wanted to be her consort. His breathing gradually became more rapid. With a red face, expressing his feelings to Chi-Chi, he held her hand, wishing just to be by her side. Watching her every day would be enough. And also because of her princess status, he had become a Jiat-shun of the Imperial Academy, staring intently at her with very determined eyes, affirming that his sincere feelings were real. Chi-Chi looked up, her face showing no change at all. She hugged the box, laughing joyfully inside, saying that she liked him very much too. Hearing this, Jiat-shun actually blushed and stammered shyly, asking again, unsure if she was being serious or joking. But she seemed to misunderstand his meaning, making him feel awkward and frustrated to madness. He quickly explained again, not just liking but wanting to marry her. She nodded enthusiastically. Once again, he was thrown into an embarrassing state by her trembling in disbelief at what he heard. She bent down, saying simply that he just needed to get in line. Jiat-shun heard, but didn't understand at all. Chi-Chi took out a book from her pocket, teasing that he should wait for her to date 20 people, then it would be his turn. He heard and his eyes widened, shocked that so many people were ahead of him. She even opened the book to show him. They had been waiting for her for a long time. Jiat-shun heard her speak, so innocently, feeling like he was being made a cuckold, being cheated on, and in the future, only one person could become her consort. But immediately she exclaimed there would be many male concubines. She honestly arranged those 20 people right in front of him, making him want to vomit blood. Chi-Chi held the box, asking if she could open it to see. Jiat-shun immediately became happy again and told her to open it. She slowly lifted the lid, and her expression changed completely. Inside was a black shoe. She was speechless looking at it, not knowing where he got the confidence to think that she would really like it. He continued to explain this is a shoe from the artist that she likes the most, happily staying close to her, constantly asking if she liked that gift. Are you making fun of me? Chi-Chi didn't say a word, showing a cold, indifferent face. Pulled out the notebook from her pocket, took the brush pen, firmly crossed his name off the list. Jiat-shun saw that and screamed in shock. He cried miserably and asked again while throwing a tantrum, don't you like that gift? She snatched back the book and directly refused, saying they should just remain friends. The romance ended before it even began. But he was lucky she didn't beat him up. She said her earlier confession was just momentary. She's different from before now. Jiat-shun immediately ran after Seven. Seven held her back, begging for another chance. She stared at him thoughtfully for a long time. She suddenly smiled happily, saying there might still be a chance. Hearing her compliments for him, he regained his confidence joyfully. She looked at the sky and poetically added, why stick to just one tree? Then she looked at him with a meaningful wink, should try some other trees. Jiat-shun not only wasn't angry, but praised her poetic talent. While they were talking there, several others came to witness seeing that scene. Their faces darkened, showing extreme displeasure. The smell of jealousy was thick in the air. Tan Tai-fo, standing nearby, was terrified, sweating nonstop. Can Hien irritably shouted for Chi-Chi to come back. Both were startled as if caught red-handed. Chi-Chi's face darkened as she respectfully returned. At this time in the Eastern Palace, 7-7 was under pressure from second brother. Meanwhile, Kan Hien stroked the cat in his hand and said 3 times Chi-Chi. Reluctantly accepted, he continued speaking. Su-Ki, hearing that, was extremely shocked, looked up at him, and immediately lectured, saying she was a proper princess. Speaking of concubines would diminish her nobility. He seriously added, forcing her to stay here to finish writing. Seeing Chi-Chi showing no resistance, he was very surprised at how obedient she was today. Then he realized it might be because Din Thin was here. He also spoke up, letting Din Thin stay to write punishment with her. Chi-Chi, who was writing, suddenly paused. She looked up and glanced at him. Her mind was filled with thoughts of Din Thin. He was also staring at her. Chi-Chi's cheeks turned red. She immediately lowered her head shyly and continued writing. Din Thin also turned away embarrassedly, still thinking about what she had said earlier to Jiat Shun. He turned to ask her about that, but saw she had already run away. Chi-Chi told herself she was grown up now. No need to fear Yin Tan. She calmly asked, yes, that's what we said. So what? Seeing Yin Cheng's serious face, she tried to shift her attention to the cat. She called Nyang Nyang over, but the cat completely ignored her. So she ended up making things difficult for herself. Suddenly Yin Cheng pointed to a spot on the paper, saying that she wrote it wrong. He asked her to hand over the pen, but Chi-Chi stubbornly insisted she could write it herself. Yin Cheng acted before speaking, quickly went over and grabbed her hand, teaching her to write. Chi-Chi shyly said it wasn't necessary, but Yin Cheng insisted on explaining a bunch of rules, which strokes come first, which come after, commas before, marks after. Chi-Chi thought to herself that she should push Yin Cheng away, but she noticed his hands were very beautiful. The scent on his body hadn't changed at all. Yin Cheng leaned close to Chi-Chi, asking if she understood. Though she hadn't heard anything, Chi-Chi still had to reply understood. She escaped from Yin Cheng's hands, saying she could write by herself. Just like before, how would you know how to write if you didn't listen to the lecture? Yin Cheng knew well, but still asked why she stopped writing. He once again leaned close to Chi-Chi's ear. In her heart she cursed, "Stop blowing in my ear." Embarrassed, she quickly pushed Yin Cheng away, saying she didn't like people watching while she wrote. Yin Cheng stopped teasing her, returned to sit opposite and watch. After finally finishing copying, Chi-Chi complained why Shuji was so hard to copy. Suddenly she realized something. Holding up the paper, she marveled internally. In such a short time he helped copy 2 whole pages. She couldn't help but ask why, since this time returning from Jingbei, he's been so nice to her. Chi-Chi wondered why Yin Cheng kept giving her shoes, giving hairpins, and even helping her copy books. Yin Cheng reasonably replied that an older brother being nice to his younger sister was natural. Chi-Chi wondered in her heart, we've already severed ties, what's with this brother and sister talk? Chi-Chi coldly replied that she didn't need such kindness. Words spoken are like spilled water. They can never be taken back. Yin Cheng clenched his fists, thinking about how he should speak to make her understand his suffering. He himself knew those words had hurt her deeply. Chi-Chi took the papers Yin Cheng had copied and threw them away. He was surprised she would react so strongly. Yin Cheng admitted he himself regretted it. He couldn't stay away from her. He regretted missing 4 years of growing up with her. Jealous of the young men who liked Chi-Chi, Yin Cheng held 7's shoulders. 7 spoke words of confession again. Originally, he didn't want to be her brother. Now, like before, also hoping she would grow up a bit more to understand his feelings. After speaking, he grabbed Chi-Chi. She cried silently. Yin Cheng carried her back to sit on the chair. The two of them talked back and forth. Chi-Chi was teased by him until she couldn't bear the embarrassment and had to stand up. She saw blood on Yin Cheng's clothes. She panicked as she realized her period had come. Yin Cheng thought she was hurt and asked with concern. Yin Cheng didn't know what menstruation was and remained worried. Chi-Chi now blamed herself for why it had to come at this time, especially while sitting on his pants. She embarrassedly said she got her period. Seeing Chi-Chi's embarrassed state, Yin Cheng didn't tease her, he just said he understood. Chi-Chi turned back and asked about his pants. Yin Cheng comforted her, saying it's fine, he'll call the palace maid. In the afternoon at the prince's palace, Awan brought a hot water bag for Chi-Chi. She said holding it against her belly would make her feel better. Because Yin Cheng was sitting right there, Chi-Chi shyly reached her hand out from under the blanket to take the hot water bag. Both Yin Cheng and Awan chuckled. Awan worried about her, and advised her to take medicine. Chi-Chi stubbornly refused because it was bitter. Awan was about to leave with the medicine. Yin-Chung quickly called her to hand over the medicine bowl, then asked her to leave. He patted Chi-Chi gently. She naturally knew what his intention was, coldly refused, and told him to leave quickly. Seeing she wouldn't compromise, Yin-Chung pretended to leave. Chi-Chi listened to the footsteps to judge. Thinking he had left, she relaxed and opened the blanket. But Yin-Chung was right behind her. It was too late to escape now. She was held tight by him. Ding-Sheng gently put a coat on her. He asked her in a gentle, pampering tone, "Are you angry?" He tried asking, "Doesn't your stomach hurt?" Chi-Chi showed a sad face. She really felt pitiful and in pain. Seeing this, he took a bowl of medicine and turned to tease her. In pain yet still being difficult, Ding-Sheng gently spooned the medicine to her mouth slowly. While drinking the medicine, Chi-Chi looked at him and thought that he had changed his clothes. Then she recalled what had happened earlier. In her heart, she felt a bit uncomfortable and embarrassed about what she had just done. In this world, there really couldn't be anything more embarrassing than this. Chi-Chi was startled and quickly spat it out, "Too bitter." Then all the medicine spilled onto Ding-Sheng's clothes. She blushed, embarrassed by her foolish action. Chi-Chi looked at him and took back what she just said. Now there was something more embarrassing, which was staining someone else's clothes. Actually, it was staining someone's clothes twice in one day. Ding-Sheng gently comforted her. "It's all right," she apologetically said. "I'm sorry. First I stained your pants, and now I've stained your clothes again." He smiled fondly and held her hand tight. "It's fine." Instead, "Congratulations to Chi-Chi for becoming a lady." Ding-Sheng patted her head, but at that time she was still a bit worried. "I don't understand clearly." Before, two other royal brothers also said the same thing to me, but I always feel these words coming from sixth brother's mouth. Chi-Chi suspects something seems quite different. She recalls the events from years ago. Perhaps it's the feeling created by not meeting for 4 years. Moreover, that incident in Jingbei. She lowered her head, reproaching herself, inevitably feeling some unfamiliarity. "That's why I felt so embarrassed today." Ding-Sheng gently said, "Be good and drink it all." Chi-Chi took the medicine cup and drank it all in one go. Suddenly, she started sniffling again. "Is there any fruit candy? I want some." "Ah." Ding-Sheng heard it as if hitting the mark. He immediately brought over a plate of prepared candies and held it in front of her. "Your maid just mentioned earlier that after taking medicine, you would want dates. It's already been prepared." Then he immediately fed her the candy. Chi-Chi shyly stuttered, "I," before she could finish her sentence. The date was already settled in Chi-Chi's small mouth. Ding-Sheng looked at her with gentle eyes. In his heart was an indescribable flutter. Then he quickly withdrew his hand, his face becoming more serious than ever. He watched Chi-Chi happily eating the date. After a moment of silence, Ding-Sheng spoke. "When did you first get your monthly period?" Chi-Chi choked, her face turned pale with shock and worry. Chi-Chi blushed with embarrassment, thinking, what kind of brother would ask his sister such a thing? "Ah!" she screamed internally. Feeling more embarrassed, Chi-Chi awkwardly pulled the blanket over her head, unconsciously raising her voice. "I want to sleep now." Yuan was about to say something. Seeing her like that, he could only sigh. He looked at her back for a long while, seemingly full of thoughts to share. But in the end, he couldn't bring himself to force her. He could only swallow his thoughts. He stood up and said reluctantly, "Rest early." Chi-Chi remained completely covered by the blanket, answering with a stuffy nasal voice. Just as he stepped out the door, the maids on both sides respectfully greeted. "Servants pay respects to you, Wang, your highness." Yuang pondered for a moment before finally speaking. "These days her body is uncomfortable. Don't let my sister eat cold foods." The maids respectfully replied in low voices, "Yes." In the palace at this time, looking at the precious items laid out, Chi couldn't help but ask, "Sister Awan, were these items sent by Father Emperor? The last ones haven't been finished yet." Awan was focused on adjusting Chi-Chi's clothes. Hearing this, she smiled and explained, "Yuang, His Highness, sent people to deliver them." Chi couldn't help but gasp. Chi felt embarrassed. She blushed while thinking, why is he suddenly being so attentive? When things are unusually strange, there must be something fishy. Thinking this, she became upset and puffed her cheeks, frowning and thinking, better to return them to him. But suddenly she closed the box lid and calmly thought, better not to. What if I return it? He'll keep sending people back and forth like this. It would become ambiguous and messy instead. A Yuyan saw Yi Chi gracefully walking out and couldn't help but remind the princess. Don't play with those Eastern young masters for too long. It's almost autumn now. Nights are getting cold. Come back early. Yi Chi waved without looking back, saying, I know. At the market, Chi was happily holding a candy gourd and humming cheerfully. Seems to be in a very good mood. Suddenly there was a soft call, Chi, from behind. Chi turned around curiously. Then her eyes lit up and she called out loudly, Ninth Royal Aunt. The person called Ninth Royal Aunt was a beauty pure as ice and jade. She spoke in a gentle voice. It really is Chi. This is Ling Xin, the ninth prince's wife, daughter of Minister Ling, the capital's #1 talented lady. The ninth princess consort kindly asked if Chi was busy today. If not busy, could you accompany Royal Aunt to the Ji Pavilion? It's getting cold. Want to choose some fabric to make clothes for the prince and Huaner. Huaner followed behind holding his mother's clothes, happily calling Sister Tang. Chi recalled 4 years ago. Ninth prince married Minister Ling's daughter at night in winter. In the capital, the #1 talented lady Ling Xind became princess consort. People all praised them as a perfect match of talented man and woman. The following year they had a son, named Huan. She looked at the adorable little boy. The boy happily clung to her. Chi thought to herself, at first when I heard ninth uncle was getting married, I was quite shocked. At this moment, the ninth princess consort pulled Huan, smiled awkwardly, and said, come to mother. Don't cling to Sister Tang, son. You're as heavy as a 1,000-pound ornament. Chi kept thinking. Anyway, I knew about ninth uncle and Tu Ming Yin. They were originally meant to be a couple, but the specific truth I have no way of knowing. Thinking this, Chi held the boy's hand and said gently, it's all right, let a Huan hold my hand. Looking at the cute boy being spoiled beneath her, she thought that in the end now she didn't know why ninth uncle and Tu Ming Yin became like strangers. Moreover, she really liked a Huan. System frowned, thinking now ninth uncle has a wife and child. The original plot has completely changed. Then what about the others? What will their life trajectories be like? At the fabric shop, the owner enthusiastically advised them, Madam, look, this silk fabric is the highest quality in our shop. The ninth princess consort praised repeatedly. To make winter clothes for my husband, nothing could be more suitable. Then she held up 2 pieces of fabric and asked with a smile, Chi, which of these 2 fabrics do you think has a better color? I plan to make spring clothes for the prince. Yi Chi seriously evaluated, then answered, dark green and steady, sky blue and elegant. With the figure of ninth uncle's clothes hanger, any color would suit, said and suggested to the ninth princess. Why not take both back? Let ninth uncle choose himself. The ninth princess spoke somewhat nervously. I originally wanted to surprise him on the prince's birthday. If we ask beforehand, there won't be any surprise worth mentioning. Suddenly there was a noise outside. The 2 curiously turned around to see a crowd of people outside the door, led by a fat man in silk clothes who spoke arrogantly. Where is everyone? Where's the owner? The clothes I ordered last time, are they finished yet? This man was Li Kong-an, a notorious young master in the capital. The shop owner was quite wary of his type, apologetically spoke up. Oh, it's young Master Li gracing us with his presence. We couldn't welcome you from afar. We couldn't welcome you from afar. Li Kong-an hurriedly interrupted with impatience. All right, don't give me those yes or no answers. The day after tomorrow is my father's birthday. If you still can't produce it, be careful, I'll send people to wreck your shop. The shop owner, worried endlessly, hurriedly told his servant that of course it's ready. Little 2, quickly bring it here for young Master Li to see. Little 2, facing this person, also had to choose his words carefully. The clothes were all made according to young Master Li's requirements, sir. Gold thread, silver thread, northern sea pearls, precious jade from the northern region. Master Li will surely like it. Li Kong-an felt the fabric and nodded. Not bad, not bad. The shop owner waited until he was satisfied, then very politely spoke up. Young Master Li, since you're satisfied with this garment, about the remaining 5,000 taels, would you please? Before he could finish, he was punched in the stomach and cried out in pain. Seeing the shop owner fall down in pain, Li Kong-an's followers were smugly pleased. You damn old man, making the clothes so slowly and still dare to ask our young master for payment. We're being nice, not making you pay compensation. Refusing kindness and asking for punishment instead. Li Kong-an laughed contemptuously and said, let's go, don't get involved with irrelevant people. Let's go drink flower wine. When suddenly Yi Chi shouted, stop right there, seeing her beauty. This guy got lustful. Speaking in a flirtatious tone, oh little sister, where did such a beautiful girl come from? What business with Big Brother? She spoke indignantly, apologized to the shop owner. Then pay the remaining amount, or face the consequences. This shameless guy said. Oh my, such feistiness, Big Brother likes it very much. Before Chi-Chi could retort, the princess stepped forward, shielding her, and said, how dare you? This madman, seeing another beauty, his eyes lit up even more. He moved closer, speaking frivolously. Oh, so there's another beauty here? Chi-Chi patted the princess's shoulder reassuringly with a smile. Sister-in-law, don't worry. Father taught me martial arts. Let me teach this madman a lesson. You're standing among Li Qingyan's henchmen. Speak up if you're not afraid of death. Come here. Li Qingyan is busy bragging. Little beauty, don't rush. Young master doesn't mind taking on all three of you. He didn't notice the danger behind him. He carelessly took a kick from someone behind. That kick was quite strong. This Fat Li rolled like a sandbag. His subordinates anxiously called out, young master. Fat Li angrily cursed, who dared to be so reckless to sneak attack young master. Do you know who I am? My father is. Before he could finish, he took another kick. This heroic man didn't want to waste words with him. Everything went smoothly. The man passed by Chi-Chi, managed to see Ming Yan's face. Chi-Chi exclaimed in her heart. Chi-Chi asked surprisingly, Ming Yan, why did you suddenly come here? He grimly answered briefly, to arrest someone. The old fabric shop owner knelt down, urgently reporting to the official, please help us commoners. He wiped his tears, pitifully denouncing this tyrant from the Li family. Every few days he bullies the common people on the street. Everyone is oppressed by him. Chi-Chi indignantly added, that's right, he's truly arrogant. Hurry and arrest him. Ming Yan decisively ordered Ru Feng, tie him up and take him away. Ru Feng bowed and replied, yes, then carried out the order. Chi-Chi smiled, watching Ming Yan and his subordinates tie up this tyrant, when suddenly a greeting voice came from afar. Greetings, Your Highness. Upon hearing that title, Ming Yan showed a hint of surprise. He froze when hearing Huaner calling, Father. As the boy jumped up to hug Emohan, he smiled gently, asking, Huaner, where's your mother? Huaner brightly replied, Mother is inside. Ming Yan clenched both hands as if suppressing his emotions. He turned around to look straight at Emohan. Emohan was slightly stunned, recognizing his face. He quietly avoided Ming Yan's gaze, hesitantly greeted, You're back in the capital. Ming Yan didn't answer, but just stared at Emohan with indescribable emotions. This awkward situation was fortunately broken by a call, Your Highness, from the 9th princess consort. Emohan returned Huaner to her and worriedly asked, The coachman said you two encountered a local tyrant here. What happened? The 9th princess consort gently reassured Emohan. Everything is fine now. She patted Huaner's head, thinking back in fear. Fortunately, the Imperial Guards arrived in time. Otherwise, I, Chi-Chi, and Huaner don't know what would have happened. Ming Yan patted Chi-Chi's head, kindly asking, Are you all right? She thought silently, I'm fine, but he seems not to be. Ming Yan quietly observed Emohan's gentleness, reminding the 9th princess consort, while his heart felt incredibly lonely. I told you before, when going out you must bring more servants. He didn't want to hear anymore, so he lowered his head and was about to leave. But he suddenly stopped at Mak Han's suggestion. It's been a while. Have a drink with me. He turned back to look at the face that once drove him crazy while his heart was torn apart. I don't want anything to do with you anymore. But why, when I look into your eyes, my heart still feels uncomfortable? Ming Yan nodded briefly and said okay. The 9th prince consort politely said, If your highness wants to reminisce about the past, then Huaner and I will leave first. Mak Han agreed immediately. Chi-Chi stood outside observing, feeling extremely confused. Why did the atmosphere between them feel so strange? What exactly was strange at the Zilu Biaoxiang? Mak Han took a sip of wine and asked Ming Yan, When did you return to the capital? He fiddled with the wine cup in his hand and replied directly, half a month ago. His mind was filled with thoughts about Mak Han. This was the first time in 3 years that he had seen him this close. 3 years ago, he used this face to make him yearn day and night, deceiving him until he almost fell into the abyss. Mak Han smiled and said to Ming Yan, who was about to leave, Have dinner first. I heard the sweet and sour fish here is quite good. I remember you like fish, right? Ming Yan coldly replied, I don't like it. Mak Han calmly wondered, Why do I remember that you liked it? Ming Yan continued, That's because you liked it. He turned back to look at Mak Han with eyes full of resentment and grievance. That's why I always ordered that dish. Changed my habits for you. For you I bathed in blood on the battlefield. The more he thought about it, the more bitter he felt, grieving for all his meaningless sacrifices. For you I nearly lost half my life. It was just my one-sided desire all along. How ridiculous. Mak Han questioned him in confusion. Why is your tone so fierce? Ming Yin replied indignantly, I'm not being fierce. Mak Han calmly told him to sit down. His heart was restless, not understanding what Mak Han meant. Haven't you mocked me enough? What do you want now? Mak Han stood up and gently urged, quickly sit back down. The food will be here soon. He grabbed Ming Yan's hand and continued, don't block the doorway. Ming Yin lowered his head and asked directly, what do you mean? He moved closer to Mak Han. His suppressed emotions seemed to completely burst forth. He shouted loudly, you want me to act like nothing happened? To be gentle and polite and sit down to eat with you like before? His heart recalled the past, how Mak Han had asked him to fight in battles. These 2 years, the unstable border under my command still lacks a capable general. You said you wanted to dedicate your life to me. Would you agree to go to the border for me to quell the chaos back then? He wholeheartedly accepted right away. This humble general agrees. Mak Han gently brushed his fingers across Ming Yan's lips. I will give you triple the military force, he continued. He made a flirtatious promise to Ming Yin. If you can return safely, I will grant you one condition. Ming Yin excitedly asked, really? If I want? Mak Han smiled and emphasized, whatever you desire. I will fulfill all your wishes. Fully believing in that promise, Ming Yin firmly replied, a promise is worth its weight in gold. 10 years ago, I was coaxed by him just like this, tricked into going to the border to suppress the rebellion. But I never thought this journey would lead me into the depths of hell. On the battlefield, only Ming Yin remained, covered in blood, standing amidst the tragic scene of devastation. There was no triple military force. Mak Han clearly feared his power, wanting him to die at the border. Ming Yin gritted his teeth and cursed, Mak Han, you deceived me. But unexpectedly, he still survived even when the military disparity with the enemy was enormous. He climbed up from the depths of hell, so he would drag Mak Han down into the abyss with him. Unexpectedly, upon seeing Ming Yin return, Mak Han joyfully said to him, you've come back. No matter how much hatred there was before, just seeing the figure of his beloved, in the end, his heart was still moved. 3 years ago, he had been wrong believing that person was wholeheartedly devoted to him. Ming Yin suspiciously asked Mak Han, this time, you won't deceive me again, will you? Mak Han firmly replied, of course not. He smiled gently and promised Ming Yin, this time, am I not seeing you off at the city gate? When you return from the border, I will welcome you back at this very spot. Once again, believing his words, he went to suppress the rebellion. But what he received was news of his 7th marriage. At the border, a subordinate urgently reported to Ming Yin, Governor, in the capital, news came of the 9th prince's grand wedding. The emperor is very pleased. He was stunned, as if not believing what he heard, about to grant amnesty to all under heaven. Ming Yin forced himself to sit at the table, his hands clenched into trembling fists, suppressing his anger. I want to kill that woman and child with my own hands, then strangle him and die together. The beloved in a love-struck person's eyes is not easy to harm. Ming Yan's inner heart was torn and chaotic. But why? When I see your face once again, I ultimately cannot bring myself to do it. Mak Han kindly asked Ming Yin what he wanted to eat. He stood up and replied briefly, I should go. Mak Han called after him, where are you going? Ming Yin coldly said, Xing Si Ge. Ming Yan's hand gripped Mak Han's wrist tightly, making him grimace in pain. He didn't mean to and immediately let go. Turning his face away, he said, you brought this upon yourself? At this moment, Xiao Er appeared with dishes for the two of them. Honorable guests, your ordered dishes have arrived. After the food was arranged on the table, Xiao Er politely bowed and said, please enjoy your meal at your leisure. You can call me anytime if you need anything. Imo Han ordered Xiao Er to leave and closed the door. He sat down and gently said to Ming Yin, have a drink. Ming Yin didn't know how to refuse, so he reluctantly complied, while wanting to see what trick he was up to. He sat down opposite Imo Han, remaining silent, without saying anything more. When he saw him about to pour wine for himself, Ming Yin covered his wine cup with his hand. No need, he said seriously to Emohan. I'm not drinking today. The ninth prince smiled reassuringly at his high alertness, truly worthy of being the current imperial supervisor. Don't worry, there's no poison in my wine. Ming Yin still firmly repeated I already said. I'm not drinking. Looking at Emohan's appearance as he picked up the wine cup and drank it in one go, Ming Yan's heart was unsettled. He awkwardly thought to himself, he's clearly doing this on purpose. He clearly knows that I still have feelings for him. So he deliberately acts charming in front of me, deliberately provoking me. How hateful. After finishing the cup of wine, Emohan asked Ming Yin in a deep voice, have you seen Hwana yet? He uncomfortably asked back, what? Emohan smiled and continued, does the boy look like me? Ming Yin was so angry he crushed the wine cup in his hand. He furiously grabbed Emohan's collar and shouted, Emohan, what are you showing off to me? Bragging about taking a wife behind my back? Or having a child? Looking at the ninth prince's cold, unreadable face, Ming Yin felt bitter about himself. He had once worshipped him like a god, hoping his pitiful feelings could receive some response from him, even just a little. He helplessly let go, coldly breaking ties with Emohan. From now on, just be content with your role as the ninth prince. In his heart, he thought bitterly. His god had discarded him like worthless grass, not even looking at him. He continued dissatisfied, don't come tease me anymore. Emohan stood up supporting himself, grabbed Ming Yan's clothes, making him shocked. Eyes widened as he shouted, what are you doing? As he said that, he was stopped by Emohan. His god stopped him with a kiss on the lips. Receiving the kiss on his lips, Ming Yin was shocked into stillness. After coming to his senses, he hurriedly pushed Emohan away. Unable to believe it, his face turned bright red. Panicking, he asked loudly, what are you doing? Emohan staggered back when pushed, complaining, why did you push me? Ming Yin stammered, unable to form words. Just after forcefully kissing someone, Emohan coldly said, go then, I won't keep you. Ming Yin anxiously asked him what he meant earlier. He hurriedly grabbed Emohan's wrist, refusing to let go. Please explain clearly, so even the ninth prince can blush. He avoided Ming Yan's gaze and answered casually, nothing special. Ming Yin pushed him against the wall, directly asked him with an urgent tone, just now you asked if Hwana looks like you. Hwana isn't your biological child, is she? Emohan looked straight at him and replied suggestively, what do you think? The knot in his heart was finally untangled. He blushed as he understood. So that's how it is, that's how it is. He turned around and grabbed the wine glass on the table. Seeing Ming Yin suddenly drink the entire glass, Emohan asked in confusion, what are you doing? He decisively wiped his mouth with his hand, then shyly spoke to Emohan, want to try being drunk and reckless once? When he woke up, it was already morning. He lay on the bed and let out a long sigh. Ming Yin sat up in panic, his hand rubbing his sore back while his mouth unconsciously moaned. Looking at his clothes scattered on the floor, he thought to himself, wasn't it raining last night? Emohan's deep, warm voice echoed in the memory of his passionate night. Why cry? I've done this before. Be good. His hand held tightly onto Ming Yan's, not letting go. The silhouettes of their two bodies passionately flickered behind the curtain. The ninth prince's voice teased gently, don't moan so loudly, these walls aren't soundproof. Hearing this, Ming Yin blushed and dared not think further. The prince really wants to take my life. When he calmed down, he froze in thought. However, he was alone in the room. Perhaps he had already left. Maybe he really thought they were just drunk and lost their minds. A wild encounter. He bent down to pick up his clothes and told himself, now that the dream is over, let's pretend nothing happened. Suddenly Emohan appeared, making him freeze in surprise. The ninth prince smiled gently and asked if he was awake. Ming Yin reached for his clothes, hurriedly putting them on, surprised to see Emohan holding a tray of food. He smiled gently and asked, are you hungry? Ming Yin lowered his head and replied, I thought you had left. Emohan put down the food tray and humorously teased him. In your eyes, am I the type to eat and run? He took the bowl of porridge, walked to the bed, and gently told Ming Yin to eat something. Yesterday you only drank wine. Must be hungry now. Ming Yin weakly raised his arm, intending to take the bowl from him, but his hands trembled pitifully. Emohan smiled quickly, sat down beside him, saying, let me do it. Watching him blow on the porridge to feed him, Ming Yin blushed at this unexpected favor, thinking to himself, the prince is actually feeding me himself? Makhan brought the porridge spoon to his face, gently scolded, silly love, why aren't you eating? Only then did he come to his senses, stuttering. Ming Yin was as happy as a child. Holding Makhan's hand, excitedly replied, I'll eat. He ate the porridge while his heart was still fluttering. If I hadn't seen you, heard your voice, felt that you were in front of me, How could I believe I wasn't in a dream? The young couple was intimate with each other, one loving and caring, the other obedient. After Makhan finished feeding, Yao Chao stood up and said, "Now that you've finished the porridge, I'll go get you more." Looking at his back, Ming Yen blushed and softly apologized. He said dejectedly and naively, "I didn't know it would hurt like this." Seeing his complex emotions yet still being so adorable, Makhan laughed lightly and joked, "Isn't it a bit late to say this now?" He used his hand to lift Ming Yan's face, gazing passionately, looking at him while thinking, "From the very beginning you made me understand and gave me." In my heart, I was originally very disgusted and repulsed. Makhan's eyes looking at Ming Yen now were full of warm love. "But I don't know since when. After knowing your fake eunuch identity, instead of exposing it, I helped you hide it. At that moment I knew I had lost, and lost completely. I can't figure out what exactly your love for me is. And before that could do such crazy things, time and time again willingly being deceived by me." Ming Yen closed his eyes, enjoying the reward he had longed for on his lips once again. Makhan caressed the face of the person who was devoted to him and determinedly promised, "I won't let you down again." He gently said to Ming Yen, "I have something to give you." He took out a white medicine bottle from his pocket. Ming Yen looked at the medicine bottle thrown on the bed and asked confusedly, "What is this?" Makhan thoughtfully replied, "Anti-inflammatory medicine." Ming Yen turned pale and protested, "I don't need it. I'm not a woman. How could I be so weak?" He pretended to be strong, pulled back the blanket, and stood up firmly, saying, "I'll show you now." Of course, his legs, after a passionate night, were trembling and weak, couldn't even stand steady. He fell forward. The prince gently caught him, amusedly reminded him to be careful. 220 Looking at Ming Yan's dejected appearance, Makhan teased playfully, "What are you pretending for? I'm not laughing at you." Ming Yen thought silently. So being the bottom feels this uncomfortable. Why had he never told me before? He sat down on the bed contemplating. I originally thought he also felt the same as me. Makhan felt a bit heartbroken that being on top was just looking down on himself. Unexpectedly, he had endured such pain. He sat down beside his little bottom and asked caringly, "Does your waist hurt? Let me wipe it for you." Ming Yen glanced at Imohan, leaning close against his chest, whispering in his ear, "That woman, have you touched her yet?" Imohan asked bewilderedly, "What woman?" Ming Yen said very reluctantly in a low voice, "Your princess consort." Imohan shook his head honestly and answered no. His little lover asked with round eyes, "Really?" The ninth prince said helplessly and grievously, "You don't believe me." Ming Yen smiled mischievously, pulled Imohan closer to himself, forcefully pressed him down, then passionately started foreplay once again. At the crown prince's residence, a servant respectfully said to Yi Chi, seventh princess, "Why don't you wait inside? His Highness the Crown Prince might take a while before returning from court." She held the sleeping nanny in her arms, firmly replied, "No need. My things are still with royal brother. Today I will wait here until death." Jing Xian quietly appeared behind her. "What don't you believe?" Chi stiffened and stammered defensively, "I don't believe what?" Jing Xian asked her gently, "Why did you come here?" Chi smiled and made up an excuse. "Of course, because I miss you, brother. Nanny misses you too. There's a saying, sudden kindness must be either theft or deceit." Jing Xian smiled, guessing you must be up to something again. She played with Nanny's ear, speaking to her royal brother. "Well, that little notebook of mine, can you return it to me?" Jing Xian rubbed his chin, pretending to be confused. "What notebook?" Chi waved her hands, describing the little notebook with the list of potential future prince consort candidates. "Didn't you confiscate it from me yesterday?" Jing Xian nodded and replied, "No wonder you came so early in the morning. So that was your purpose." Chi winked cunningly, "Please return it to me. It's very important to me." Jing Xian patted his little sister's shoulder and replied honestly, "I don't have it. Your sixth brother took it." She screamed in panic. "What?" she asked Jing Xian in confusion. "Didn't you take it?" He cheerfully teased his little sister. "It was with me originally. Then your sixth brother took it from me. Hasn't he returned it to you?" Chi sighed dizzily. "Return it to me?" This fell into his hands. "My life is about to be over." Jing Xian gleefully enjoyed the drama, saying, "It's not a big deal." Jokingly said happily, "I knew that so when he wanted to take it from me. I hesitated for 15 minutes before giving it to him. Isn't your royal brother good to you?" The crown prince gently patted Chi-Chi's head, explaining, "So according to your sixth brother's wishes." The seventh frowned angrily, thinking, "Last time, because of my period, I stained all his clothes, making him lose face. How dare I go see him now? Big brother here, just wants to see me make a fool of myself. She angrily pushed Lady Cat to the Crown Prince, loudly saying, "Return Lady to brother." The Crown Prince looked at the cat, not understanding what happened. After thinking for a while, Lady looked at her master with judgmental eyes. Then it continuously scratched the person. The prince meowed nonstop. The Crown Prince was troubled by it, could only keep reminding Lady not to make trouble, seeing brother being bothered by the cat, but the anger in Chi-Chi still hadn't subsided. The Crown Prince saw Chi-Chi's puffed-up angry expression, couldn't help but worry. Is she angry? Weren't their relationship very good? When the Crown Prince wasn't paying attention, Lady kicked his handsome face, making him bleed for a while. This time he's really angry. The great prince angrily shouted at Lady, "I am your master. She is not your master. How dare you hit me because of her?" Lady, after causing trouble and seeing her master truly angry, became scared and lowered its eyes. Night fell. In Chi-Chi's palace, she was having a dream. In the dream, she was lost in a dark and gloomy forest. She wondered, "Where's this place?" Suddenly from the sky, her book slowly fell down. Chi-Chi happily said, "My book." As she was about to reach for the book, suddenly from somewhere, a group of men blocked Chi-Chi's way. She curiously asked, "Don't go. Where are you all going?" Chi-Chi worriedly said, "My book is gone. The people written in the book are also gone. Only I am left." As she was about to leave, a hand held her back. "Who is it?" Chi-Chi curiously turned around. Behind was a man without a face. He whispered, "I am your consort, Chi-Chi, Chi-Chi." He rushed forward while calling Chi-Chi's name repeatedly. She was terrified, woke up directly with sweat streaming down. She held her chest, heart still pounding, muttering, "How scary. Consort, my future husband turns out to be someone without a face. Too frightening." She thought to herself, "This dream must be hinting at something." After thinking, suddenly Chi-Chi said with determination, "No matter how scary Sixth Brother is, I must get my notebook back from his hands." At this time in the Imperial Academy, under blue sky white clouds, our Chi-Chi was sleeping soundly. Fang Yishan came from somewhere. He gently asked, "Classes are over. Why aren't you going?" Chi-Chi sighed dejectedly. She said sadly, "I miss my notebook." Fang Yishan curiously asked, "Which notebook?" After speaking, he babbled nonstop, looking like an adorable puppy. "I'll buy it for you. As many as you want." Chi-Chi acted disinterested, saying, "That notebook contains my notes about very important consorts." Fang Yishan was internally delighted and proudly pointed to himself and said, "No worries, Chi-Chi. I'll be your consort in the future. Let you choose many male concubines as gifts." Then Chi-Chi slowly uttered each word, "Don't want you." Fang Yishan felt like thunder struck his ears. His heart was filled with turmoil. He let out a soft sigh, thinking to himself that her indifference had destroyed much of his gentleness. While both were silent, they heard two men chatting animatedly nearby. "Have you heard? Next month is the annual spring outing of the Imperial Academy. Is it true we can leave the palace to go out?" The spring outing, wasn't it forbidden to leave the palace last year? One said, "Ah, you don't know about this." The other replied, "Last year there was malaria in the south and crop failure in the north, so naturally it wasn't appropriate for spring outing. This year is different. The nation's fortune is prosperous. The weather is favorable. Anywhere is good for the spring outing." Chi-Chi remained listless and uninterested, resting her cheek on her hand. Suddenly there was a call, "Miss." She turned to see Suasua looking nervous and awkward. Chi-Chi spoke first. "What's wrong?" Suasua said in a low voice. "For archery class, can I team up with you this afternoon?" Before Chi-Chi could speak, Fang Yishan coldly said, "No way." Then he stood up angrily, grumbling, "It wasn't easy for me to team up with Chi-Chi. What are you coming here to disturb for?" Suwa showed her displeasure and said, "I just entered the Imperial Academy not long ago. Besides Chi-Chi, I don't have any other friends. Why can't I team up with her?" Fang Yishan didn't care, coldly replied, "You having no friends is your problem." Neither would give in. They argued until sparks seemed to fly between them. Finally, Chi-Chi spoke up to resolve the situation. She said loudly, "All right, stop arguing." Then she looked at Fang Yishan and arranged, "We'll team up next time. This time I'll help Suasu get familiar first." Fang Yishan, teary-eyed, said pitifully, "I queued for 2 months to get a chance to team up with you." Then he ran away crying, shouting, "You're so heartless," looking extremely pitiful. Now at the martial arts field, everyone was practicing. Chi-Chi tied the string around Sua's wrist, saying, "When shooting, You must pull the bowstring firmly and decisively, otherwise you'll easily get hurt. Suwa smiled and said, I understand. Chi-Chi didn't say much, quickly drew an arrow and said, first watch my movements for a while. Unconsciously, she thought of Sixth Brother from years ago. It was Sixth Brother who taught her archery. Now she could teach others archery. But Sixth Brother was no longer the same Sixth Brother. Indeed, things remained the same, but people had changed. Chi-Chi coldly drew her bow. She pulled without hesitation, released the arrow which flew straight and hit the bullseye. After Chi-Chi's demonstration, Suwa suddenly cried out, ah! She clutched her hand in pain and said, someone put a blade in my quiver. Something's wrong. Chi-Chi turned around in panic to look. So held her arm uncomfortably and mumbled, someone must have put it in on purpose. Someone must have put it in deliberately to harm me. So said tearfully to Jayat Shin brother. Someone must be trying to harm me. Fwang Jayat then worriedly patted her shoulder saying don't cry anymore. The imperial doctor said it won't leave a scar. He gently comforted. As for the blade hidden in the package, perhaps during the transportation of the package, it fell in carelessly. So suddenly argued back angrily, no. Someone definitely wants to harm me. She appeared anxious and trembling. Maybe what Jayat Shin asked, who do you mean? Just then Chi-Chi entered holding a candied gourd stick. She asked So if she was feeling better. So instinctively hid behind Fwang Jayat, then he had to reluctantly say, it's fine, the wound isn't serious. Just need to apply some medicine. Chi-Chi didn't think much and said that's good. Just now when your hand was injured I was scared too. Then she held out the candied gourd stick saying cheerfully, So this is for you just now. So specially went out to buy it. So looked at the bright red candy stick and stammered in fear. No, this color looks like blood. She pulled her hand away screaming, get out, get out. The candied gourd stick fell straight to the ground. This scene was truly startling. Chi-Chi was slightly worried. Speaking softly, so Fwang Jayat then understood and said, Little Seven, her emotions are unstable right now. Let's go out first and let her calm down a bit. Chi-Chi thought this wasn't a bad idea. She mumbled all right. Suddenly So grabbed Fwang Jayat then's hand and cried saying, don't go, stay with me. So didn't think much. She smiled saying, old brother Fwang, stay with so I'll head back first. In the evening, Chi-Chi sat under a tree with a So. She pondered and said, So, who do you think put the blade in the package? A So sighed with a light smile and said herself. Chi-Chi was surprised and stunned. What she asked startled. A So stood up and said gently, 80% likely it was herself who did it. Seeing two figures chatting intimately in the distance, the man behind was lost in thought. Your Highness, Wing Prince, a voice called. The official called softly, Wing Prince, your Highness, but he didn't seem to pay much attention. Only then did he turn around lazily, making a hum sound. The official presented a book saying softly, this is what you needed. Wing Prince took the book saying, you've worked hard. The official replied, your Highness, please, don't be so polite. He quickly turned away. Do you need to return to palace? Now let me escort you. The official bowed. No need, Wing Prince said briefly. Seeing him approaching, Chi-Chi was surprised. Why is he here? She blushed, feeling both flustered and worried. Somehow Chi-Chi suddenly lost all courage, hiding behind a So, thinking to herself, don't see me, don't see me. A So, seeing her strange behavior, asked, what's wrong? As So bowed respectfully to Wing Prince, your Highness. Wing Prince didn't answer. He looked at the small shadow behind and asked why she hadn't gone home. Yet as it was late, why haven't you gone back? Chi-Chi froze, realizing there was no escape. She thought, finally putting on a calm and cold demeanor, casually saying she would leave in a moment. The Wing Prince stared at her emotionlessly while a So glanced at her and thought to himself, this girl truly manages to surprise me every time. Then Chi-Chi forced a smile and said, I'll head back first, a So. But her intention was thwarted. His Highness, the Wing Prince quickly grabbed her hand, saying, I'll escort you. Though Chi-Chi strongly refused, she was still dragged along while User, seeing this, couldn't help either, helplessly said, I don't want to be bitten by your royal brother's dogs again. Chi-Chi, hearing this mistake, immediately corrected. The one who set dogs was Crown Prince brother. User dismissed it, saying, it's all the same. Looking at this situation, it seems even more serious than setting dogs. The two got into the horse carriage. Yincheng asked, was that person just now User? She was surprised. How did you know? Suddenly, she remembered her small notebook, still in his possession. He must have read it. Chi-Chi asked Yincheng, do you have my notebook? As Yincheng was about to say something, the carriage suddenly shook. Chi-Chi fell straight into his arms. He teased, "What do you want?" Chi-Chi puzzled, "Want what?" The coachman at this moment reported that the horse was startled, causing the shake. Chi-Chi embarrassedly asked Yin Chung again what he meant. He lifted her chin and replied, "That little notebook." Chi-Chi, with her dark thoughts, sighed internally. Yin Chung had no intention of letting her go. Asking again what she wanted earlier, Chi-Chi pushed him away, shyly saying she wanted to stand up. Her heart beat faster. She didn't understand why since Yin Cheng's return every time she interacted with him. She felt very strange. Yin Cheng sat beside Chi-Chi, telling her the notebook was in the southeast corner of his bedchamber. Chi-Chi was full of questions. He could have just given it to her directly. Why tell her the location? Yin Chung seemed to read her thoughts, pretending to be casual, saying that green plant needs watering too. At Zhonghua Palace, Chi-Chi's complaining voice rang out. "Your master returns, Guan Yin, and I still have to water you." While watering, she wondered, where did he go and when will he return? After talking, she regretted, should have kept you at my place. After watering, she turned around wearily, thinking she must quickly find the notebook. Otherwise, if someone sees it, she couldn't explain. She looked around but couldn't find the notebook anywhere, wondering if he had lied to her. She didn't believe it and continued searching under the table. Surprisingly found a box. Curiosity made her open it. Inside was the candy she loved most back then. Since you left, she never ate this candy again. Suddenly someone hugged her tightly from behind. She could smell the strong scent of alcohol. Fearfully pushed that person away. That person grabbed her hands and pinned her against the wall. Yin Tan faced Chi-Chi. She fearfully said, "You're drunk. Let me go first." Yin Tan stubbornly pressed closer, showing no intention of letting Chi-Chi go. He smelled the fragrance on Chi-Chi and sighed. So fragrant, Chi-Chi was too embarrassed to reason. She could only scream to wake him up. Unexpectedly, Yin Tan not only didn't let go, but also lifted his head and kissed her. Chi-Chi became confused, not knowing what to do. She could only let things happen. Yin Tan suddenly called out a strange name, a Chow. Chi-Chi didn't know this person, quickly pushed Yin Tan away, saying that he had recognized the wrong person. She wasn't a Chow, but Yin Tan still forcefully kissed her. She desperately grabbed a vase and hit Yin Tan with it. He passed out, and Chi-Chi panicked, thinking she had killed someone. She ran to check his breathing. Seeing he wasn't dead, she quickly called for others to come, called for the royal physician. When Yin Tan woke up, the physician gave some instructions. Just keep the wound dry for a few days and it'll be fine. Yin Tan repeated what Chi-Chi had said. "I was drunk and came back here, hit my head on the vase. That's how I got hurt." Chi-Chi nervously replied, "Yes, yes." Yin Tan began to notice the inconsistency. The vase was always kept on the bookshelf, but Chi-Chi trembled and continued to lie. "I'm not sure. After watering the plants, I passed by and saw you lying there." After speaking, Chi-Chi planned to leave quickly, saying, "I'll go first." But Yin Tan called her back. Chi-Chi turned around with an annoyed tone, asking if he had anything else. He took a book from the drawer and teased her. Chi-Chi frowned angrily. "No wonder I couldn't find it for so long. Turns out you had hidden it." She turned around and walked towards him, reached out to take the book, but he didn't let go to let her take it. They struggled like this for a while. Chi-Chi used both hands, puffing her cheeks, trying hard to get it back. Chi-Chi's face now looked just like a pufferfish, not understanding what he meant, whether he wanted to give it to her or not. Din Thin suddenly showed a blank expression, like a deer looking at her, stammering, looking up without blinking. "Oh dear, eyes, please don't go." But then lowered his eyes, keeping it to himself. He immediately let go and returned the book to her, sighed deeply with emotion, stood up, forced a smile, and patted her head like a child and wished her good night. Chi-Chi didn't think much of it, nodded, and turned to leave. The distance between them grew further. Din Thin had alcohol in his system, so he quickly fell into an overstate. In his eyes were only images of Chi-Chi. Din Thin slumped down, dispirited and sad. Only when holding her in his arms did he realize the truth. He pondered for a long time. He was spinning in a daze, unable to resist the charm. He immediately lay down and sighed. Perhaps he had frightened Chi-Chi, yet in his drunken state, made his crush think that he mistook her for someone else, that his heart yearned for another girl besides her. It was now midnight at the Ying Palace's chamber. Everything was dark and silent, immersed in the pitch-black night. But Chi-Chi kept tossing and turning, unable to sleep, trying every position, pulling the blanket over her head, telling herself to forget about it, to sleep peacefully, but she couldn't. She was extremely troubled. Immediately sitting up, the more she thought, the more disturbed she became. Jealousy surged through her veins. How could he mistake her for a Chu, and touch her like a pervert. The more Chi-Chi thought, the angrier she became, unable to control herself. She tried to calm herself down, finding any reason to feel better. Maybe he was just too drunk, that's all. But she couldn't help it. She was about to cry. Who exactly was this Achu? How long had they been having this ambiguous relationship? After being angry for a while, she flopped down on the bed. She didn't know why she cared so much about this matter. It seemed that Dub noticed her restlessness, so came over worried to check on her. But she quickly covered herself completely with the blanket, saying that nothing was wrong. It was very late, almost dawn. Chi-Chi lay there in a daze for a long time without moving. The dark night returned to its initial stillness. The small stars were gradually disappearing. Chi-Chi sat at the desk writing with anxiety and unease. As soon as the grade report came, Song Yao called her over. Song Yao sat behind, staring at her back without saying a word. He held the grade report in his hand, scanning it from top to bottom. His face gradually wrinkled in displeasure. He slammed his hand on the table hard, making her jump with fright. Song Yao leaned on the table and called her over loudly. Chi-Chi quickly stood up and gently approached. How could she rank last? Under the pressure of his interrogation, she fearfully quickly apologized. He tapped his finger heavily on the ranking paper, saying sternly he had heard enough of her apologies. He glanced at her, adding that his ears hurt from hearing her apologize. Such a troublesome child. Seeing him speak as if truly angry, she happily took the initiative to rub her hands, making him angry, fuming with frustration. Chi-Chi took the chance to hug him, coaxing him sweetly. She was originally not good at studying. Her IQ wasn't high, so she hoped he could forgive her this time. He immediately softened and forgave her, but he immediately set a condition: if it happened again, he wouldn't let her leave the palace. She happily agreed to obey, and he couldn't stay angry looking at her. Indeed, the precious daughter is being spoiled rotten by him. Suddenly someone walked in, saying that Lordly requested an audience. He immediately agreed to let him in. Li Yannian quickly walked in, carrying a pile of scrolls to present to him. Kwang Yao put on a serious face, asking what matter he had. He put down those scrolls, quickly introducing, these are portraits of young ladies of marriageable age who are not yet married. Kwang Yao listened with some confusion. Weren't these supposed to be sent to the Eastern Palace? Li Yannian immediately reported. His Highness the Crown Prince said he was extremely busy, so he wanted Kwang Yao to make the decision. He heard this and smirked, repeating that he's busy with countless state affairs. Kwang Yao's face darkened with anger as he shouted. He's not even in as high a position as Kwang Yao yet, but already pretends to be busy, having headaches from work. Chi-Chi, standing beside, spoke up in defense. The Crown Prince has such high standards, not every girl can catch his fancy. But Kwang Yao immediately retorted. The women that I helped choose, he never even looked at them. Li Yannian fearfully invited him to take a look. Kwang Yao didn't want to hear any more words, pointed directly at Li Yannian's face, and ordered to select some for the Eastern Palace. If they get pregnant, they live. If not, they'll be beheaded. Li Yannian was startled with fear, hearing that he almost wet himself. Chi-Chi, standing beside, was speechless at how Kwang Yao was truly a tyrant. Chi-Chi spoke up again to defend the Crown Prince. This matter of finding a partner isn't that urgent. Let's take it slowly. She cheerfully added that sometime she would help choose some suitable candidates for the Crown Prince. Hearing her say that, Kwang Yao agreed to relax for a few days. He suddenly said he would return to the palace first, leaving space for the two to discuss, when suddenly at this moment a guard came in to report, saying that the Duke of Yu was waiting outside. Chi-Chi was startled and frightened, her face changing color. Ting Shang quickly walked in. Chi-Chi's expression was not good at all, wondering if there was still time to escape. Ting Shang came forward to greet Kwang Yao. Chi-Chi was determined to run away. After what just happened, she didn't want to face him, but after just a few steps, he stopped her, saying he had matters to discuss with her. Kwang Yao quickly invited Ting Shang to rise, saying no need for formalities, commending his helpful spirit these past days. Ting Shang humbly replied as expected that it was only what he should do. Kwang Yao saw Chi-Chi standing dazed beside, told her to look at the portraits while waiting for Ting Shang to finish his business. Hearing that, she could only comply. She approached the pile of paintings, but her heart was filled with hesitation and thoughts, not knowing why he was looking for her. She rummaged through some paintings. Maybe she should also choose a concubine for Ding Xing. After all, he's already at the age for marriage. She looked for criteria in the portraits. The sixth princess must be kind-hearted. She quickly set her sights on Miss Li's daughter. Ji Yao stood up and approached Ding Xing, praising his promising training progress. His spirit was also very good. Ding Xing happily accepted the praise, but also admitted that he couldn't compare himself to Ji Yao. Seeing this, Guang Yao took the opportunity to invite him to choose some potential queens. Such a sudden statement left him speechless with ellipsis. Chi-Chi immediately stood up holding a pile of portraits smiling, while saying she had already chosen some candidates for him, all of them talented and capable. Seeing Ding Xing's frowning face with murderous intent, she changed the subject. "Don't you like them?" He shouted at her that of course he didn't like that. Chi-Chi quickly turned away to avoid him, suggesting to choose again for him. Ding Xing approached to question her. "You chose so many, why don't you choose for yourself?" Surprisingly, she quickly agreed, saying she liked and admired all of them. Ding Xing quickly reported to Guang Yao. "Last month, I requested a blessing charm for Mother Empress. They said I must be sincere and have 5 things to abstain from." He listed those 5 things, and particularly among them was not being allowed to marry women, hoping Guang Yao would forgive him. After thinking for a while, Guang Yao decided not to force Ding Xing anymore. Chi-Chi heard and felt annoyed. Just from hearing it, she could tell he was clearly making up stories. He was even drunk yesterday. Not just her, but even Guang Yao quickly realized, but didn't say anything, thinking to himself, as expected of Ding Xing, finding every way to refuse. He quickly turned around, intending to assign Ding Xing some tasks. Before knowing what it was, Ding Xing had already agreed to try his best to teach Chi-Chi well. She was startled hearing that. Guang Yao quickly nodded, dismissing everyone. Ding Xing turned and pulled Chi-Chi away, making her panic, not knowing exactly what he wanted to teach her. Chi-Chi was led away by Ding Xing in a daze. She asked, "What you just told Father Emperor about teaching me, what did you mean?" He suddenly stopped, turned to look at the young lady behind him, and replied, "Your grades are too poor, so Father Emperor asked me to tutor you." She strongly objected. "I refused this. It's not necessary. I already have the grand tutor teaching me." Ding Xing showed an evil smile. "If you don't want to, you can go tell father to withdraw the royal decree." Chi-Chi was angry, but didn't dare to go against Ji Yao. The two continued walking despite her extreme reluctance. She turned into an angry little rabbit, muttering to herself, "Why being so fierce all of a sudden? Isn't it because you're embarrassed about yesterday and want to silence me forever?" Her train of thought suddenly shifted. "Fortunately, I just helped you choose a princess consort." Thinking of this, she happily sighed in relief. Ding Shang said, "I have matters to attend to today. Come to Zhonghua Palace tomorrow morning." She moved closer and asked, "To your place?" He looked at Chi-Chi with an annoyed voice. "Do you hate coming to my place that much?" She quickly waved her hand, saying, "It's not like that. I have all the books I need in my palace. If I go to your place, I'll have to move everything there." She felt her reason was brilliant, then pretended to regretfully add, "Isn't it too troublesome?" Ding Shang tried to suppress his anger. "I'll help you move them." She clenched her fists and thought to herself, "Seems like there's no way to refuse anymore." Ding Shang left. He reminded Chi-Chi to remember tomorrow morning. "Don't be late." She squatted down anxiously. Next month is the spring outing held once a year by the Imperial Academy. With such shameful grades to face people, father definitely won't agree. But yesterday I just hit his head. Tomorrow I'll be alone with him again. Feels a bit dangerous. The next morning, Chi-Chi carried a stack of books taller than herself, stumbling towards Zhonghua Palace. She complained angrily, "Didn't he say he would help me move them?" She angrily cursed, "Liar." Seeing her carrying a pile of books, Ding Sheng asked, "Don't I have books here for you to read?" After putting down the mountain of books, she let out a heavy sigh. Chi-Chi wiped her sweat and looked up at the bookshelf before her, which surprised her. The books on the shelf had turned into books she was familiar with. She remembered there used to be precious books about military strategy, as she tried to find an excuse to save herself from embarrassment. "These are your books, not mine." He showed anger, asking, "Are you blaming me for meddling?" She explained, "No, that's not it." Thinking to herself, her words might have hurt his feelings. She carefully moved closer. "Are you angry?" Ding Shang gave an ambiguous answer. He suddenly grabbed her hand and pulled her towards him, but Chi-Chi was stunned by this action. He held her in his arms and asked, "Chi-Chi doesn't call for help anymore? Since I returned, I haven't heard you call for help in a long time." In her mind, the image of him kissing her suddenly appeared. Chi-Chi panicked. Wait a moment." She nervously pushed Ding Sheng away, stammering, I. She sat on the floor, panting heavily. He stood up and walked over to comfort her. "Be good and call me sixth brother." She stared intently at the person before her. Her thoughts wandered uncontrollably. His face, Ding Shang before her with his perfect features that women adore. Her inner voice screamed that this was too inappropriate. Chi-Chi's face grew redder. I have no resistance against male beauty, especially such perfect looks like this. But she hesitated and thought to herself, even rabbits know not to eat grass near their burrow. The man before her is her half-brother from the same father. Ding Shang was surprised when she raised his face with her hand. Chi stretched his face mercilessly, showing no regard for his perfect features. She forcefully pushed his face away. He regained control and pressed down the person before him. You still haven't called me. Her heart pounded like war drums. The heartbeats grew louder and louder. She stammered, sister. Her small face was panicked. She quickly pushed away the person opposite her. If you teach well, I'll call you brother. She scolded herself, thinking she must be crazy. When he leaned closer, her heart beat so fast it almost jumped out of her throat. Ding Shang coughed lightly, then stood up saying, all right, give me the book. Chi took a book from her pile of books. Still shy, she didn't dare look directly at him. When he took the book, he accidentally touched her hand. Both of them jumped back as if electrified. Ding Shang blushed. I've looked at your homework. Most of it is wrong, just need more practice with military tactics. Chi-Chi's face burned as she quickly replied, okay. He tried hard to regain composure, looking at the book in his hand and letting out a sigh. In her book appeared an image of a clever little wolf. Ding Shang pointed at the drawing while turning to look at her. The elder laments failing to forge iron into steel. Chi laughed nervously. I didn't mean to draw it. Just got bored while studying and doodled. He pondered. What to do with children who don't like studying? Spank them? He sighed, thinking, but couldn't bring himself to do it. Then she was pulled by him to focus. If you get distracted again, you'll be hit with a ruler, Chi fearfully said. No, won't dare again. 1 hour later, Ding Shang held the book, sitting with a straight back. Chi was nodding off. He closed the book and asked, do you understand? Her head was spinning. Should understand, she said, but actually the amount of knowledge she absorbed was 0. Chi lay sprawled on the table with a long sigh. It's been an hour. Shouldn't we take a break? Both remained silent, neither speaking. In the room there were only heartbeats, thump, 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 thump. Chi suddenly sat up, her eyes wide, asking, what's wrong? Ding Shang lowered his head, hiding his unusual state. Nothing. Let's end here for today. She happily stretched. Okay. He leaned over to take something. He took out a box of candy as a reward, slightly surprising her. Was the candy box from last night? Holding the candy box made her heart fill with joy. He didn't respond, only showed an indulgent smile, silently acknowledging. Chi was slightly moved. Thank you, 6th Prince Ding Shang. He never expected she would call him by that name again. Yin Cheng looked at her with complex emotions. She called him 6th Prince. Their relationship had become this distant. Could they not return to how things were before? Chi quickly turned to leave. Yin Cheng hurriedly called after her. Wait. He suggested she stay for lunch with him. Chi was hesitating, not giving her a chance to refuse. He quickly took her hand and pulled her along, explaining that since she needed to study more about coming back after eating would waste too much time. He led her to the dining room, pointing to a table already set with meat and fish, saying he had prepared everything already. She exclaimed, when did you prepare all this? Moreover, these are all my favorite dishes. He pressed her to sit down. Let's eat. Chi had a strong love for food. It was truly hard to refuse. From the moment they sat down, he just watched her eat intently and kept serving her more food. Chi shyly told him to eat too. Seeing rice stuck on her mouth, he gently called, Chi. She puzzled asked, what? He pinched her cheek to remove the rice grain, speaking tenderly. Such a grown lady now. She blushed. I can do it myself. She turned away from his hand. He sulkily said, if I do this, my Chow will be jealous. Yin Cheng wondered, what a Chow? Chi was angry. It's the name you unconsciously called out while drunk last time. I guess she's the one in your heart, right? Forgot so quickly? Yin Cheng thought seriously. After racking his brain for a while, he remembered a Chow. Of course I remember. Chi fumed with anger. She lectured him with sharp words. If someone is in your heart, you must be responsible to them. Don't casually care for others besides her. You even refuse to select consorts because of her. Yin Cheng helplessly looked at his little treasure, speechless. Indeed, one lie needs 1,000 more lies to cover it up. He carefully probed. Don't you feel any dissatisfaction? Though Chi-Chi's heart was an ocean of discontent outwardly, she tried to appear calm. Why should I be dissatisfied? He questioned. Could it be you're not even a bit jealous? Yin Cheng was extremely disappointed, his face darkening. You truly are just a good sister to me, he asked angrily. When did I call her name while drunk? She happily recounted. It was that evening a few days ago when I came looking for things. Indeed, the truth was revealed. Yin Cheng amusedly questioned her. Didn't you say that night I accidentally hit them and passed out before you arrived? Chi-Chi, startled in panic, called out, You figured it out. He moved closer to her, interrogating. If I had passed out then, how could you have heard me calling someone else's name? Chi-Chi blushed and avoided answering in embarrassment because, anyway, he already knew everything. There's no use saying more. But suddenly she thought of another reason. He sleep-talked after being hit. Yin Cheng sternly slammed the table and shouted, You still won't tell the truth. Chi-Chi stood up, feeling aggrieved. Why are you raising your voice? I didn't intentionally listen. If you don't want others to gossip about a chow, I won't mention it anymore in the future. Is that what you want? He gently wiped her tears and explained he and a chow have no relationship anymore. Chi-Chi curiously asked, What does having no relationship mean? She pointed at him, too embarrassed to speak. You've already been intimate and mistook me for her. And now you say there's no relationship just like that. Isn't that being unfaithful and ungrateful? This is typical playboy behavior. Yin Cheng was troubled, wondering if he should tell her that a chow never existed. Chi-Chi raised her voice, questioning. Just because of some conflict you deny your relationship with the woman you like? Have you always been this kind of person? This statement of hers awakened the confused thoughts in his mind. Yin Cheng was puzzled about what kind of person she meant. Chi-Chi was furiously angry and refused to answer. You should know that yourself. She looked at him like she was looking at a playboy, playing with someone and then abandoning them. Yin Cheng was speechless, not knowing how to explain to her. She avoided him, saying she didn't want to study today and would leave. He firmly refused to let her go. He pulled her back, explaining that just now he had only spoken carelessly. He watched her turn her back to him and asked persistently, You're also a young lady. Do you know how to comfort a woman when she's angry? She suddenly realized that now he was asking for her advice to restore his relationship with a chow. She was happy about her senior brother's sense of responsibility. You can think about comforting a chow like this. I'm happy for you. Yin Cheng was in too deep to back out now. First, we must understand the root cause to solve the problem. She asked why he and a chow had a conflict. He made up a story nonsensically. It was because he gave her a gift, but she didn't like it, so afterward she ignored him. She pulled him to sit at the table, her gossip-loving soul awakening. She was curious about what gift he had given her. Yin Cheng hesitated. Using half his brain power, he still couldn't think of anything, silently lamenting that lying wasn't his strong point. After using all his brain power, he squeezed out an answer. Money. Chi-Chi was bewildered and gave up facing her royal brother's stupidity. You gave money to a young lady? She burst out laughing, teasing that he was too naive who would give money. Serves you right that a chow ignored you. Yin Cheng stared blankly at her radiant smile. This was the first time she had smiled so freely with him since he returned to the capital. He silently prayed to that certain Miss A Chow for Chi-Chi's blessing, even though they didn't know each other. But I wish you a peaceful life. My wife can smile like that thanks to you. Chi-Chi silently recounted her achievements. She had plotted and schemed, strategically helped the second prince win over the second princess. Otherwise, how could he embrace such a beauty so quickly? She smiled and analyzed that women are easily moved. You mustn't neglect her. You must actively and warmly comfort her. If you neglect her, she'll become more heartbroken. Seeing how well you understand, I painfully guess. Perhaps you were like this during the years I was gone. He patted her head, praising her rare talent. Chi-Chi proudly said she learned through practice. He fed her a grape and smiled with a promise. If a chow forgives me, I'll take you out to play. She was so happy she instinctively ate the grape Yin Cheng offered, then froze, surprised she would eat normally as she usually avoided him. Chi-Chi immediately realized what she had done. She quickly turned away, explaining it wasn't intentional. He smiled happily. Chi-Chi ate while thinking that perhaps after finding someone he loves, his personality had become better, not as fierce as before. A chow must be a very gentle lady to make him change so drastically. Thinking this, she became curious, asking where the sixth princess was from. How did you two meet? Hearing the unfamiliar title, he felt a bit uncomfortable that already she was being called sixth princess. Yin Cheng, now practiced in lying without blinking, said, She's not from the capital. They met in Jingbei. Chi-Chi exclaimed, So you haven't seen each other for a long time. He smiled at her, saying they weren't married yet. It's too early to call her sixth princess. Chi-Chi looked confident. Early or late, isn't it all the same? The path to pursuing a wife is long and difficult. I'll help you achieve smooth sailing. The next day was a beautiful warm sunny day. Yin Cheng took her out together. Chi-Chi was confused about why he brought her here. Yin Cheng had become skilled at making up stories. He smiled naturally, saying he wanted to buy gifts for a chow. But not understanding women's psychology, he wanted to ask for her help. This was the chance she wanted to get closer to sister. Why not say it directly? He gently helped her down from the carriage. Chi-Chi wondered about buying gifts. She was secretly happy for her foolish brother who had finally awakened and was making divine progress. She quickly asked how old A Chow was. Yin Cheng blurted out 14. Chi-Chi asked with huge surprise, "What? The same age as her?" He quickly covered up. "I wasn't focused and misspoke. She's 16 this year." She thought seriously. Then perhaps she would like some jewelry. She turned and said, the Ning Rue Xian shop they were stopping at was a cosmetics shop. They just started selling some jewelry and silk too. Let's try and see. Seeing her so happy like that, he unconsciously pinched her cheek. She pampered him, saying she'll listen to everything he says. The two went inside to look at the products. It was very lively inside. Many young ladies were also shopping. The shop owner generously said that whatever items they look at will be free of charge. Chi-Chi was trying out some pink powder. She excitedly let him smell it, saying it was very fragrant, like the scent of peach blossoms. She asked him how he found the scent. Yin Cheng instead asked if she liked it, because in his heart this fragrance with its broken scent couldn't compare to even a fraction of the elegant fragrance on his wife's body. She thought about sixth sister-in-law, thinking perhaps she wouldn't like such a strong scent. A gentle girl would prefer a lighter fragrance. She put that powder box down and continued choosing others. After a while, he picked up an exquisitely crafted powder box. He smiled and handed it to her, telling her to try this one. He must want to see how his wife looks with makeup on. Chi-Chi was confused why he asked her to try when they were shopping for sixth sister-in-law. The shop owner beside them kept praising, saying how good the young master's eye was, then promoting that this lipstick was trending. All the high officials were competing to buy it. Chi-Chi was embarrassed. She was already this old, but had never worn lipstick before. And it was lipstick from this world too. The shop owner enthusiastically offered to apply it for her. As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Cheng's glare made him break out in cold sweat. If looks could kill, he would be dead already. The frightened shop owner quickly explained not to misunderstand. He meant he would demonstrate for her to see he understood the rule that when a man applies lipstick for a woman, it means he wants her to be his wife. Seeing the situation becoming very unstable, danger lurking, Chi-Chi quickly mediated, saying she could do it herself. She rubbed her finger into the lipstick powder, about to apply it to her lips. Suddenly, Yin Cheng held her hand back. He said seriously, "Let me do it for you." He must really want to express his feelings. Chi-Chi was a bit surprised. Yin Cheng used his finger to apply some lipstick on Chi-Chi's lips. She thought to herself, since meeting again, they had never been this close before. As Yin Cheng touched her lips, he marveled at how soft they were. Chi-Chi thought to herself he had grown much taller and more handsome. She shyly asked if it looked pretty. Inside, Yin Cheng answered beautiful. So beautiful he wanted to kiss them, but outwardly remained calm and told her to see for herself. Chi-Chi looked and remarked, besides pinker lips, there wasn't much difference. Yin Cheng asked if she liked it. She shyly said it was fine. Yin Cheng wasn't quite satisfied, leaned down close to her, say it's very beautiful. Chi-Chi had a mischievous thought and asked if he wanted to try some too. Thin's family stepped back, confused in their minds. Chi-Chi wanted to try it, so she used all her praising vocabulary. If you apply it, it will surely shock the capital. Thin's family refused. I am a man, but Chi-Chi clung to his arm and coaxed, just try it once. Under this coaxing, Thin's family had to agree. Chi-Chi applied while instructing Thin's family to purse their lips. After applying, Chi-Chi looked at the result with satisfaction. Thin's family worried whether it looked too feminine. Chi-Chi patted Thin's shoulder to encourage him. A chow will definitely like it. She also reminded him to remember to write letters to a chow. Outside, the weather was nice, and Chi-Chi stretched comfortably. If only the Imperial Academy would give us a break, that would be great. Thin's family followed along, asking if she wanted to wander more in the mortal world. Thin took something out from his person and gave it to Chi-Chi. She wondered why she also got a gift. Opening it, it was a lipstick much prettier than the one she chose earlier. At that moment, she thought that Thin wanted her to value a chow's existence more. A child from afar, holding a gourd, happily ran over, calling, "Sister Tang." The child happily offered Chi-Chi candy, but she declined. The child then turned to ask if Thin's family wanted candy. Thin coldly replied no. When Tuso came to greet, "Your Highness Prince E," seeing the atmosphere become somewhat awkward, Chi-Chi pulled Thin's sleeve. "Brother, you go back first. I'll return later." Thin indicated it was fine. "I can wait." She continued to persuade. "So will send people to escort me back." Tuso also stood up, ensuring that he would send people to escort Seven safely back like previous times. Thin's focus caught on the key point. Previous times? His whole body emitted cold sparks. Seeing Chi-Chi not paying attention to him, he angrily turned and left. When reaching the carriage, the guard asked where the seventh princess was. Thin asked him what kind of person Tuso was. The guard didn't understand and asked back, "This person has nothing to do with us." Thin, being the master after all, didn't like being questioned much. He coldly told him to just answer what he asked. The guard tried to recall with his poor memory and explained. Tuso was the grandson of the old official. Previously, he was raised in the palace because his elder sister was close to the ninth prince consort. Thin wasn't very satisfied with this answer. The guard asked if he needed him to investigate this person. Thin declined, wanting to investigate himself. After all, it was about his younger sister. He'd feel more at ease doing it himself. At Tu's mansion, Chi-Chi and Tuso walked and chatted happily. Chi-Chi poked Huan Er's face teasingly. "You kept asking to go out, but now you're this sleepy." Tuso suggested, "Come rest at my mansion. After a nap, you can return to the palace." Chi-Chi wasn't polite at all. This was his place. She already knew the way well. Also because the chef in the mansion made such delicious desserts. Chi-Chi couldn't be lazy because of her love for food. Tuso asked if she wanted to stay for dinner. She didn't want to promise anything in advance. Had to hug Huan Er and said, "Let's sleep first and think about it later." Tuso didn't force her and followed her words. Chi-Chi and Huan Er were in deep sleep. Tuso brought a plate of breakfast from outside and put it on the table. He pulled up the blanket for Chi-Chi. An evil thought appeared in his mind, wondering if touching would feel as soft as it looks. He reached out his hand about to touch when a memory rushed back. His hands were pinned down by a knife. Tuso didn't understand why he had such thoughts in his mind. It felt like he had forgotten something. Chi-Chi woke up at this moment. Tuso brought the breakfast plate to Chi-Chi just when she was hungry. Seeing his hand was wounded, Chi-Chi asked what happened to your hand. Tuso calmly replied that he was scratched by a fox yesterday. Chi-Chi wanted to check the wound, but he refused, then quickly said he would go get the military strategy book he bought for her earlier to slip away. Since Chi-Chi was awake, she wanted to go along. Both of them went to the study room. Tuso was busy looking for the military strategy book. Chi-Chi leaned against the desk, noticed a book with a strange scent. She wanted to open it, but then thought it's better not to touch other people's belongings, so she withdrew her hand. Tuso had just found the military strategy book and handed it to her, saying this book will be useful for the upcoming exam. They smiled at each other. Chi-Chi quickly left. Tuso stayed behind and calmly opened the book. Inside was a finger, a severed human finger. He thought to himself, perhaps she hasn't seen it yet. Night had fallen. Ding Shang came to Yi Wang Palace looking for 7 palace maids and asked, "Your Highness Prince Yi, why have you come again? Why are you alone, Your Highness Princess?" He coldly replied, "She's outside the palace by this time. She should be back soon." The palace maid stepped forward and asked, "If Princess is not here, then what business does Your Highness Princey have?" Ding Shang didn't look at her and replied, "I'll wait for her return. No need to serve tea." Ding Shang entered the room, sat on the chair, thinking for a moment, then asked, "A Yuan, how many years have you served that girl?" The palace maid trembled and bowed, "Your Highness Prince E, 9 years. Hearing the answer, he waved his hand, telling her to leave. A Yuan sighed in relief, yes. As the palace maid was leaving, Chi-Chi returned at the same time. Seeing her, a Yuan immediately asked, "Your Highness Princess, why are you back so late?" Chi-Chi looked at her worriedly. "What's wrong? You look unwell." The palace maid whispered in her ear. Princey came. His words seemed a bit unusual. Said he had something to discuss with you. Chi-Chi entered and saw Ding Shang sitting coldly on the chair. She stepped forward and asked curiously, "Why are you here, brother?" Ding Shang took out the rouge box he chose this afternoon. "You left in such a hurry earlier, you forgot the gift I gave you." Looking at the lipstick case in Chi-Chi's hand, he felt uneasy. "Oh, meeting Isso and Honni was so fun, so I forgot to take what he gave me." Realizing her mistake, she took the lipstick case and acted coquettishly. "You could have sent someone to deliver it. No need to come yourself." Din Thin turned his face away and coldly replied, "I was just passing by." Chi-Chi didn't believe it, thinking, if just passing by, Why did he need to wait for me to return? Suddenly Din Thin spoke up. Today I met Ntuzer. That young man seems to like you. Chi-Chi excitedly replied, I know. So already told me. When I'm old enough, he'll ask father for marriage approval. Din Thin was surprised. Marriage approval? He asked her again. So you like him too? Chi-Chi innocently replied. Of course I do. She chattered about the other boy. Aso is not only handsome, but also treats me very well. Most importantly, Aso's craftsmanship is very good. His cooking is also delicious. Din Thin, sitting beside, could only suppress his anger. He clenched his fist tightly. You're still young. Don't think about these things. Chi-Chi smiled brightly. Next year, I'll be grown up, not young anymore. Din Thin glanced at Chi-Chi's chest. Seeing this, she covered her chest with her hands. Din Thin was fuming. I'm about to go crazy because of this girl. Suddenly, he stood up abruptly. Look, that Ntuzer likes you, you can see that, but why can't you see that I like you? Chi-Chi fearfully backed away. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me so scary? Din Thin moved closer to her. You're not young anymore. Indeed, you've grown up. But why are you more blind now than when you were young? Acting like you don't understand others' feelings. In her heart, Chi-Chi blamed herself. It's not that I don't understand. It's just when I bravely stepped forward I fell into an abyss, so I dare not step forward anymore. Chi-Chi pretended to be naive and laughed. Six brother, you're grown up too. When will you marry a chow? You can't keep a chow waiting too long. Din Thin pretended to cough. Children shouldn't meddle in adult matters. Chi-Chi cursed silently in her heart. Didn't you just say I was grown up? Men really change so easily. Chi-Chi sat down and said, You're only 6 years older than me. Din Thin thought sadly. The one 6 years older than you is your brother, not me. Chi-Chi looked at Din Thin and asked, In a few days, the Imperial Academy will go spring touring for 7 days. Are you going? He asked back. Do you want me to go? Chi-Chi rested her chin on her hand and replied, Why do you always like to answer people's questions by asking them back? Din Thin knelt on one knee in front of her. Because I hope that the right to answer will forever be in your hands, whether it's yes or no. Chi-Chi's face turned red as she thought. I have to admit, his eyes are too beautiful. When looking up close, it makes others breathless. Chi-Chi panicked and shouted, If you want to go, then go. If you don't want to go, then don't ask me. I'll say it one more time. It's late now, sixth brother. Go back to the palace and rest. Ding Shang stood up and gently patted her head, thinking to himself, perhaps seeing this child whom he had cherished deeply since childhood. The more he looked, the more he liked her, regretting not being able to hold her close. Then Ding Shang left. She softly reminded him to be careful. Outside, a subordinate handed Ding Shang a letter, an urgent message from His Highness of the North. He took the letter and ordered to inform those in the court that they could begin taking action. The subordinate acknowledged the order clearly. Days later, the Imperial Academy prepared for spring excursion. Chi-Chi stood from afar, intending to call Imo Han, but stopped when she saw that person. He came too? Imo Han saw that person and asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" Ming Yin replied softly, "This time all noble descendants are going. His Majesty was worried, so he sent me along." Imo Han didn't respond, about to mount his horse when Ming Yin approached, putting a hand on his shoulder, pointing to another direction saying, "Take the carriage." Imo Han could only sigh and follow Ming Yan's words. As the two got in the carriage, Chi observed from afar. She was delighted inside. "I knew Ninth Uncle had something with the head eunuch, though I hope Ninth Uncle can be happy, but what about Ninth Aunt? Does she know about this? Would she agree to Ming Yin becoming a concubine?" Inside the carriage, Imo Han glanced around, noting this fellow's taste had improved. Since when did the carriage become so elaborate? Ming Yin said while pouring tea, "It's early spring, but the weather is still cold. I feared you'd be cold, so I prepared these things." Imo Han coldly lifted the teacup, drank, and replied, Ming Yin paused and asked seriously, "Then why didn't you come find me after that night?" Imo Han casually replied, "Busy with palace affairs." Ming Yin asked again, "If your highness truly has no feelings for me, why did you initiate that night?" Imo Han said in a deep voice, "Are you asking in reverse if I seduced you?" Ming Yin hurriedly said, "I didn't mean that." "Then what did you mean that night?" Imo Han kept asking back, "What do you mean?" Ming Yin clenched his fists. "You said the child isn't yours." Imo Han calmly put down his teacup. "Not mine," he slowly explained. "She and I are husband and wife in name only. Not a real married couple. She helped me when I was young. 3 years ago she needed help, so I assisted her." Ming Yin angrily shouted, "Your way of helping was to marry her?" Imo Han put his hand on his to calm him. "Stay calm and listen to me first." Ming Yin agreed. "Fine, continue." I listened as Imo Han explained. Many years ago, she was engaged and pregnant. Unfortunately, that man's family was poor and the mansion looked down on him, so they separated the lovers. Her father wanted to marry her to two young masters of the Song Mansion, 2 ranks higher than herself, but she was already pregnant, so naturally she refused. Ming Yin interrupted the prince. How generous, willing to raise someone else's child. Imo Han continued gently. Back then when Lan Xin Air found me, initially I didn't agree, but when we were young she helped me many times at court. She also helped me when I was injured. Ming Yin dissatisfied, but she has someone else's child. Imo Han leaned close to his ear and continued. But in the end it was all for you. At that time the emperor kept urging. If he knew I had feelings for you, he might think I was colluding with powerful officials. Ming Yin turned his face away. Are you telling the truth? Imo Han raised 3 fingers to the sky. I swear. Before he could finish, Ming Yin covered his mouth with his hand, preventing the oath. He could only mumble, I haven't even sworn yet. Ming Yin sat solemnly in his chair. No matter what oath it is, it's not good for you. If it's not good for you, then even if you deceive me, I don't want you to swear. Imo Han reassured. You just need to know I'm not lying to you. After a while, Imo Han raised his hand to touch Ming Yan's cheek and continued, at the end of the month I will divorce her. Ming Yin moved. Your Highness, are you sacrificing so much for me? He pushed Imo Han's hand away. Your Highness's family matters need not be told to me. Imo Han smiled kindly. I thought you would be happy to hear it. Ming Yin clenched his fist, stammering. What right do I have to be happy? Imo Han glanced at Ming Yin, saying, look at me. He bent down, placing a hand on her chin, continuing to Ming Yin, you're no longer the beggar I picked up for the mansion. This prince now controls all of East AM, can command rain and wind in the sky, with power second only to one person above thousands. He looked up, calling out, Your Highness. Ming Yin thought back to the past. That image appeared in her mind. Indeed, Tu Ming Yin was 8 when first meeting him. Ming was just a beggar then. At that time, they rode past on horseback, seeing Ming Yin sitting by the roadside in the snow. 9. The prince was 15. At that moment, Imo Han looked at her. He exhaled coldly, also looked up, remembering that day. She thought, just one look. I knew I would never forget him in this lifetime, but also knew he wouldn't stop for me. In the past, when Imo Han passed by, he stopped his horse, then said to his horse handler, this little beggar's eyes are very bright. This prince wants to see if he has an owner or not, buy him for the mansion as a servant. The horse handler obeyed, bowing his head yes. Ming Yin recalled that moment. She looked at Imo Han with surprised eyes. At that time, she knew he had always been her light. That light shone upon her, enveloping her. Back to the present moment, Ming Yin looked at the person before her, thinking silently, can I stand beside you now, my prince? Imo Han leaned on the table, moved closer to Ming Yin and asked, why do you keep staring at me? She blushed, avoiding his gaze, and said, just remembering some things from the past. Imo Han narrowed his eyes and continued, what memory made you blush like this? Are you remembering that night? Ming Yin frantically shouted. No. This made Imo Han secretly laugh on the side. Imo Han sat down again beside Ming Yin. He beckoned Ming Yin, gesturing her to come closer. Sitting next to Imo Han made Ming Yin freeze. She replied, Prince, if you have something to say, just say it directly. Imo Han looked at Ming Yin and ordered her to close her eyes. Ming Yin awkwardly asked back, right now? Just as she finished speaking, Imo Han lifted her chin and pressed down. The scene changes to another place. Here were mountains and forests with scattered houses. Chi-Chi was sleeping with her face down in her room. Jiechen approached to wake her up. Wake up, little 7. Chi-Chi woke up, rubbed her eyes and asked, are we in Linen already? Jiechen looked at her and replied, no, we're only halfway there. It's dark now. Let's find a place to rest. Outside, there were horse carriages parked in front of it, and Chi-Chi yawned several times. Seeing this action, Jiechen suggested to little 7, if you're still sleepy or don't want to walk, I can carry you on my back. From afar, Asu also stepped down from the carriage, approaching the 2 people in front, and said, I think I smell roasted duck. Hearing this, Chi-Chi sniffed the air around. She smiled and said, it smells so good. Chi-Chi quickly pulled Asu cheerfully and said, it seems to be coming from over there. Asu, let's go in. Asu looked at her and replied, all right. Then the 2 left, leaving Jiechen behind. He trembled and thought to himself, just one wrong move and that little fellow stole my chance. Inside the inn, a man was taking a room card down from the board. Chi-Chi, Asu, and Jiechen entered the inn. Neat and clean tables were carefully arranged. At one dining table, Imo Han and Ming Yin were sitting on one side. Imo Han saw the people who just entered and asked Chi-Chi what she wanted to eat. Chi-Chi looked at Imo Han with a happy face and replied, Grilled chicken isn't bad. Ninth uncle can decide the side dishes. Imo Han handed the card to his niece and said, "Your room is on the second floor, sharing with Jiang Suwa. Later I'll ask Xiao Er to bring the food up to your room." Then he looked at the people standing in the corner and said, "Today we'll rest here for one night and depart early tomorrow morning." They all replied in unison, "Understood." The man chatted with the girl beside him. When getting off the carriage, we discovered that behind the inn was the back of the mountain where we could go hunting later. The girl seemed interested and replied, "Wow, really? Can we catch rabbits in the distance?" Hearing their discussion, Chi patted Imo Han's shoulder and invited, "Let's join them for fun. Perhaps we can watch the stars while warming up by the fire." Imo Han replied in a gentle tone, "If you go, I'll go too." Suddenly Ming Yin beside them raised his hand to his mouth and coughed once. Ming Yin slammed the table, stood up and continued, "This place is surrounded by wild mountains on all sides. For everyone's safety, no student is allowed to leave the inn without permission." Everyone's faces immediately dropped as they said, "Ah, so that means we can't go hunting?" Ming Yin crossed his arms and instructed everyone on this trip, "Everyone's safety comes first. If anyone objects, come see me." Everyone started dispersing upstairs, muttering complaints as they went. "Fine, we won't go then. That's right. Who dares to provoke that god of death? Just looking at him makes me scared. Don't know why His Majesty let him come along. Let's disperse." Back to our rooms. Later, the scene shifted to a room called To Heaven. Inside, Chi was opening her bag to arrange her belongings. Suwa sat behind observing her and asked Chi, "I want to sleep inside. Is that okay?" Chi, busy with her back turned to said, "All right, then I'll sleep outside." While arranging her things, Chi noticed something appearing in her bag. She looked at it and thought, "This candy box." Chi reached out to take the box from her bag. She looked at it thoughtfully. "Seems like the candy sixth brother gave me, but it was tucked into the bag and brought here. Since when?" Her eyes remained fixed on the candy box. As she speculated to herself, "Could it be that sixth brother secretly put it in my bag?" She quickly took out a piece from the box, put it in her mouth, happily thinking, "Now he treats me much better. At least much better than his fierce demeanor when we were young." Suddenly images from the past appeared in her mind. The day when Yi Yin said, "I never saw you as my sister." She recalled the unpleasant memory. Her face showed signs of sadness. Then Chi put the candy box down, thinking sadly that broken mirrors are hard to mend. No matter how much is done now, the things from those years cannot be forgotten. Time passed. Now Chi stepped out of the carriage where Imo Han was waiting to help her down. Chi started complaining. "The road ahead was really bumpy. My waist is sore." Imo Han looked at her tired figure and replied, "You don't have a waist." The ancients said waist develops at age 60. Suddenly from afar, Joshin waved and interrupted the conversation between the two. The Little Seven Villa in Linen Temple is famous for its hot springs in the mountains. Hundreds of years ago, this was where emperors came to bathe and cleanse themselves throughout different dynasties. Only this year has it been opened to officials first. Would you like to try it, Chow Mei? Chi turned her head and replied, "Compared to the hot springs, I'm more looking forward to the food at the villa. I heard it's as good as the imperial kitchen." Asu came from afar and added, "Especially the Jinji Tu and Dubu Tian Xia dishes. They're said to be the best under heaven." Chi looked at Asu with a smile and said, "You've done your homework. I came here specifically for these two dishes." Jieshan stood from afar watching their closeness and cried, feeling flattered inside, but unable to flatter properly. On this side, Asu continued chatting with Chi, "Let's have our meal first, then go soak in the hot springs afterward." Chi replied enthusiastically, "I just heard Ninth Uncle say there are separate baths for men and women here. They're divided by a stone wall. That stone was naturally formed with vibrant colors. I've wanted to see it for a long time." Jieshun from afar spoke with an unhappy face. "My father said it's not good for digestion to soak after eating." Chi was so engrossed in conversation, she didn't notice Jieshun. She smiled and continued, "I've also heard rumors about it. It's like nature's beautiful jade. Sunlight passing through it is as gentle as moonlight." Asu's voice replied, "Is it that magical?" Chi clapped hands with Asu and said, "After soaking, we'll have grilled fish. Add 2 more portions of flowers too." Asu looked pleased and continued, "Then add some fine wine. True friends are hard to find. That's what I mean." Far away, Jieshen, unable to join the conversation, fell to his knees and wept. You all, this situation is exactly where only Fang Jieshen is heartbroken." Suddenly, Hanamo put his hand on Jieshen's shoulder calling, "Air Z. I'm behind you." Jieshen laughed and said, You won't be able to catch Chi-Chi. Jieshin's face turned sad and remained silent about the scene until night at the villa. The full moon shone down on the poetic stream. Chi-Chi was holding a bottle in her hand as she went down to the pool. She immersed herself in the hot water, still holding a drink in her hand. With an appreciative expression, she said, "Good food and good wine, truly an endless scenic pleasure." Gradually, Chi-Chi's body became soft, her face flushed as if drunk. At this moment, Jieshin's voice called out, "Little Seven, are you still there? Why aren't you saying anything? Don't fall asleep." The call made Chi-Chi wake up. She adjusted her position and muttered, "Phew, almost fell asleep." Jieshin stepped out looking at where Chi-Chi was sitting and asked, "Why is your face so red? Are you all right?" Chi-Chi held her head with her hands, closed her eyes and said, "I don't know what's wrong. Feeling a bit dizzy. Usually I don't get drunk so easily." Jieshin sat closer to Chi-Chi, looked at her and said, "It's probably because the hot steam makes it easier to get drunk. Let me help you back to your room." Chi-Chi agreed and reached out her hand for Jieshin to hold, then said, "We shouldn't have soaked for so long." Jieshin's face was slightly red, his eyes deep as he replied, "No matter how long, I'll wait for you forever." The next moment, Chi-Chi's foot hit a rock. She lost her balance and let out an ah. Her whole body fell towards Jieshin. He let it happen and just reminded Chi-Chi to be careful. Chi-Chi's face buried into Jieshin. She awkwardly said, "Lao Fong, I'm fine now. You can let go." Jieshin refused to let go and replied, "No, Little Seven, why? Why don't you like me?" Chi-Chi's eyes suddenly widened, wondering if he was crying. Jieshin called out, "Yi Chi-Chi." He thought to himself, today there must be a clear status. Then Jieshin pushed Chi-Chi away from himself and cried, "You're heartless. Boo-hoo-hoo." Chi-Chi looked on helplessly without speaking. Jieshin was like a child burying himself against Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi had to pat his shoulder to comfort him, saying, "Don't cry anymore. At this age and still crying like a baby, people will laugh at you." Jieshin looked up with a pitiful expression and said, "Little Seven, I don't need any title as prince consort or male concubine. Either is fine. Even if I'm just an outsider of the royal family without name or status, it's all right. You can." His two hands placed on Chi-Chi's cheeks. "Just pay attention to me, a little considerate charity. I'm not asking for much. Just a little is enough." Chi-Chi looked down at this handsome face and thought, what exactly have I done to make a cheerful and carefree young master of an important minister become like this? She held Jieshin's hands. With gentle eyes, she spoke, "What are you saying?" Under the moonlight, Chi-Chi lowered Jieshin's hands and said, "You always have a special place in my heart. You are a very precious friend to me. I cherish you very much, Lao Fong." Hearing this, Jieshin hesitantly asked, "In your heart, am I that important?" Chi-Chi smiled and answered, "That's right. So don't belittle yourself anymore. You're still young. Your feelings for me might not necessarily be romantic love." Jieshin said, somewhat flustered. "Ah." Chi-Chi continued, interrupting Jieshin, "Let's do this. Wait until you're 17, the right age for marriage. If you still have feelings for me, then we'll discuss this matter again." Jieshin looked at her and asked, "So you'll wait for me?" Chi-Chi turned her back to Jieshin. She answered playfully, "Depends on my mood." Then Chi-Chi strode away while saying, "I suddenly want to play hide and seek like when we were little. You hide and I'll seek behind her." Jieshin chased after her, calling out, "Little Seven, wait for me." The bright moonlight shone down on the night in another corner. Ting Shang's silhouette was watching Chi-Chi and Jieshin from afar. The servant behind him bowed his head. He asked Ding Shang beside him, should our master chase after them before he could finish? He thought, today I forgot to check the imperial calendar before going out. Why did I happen to witness this scene? Master nearly wanted to kill someone. Ding Shang's face was unhappy as he spoke. Scene changes to Chi-Chi, who is facing a tree playing hide and seek with Jieshin. She counts 98, 99, 100. After counting to 100, Chi-Chi, with her eyes blindfolded, turns around and calls out, "Lao Fong, are you done hiding? I'm coming to find you." Two, her hands trembled as she groped forward, trying to find her way. Suddenly, Chi-Chi bumped into someone. She called out Lao Fong, and before finishing her words, Chi-Chi, with a delighted expression, hugged that person tightly and said, "I've broken the record for the fastest finder in history. You didn't let me win on purpose, did you? I won't be grateful if you did." After speaking, Chi-Chi reached up to remove the blindfold. That person's hand immediately grabbed Chi-Chi's, preventing her from removing it. Chi-Chi froze in surprise. The next moment, that person pushed Chi-Chi backward. It turned out to be Ding Shang. Now he's holding both of Chi-Chi's hands against the tree. But Chi-Chi doesn't know who is in front of her. She immediately asked, "Who are you? What do you want?" Ding Shang continued to remain silent while Chi-Chi still thought it was Lao Fong and said, "Stop messing around. Are you playing another prank?" Chi-Chi continued speaking in panic. "This isn't funny at all. If you continue like this, I'll really get angry." Though frightened, she continued speaking. "You don't come closer. I am the Emperor's daughter." Hearing this, Ding Shang held her tighter. He leaned his head closer to Chi-Chi. Then he smiled and spoke a bitter sentence. "Ah, the Emperor's daughter." Upon hearing the voice, she thought to herself, "This voice seems to be." Suddenly Ding Shang placed a deep kiss on her lips. She couldn't react in time, only letting out a muffled sound. Ding Shang held both hands of Chi-Chi firmly as he kissed her intensely. Chi-Chi cried out and thought to herself, "Why is this happening? Who is this person really?" Unable to bear it any longer, Chi-Chi bit Ding Shang's lip, catching him by surprise. Chi-Chi said, "Ah, you pervert, scoundrel." Ding Shang touched his lip while looking at her. With one hand he lifted her chin and said with a smile, "Since I've already been labeled a scoundrel, why should I waste such a title?" After speaking, Ding Shang placed another kiss on Chi-Chi. To outsiders, they might look like a couple being intimate. Ding Shang's hands still held Chi-Chi. She seemed to be in pain, letting out a few whimpers. Chi-Chi frowned and wondered, "Why am I being pinned against a tree and forcefully kissed by a stranger, yet I don't feel disgusted at all? My heart is beating so fast. Why is this happening?" Her tears began to fall. Din Thin worriedly asked why she was crying. He started to comfort her. "Be good, don't cry." Chi-Chi blushed slightly, thinking this person deliberately lowered his voice. She couldn't recognize his real voice at all. Who was he really? Under the quiet moonlight, cherry blossom petals fell, creating a pleasant and romantic scene. The silhouettes of a couple, standing under the cherry tree, mesmerized onlookers. Din Thin held Chi-Chi's hand, expressing with gentle eyes, "My heart has been moved by you for a very long time." Being confessed to by a stranger made Chi-Chi stutter. How could anyone confess their feelings like this? People like this are using force to take what they want, like a bandit's actions. Din Thin lowered his deep eyes and said, "Because I like you too much." Din Thin continued expressing, "I like you so much that I dare not touch you. I like you so much but can't control myself. What should I do when I want to touch you?" After saying that, he placed a kiss on her forehead. Hearing those words, Chi-Chi thought to herself, "He doesn't seem to be that perverted. Just his feelings are too deep." Chi-Chi turned away evasively and said, "Let go of me first. Let's talk properly. If you truly have feelings for me, perhaps we could be friends first." Hearing this, Din Thin held her hand to his cheek and replied, "Yes." "Do you say such words to everyone who has feelings for you?" Chi-Chi replied, "Oh, not exactly like that." After speaking, she thought, "The important thing is others aren't as aggressive and forceful as you." Suddenly from afar, Giant Dan's voice echoed, "Little Seven, seventh sister, where are you?" Din Thin turned his head towards that direction. He looked at Chi-Chi again, pressed his forehead against hers, and said, "Wait for me." Then Din Thin used his hand technique on Chi-Chi's neck, making her pause for a moment. The next second, Chi-Chi fainted and fell into Din Thin's arms. He placed her under the tree and left. "Sleep well, my little princess." Scene changes to early next morning. In a certain house, Chi-Chi was slowly opening her eyes. In front of her was Giant, then looking at her worriedly asking, "Little Seven sister, you're awake? Do you feel unwell anywhere?" Chi-Chi sat up, rubbed her eyes, and asked, "Did I sleep all night?" Giant then looked at her and replied, "Yes. Last night when I saw you hadn't come to find me, I went back to look for you. I found you in the forest outside the hot spring." Chi-Chi said apologetically, "I carelessly got lost. I kept searching but couldn't find you." Giant then anxiously pointed at himself. "You know, there's a deep lake behind that mountain. It was so dark last night. If you had slipped and fallen in there, how would I live?" Chi-Chi smiled reassuringly. "Aren't I still healthy and well now? At that time when you found me there, was I really alone?" She startled and replied calmly, "Yes, of course, I was alone." He smiled and continued, "Let's have breakfast. Get up quickly." Hearing this, Chi-Chi touched her lips and thought to herself, could last night have been just a dream? Chi-Chi walked outside. The early morning scenery shone upon her. Chi-Chi touched her lips, felt they were still swollen, and thought, if I ever meet that lustful guy again, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. Speak of the devil. From afar, Ding Sheng approached. Chi-Chi was a bit surprised to see who appeared. She put on a pitiful face and complained, "Why did Ding Sheng come only now?" After saying that, she rushed to hug him. Ding Sheng wasn't thinking about what he did yesterday. Only asked, why are you crying so early in the morning? Did you have a nightmare? Ding Sheng held Chi-Chi's face, looked at her, and asked, tell me, what happened? Chi-Chi with her round eyes answered, yesterday, I was playing hide and seek with Fang Yishen behind the mountain. At that time, I was blindfolded with a black cloth. Chi-Chi teared up and continued, I couldn't see. Then suddenly someone kissed me and the culprit being mentioned right in front of her froze, but Chi-Chi didn't recognize him. She continued looking down saying, he kissed me for a long time. I didn't dare tell anyone. Ding Sheng immediately asked about her feelings about the incident. Chi-Chi just said she wasn't repulsed. In fact, her heart felt very warm. Chi-Chi looked at Ding Sheng confused. Why are you asking this? Ding Sheng nervously turned his face away. He didn't answer but comforted her. Chi-Chi said very trustingly, when we find that lustful guy, sixth brother will break his legs for me, right? Ding Sheng patted her head and hesitantly agreed. Then he held Chi-Chi's hand and led her away. Ding Sheng intended to take her to a place with fewer people to talk. Chi-Chi agreed to follow along. They arrived at a quiet garden and sat down. Ding Sheng poured a cup of tea and asked if she was calm now. He gave her the tea to drink, then asked about the characteristics of that person. Chi-Chi looked down at the hot tea and replied he was a man. Ding Sheng was speechless hearing this. Quickly patted his head to recover. He asked again, is there anything else? Hearing this, Chi-Chi stood up and started focusing. His waist was like this. He was very strong and also very tall. Chi-Chi lowered her eyes, saying she was blindfolded, but she remembered well the deep voice of that man yesterday, and she guessed he might be someone from the mountain villa. Chi-Chi slammed the table angrily, saying, just let me hear it once more. I will definitely recognize it. Ding Sheng sat beside her listening nervously. Chi-Chi looked at him and asked, did I provide too few clues? Is it very difficult to find that person? Ding Sheng lifted her chin and answered, no. Brother will definitely find the bastard who bullied Chi-Chi. Ding Sheng's hands held Chi-Chi's cheeks, too heavy on the left, then too heavy on the right. Finally stopped and asked, besides kissing you, what else did he do to you? Chi-Chi smiled proudly and replied that she had bitten his lips so he couldn't do anything else. Suddenly, Chi-Chi noticed something strange about Ding Sheng's upper lip and curiously asked, sixth brother, your upper lip? At this moment, Chi-Chi suddenly noticed, sixth brothers, your upper lip seems to have a wound. Could it be that Ding Sheng suddenly felt uneasy? Then Chi-Chi suddenly burst into laughter, as if discovering some earth-shattering secret. Could it be that last night you and a Chow were too passionate, couldn't control yourselves, and tore your lip? Ding Sheng sighed in relief, silently thanking heaven and earth, thanking a Chow. Then he continued to comfort Chi-Chi, be good. Brother will take responsibility for you. Do you trust brother? She replied, I trust you. In her heart, Chi-Chi thought, don't know why. I can't talk about this with others, only with him I feel no guard. Chi-Chi made Ding Sheng promise, you must not tell anyone about this. Women's status in ancient times was inferior to men's. If this matter spreads, it will badly affect my reputation. Ding Sheng agreed with her, saying yes, of course. Hearing his promise, Chi-Chi immediately hugged him. Thank you, sixth brother. I love you the most. Looking at Chi-Chi's innocent and adorable appearance, Ding Sheng thought to himself, her coquettish behavior is just like when she was little. This proves that the barrier between us has lessened. Ding Sheng hugged his little sister and lovingly scolded, you're a grown lady now, but still so reckless. If you fall, I won't care. Chi-Chi sat obediently and asked, that's right. Why did sixth brother suddenly come to Linen? Ding Sheng hesitantly replied, I came to handle some matters. Chi-Chi then asked further, when did you arrive? This early morning? Ding Sheng replied seriously, no, I arrived last night. It was already dusk then, so I didn't come looking for you. She asked playfully and energetically, how long will you stay in Linen? Ding Sheng looked at her with indulgent eyes. Until I return to the capital with you. Chi-Chi opened her eyes wide in surprise. Really? This time you're really going with me? He smiled and replied, this time I'll definitely go with you. Chi-Chi's heart was full of questions. Like Linen isn't that far from Jingbei. If I'm not mistaken, he must have come here to meet a Chow, right? For some reason, I also want to meet a Chow. I wonder what the woman he likes looks like. Seeing Chi-Chi deep in thought, Ding Sheng asked, what are you thinking about? Chi-Chi held the teacup in her hand and replied, I'm thinking. You and Chao haven't met for a long time. This time when she meets you, she must be very happy. After hearing this, Ding Shang stammered for a while before realizing you've misunderstood. I came here for a different purpose this time. Chi-Chi's eyes widened. What purpose? Ding Shang explained. Recently in the martial arts world, rumors say the white tiger talisman that can command spirits from 8 directions which disappeared long ago has reappeared in the world. The imperial court and martial arts sects are all sending people to search for it. Chi-Chi rested her chin on her hand thoughtfully. You said the white tiger talisman was owned by the mysterious Fuzi clan 100 years ago. Ding Shang was surprised. How do you know that so confidently? I'm a student in the Imperial Academy's Celestial class. How could I not know such basic knowledge? Encouraged, Ding Shang asked what else she knew. Chi-Chi quickly replied that according to legend, the Fuzi clan members could communicate with deities above and negotiate with demons below. Most importantly, they possessed extremely powerful healing abilities. Thus they were invincible. Ding Shang continued her words. But unexpectedly, the once invincible Fuzi clan suddenly vanished from the world. Right at their peak, the white tiger talisman has been missing since then. Chi-Chi looked at his back and asked, did you come this time also to search for that? Such a treasure will surely attract many seekers. Fierce battles will be hard to avoid. On a clear moonlit evening, Ding Shang stood on a tree branch observing, his face still as cold as ever. Suddenly a sound caught his attention. As Ding Shang turned around, flying daggers shot towards him from somewhere. He quickly raised his sword to block one attack, but before he could feel relieved, an arrow flew towards him from afar. Unable to dodge in time, the arrow left a thin wound on his face. Ding Shang quickly wiped away the blood. He saw lantern lights approaching from afar. He realized things weren't good. He'd been discovered. People wearing red masks, holding torches emerged from the bushes. Ding Shang crouched on the thick branch, then leaped down and fled. The masked men saw this and shouted to each other, over there, chase him. The next morning, Fang Yishan was fishing by the lake. He caught a big fish and showed off to little Seven. Look at this, I finally caught a big one. Chi-Chi was about to praise brother, you're so skilled. But before she finished, Fang Yishan had already slipped and dropped the fish. Following the fish, he also fell into the water with a splash. Chi-Chi on the shore called out in panic, Fang Yishan. She left the fish by the fire, worried about her friend. Fang Yishan, don't scare me. I can't swim. Don't drown. While calling for her friend, a hand reached up and grabbed her ankle, making her jump in fright. It turned out to be Fang Yishan. He hadn't drowned and was smiling as he said, scared you to death, didn't I? Chi-Chi's face darkened. Jokes should have limits. Then she shouted at Yishan's face, I really thought something happened to you. Do you know how worried I was? Fang Yishan felt guilty and stammered, I just wanted to see if you would worry about me. At this time, Zhang Suo and Ntu So also arrived. She smiled and called out, Chi-Chi, So and I are here to catch fish too. Chi-Chi warmly invited, come sit here. Fang Yishan stood behind muttering that she always likes to join in on the fun, regardless of whether others agree or not. Chi-Chi handed Fang Yishan a towel and said, wipe your face and don't go back in the water. But he wouldn't take no for an answer. I said I'd catch fish for you to eat, just wait there for me. Today, I'll definitely catch fish for you. Chi-Chi, don't stop me. I can be quite stubborn. Suo came closer and asked softly, Brother Shan is already down catching fish. Brother So, why don't you go down too? She had just sat down when Brother So told her to stand up, making her freeze stiffly. Suo stood up, but still wondered why. Don't I even have the right to sit beside you? Just as she finished speaking, Brother So threw something that flew past Suo's face, making her eyes wide open in shock and surprise. With tears in her eyes, she softly cursed, you're crazy, then covered her face, sobbing as she left. Chi-Chi came closer and asked, why did So leave? Brother So pretended not to know anything. Perhaps she doesn't like watching fish catching. Then he pointed to the spot beside him, telling little Seven, sit here. While Fang Yishan was splashing around catching fish below, on the bank Chi-Chi kept yawning, short yawns followed by long ones. She complained, who knows how long it'll take Fang Yishan to catch a fish. I'm so sleepy. Brother So offered, if you're sleepy, I'll take you back. Remembering the scene that night when Fang Yishan cried uncontrollably, if I leave, he'll surely be very sad. I can't bear to see him cry again. Seven blurted out, let's wait a bit longer. Brother So patted her shoulder and said, If you're too sleepy, you can lean on me and sleep while waiting for Fang Yishan. I'll wake you when he's done. She replied, all right, and dozed off leaning on Brother So's shoulder. Brother So clasped his hands tightly and said, you should lean closer, or you might slip down later. Suddenly a voice from behind startled Seven, making her jump. That's right, if you slip down wouldn't you get hurt? Hearing that voice, Seven felt uneasy and immediately sat up straight. Both turned around and Brother So spoke first. Your Highness Prince Yu. Chi-Chi then stammered, sixth brother, you're here? Ding Shang coldly replied, yes. Chi-Chi immediately stood up, sixth brother, since you're here, let's have dinner together later. That would be nice. Ding Shang turned around, cutting off her words, no need. I have matters to attend to. Won't disturb you two anymore. Chi-Chi patted Brother So's shoulder. I'm tired. You stay here and wait for Fang Yishan, okay? Brother So watched as the two of them left, thinking to himself, indeed, he is the most important person in her heart. At this moment, Fang Yishan shouted, little Seven, I finally caught one. Chi-Chi chased after Ding Shang, calling out, wait for me. Catching his hand, she panted and complained, stop, why do you walk faster the more I call? Ding Shang turned around coldly and asked, what is it? Chi-Chi patted her pocket, saying she had something to give to Din Thin's family. He coldly said that even if she wanted to give it, he might not want to accept it, but Chi-Chi still enthusiastically took it out. Inside was a portrait of Din Thin. Chi-Chi thoughtfully said, you and a Chow haven't met for a long time, you'll miss each other, so I drew your portrait for her. If she misses you, she can take it out to look at. Din Thin politely said a word of thanks. Chi-Chi smiled brightly, saying that giving a gift to her future sister-in-law was only natural. Chi-Chi asked if Din Thin was still angry. He quickly denied ever being angry. Chi-Chi was at her wits' end with this brother. Indeed, he's just stubborn-mouthed. Hearing this, Din Thin objected that Chi-Chi was wrong. Chi-Chi didn't understand what he meant, so she asked again. Din Thin stopped talking. She didn't pay much attention, just reminded him to tell a Chow it was from her when they meet. Sensing that the atmosphere around had something strange, Din Thin stood in front of Chi-Chi, warning that there were spies here. Chi-Chi hadn't learned martial arts, so naturally didn't understand. Just wondered why there was fog on such a sunny day. Din Thin turned back with a serious face and called Chi-Chi's name. She worried if this place was too dangerous. But in truth, she had just pinched Din Thin's flesh. He couldn't stand it at all. Din Thin told her to be quiet and listen to him. Chi-Chi obediently nodded. He recalled there was a case of harming the clan before. Just now he only focused on going forward and didn't notice they had arrived at this place. Din Thin gently asked if she was scared. Chi-Chi answered honestly, with a flustered face, saying she was scared. Din Thin took the chance to tease. If you're scared, why did you follow? Chi-Chi was a bit dissatisfied. Don't you know it's dangerous? Coming here without knowing people would worry. Din Thin found Chi-Chi's words too right to argue against. Chi-Chi pulled her hand away from his. If you don't want me to follow, then fine. Din Thin quickly grabbed her hand back, using a stone to flick in some direction, making a strange sound. Chi-Chi didn't know what this sound was and was scared pale. Chi-Chi turned around and hugged Din Thin. He quickly comforted her, saying it's okay, he's here. After she calmed down, Din Thin continued teasing by asking, were you worried about my safety just now? Chi-Chi embarrassedly denied ever saying that. He wouldn't let go, saying he heard it clearly. Chi-Chi quickly changed the subject. The fog has cleared. Let's find a way out. Chi-Chi picked up the pebble, wondering there was no fog before we came in. So now it's neither dawn nor dusk. Din Thin continued that this phenomenon doesn't occur on the mountain, so this must be a mechanism. Chi-Chi slightly panicked, asking if it meant they couldn't get out. Din Thin remained calm and comforted her. Let's wait until the fog clears to see. She asked again when the fog would clear. Din Thin bent down to carry her. Honestly replied that he didn't know. Chi-Chi was overthinking and scaring herself, feeling like some monster would jump out. Ding Shang smiled and asked if she regretted following him. Chi-Chi stubbornly answered no. Suddenly, Chi-Chi's stomach growled. Ding Shang said she was hungry, but she denied it, saying it was because she drank too much water earlier. Ding Shang asked if she wanted candy, then took out a pack of candy from his pocket, unwrapped one, and put it in her mouth. Chi-Chi realized something and suddenly asked, was it you who put that candy box in my bag earlier? Ding Shang was caught red-handed and couldn't deny it. Chi-Chi wondered further, how could you put it in without me noticing? Ding Shang honestly answered it was the day before. Chi-Chi lifted Ding Shang's chin and teased, you already gave me a box before. Why are you being so generous? Ding Shang asked back if she didn't like them anymore. Caught off guard, Chi-Chi instinctively replied she liked them, but she was grown up now. Ding Shang caught the key point and held her tight. asking, "So you don't like them when you're grown up? Tell me if you still like them or not." Chi-Chi straightforwardly answered that she had always liked them since childhood, secretly adding in her heart that she liked both the candy and him having such naughty thoughts. Chi-Chi told herself, "It must be because sixth brother is too handsome." Ding Shang took off his outer robe and gave it to her. "It's getting cold. Put this on." Chi-Chi worried he would be cold, didn't want to accept but was forced to wear it. Being someone who values relationships and loves boys, Chi-Chi threw herself into Ding Shang's arms, reasonably saying the fog is about to clear. "It's getting colder. We should share the coat." Ding Shang, still worried she was cold, gently asked if she felt warmer. Chi-Chi and Ding Shang's arms obediently hugged him tight and said she wasn't cold. Ding Shang took the chance to smell the fragrance on Chi-Chi's body. The milk scent from her childhood had now turned into cherry blossom scent. Not sure whether to hate or thank this fog anymore. Suddenly, Chi-Chi was startled. Ding Shang moved his hand instinctively when he realized. He quickly apologized. Chi-Chi didn't blame him. Ding Shang took her hand, pulled her along to find a suitable place to spend the night. Ding Shang came to a cliff. He confidently stated they could find the formations I hear. Chi-Chi tremblingly asked how could they see it at this cliff. Ding Shang explained it was just an illusion formation, nothing to fear. Then he teased her, asking if she was afraid of heights. Chi-Chi was afraid of everything and heights were certainly no exception. Ding Shang, without saying more, picked her up and jumped straight down. Although screaming loudly, Chi-Chi noticed that Ding Shang's heartbeat wasn't normal. Chi-Chi teased him, "You're scared too. Your heart is beating so fast." Ding Shang replied that his fast heartbeat wasn't from fear, but because of her. Suddenly an arrow shot towards them. Ding Shang realized this step was a bit foolish. "We've triggered the formation's eye. There are mechanisms on the cliff." Ding Shang carried her running across the cliff, avoiding the bumps. He reminded the person in his heart, "Hide well in my heart. Don't peek out." Chi-Chi obediently replied, "I understand. Don't worry about me." While he was running, suddenly an arrow hit his shoulder. Ding Shang let out a painful but soft cry. Chi-Chi was startled seeing his poor complexion and asked, "What's wrong? Are you hurt?" Suddenly, he fell to his knees right in front of a cave entrance, then quickly pushed Chi-Chi inside. Told her to climb into the cave. "Never mind me. Quickly climb in. You'll be safe." Of course, Chi-Chi refused. She held his hand, trying to pull Ding Shang into the cave with her. She said, "Either we go together or die together." Hearing those heartwarming words, he struggled to tell her, "All right, let's hide together. Chi-Chi, you and I won't die." Her expression was determined, agreeing with his words. In the cave, the fire flickered, making crackling sounds. Chi-Chi added wood to the fire, but still worriedly turned back to check on his condition. Ding Shang now had half his clothes pulled down, revealing his bandaged shoulder wound from earlier. He smiled reassuringly, "I'm fine. Just a surface wound." But Chi-Chi didn't smile. Ding Shang had to continue, "You forgot. With my constitution, it won't even take a night. By tomorrow, it will be healed. Tomorrow, I'll take you back." Those words didn't make her feel at ease. Chi-Chi said, "But there's no medicine here. Your wound will take long to heal. Bleeding so much must have been going on for a while." She covered him with an additional thin cloth. Ding Shang was frank. "I'm not cold, but Chi-Chi just said one thing. Just listen." Suddenly, he pulled that cloth. "Then, as you said earlier." After that, she lost balance and fell onto him. Ding Shang's face was shamelessly saying they should both answer. Reluctantly, he suddenly said he was cold. Chi-Chi didn't hear clearly and asked again. Ding Shang repeated, "I said I'm cold." She was confused. "You just said you weren't cold. Now wearing clothes, you're cold." Then Ding Shang reasonably explained, "It's cold in the cave. Gets colder at night." Suddenly she said okay, then hugged him tightly. In a place she couldn't see, Ding Shang's expression was extremely smug. Chi-Chi happily said, "I'll hug you." Then Chi-Chi yawned from tiredness. He said, "If you're sleepy, then sleep." She couldn't understand. Clearly it was very dangerous around, but somehow as long as he was by her side, she felt that no matter when she could sleep peacefully. Thinking that, she leaned on him and wished him good night. Ding Shang was stunned. His face showed pain when Chi-Chi said, "Can you hold me to sleep forever?" His hand clenched, wanting to embrace Chi-Chi, feeling sad inside. "When have I not thought about holding you to sleep every night?" Then again Chi-Chi laughed carelessly, and he realized she was sleep-talking. I still carefully observed her. How big has my little sister grown? Why does every eyelash suit my taste so perfectly? Ding Shang's heart was fluttering. Look, he touched her cheeks, remembering her chubby face when she was little. Why has she become so thin now? He whispered happily. Her face isn't even as big as my palm. Then greedily, he touched her lips and said, her lips are as soft as in my memory. Touching and feeling shy then when he saw Chi-Chi move, he naturally put his finger in his mouth, hiding his actions. Later he heard her sleep talking about chicken legs that he likes. The next morning, the sky today was clear along with the mountains. There were birds chirping in the cave. Chi-Chi rubbed her eyes drowsily asking if it was morning already. Ding Shang held her like he had since last night. He smiled and said, you're awake. Sleep a bit more. It's still early. Chi-Chi glanced at the cave entrance. Clearly she had slept for a long time. Why was it still dark outside the cave? She didn't know what time it was. Suddenly he stroked her hair gently and said, be good and sleep a bit more. Chi-Chi relaxed and said okay. About an hour later, Chi-Chi woke up and drowsily asked, what's this? Ding Shang softly replied, a pigeon just flew in. Sit down first and wait a bit. Then he assessed outside, saying the spell hasn't worn off yet. I underestimated the Wu Zi tribe's abilities. The duration of this mechanism is longer than what I imagined. Ding Shang fell into deep thought. It's said that where the Wu Zi tribe's secrets are buried is in the bamboo forest behind Linen Mountain Villa. The Wu Zi tribe's remnants used the forest as formation, earth as blocks to set up dangerous mechanisms. Thinking of this, Ding Shang anxiously changed his way of speaking. We can't get out because since we entered this forest, the whole mountain has been moving. If we can't break the formation, then we won't be able to get out no matter what. While thinking about this issue, there was a sound from behind. Ding Shang quickly checked and called out loudly, Chi-Chi. She ran very quickly now, hugging Ding Shang's entire body. He gently comforted her trembling body, asking what's wrong. Chi-Chi buried her face in his chest and said shakily, there's a ghost. Hearing this, he comforted her, don't be afraid. Tell brother where the ghost is. Immediately Chi-Chi pointed to a direction in the cave, saying it's over there. Seeing where she pointed, Ding Shang said very indulgently, the light is too dim. I need to go over there to check. Chi-Chi, let go of brother first. However, Chi-Chi panicked and said, don't go there, brother. It's very scary, let's run away. Ding Shang wasn't annoyed. He just patiently told her, now the spell hasn't worn off yet. We can't get out. Let me go take a look. Finally, Chi-Chi hid behind Ding Shang while reminding him, be careful, brother. Before going deeper, he took a torch and lit up that place. The light shone, helping him see something attached to the ground. Looking at that demon mask, Chi-Chi timidly asked, is this it? Is it really a ghost or a demon? Ding Shang rubbed that thing and confirmed with her, there are no ghosts in this world. This is just a mask. Chi-Chi was curious when she heard about the mask. The mask is not a living thing. Then her expression suddenly changed, excitedly stepping forward. She asked, is this mask worth a lot of money? Ding Shang felt helpless, but he carefully examined the mask again, then confirmed it must be from the ancient Wu Zi tribe. It might be related to Wu Zi's secrets, of course it's valuable. Hearing the words valuable, Chi-Chi quickly asked if we could take it down to sell. Ding Shang teasingly smiled. You really are money hungry? He flicked her forehead and said, Chi-Chi is very short on money. She cleverly said, this thing has been here for thousands of years. It's just rusted now. What a waste if we don't take it. Suddenly Ding Shang slapped his hand against the wall, making a cabinet pose, pinning Chi-Chi in the corner, teasingly asking, are you afraid brother can't support you? You money-loving kid, your attention is misplaced. This mask is embedded in the stone. Without proper tools, we can't remove it. Hearing this explanation, Chi-Chi made an oh sound in understanding. Ding Shang looked at the mask again with its bizarre shape. The shape on the mask, why does it feel so familiar to me? Have I seen it somewhere before? Ding Shang touched the eye socket of the mask, thinking to himself, the mask's eyes can move. Seems like it triggered some mechanism. Since we've come this far, might as well try to explore. Though thinking this, Ding Shang looked at Chi-Chi and rejected that thought. No, Chi-Chi is still here. Can't be reckless. Can't let her fall into danger. Just as he withdrew his outstretched hand, Chi-Chi asked, what's wrong? Were you trying to dig out the mask? He was both amused and exasperated by her fixation. Only answered no, it can't be dug out. Then he picked her up again. While walking, he said this place isn't suitable to stay long. Let's go outside first and talk. Chi-Chi's cheeks were flushed. She obediently said, all right. Ding Shang's eyes were full of tenderness, lovingly coaxing her, wait until we get outside, then brother will have the best craftsman in the palace make you an even more valuable mask. She happily agreed. As they were walking, there was a clicking sound beneath their feet. Chi-Chi startled. What was that sound? There was now a hole beneath their feet, and both of them were falling straight down. Ding Shang quickly flipped his body, using his back to break the fall, protecting Chi-Chi in his arms. Fortunately, there was a lake below. Ding Shang and her fell straight into it. The loud splash disturbed the once peaceful surface of the lake. Chi-Chi emerged from the water breathing irregularly. Then she struggled in the vast lake surface, continuously crying, "Help! Help! I don't know how to dash." The word swim was swallowed by the water as Chi-Chi sank underwater with water rushing into her mouth. A hand supported her back. It was Ding Shang holding her as he swam to the surface. "You tried to reassure me not to be afraid, saying you're here." When they surfaced, Chi-Chi kept coughing. She tightly hugged his neck, whispering, sixth brother, while Ding Shang spoke gently. "It's all right, it's fine now. Brother will take you to shore." He carried her body up to the shore. While walking and observing the surroundings, Chi-Chi was surprised. There seems to be another cave here. So the cramped cave above wasn't everything. This place is the real cavern. Reaching dry ground, Ding Shang gently set her down while saying, "The Wu clan excels at insect arts and mechanisms. Where they hide their secrets must be different from ordinary people." Chi-Chi. As Chi-Chi's feet touched the ground, her legs trembled. Then she collapsed, crying in pain. "My leg, my leg, my leg." Ding Shang hurriedly asked, "What's wrong with your leg?" Chi-Chi, with teary eyes, she said, "Leg cramp." He smiled. "Swimming too fast can cause cramps." She pouted unhappily and complained, "I got cramps from falling in cold water, and you're still teasing me." Ding Shang lifted her foot and held her ankle. He comforted her. "It's okay. I'll massage it for you." Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi suddenly became flustered. It's not necessary." Nevertheless, he gently massaged while saying, "When you were little, you were never shy. Now that you're grown, you've become distant from me." Chi-Chi thought to herself. These days she kept feeling familiar like before, as if there was no barrier between them. She smiled bitterly, thinking, who would have thought that in this ancient time, at such a young age, I would experience such emotional changes? Ding Shang asked with a pained expression. "Is it feeling any better?" Chi-Chi felt it and replied, "A bit better now." Then as he helped her stand up, Chi-Chi suddenly sneezed. Seeing this, he started taking off his clothes and told her to remove her wet clothes. Hearing this, she barely managed to gasp. Chi-Chi sat behind where clothes were hung as a temporary curtain, while Ding Shang sat outside lighting a fire to dry her clothes. The flame's warmth reached where Chi-Chi was. After a while, seeing the clothes were dry, he reached around the curtain to hand them to her. He politely turned away while handing them over, telling her they were dry and to put them on, then remove her inner clothes so he could dry those too. Chi-Chi was startled and embarrassed, asking if she really had to remove her undergarments too. He smiled gently and explained, "Wet undergarments against skin make it easier to get sick." Finding his reasoning logical, she followed his instructions. Looking at the undergarment Chi-Chi handed him, he took it with pure intentions. As he unfolded it, what caught his eye was a cute chibi tiger design. He marveled that even her underwear had Old White embroidered on it. "You must really like Old White." Ding Shang handed her his coat, telling her to wear it first to avoid catching cold. Right then, as if to emphasize his words, a gust of wind strongly blew through, making the curtain flutter. She quickly put on the coat and looked at him curiously. "How did your clothes dry so quickly?" "You've been busy drying mine this whole time." He smiled, not wanting to make her worry, and said mainly because the material is different from his, it dries faster. But Chi-Chi saw that he was still wet. She worriedly said his clothes were sticking to his body. Maybe he should take them off too. He naturally obeyed his wife and slowly took off his clothes. Gradually, each firm line of his body appeared. Chi-Chi blushed unexpectedly. Just one look made her heart pound continuously. She quickly turned away, shyly thinking his body was so good while outwardly avoiding looking. Her small, fragile soul was already captivated. Remembering every detail, Chi-Chi's inner self was screaming wildly. Indeed, slim in clothes but muscular when undressed. These abs, these chest muscles, absolutely perfect. Yin Chang stepped forward, worriedly offering to put on shoes for her. Chi-Chi startled, suppressing her inner conscience which was questioning her loudly. "What were you just thinking? That's your half-brother. Are you crazy?" He skillfully knelt down to put on her shoes. Chi-Chi refused, saying it wasn't necessary. He explained that women get cold from their feet up. Need to be careful about that. While he was putting on the shoes, from her view looking down, she could clearly see each abdominal muscle. Were those really 8-pack abs actually existing? After finishing, he looked up at Chi-Chi, saw her still staring at him, mesmerized, her small eyes seemingly glowing. Yin-chung stood up, asking why her face was so red. Chi-Chi was caught in a daze. Could she say she was seduced by his abs? She made up that it was just because of the heat from the fire, telling him to quickly put on clothes before catching cold. Yin-chung pinched her cheek, saying she's a little devil, daring to do but not daring to admit as he moved closer. Chi-Chi instinctively avoided and fell. He gently reached out to catch her. Both fell onto the ground. He asked teasingly, "You said it's hot, but want me to put on clothes to avoid cold. Which is it really?" She was speechless. That evil brother always had to pick on her. He moved close to her ear, teasing, "Seems like you were looking at me earlier." Chi-Chi pushed him away, denying, saying she didn't. He understood his little wife's psychology well, taking her resisting hand and moving it down, asking roguishly if she wanted to touch. Chi-Chi blushed and stammered, "What are you saying?" Yin-chung suddenly stopped teasing her. "Some things should wait until she's more mature." He seriously stood up, reminding her to put on the dry clothes. After they both got dressed, Yin-chung silently assessed they shouldn't stay here long. They should leave quickly. He analyzed the situation, saying where they fell was a lake. They couldn't use martial arts to go up, so they could only find another way out. He held the torch in her hand, leading the way. When they reached the exit, Chi-Chi was surprised by so many cave entrances, wondering which one led outside. Yin-chung calmly said from his observation these entrances likely corresponded to a formation. If they chose wrong, it would be hard to return. Chi-Chi worried, saying she had studied formations before, but it's just trivial compared to reality. Yin-tan decisively chose one door. Chi-Chi was still confused with questions. She wondered how he understood this sophisticated formation. There were just some characters about doors and caves. How could he be so sure about this small door? Yin-tan casually pulled her along, saying with a blank face that it was just a guess. Chi-Chi was speechless. "You're that confident just from guessing, brother?" He smiled and asked if she dared to make a bet with him just once. Chi-Chi laughed cheerfully. "Life is short. Let's bet then." The torch flame blazed brightly, leading the way as they held hands and walked together. Indeed, the feeling of joy and peace when being together wasn't like a life or death situation at all, but more like going on an outing. Chi-Chi suddenly called him. She was excited in the vast, gloomy space, asking him if he felt like they were treasure hunting in a cave, but Yin-tan was confused about what treasure. It took him a moment to understand her words. Understanding his wife's words was always a process. Chi-Chi got another idea, saying she heard that in this bamboo back mountain was where the Wu-Zi tribe hid their treasure. Many people had searched for years, but couldn't find it. Yet they somehow stumbled upon it by accident. Perhaps the gods were guiding them. He smiled lovingly and teased her. If everyone in the world was as optimistic as her, there would be no more wars. Chi-Chi suddenly stopped. Yin-tan asked why she stopped walking. Under the flickering torchlight, she vaguely saw strange characters on the wall. "What writing is this?" Yin-tan looked over and immediately recognized it as Tianduo script. He slowly moved the torch along the characters. He guessed this might be clues left by the Wu-Zi tribe to find the treasure. Below was carved the name Daik Yin-tan. He was confused why his name was there. Could these wall writings be left by him? Why didn't he have any memory of it? Seeing him lost in thought, Chi-Chi asked if he recognized the writing above. Hearing her call, he snapped back and said he recognized a bit. It roughly wrote about the origin of the Wu-Zi tribe. The first leader's beloved died young, so he spent his life pursuing immortality. Chi-Chi was puzzled. Immortality? He said perhaps he wanted to meet his lady again in the future. Yin-tan fell silent. But after this leader, the surname Yin and given name Ming were identical. He couldn't keep dwelling on this and waste precious time. He told her these writings held no clues, and they should continue forward. After walking a while, Chi-Chi excitedly pointed to the end of the cave where there seemed to be light. She eagerly rushed forward. Yin-tan worriedly called out for her to slow down, warning about possible holes. Suddenly Chi-Chi was blocked by something and screamed. Yin-tan panicked, his heart burning as he ran toward her. As the light gradually faded, Chi-Chi slowly opened her eyes. She was startled to find herself in a strange place. The large room was decorated with red silk. It looked grand and beautiful. On the table was a pile of precious gems and treasures. Her eyes lit up with excitement, wondering if she was dreaming. So much money. Her eyes sparkled as she turned to call Yin-tan, saying they've struck it rich. They were about to become wealthy. but he didn't share her excitement, suddenly grabbing her hand. He pulled her to a red dress hanging on a rack and carefully asked if she wanted to try it on. Chi-Chi was somewhat surprised, but he smiled and urged her to try it. He wanted to see her wear it even if she didn't want to. Without saying much, he quickly pulled the dress down, held it in front of her, and coldly said, "Wear it." She was confused and stepped back, asking what was wrong with him. He hugged her and kept insisting she wear it. Chi-Chi helplessly agreed to wear it. She said she would wear it if he stopped scaring her. Chi-Chi reluctantly put on the red dress. She couldn't understand why her brother was suddenly acting so strange. It terrified her. As soon as she finished dressing, he immediately pulled her along. He pushed her to stand before a mirror, still smiling, but she couldn't clearly see his expression. But there was something even more frightening. In the mirror, it was clearly her, but also not her. Chi-Chi was confused about what was happening. Earlier, she hadn't worn any jewelry, but her reflection was very beautiful, wearing gorgeous jewelry and a red dress, looking like a bride about to be married. Suddenly, Yin Tan from behind wrapped his arms tightly around her waist and rested his chin on her shoulder. He raised his hand to lift her chin, turning her face toward him. Smiling gently, Chi-Chi stepped back in fear. It was Jin Long. He was dressed like and had the bearing of an emperor. Yin Tan's familiar face smiled at her. But after a moment his smile widened, and he suddenly said something chilling. "I found you." Chi-Chi was terrified and understood nothing. What was happening? What was going on? Why did his face become so unfamiliar? She didn't know this person at all. He looked exactly like Yin Tan, only his facial features were slightly different. He held her tight, pressed close, and asked with a smile if she still wanted to run. Chi-Chi struggled. "You're not Sixth brother. Who are you?" Without hesitation, he bent down and kissed her deeply. After a long while, that Yin Tan finally released her. He picked her up seriously, saying she couldn't marry anyone else. Chi-Chi was still very confused, not understanding what he meant. That Yin Tan threw her forcefully onto the wedding bed, surrounded by romantic red decorations. He pressed down on her, possessively declaring, "You are mine for this life and all lives to come." She closed her eyes tightly. Calls of "Chi-Chi, Chi-Chi, wake up, Chi-Chi" echoed in her ears. She suddenly opened her eyes. Before her was a dark space. Yin Tan worriedly asked, "Chi-Chi, can you hear me?" While speaking, he patted her body as she breathed heavily, asking, "What happened? Was I sleeping?" The dark space appeared again before Chi-Chi's eyes. "Confused why we're here just now." Clearly, Ding Shang covered her eyes. "Don't look at the cliff wall. There's something that causes hallucinations. I was just trapped." She was shocked by the hallucination. She silently concluded, "So everything I saw just now was an illusion. Was it really a dream?" Recalling that scene, she told herself, so there was no bridal chamber, no gold and silver betrothal gifts, no wedding dress, and no strange sixth brother. Her mind was in chaos. Ding Sheng asked with concern why her face was so red. "What did you just see that made you react so strongly?" "Chi-Chi, no, I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything at all." He put his hand on her shoulder. "All right, can you still walk?" She shook her head. "My legs are weak." Ding Shang carried her and reminded, "Put your arms around my neck. I'll carry you out." Chi-Chi let out a surprise sound. She thought although in the hallucination it wasn't Sixth brother, but the way of doing things was very similar to him. The darkness was divided into two sections. She saw light coming from the mountain crevice. That light was exactly like in the hallucination. Seven looked at it very carefully. She pondered if the hallucination was really a premonition, then there must really be a room ahead and gold-silver treasures. Will that man appear too? Will Sixth brother become like that? Noticing her unusual behavior, Ding Sheng worried. "What's wrong?" Chi-Chi replied, "Nothing, let's continue." The light behind shone on both of them. She silently sighed. Indeed, the scene from the hallucination appeared again. She thought dreams are contradictory. He patted her back. "Why suddenly unhappy?" She disappointed. "How's the treasure hunt going?" Ding Shang touched a table. "Perhaps for the owner of this mountain cave, this place was the priceless treasure. Don't know who spent those days with him here. Anyway, they must have been very happy then." Chi-Chi looked around and said, "There's no day or night in the mountain." Looking at the complete setup in the cave, the person back then must have stayed here to avoid the world, had prepared everything with no intention to leave. Ding Shang looked at her, but in the end he still left. She guessed maybe he wanted to find something more important. He gently patted her head. "Fortunately, we found the way out. Nothing to worry about." By now the mist had cleared, returning the clear blue sky. Ding Shang carried Chi-Chi on his back outside. She sighed, "It's a pity, except for the blue mask, we didn't find any other treasures. Don't know why those people outside coveted the Z Clan King's treasure so much." He shared his speculation. The lady's honey path. Perhaps the true precious one wasn't the treasure, but the person who stayed with the Z-King in this mountain back then. She continued they must have been soulmates. Ding Sheng thought differently. He said perhaps they were lovers. Chi-Chi didn't care whether they were soulmates or lovers. If I had known there were no treasures in the mountain cave, I would have taken that mask no matter what before. Good or bad, it's proof that we escaped death. He smiled indulgently. Let's go out and find a craftsman to make you a better one. Chi-Chi refused to go. If ordering someone to make it doesn't cost much, why not let sixth brother marry a chow instead? Ding Sheng stopped upon hearing this. She played tricks on your back. Why not continue walking? He helplessly advised against acting rashly. The two walked under the lush green trees. Ding Sheng said, you just sprained your ankle. Walk carefully. Avoid falling down again. He fell silent, wondering how he should tell her. Actually, there is no a chow. From beginning to end, there's only one person in my heart. From afar, someone shouted, little one. Both Chi-Chi and Ding Sheng were startled. Chi-Chi waved back, ninth royal uncle. We're here. They returned to their resting place. In the room, Ding Sheng sat carving a wooden stick. She sat drinking water to quench her thirst. Imo Han stepped forward. He complained about their disappearance for 2 days and 1 night. Do you know how worried we were? She wiped the water from her mouth. We just got lost. Accidentally went deep into the bamboo forest behind that mountain. He pointed at Ding Sheng. Scolding little one is still a child. Getting lost is one thing. But Ding Sheng, how could you get lost like her too? Didn't you know to stop before entering? He was screaming inside. If something unexpected happened to Chi-Chi, wouldn't royal brother tear him apart? She spoke up to explain. It was too dark that day. Sixth brother and I couldn't see clearly. We didn't know what to do either. We unknowingly went inside. He remained silent, just focused on wrapping the wooden stick. Imo Han continued lecturing, you little girl. Before he could finish, someone interrupted. They're back now. That's what matters. It's getting late. Let them have dinner and rest early. He asked her, besides the sprained ankle, are you hurt anywhere else? Chi-Chi lowered her head and replied, it's all healed. Just as she finished answering, Ding Sheng held out the stick before her. Try if it feels comfortable, she praised. Sixth brother, your carpentry skills have really improved. Chi-Chi continued, you don't need to protect me. These past 2 days, sixth brother, you must be very tired. Go rest quickly, he said. Don't worry about me. While the two were having their sweet moment, Imo Han was dragged away by someone, but he still managed to turn back and give Ding Sheng a bullet-like glare. He led Chi-Chi out of the room. A shoe came over asking how her foot was. Why are you going somewhere right after returning? She smiled brightly. I was just about to look for food. Let me see what delicious things there are. Chi-Chi suddenly slipped. She reflexively screamed, ah! He immediately reached out carefully. Ding Sheng appeared behind her. He had already caught her scolding, clumsy. The sister froze when she saw young Prince Yu. He paid no attention to that person, only focused on helping Chi-Chi. Then she was awkwardly carried by him. Hey, I can walk by myself, Ding Sheng said with a straight face. Sister, you cannot? He ordered the person behind to pick up the cane and leave. Cheerful voices came from the room. Let's eat. Let's eat. Chi-Chi sat between 2 young men who were glaring at each other with murderous intent. She thought to herself, why does it feel like when these two meet the air pressure immediately drops? Ding Sheng picked up food for her. Why aren't you eating? She smiled. There's too much delicious food. I don't know which to eat first. The sister beside also picked up food for her. You have wounds on your body. It's better to avoid irritating foods like seafood. Wait until you're healed to eat them. She smiled again and took the meat with her bowl. It's fine. It's fine. It's just a sprained ankle. There's no other injury. While chewing her food, she asked the sister, why didn't Fang Yishen and Lu Lingbai come? Why is it only you? He explained. I came in such a hurry I didn't call them. Fang Yishen poked his head out from behind the door. In his hands he was holding a large pot. Little Seven, my precious sister, are you here? Chi-Chi looked over. Speak of the devil and he appears. He put down the pot. Hearing you sprained your ankle, I specially went to the kitchen to make all-healing bone soup. As he opened the lid, he introduced our Fang family's ancestral recipe. I came to nourish your body. That's why Yishin squeezed into where the sister was sitting. My beloved princess, please try my cooking skills. She was a bit scared by his behavior. Can you please act more normal? He said, Little Seven, I've thought it through. If in the future you don't marry me, I'll stay home every day, wash my hands and cook soup waiting for you to come home and eat. She ignored what he said and only focused on the bowl of soup. Don't talk about other things. This soup smells so good. I didn't know you had this talent. Ding Sheng, who hadn't spoken a word, suddenly broke his chopsticks in half, startling the other two. Fang Yishen was frightened. Prince Yu, you're you're here too? This humble one didn't notice you earlier. Please forgive my rudeness. Ding Shang calmly adjusted his sleeve. Your rudeness isn't just about not noticing this, prince. Chi-Chi tried to mediate. All right, sit down and eat. I'm hungry. Ding Shang stood up in a bad mood and said, you all eat. This prince has matters to attend to and will leave first. She held him back. You haven't eaten anything yet. Ding Shang replied with words full of jealousy. With 2 ministers dining with you, you probably don't need me anymore. I'm tired. Going back to rest. Chi-Chi sighed and wondered what he was angry about. The older he gets, the more childish he becomes. After he left, she said to Fang Yixin, sit down and eat, don't mind him. He happily complied. He sat down stirring the soup while bragging about his achievement. I learned this soup recipe from my mother for a long time. So quietly stood up beside her. Jayat then hurriedly handed the bowl of soup to her. This is our family's secret recipe. It's delicious, sister. Try it quickly. Aso was probably attracted by the aroma of the soup, so she sat back down. She took a sip and felt it was delicious. He wagged his tail frantically, saying, it's good. Drink more. I will cook for you every day. Chi-Chi lowered her head to sip the soup. I didn't know you had this talent. He gestured excitedly, saying, my mother told me. This recipe was learned for my future wife. Back then she relied on this talent to make my father fall endlessly in love with her. She passed the bowl of soup to Aso, saying, here, brother. He took the soup, saying, you should drink too. Jayat then clutched his chest in heartache. She basically didn't understand what I just said. Boo-hoo-hoo, he hugged the soup bowl. I can't cook. Chi-Chi doesn't understand made a surprised sound. Aso smiled at her. It's nothing. I will learn. She still didn't understand what to learn. Aso said to Jayat, then teach me the soup. He was surprised. Huh? Our family's traditional skill passed down for 8 generations. You want me to teach you? Then I'll teach you. Aso stated her condition. Her cultivation bloomed. You want to learn? I'll teach you. He couldn't believe it. Really? A bowl of soup in exchange for the 9 levels. Zither, the mysterious technique, never passed outside cultivation bloomed. You're not tricking me? She took a sip of soup. If you don't want to, then forget it. Jayat then shouted, wanting to rush forward and hug Aso's legs. If you tell me to kowtow as your disciple, I'll agree. Or you can beat me up. Otherwise, I'll feel guilty learning from you. Chi-Chi sat aside happily watching the drama. Your pride really isn't worth anything. The day Chi-Chi returned to the capital, Jiang Soso went to help her. Chi-Chi, that day, speaking of that day, you and Yuan got lost in the Forbidden Mountain area. At that time, your foot was sprained. She made up stories. Right, at that time I sprained it while avoiding traps. She thought to herself. I can't tell her that when I jumped out of the mountain cave, my left foot stepped on my right foot and I fell. She looked at Chi-Chi with admiring eyes. You're so amazing at avoiding traps. She felt embarrassed, saying it's nothing special. It's not that impressive. So quickly went to spread the news. Chi-Chi's foot was injured when exploring the misty forest with Yuang. Chi-Chi is so amazing, that girl exclaimed. Really? The girl who just heard the news went to tell others. Have you heard? The 7th princess's foot was injured while investigating tomb raiders with Yuang, avoiding deadly traps. That person sighed. Heavens, the 7th princess has such abilities. We really underestimated her before. That person went on to tell others. I just learned some news. The 7th princess's foot was injured while blocking traps for Yuang. Your Highness got hurt. I heard the situation was very dangerous then. Heaven and earth changed color. Someone who just received the news was shocked and ran to the crowd, loudly, saying, do you know our 7th princess is truly extraordinary? I heard she can walk through the misty forest. She can even fly through the air to save Prince Yu from the mechanical trap. The crowd around buzzed with discussion. After a while, they came to Chi-Chi and knelt down. Long live the 7th princess. We are willing to follow you forever. She felt like being struck by lightning in clear weather. She didn't understand anything. She thought to herself how the news ended up like this. Rumors were terrifying, and Chi-Chi suddenly felt weak. She reflexively cried out, ah, but before she fell, a hand caught her. Ding Shang carried her in princess style, worriedly asking why she didn't call someone for help. She smiled shyly and said they were all busy. Then he set her down and asked if her foot still hurt, but she smiled and said it stopped hurting long ago. Ding Shang said nothing and took out a medicine jar from his pocket. He quickly sat down, intending to apply medicine for her. Although Chi-Chi backed away trying to avoid it, she couldn't do anything about it. He ordered her not to move, so he could check her wound properly. Chi-Chi obediently sat there watching him while pondering in her heart. Now that they were both grown up, she felt being alone with him was somewhat awkward and inappropriate. Suddenly, she looked up at the sky, gazing at the leaves outside in a daze, thinking she shouldn't have such thoughts. A long time passed. Night had fallen over the capital city. On the street, the sounds of gongs and horns rang continuously. An old man walked step by step in the night, reminding everyone to be careful with fire when suddenly a black cat jumped out of nowhere, scaring him so much he almost wet himself. He shouted and cursed at the black cat, making it run away in fear. He watched it disappear with an annoyed, scared expression. Suddenly something happened that startled him, making him turn pale with fear and speechless. In front of him was someone lying unconscious, completely motionless. He looked and wondered, could this be a murder? Early next morning, when people bustled back on the streets, the officials had already cordoned off the area. They reported to their superior. This case was similar to the previous two cases, all involving young women and using extremely brutal methods. The crime scene showed no abnormalities, and the perpetrator of all cases was the same person. He quickly ordered an investigation and increased the number of night patrols. He looked at the sky, trying to think of a solution. The killer must be someone brutal and skilled with a knife to be able to harm and peel off people's faces like that. He angrily clenched his fists, afraid that this problem would be difficult to solve. Right now at the Imperial Academy, Jachin approached and told Chi-Chi that her feet still hurt, so he had already called a car for her. Chi-Chi quickly packed up her things and declined, telling Jia-chun she wanted to stay at Royal Sister's place for a few days. Jia-chun was careful and seriously reminded her there have been terrible murder cases lately. She needs to be careful on the road. She was startled by this, thinking perhaps Jia-chun was overthinking. At Royal Sister's place, there surely wouldn't be any danger at all. Moreover, she smiled cheerfully, saying her royal sister had instructed her to bring some books. But she was being mysterious, unable to tell Jia-chun what books they were at. This time in the study, Chi-Chi searched for a while, finally finding the book she needed. She carefully instructed to wrap it well, not letting others discover it. Hearing this, he immediately lowered his voice and laughed, understanding her meaning. Lately, Royal Sister has been making her buy these R-rated books, yet refuses to go find her consort. Chi-Chi quickly opened her purse, asking how many coins it cost. Suddenly, a voice came from behind, offering to pay for her, generously offering 1 silver tael. It turned out to be Ding Shang. This is an adult bookstore. Why are you here? He looked at her for a moment and said he was just meeting a friend. Indeed, another person appeared, introducing himself as Song Lan, cheerfully saying she could just call him brother. Ding Shang saw the two had just met yet were already so familiar he got jealous, using his hand to shield Chi-Chi from Song Lan's gaze. Song Lan turned out to be the owner here and said he wouldn't charge them anymore. Chi-Chi looked at Ding Shang and asked, is Brother Song the owner of this bookstore? Hearing the word brother made Ding Shang irritated. He raised his voice, forbidding her from calling him that. She heard him say that and just made an "oh" sound. Song Lan looked at Chi-Chi and found her too adorable. No wonder Ding Shang likes her so much, even I can't resist. Song Lan was about to pat her head but was firmly grabbed and stopped by him. Seeing this, he just laughed it off, saying Ding Shang really protects this princess well. He turned to ask the shopkeeper what books Chi-Chi bought. The shopkeeper quickly confessed honestly without any hesitation. Chi-Chi was extremely shocked. Ding Shang's face darkened upon hearing this and glanced at her. Seeing this, Song Lan introduced, wanting to give her the latest volume in that series. She quickly turned to look at his unhappy expression, frowning there, scared and flustered, wanting to explain. Song Lan immediately interrupted by stuffing the book into her hands, telling her not to be shy. At this age, reading those kinds of books is nothing strange. She was startled and reflexively grabbed the book. Tong Lan looked at her and burst into laughter while proudly patting his chest. Whenever you want to read more, just come to my place. Every book is there, satisfying all your needs. It was unbearable to hear Din Thin glared at him with bullet-like eyes. Din Thin couldn't stand it anymore, immediately snatched the book from her hands, along with the book she had just bought. He quickly pulled her out of the bookstore without saying a word. The two, one male and one female, were tugging at her. Chi-Chi cautiously pointed at the book he was holding, wanting it back, but he paid no attention to those words. Chi-Chi now wanted to go to Hong Tai's place, but it might not be convenient. She then quickly reached for the book, but he swiftly took it away, saying he also wanted to visit Hong Tai. He told her to get in the carriage. She had no choice but to obey to have a chance to get her book back. Din Thin gently helped her onto the horse carriage. The other carriage driver stood aside, sighing sadly as he watched Chi-Chi being taken away by Din Thin. He leaned against the carriage and started crying. To see Chi-Chi once was truly difficult. He was almost ready for retirement. Inside the carriage, He calmly picked up the book. Seeing this, Chi-Chi panicked, quickly explaining that those books were only bought for Hong Tai, but he didn't say a word. His ears turned red as he slammed the book shut. Seeing this, she tried to stay calm, pretending she hadn't seen anything. He put the book down, forcefully calmed his emotions, and lectured 7-7 must never read books like these. She quickly waved her hands, saying she hadn't read this book. He was very worried, telling her not to read such books in the future. Hearing this, Chi-Chi just turned away, sighed, and made an "oh" sound. Din Thin also turned away from her, but still cared enough to ask if her foot was feeling any better. She happily smiled and said it was better. Din Thin felt relieved hearing that. He warned her not to run around carelessly. Regarding last night's murder, she had heard workers mention the killer's name. It was truly frightening. He patted her head to comfort her, or if she wanted to go out for a walk, she could call him to accompany her. Chi-Chi was very happy hearing this. The person outside with Din Thin announced they had arrived at Van Thuong's mansion. Chi-Chi happily leaned out to look. It had been a long time since she visited Van Thuong, but suddenly someone from the mansion was thrown outside. Chi-Chi's excitement quickly turned to fear. He fell to the ground with a heavy thud. Din Thin gently helped her down from the carriage. She raised her eyebrows to see what exactly was happening. The servants saw Din Thin and quickly bowed their heads in greeting. She quickly asked the servant why that person was kicked out. Then she learned that Van Thuong was selecting a consort. She happily added many young masters had passed the selection to come here, but Van Thuong straight up kicked them all out to the chicken coop. Hearing this, Chi-Chi recalled that she seemed to have heard about this before. While she was still lost in thought, the servant quickly invited them both inside. Chi-Chi looked on in confusion, wondering if this was choosing a consort or selecting a martial arts champion with literary talents. That young master who was just kicked out was being carried away by others, but still managed to wink and say, "literary and martial arts." Then several others who were beaten badly carried each other away, crying in fear about how terrifying it was. Din Thin watched for a while and realized Van Thuong was selecting a consort in a unique and strange way. In a large courtyard, two fighters were battling for Van Thuong to watch. When the fight ended, she calmly called for the next person. The attendant beside her reported worriedly that those who came for the consort selection had finished testing today, but 37 people had run away in fear. She felt it was meaningless that she couldn't select a consort with superior martial arts skills. She gave some praise and told the person who won the previous fight to leave. She would summon him next time. When Van Thuong rewarded him with some gold, he was visibly delighted and respectfully thanked her. Just as that person left, Chi-Chi arrived, making Van Thuong beam with joy like a flower. But since Din Thin came along, this made Van Thuong's happiness fade, and her face dropped. Then the three of them happily went to eat together. Van Thuong asked if today 7 would stay here with her. Then she looked at Din Thin and quietly asked what about him. This made Chi-Chi think for a moment. Seeing this, Van Thuong started talking to Din Thin about the matters of the prince's mansion, asking if they were almost done. He quickly replied if nothing unexpected happens, it should be done by mid-month. Hearing this, Van Thuong happily said living in the mansion is freer than in the palace, with fewer rules to follow, except paying respects to Father Emperor, Mother Empress on the 15th of each month, but otherwise no one supervises. Then Van Thuong happily turned to Chi-Chi, saying you should also ask Father Emperor to let you live outside. Little 7 heard this and enthusiastically agreed. Van Thuong happily pinched Chi-Chi's cheeks and said she would show her portraits of noble young masters. If she liked any, she could choose him as consort. Seeing little 7 so excited and happy, Din Thin beside her had his face darken terrifyingly. Van Thuong also offered to show him portraits of noble young ladies, but Din Thin declined, saying he didn't need them. At night, Chi-Chi had to walk quite far in the mansion and complained that this woke her up from sleep. Suddenly from somewhere came cursing, "You wretch, let go." As soon as she heard the shout, Chi-Chi recognized it as Van Thuong's voice. Little 7 was walking along holding a lantern, thinking about her royal sister's matters, when suddenly she heard voices discussing the consort selection. She found the voice somewhat familiar. It seemed to be Kai Ham's voice. Van Thuong was in Kai Ham's embrace, saying that matter had nothing to do with him. Upon hearing this, his face showed a hint of sadness as he questioned her. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi, who accidentally witnessed this, felt like she was watching drama unfold. This drama was too good. Unexpectedly, Kai-ham kissed Van Thuong. Watching such a scene made Chi-Chi blush deeply, but she still couldn't take her eyes off the scene. She secretly praised those romance novels that Van Thuong had read before. Then she quickly scrambled to leave without disturbing the two. They also wanted to leave quietly, but suddenly she tripped so there was no silence at all as sounds could be heard nearby. Van Thuong was a bit scared and confused. Seeing her looking so uneasy, Kai-ham caressed her face and assured her she didn't need to be afraid because he was there with her. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi was being silenced by Din Thin's hand over her mouth to prevent her from making any sound. Chi-Chi looked at him with innocent eyes, making him feel somewhat flustered. Suddenly, at that moment, Kai-ham called out, saying the earlier noise must have just been from a stray cat. Van Thuong blushed angrily and shouted back, whether a princess like her chooses a consort or not has nothing to do with the royal advisor Kai-ham. Hearing this, he was displeased and scolded her. At first, when you let this one into your bed, you didn't say such things. Van Thuong blushed angrily and yelled at him to shut up, not to mention that matter. He gently kissed her hand and threatened that if she found another man, he would kill that person. The drama-watching Chi-Chi, hearing about Kai-ham and Van Thuong's intimate matters, was extremely delighted and happy. Seeing this, Din Thin covered her ears to prevent her from hearing more. But this made Chi-Chi's heart beat unusually fast. The two of them stood still like that until Kai-ham and Van Thuong left. Chi-Chi, as if not believing what she had just witnessed, recalled and said previously Van Thuong didn't like older men. Hearing her say this, Din Thin wondered and thought to himself, could it be that Chi-Chi also disliked older men? After saying that, she brushed it off and asked why Din Thin suddenly appeared here. When Din Thin heard 7-7 asking, he explained that his horse carriage had broken down. Chi-Chi thought with a relieved face, fortunately Din Thin was here. Otherwise, Van Thuong and Kai-ham would have discovered them. Then he kindly reminded Chi-Chi that it was getting late and she should head back or royal sister would worry. When Din Thin turned to leave, Chi-Chi tugged at his sleeve and asked if she could return with him. Seeing this, Din Thin asked if she wasn't staying with royal sister. She was still shocked by what had just happened earlier, so she firmly answered no. Then he held her hand and said, let's go back together. When they reached the carriage, the subordinate reported that the carriage was still being repaired and asked the two to wait a while longer. Seeing this, Chi-Chi said there was no need to rush and told them to continue working. After thinking for a moment, Din Thin asked if she wanted to return to the palace with him. Little Seven replied in surprise, royal sister's place seems quite far from the imperial palace. But when she saw Din Thin's radiant face, Seven blushed shyly and stammered yes, it's fine to go, while her heart kept beating rapidly. Seeing Chi-Chi standing there dumbfounded, Din Thin took her hand and said, behind the mountain there's a shortcut that can quickly lead to the imperial palace. After saying that, he held her hand and ran towards that back mountain. After a while, they reached an abandoned cave connected to the northern gate of the imperial palace. Din Thin lit a torch and held Seven's hand, leading her into that cave. As she followed, she wondered in her heart how Din Thin knew about this place. After a while, seeing him looking at her, she turned to ask, "Sixth brother, what's wrong?" Caught sneaking glances, so he embarrassedly told her to watch her step to cover up. She naively thought there weren't any paths on her face anyway. Suddenly, she paused to think about his gaze, which was a bit strange, but she couldn't tell what was strange about it. Meanwhile, Din Thin was recalling the scene of Kai-ham and Van Thuong when talking about selecting a consort and worrying Seven would also select a consort. Suddenly, Seven exclaimed there was light ahead. Seems like they've reached the north gate. But gradually her eyes became dreamy. At that time, in the northern capital of Bakmin, fire spread everywhere. Black crows circled in the gloomy sky, occasionally letting out terrified cries, mixed with the moaning sounds and wailing of fleeing citizens. The city gate was now out of control. The signboard above slowly fell down. Everyone understood it was a bad omen for the city's near future. Chi-Chi stood numbly among scattered corpses. This place had somehow become a river of blood. Thoughts rushed through her mind, but her mouth couldn't utter a word. The man opposite her, dressed entirely in black uniform, sword in hand, riding a horse, emerged from the flames. His face was blurry and unclear. His whole aura made people fearful. Their eyes suddenly met. The man showed absolutely no emotion. Only Chi-Chi remained in a daze. This person was the man she saw in the hallucination at the bamboo forest. Wasn't he supposed to be dead? Suddenly, a pair of hands covered her expression. Chi-Chi's family Ding Shang saw her suddenly lose focus and immediately spoke up. Chi-Chi came to her senses and turned around. I'm fine, though she said that she couldn't help but feel worried inside. Could it be that heaven was reminding her that actually the male lead Yin Chung wasn't dead? Her small hand pulled at his sleeve. Could it be that the person she cared about would still face trouble? A series of predictions kept gnawing at her mind. Outwardly, she still smiled as if nothing was wrong. Sixth brother, let's go. Ding Sheng looked down at the young lady below. Gentleness seemed to overflow from his eyes. Late at night, the light in Chi-Chi's room was still on another sleepless night. She sat on a small chair, deep in thought. Her hand drew someone's figure. It was the man from yesterday's vision. His eyes were like deep dark holes, constantly drawing in the soul of whoever faced them. Holding the drawing in her hand, her face serious whether it's dream or reality, whether you are the male lead or not, my family. I will definitely protect them. She gently folded the paper and tucked it carefully in the drawer. At the same time at the Chancellor's mansion, Tu Su was still, diligently reading. A knock on the door caught his attention. Come in. A young lady holding an orange cat smiled brightly. Young master, Fat Orange is back. The butler just found it in the kitchen. He calmly lifted his eyes and looked at it intently. The fat orange cat irritably stretched out its claws and squirmed slightly. It must be hungry. When the butler found it, it was constantly searching for food. At this moment, she was a bit worried. Young master has raised Fat Orange for half a year, but it never lets you touch it. Tu Su seemed not to care much and used his hand to lift it up. The young lady then bowed and withdrew. His eyes coldly looked down at the cat. All pets are unfamiliar at first, but you should feel lucky that she likes you. Otherwise, his hand stroked along the constantly trembling body. He smiled helplessly, then released his hand. All right, go out and play. His slender hand picked up the white handkerchief on the table, frowning in discomfort, wiping clean where he had touched the cat. So dirty. The next day, the sky was clear at the garden in Yi Yun Chang's mansion. Flocks of white butterflies floated in the air, circling around the rose bushes, slowly flying near where Chi-Chi and Yun Chang were. Third princess is still dazzlingly beautiful today, she smiled while looking at her nails. While chatting with Chi-Chi opposite her, Chi-Chi, why did you leave so suddenly today? She coughed when the other requested to talk, so worried that her rabbit ears appeared. Yun Chang squinted her eyes, revealing her foxtail. As if waiting for an answer, she shyly turned away. Yesterday, huh? Remembering that passionate scene, Chi-Chi's cheeks also turned red. Yesterday, suddenly remembered, haven't finished the homework master assigned. Then pretending to be innocent and asking royal sister back, sister, yesterday after dinner, I didn't see you anymore. Yun Chang immediately became nervous and sweaty. She lowered her head and whispered that she had urgent matters. Chi-Chi smiled mischievously and moved closer. This made Yun Chang's cheeks grow even redder. Her heart kept screaming loudly. Can't let Chi-Chi know that I accidentally slept with that old man Juqing. It's so embarrassing. She immediately changed the subject, all for a future of taking many male concubines. Right. Spring Colors tease people won't be published until 6 months later. How did you get it? Just as she thought, Chi-Chi innocently followed the change of topic. This was given by the bookstore owner when I bought it for you, sister. He happens to be sixth brother's friend. I heard this sixth volume is a draft version. A clear, joyful voice rang out. So Yun Chang's eyes were filled with stars, smiling excitedly. Am I not the first reader to read it? She immediately calmed down gently. Didn't expect little six to have such wide connections. Even knows the bookstore owner. Chi-Chi sat beside, silently eating pastries. Don't know why every time I hear royal brother, royal sister calling sixth brother, little six, feels strange. Yun Chang glanced at the peach pastry in hand. Right, dear Chi-Chi, you're close to little six. Does he have any lady he likes now? Suddenly, royal sister mentioning sixth brother's love interest made her a bit surprised. Thinking of him and Aju. Perhaps sixth brother doesn't want to reveal it yet. She shook her head. No, today seemed to be a super good day for Yun Chang. If there isn't one, then it's easy. She was thinking about matchmaking between Lord Lu's daughter and little six. Suddenly a maid's voice called out. Early in the morning, someone had sent her flowers. The maid brought a bouquet of ivory-colored flowers with a letter inside. It seemed she was quite used to this. It's from the previous person, she immediately replied. Looking at it, it's from the same person. Yun Chang read the letter carefully. Mountains have trees and branches. Do you know I like you? At first thought it was written by Juqing. Turns out it wasn't who's been sending her flowers lately. Stuffing the letter back to the maid, she rested her chin boredly and ordered to throw away the flowers. Anyway, it's not the first time receiving such anonymous things. Chi-Chi simply thought they were flowers from the imperial advisor. She smiled, watching the maid's direction. Royal sister, who sent those flowers? Yun Chang stood up and suggested. Don't know who's playing tricks. Ignore him. Since we're free today, how about taking a walk with royal sister? This pulled her spirits up to the highest level. All right. Both of their carriages quickly departed from the corner. A hand reached out and grabbed tightly onto the nearby wall. He silently watched the carriage ahead. His whole body seemed about to collapse as he mumbled. Usually, Yun Chang and Chi-Chi happily strolled the streets. They bought so many things that they piled up high above the heads of the servants following behind. Suddenly a figure appeared being kicked onto the street, followed by a piercing sound from inside. Mother, where did this beggar come from? Walking without eyes and bumping into young master. The man tightened his sleeves with a gaping mouth. His wrinkled face seemed very angry, continuously cursing, if I don't skin you alive today, then I'm no longer a Kim. The figure that just appeared immediately made him panic and shout, Princess, Your Highness. Yun Chang used her hand to support the young man's shoulder. Her eyes darkened. Her kind nature wouldn't let her turn a blind eye. Young Master Kim sure has a big mouth. In broad daylight, under the emperor's feet, daring to treat human life like grass. She was immersed in anger, completely unaware of that young man's eyes darkening, his lips curling into a small, barely noticeable curve. My Chang Chang is indeed kind-hearted. His entire body instantly turned soft like porridge. His legs seemed about to kneel, his mouth trembling. Third Princess, your eyebrows. He panicked and squinted with a pleasing expression. Sweat like pearls dripped down his cheeks. Your words are too harsh. I wouldn't disregard human life. Just kicked once, his heart screaming internally. Heavens, why did I have to run into this lady? Yun Chang didn't even spare him a glance. Focused on supporting the injured young man, she split forward him. The sudden movement made him freeze. Indeed, merchants are quick-witted. It only took him seconds to understand the implication. Hurriedly taking out his money pouch from his robe. Yes, forgot to give brother medicine money. Yun Chang still wouldn't look at him. Took the money, then coldly turned around. Get lost. 3 people, but only he had no name. His fat body kneeling on the ground. Behind him were Yun Chang and the young man. Take this money to see a doctor. Don't let any illness linger. Her attitude clearly worlds apart from that young Master Kim. Why are you still standing there? Hurry and leave. Immediately, she turned back and grabbed Seven's hand. Seven, who was still silent. The 2 young ladies smiled happily as they walked just in time. I'm hungry. Seven, what do you want to eat? Royal sister is treating me. Seven's sweet voice disappointedly. Thank you, royal sister. The young man's figure stood right behind, clearly dressed simply, but his aura was somehow different. His eyes gazed lovingly ahead. This made Chi-Chi somewhat suspicious and turned back. Was it an illusion? That person seemed to be always looking at royal sister. Young Master Kim ran out of the acupoint. He waved his hand as if shooing away mosquitoes. Kept mumbling, now that you have the money, go get treatment quickly. Don't linger here. The young man immediately tore off his mask. His eyes full of killing intent looked down, instantly making him shrink back again, stuttering. One day passed with one surprise after another. He immediately pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat on his face, anxiously watching the boys back as he left. Oh my goodness, that filthy beggar's eyes were truly frightening. The young man's figure slowly walked away. The gentle breeze lifted his robe. Though gentle, there was something cold about it. At a hidden corner, he was suddenly pulled aside by someone. He pushed that body hard against the impact, made his eyelashes wrinkle. It was the young Master Kim from earlier. Being humiliated in public for the first time like this, just because of a beggar, made him lose face completely. Taking advantage while he was alone, he called people over saying, "Beat this filthy beggar for me." The henchmen darkened their faces and gritted their teeth, approaching the person opposite, aggressively raising their hands to threaten the filthy brat. Yet the opponent showed no fear. He even let out a sinister laugh. Haha. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi was enjoying a meal with Yun Chang. Jasmine flowers bloomed white in a corner of the window, adding to the beauty of the 2 young ladies. This shop not only had delicious chicken, but its pastries were also the best in the world. The image of 2 sisters happily in harmony, completely different from the tense atmosphere on the other side. Sister Huang really knows how to choose good food. Yun Chang smiled until her eyes narrowed. If you like it, take some more when you leave. Chi-Chi ate so delightfully her rabbit ears showed, her small hands still holding the pastry tightly as she smiled. Thank you, Sister Huang. The scene was so adorable that Yun Chang's fox ears immediately appeared. Her hands pinched the soft cheeks of her little sister, giggling. At this moment, a blush suddenly spread across her cheeks. Her eyes looked down somewhat nostalgically. Do you know what it feels like to like someone? She didn't expect her innocent Chi-Chi would answer so casually. Of course I do. This surprised Yunchang a bit. She hurriedly gripped both her shoulders and hesitantly asked again. She smiled innocently like eating candy. Both mouth and heart are sweet. This was clearly completely fitting with Chi-Chi's image. As innocent as a blank page to describe the taste of love so differently. She squinted and forced a smile. You're always thinking about food. Chi-Chi knew she wouldn't pay much attention to her answer. After all, everyone has their own way of loving. Suddenly her eyes were drawn to a figure behind Yun Chang as he slowly approached her. While Yun Chang was sitting absent-mindedly, a warm breath brushed against her neck, making her cheeks flush red. Gu Jiukong slowly walked to Yun Chang's shoulder, smiling sweetly. Why are you here? Kayam gave Yun Chang a string of gourds which surprised her, and she asked him, Why are you here? Kayam smiled calmly and replied, Why can't I be here? He enthusiastically asked her, Would you like some? Yun Chang flatly refused to eat. Kayam handed it to Chi-Chi and intimately asked if she wanted some. Though she wanted it badly, she was sensible enough not to take it. This is for royal sister. How could I take it? Kayam read her mind immediately and smiled kindly, saying to her, Don't worry, Aso just bought these. Chi-Chi curiously thought to herself about Ninth Minister Gu Tu So. Aren't these two related? Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Gu Tu So called out Chi-Chi's name. He walked up to Kaiham and softly called second brother. Chi-Chi thought gleefully. I knew it. He took the skewer of gourds from Kaiham's hand. Here, you need to hand it directly to her. Chi-Chi, take this. She happily replied, Thank you. Kaiham exclaimed in admiration, secretly creating opportunities for his younger brother. Indeed, Aso is quite thick-skinned. Why don't we let Aso go for a walk with Chi-Chi? I and your royal sister have some private matters to attend to. Yun Chang refused immediately. Who has private matters with you? Today I specifically came out to go shopping with my precious Chi-Chi. Kaiham took Yun Chang's hand and skillfully led, saying, Didn't you always want to go to the arena to compete with Master today? Coincidentally, Master has time. Watching Yun Chang being forcefully led away, Chi-Chi could only stare blankly, calling third sister. After leading Yun Chang to the horse carriage, Kaiham ordered to return to the prince's mansion. The coachman followed orders and drove the carriage without delay. Inside the carriage, Yun Chang instinctively covered her mouth, panicking, saying, Don't come closer. Kaiham made a pitiful face, moving closer. Regardless, what mischief are you up to now? He gently removed her hand and placed a kiss on her lips. A deep, passionate kiss, and Yun Chang unconsciously didn't resist. Seeing her flustered, he smiled with great satisfaction. Yun Chang shyly turned her face away, asserting, We only accidentally slept together once. I hope the royal advisor doesn't misunderstand anything. In her anxious heart, she thought, Don't think that because we slept together you can become my future husband. Never will this princess become your wife. Kaiham smiled calmly, asking, What misunderstanding? What misunderstanding does your highness think I might have? Yun Chang blushed, saying, You know what? Kaiham gently touched her lips with his hand, grievously saying back, Then your highness seduced me without saying such things. Yun Chang firmly corrected, Who seduced you? I was just drunk at that time. He seriously questioned her. If it wasn't me but another man at that time. He squinted his eyes with a hint of jealousy in his voice. So when you're drunk you can just casually sleep with any man? Your highness, princess, can you always give yourself away so carelessly like that? Yun Chang angrily raised her hand and slapped Kaixia. She yelled angrily, You bastard! He remained silent. Yun Chang asked him furiously, That day when I was as drunk as you claim, why did you treat me like that? Kaixia raised his hand to touch his slapped cheek. He turned away and ordered the coachman to drive to the mansion. After Princess Yun Chang got off the carriage, he immediately ordered the coachman to return. She stood dazed, not understanding his intentions. Watching his carriage disappear, she thought angrily to herself, Is he angry? I'm the one who should be angry for no reason here. Yun Chang snorted and walked inside. She looked at the bouquet beside and muttered, Another one? Looking at the still fresh flowers, she wondered, Did sister forget to throw them away today? And so Yun Chang paid no attention at all. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi was eating melon seeds with regret. Royal sister was just taken away like that. She clearly said she would go shopping with me. Gu so holding some fish bones, said to Chi-Chi, I've brought the fish bones. She smiled happily and replied, thank you. You've worked hard. Give them to me. It turns out she brought fish bones to feed a cat in the alley. Kitty, it's been half a month since I visited you. I feel like you've gotten fatter. Seeing it affectionately rubbing against her, Chi-Chi was very happy. Did Kitty miss me? She stroked it happily while talking to it. Kitty is so smart, she said to Gu so who was observing from afar. So, you really won't come over? He hesitantly kept his distance and replied, no, you know they don't like me. Chi-Chi felt a bit sad. Is that so? If there's a chance, I really want to introduce a so to Dubai. Gu so enthusiastically told Chi-Chi, actually I also have a cat. I want to show you too, but it doesn't seem very close to me. It treats me like I'm not its owner. If you're interested, you can come over to see. Chi-Chi cheerfully agreed. All right. Actually, I also have Dubai. Next time in the palace, I'll take you to see it. Suddenly, there was a cough from a horse carriage that just stopped. Ding Shang lifted the curtain to look at Chi-Chi. She was a bit surprised and called, Sixth brother. Every time I go out, I meet Sixth brother. Gu so quickly bowed to greet the sixth prince. Ding Shang saw him and felt uncomfortable thinking why he was here alone with her. He stared at Chi-Chi and hinted, it's getting late today. Chi-Chi understood immediately and replied, Sixth brother is right. She turned to say goodbye to Gu so. Then I'll return with sixth brother first. It's getting late. You should head back early too. Sitting in the carriage, Ding Shang silently watched her eating melon seeds. Chi-Chi anxiously thought to herself, why does he keep looking at me like that? Thinking he wanted to eat together, she took out the candied gourd and asked sixth brother, would you like some? A moment of silence enveloped both of them. Chi-Chi started to withdraw, thinking he didn't want any. He quickly grabbed her hand, brought his mouth close to the gourd and took a bite. Gently said to Chi-Chi, why wouldn't I eat it? Seeing Ding Shang bite where she had just bitten, Chi-Chi blushed and stammered, indirect kiss. His eyes gazed at her tenderly. Then he diverted by commenting the gourd is quite sweet. Chi-Chi's heart was in turmoil. Her thoughts were racing. Calm down a bit. He's my brother after all. Logically speaking, eating from where I bit should be normal, right? It's normal. Ding Shang raised his hand to touch her flushed face, worriedly asked why her face was so red. Chi-Chi frantically backed away, making excuses that it's nothing. Maybe it's just too sunny. Her heart was racing. It's definitely not normal at all. Ding Shangwang deliberately smiled, thinking, looking at her reaction, that Song Lan fellow seems to be right. As long as I take initiative, even if Chi-Chi doesn't say it. But in her heart, there's some flutter. Little Chi-Chi said to Ding Shang, sixth brother, you shouldn't do this anymore in the future. He didn't understand and asked back, huh? What? The oblivious goddess Chi-Chi seriously told him, eating food that others have bitten isn't very hygienic. Don't do that anymore in the future. Ding Shang was stunned, thinking to himself, am I being lectured here? She naively pointed out to Ding Shang, eat this one. I haven't bitten this part yet. He was dissatisfied, but helpless at her innocence. The little girl's reaction wasn't quite what he had imagined. Chi-Chi still held the candied gourd forward, enthusiastically asking, sixth brother, you don't want any more? He sighed helplessly, thinking, when will you understand my feelings? He told Chi-Chi it's too sweet, you eat it. She withdrew her hand and changed the subject, asking Ding Shang, are we heading back to the palace now? How strange. Sixth brother just said it was delicious earlier. Ding Shang pensively rested his chin and replied, no, there are still some matters to handle first. Chi-Chi happily ate the gourd while thinking to herself, earlier when sixth brother arrived, didn't he say it was getting late and we should return to the palace? Ding Shang left Chi-Chi outside the room and said, I'll be right back. Wait for me. She eagerly pleaded with him, all right, sixth brother, remember to bring me some snacks. Inside, his subordinates were already waiting. They urgently reported, young master, recently someone in the capital has sent many people to search for us in the Jianghu. Several of our men have already been secretly captured by them. Not only that, recently there have been several skin-flaying assassin cases in the capital, but there are rumors that it was done by Lasat Cat. To us, it's really bullying people too much. You coldly ask them about this matter. We'll discuss later about how to tell them what to do. Then a subordinate submitted a report to you, respectfully replied, Master. Everything has been arranged properly. The subordinate hesitated before continuing. Master, I have something I'm not sure whether to say or not. Ding Shang put away the paper and allowed him to speak. He indeed disregards death. He dares to remind. It's just that you seem too concerned about that seventh princess. Then Ding Shang slammed the table with a bang, making them kneel down in panic, apologizing for being too talkative. Please calm down, master, you coldly warned. Don't let there be a next time. They submissively replied, yes, we'll follow master's teachings. When returning to where Chi-Chi was waiting, you found she had fallen asleep on the table. So you've fallen asleep, huh? You put down the cake tray and gently scolded her lovingly. You greedy little cat. Didn't you say sixth brother would bring food for you? You reached out to touch her cheeks, making her turn and mumble. Ding Shang became flustered with a red face. Chi-Chi comfortably nuzzled against Ding Shang's hand, mumbling, itchy. As he moved his hand closer, she kept rubbing her cheek without any guard. Ding Shang's heart beat rapidly and irregularly. He had to restrain himself and withdraw his hand. This time, let you sleep. He lovingly gazed at Chi-Chi's cute appearance, suddenly having an idea. When she woke up, 7 drowsily asked Ding Shang if sixth brother had arrived. He simply replied, yes, 7. 7 was startled when she found herself being carried on Ding Shang's back. Sixth brother, why are you carrying me? Weren't we at the inn? Ding Shang gently said, you slept for 2 whole watches. I originally planned to wake you, but you were sleeping so soundly, so I didn't. Chi-Chi thought shyly. Shouldn't you normally wake someone up? Why would sixth brother carry someone? She embarrassedly asked, am I heavy? Sixth brother, let me down, I can walk by myself. Ding Shang gently replied, it's fine. Chi-Chi anxiously thought, but I have things to do. It's embarrassing to let sixth brother carry me like this. She cleverly thought of a way. She deliberately dropped her shoe and told Ding Shang, my shoe fell off. Sixth brother, what should we do? She cunningly suggested to Ding Shang, sixth brother, let me get down to pick up the shoe. Unexpectedly, he looked left and right, then gently set her down on a nearby wooden crate. Let me pick it up. Chi-Chi awkwardly told him, you don't need to do that. Watching him hold her shoe in his hand, she thought in confusion. Sixth brother's actions are always unpredictable. He knelt down, reaching out, saying, your shoe. 7 shyly said, let me put it on myself. Seeing it wasn't working, she deliberately changed the subject. Oh right, sixth brother, where's the carriage? He focused on putting on Chi-Chi's shoe and simply replied. The carriage broke down after finishing putting it on. His face showed clear satisfaction. We have to go back by ourselves. Chi-Chi's heart suddenly started racing. It was clearly just putting on shoes, but sixth brother's expression didn't look like he was just putting on shoes. Ding Shang tenderly held her small feet, carefully instructing, when I'm not here, you must be careful on your own. Chi-Chi obediently replied, I understand. Sixth brother, you can let go now. I'm a grown young lady now. The image of naive Chi-Chi, sleeping soundly on the table, made him laugh, repeating, a grown young lady, huh? Suddenly, from deep in the alley came the intimate sounds of some couple. Young master, you're too hasty. Slow down. It's more exciting outside. Come here and let master feel good. Those two were truly bold in their intimacy. Young master, please be gentler. It's not good if the night patrol notices. Chi-Chi was so shocked she shuddered. Ding Shang quickly stood up, hugging her to his chest to block her view. Don't look, it will taint your eyes. He frowned and cursed silently. How dare they do such things in front of her? Suddenly there were voices of officers. The night patrol discovered people. What are they doing over there? Don't you know it's forbidden to be out at night these days? Those two lovebirds, along with Ding Shang and Chi-Chi, were all ordered by the officers. Take them all. The woman passing by Chi-Chi rudely scolded. You all are such perverts. How dare you peep at hooligans like this? Then all 4 were escorted by officers for temporary detention. The arrogant woman announced herself. Do you know who's beside me? He is the young master of General Shima. You dare escort us to the magistrate's office. Be careful. General Shima won't let you off easily. The officer glared and shouted sternly, silence. No matter who you are, you must be quiet. Otherwise, beware of severe punishment. That young master maintained his arrogant attitude and scolded loudly. My father is General Shima, appointed by His Majesty. You dare to use force against me. Wait until my father comes. He'll tear down this shabby magistrate's office of yours. Chi-Chi thought anxiously. Just taking a night walk with sixth brother, yet we're arrested by officers and taken to the magistrate's office. Ding Shang whispered to Chi-Chi. Should we let them know our identities? She thought of the confinement law. The national law and father's family rules are waiting for me, and firmly refused. My childhood is about to be incomplete again. She desperately begged Ding Shang, sixth brother, don't tell them. Absolutely don't tell. He secretly guessed the reason behind Chi-Chi's reaction. Could she be thinking of Yi Ji Yao? He held Chi-Chi's hand and smiled reassuringly. All right. The officers detained that couple and directly charged them. Indecent behavior in public, improper conduct. According to Northern Ming law, they should be detained for 15 days as a warning. That young master shouted loudly about what 15 days. My father is General Shima. You're just a petty official and dare to imprison me. Now it's Ding Shang and Chi-Chi's turn. The guards quietly observed and noted that these two had noble auras. Their appearances suggested they weren't ordinary people. Indeed, their appearance and attitude clearly showed extreme calmness. Their proper manners made the guards even more admiring. Even if they claimed to be princess and prince, people would believe them. However, why would a princess and prince appear on the street at night? I must be overthinking. Looking at their tightly clasped hands, the guard smiled and reminded them, I understand newlyweds can be impulsive, but there have been many murders lately. All sides have ordered a night curfew. Chi-Chi hurriedly clarified that they weren't husband and wife, but then realized Ding Shang was secretly signaling to her. He smiled and held tight to Chi-Chi's struggling hands. She read his lips, which formed the name of her father, Yi Ji Yao. Ding Shang answered the guard. She's just introverted, that's all. So we have to stay here for one night then? The guard nodded and continued asking for information. May I know your names? Chi-Chi quickly answered. I'm Tui Hoa. This is my brother Thiat Nga. Upon hearing the name Thiat Ngu, the guards started discussing among themselves. Thiat Ngu, what a name! This name. That young master looked at Chi-Chi ambiguously, thinking, earlier in the dark I couldn't see clearly how beautiful this girl is. Better wait for my father to arrive. The guard locked the cell door. Seeing Chi-Chi's bright smile, Ding Shang curiously asked, You're in a good mood. Feels like you could break into song at any moment. She excitedly told him, I just remembered this prison is near the famous steamed bun shop at the East Gate. We'll definitely get to eat some when we wake up tomorrow. Ding Shang laughed helplessly and told her, Others think about escaping when imprisoned, but you're already thinking about food. He unconsciously moved closer to Chi-Chi's small pretty face. She blushed and instinctively covered her mouth, asking, Aren't we standing too close? Ding Shang nodded with a sound of agreement, but maintained the close distance, making Chi-Chi anxiously think to herself, Isn't he going to step back? When their faces were just a finger's width apart, the quiet prison suddenly echoed with a loud shout. Which bastard dares imprison my son? Ding Shang was holding Chi-Chi tightly as she slept in his arms. A group of people stormed angrily into the prison, footsteps echoing throughout the corridor. Ding Shang and Chi-Chi woke up when they heard the guards frantically telling each other, This is bad. The great Sima general has come to collect someone. The young master grabbed the prison bars and shouted, Father, your son is here. Father. The captain of the guards, the Yamen runners, bowed their heads before the one called Marshal Sima. Your subordinate pays respects to Marshal Sima. He sat down on the chair that his servant had just brought, arrogantly questioned, I heard my son is being held here by you people. The captain honestly reported that tonight we did indeed detain someone who claimed to be the eldest son of the Sima family. But we're not sure if it's your son. You servant. The arrogant Sima servant kicked the captain and angrily shouted, How dare you question back, you little brat? Hurry up and release the young master, or else your worthless lives will be at risk. Chi-Chi indignantly said to Ding Shang that this was too much. The young master excitedly cheered, Father, well struck. These blind dog servants deserve to be taught a lesson. The servant forcefully grabbed the bunch of keys from the captain's hand. He arrogantly demanded, Give them here. The captain shouted, No, determined to protect the keys, but was struck again. He opened the young master's cell door and fawningly said, My young master, you've suffered, you've gotten thinner. The young master angrily complained to Marshal Sima, Father, please teach these wretches a lesson. They falsely accused your son. 2 Yamen runners came to help their captain stand up. He still loyally said, Marshal Sima, even princes must face punishment when breaking the law, just like commoners. Please show some self-respect. He sternly questioned, Where's the evidence? The captain pointed to the record book answering, It has young Master Sima's handwriting. He took the book. While tearing it apart, he arrogantly asked the captain again, I ask you, where's the evidence? Seeing him abuse his power, Ding Shang angrily scolded him, but the 2 runners stopped him. Boss, endure it for now. Calm seas come after the storm. Step back and the sky is vast as the ocean. Boss, let it go. We can't touch them. Young Master Sima proudly lifted his chin in provocation. Here, my father is the law. He glanced at Chi-Chi maliciously. Oh my, I almost forgot about the little beauty. My apologies, he boldly said to his father. Father, I want this young lady here as my 8th concubine. Marshal Sima stroked his beard and shamelessly agreed right away. He ordered, go open the cell door over there for your marshal. The servant cheerfully replied, yes. Seeing their outrageous behavior, the captain stepped forward to stop them. Marshal, they are a newly wedded couple. They have nothing to do with this matter. The servant forcefully pushed him aside, arrogantly telling the captain to get lost. He opened the cell door and told those inside to come out quickly. Ding Shang sternly ordered the one named Sima to get in here. The ignorant servant still talked back boldly. How dare you speak to our marshal like that? You're tired of living, aren't you? He arrogantly walked inside, delightedly replied to Din Thin. On the contrary, this general wants to see who dares to speak to me like that. As soon as he clearly saw Din Thin's face, he immediately fell to his knees in terror, stammering in shock. Your Highness Duk Vong. His voice screamed out in fear. Why is your Highness Duk Vong here? The captain was shocked, thinking to himself that he had imprisoned the infamous temperamental Duk Vong from the rumors. Young Master Tu Ma's face turned completely pale. That tall man next to the beautiful young lady turned out to be His Highness Duk Vong, and that young lady must be someone belonging to His Highness Duk Vong. As Din Thin lovingly patted Chi-Chi's head and said, just now I heard General Tu Ma wanted to form a marriage alliance with me. Chi-Chi frankly commented, sixth brother, they are bad people. She firmly stated to Din Thin, this matter must be handled properly. Can't let those who uphold the law grow cold. He immediately agreed with her. Chi-Chi is right. General Tu Ma was startled, thinking to himself that His Highness called that young lady Chi. Could it be she is the currently most favored 7th princess? The fire burned brightly in one corner of the room, continuously making crackling sounds in the darkness. The group trembled as they knelt before Din Thin, and 7th stood silently behind him. Din Thin's cold voice rang out. Like a demon emerging from hell, the leader of the armored men was trembling so much his body went limp, but still gritted his teeth to answer. Your servant is here. He completely ignored those people. What's the punishment for abuse of power and obstruction of investigation? The soldier was somewhat surprised that the 6th prince suddenly brought that up. Depending on circumstances, minimum 20 lashes. Din Thin glanced down at those below. First, give them 20 lashes. His eyes didn't fix on any specific target. So the soldier hesitated and asked again, beat? Beat who? The evil god suddenly became gentle, looking at the girl beside him and softly patting her head, completely different from his hellish demeanor earlier. Beat those who disregard royal law. Beat those who abuse power. This order immediately split the crowd's emotions into two directions. The soldiers who were just oppressed smiled, looking at the trembling, collapsing officials. They kept mumbling, Your Highness Duk Vong, spare our lives. Suddenly Din Thin seemed to think of something. He spoke up, interrupting. This made those old men's eyes tear up. Their suspended hearts were finally let down. Your Highness. The soldiers nearby also lost their previous expression. They frowned with looks of contempt. Indeed, officials still protect each other. His hand waved dismissively, eyes closed, paying no more attention. Seriously, move further away to fight. Don't disturb Chi-Chi. She's so pure and lovely. Hearing these sounds will definitely be very haunting. Making noise here will keep the kind girl from sleeping. Respectfully clasped hands, the soldiers began to disperse, following an official who was shouting continuously. They responded in unison, yes. Before leaving, one of the soldiers turned back, suspiciously looking at the two figures clinging to each other. So Your Highness Prince Yu today really intends to stay in this cell with the princess. Why couldn't he figure out the reason he turned back? These high-ranking officials often have strange preferences, pretending not to see the sweet scene behind and smiling it away. Why would they have such preferences? Chi-Chi and Ding Shang completely couldn't understand the other's thoughts. He smiled at her with squinted eyes. Sleep early. We'll have steamed buns tomorrow morning. That voice gently replied. Both were completely unaware of their own status, sleeping soundly in each other's embrace in the damp space of the prison cell. This morning was a beautiful day. Ding Shang led Chi-Chi outside. The two walked step by step, staying close together. The delicious aroma of meat buns gradually wafted through the air, completely attracting the sense of smell of passers-by. holding the plump white steamed bun in hand. Chi-Chi happily took a bite. Then her rabbit ears perked up because of the delicious food. Her eyes sparkled like they contained stars. Her hands waved excitedly back and forth. Beside her was Ding Shang, smiling at the scene of someone being overly happy. In front of both were several baskets of hot steamed buns. He didn't seem hungry, just focused on watching Chi-Chi chewing. "You like it that much?" Gently wiping off meat crumbs from her face. "Of course, I've always wanted to come eat here, but I never made it in time each time." His eyes contained an ocean of tenderness. "If you like it, we'll come here often." A street vendor suddenly passed by, immediately catching Chi-Chi's attention. She eagerly pointed in that direction. "Sixth brother, I want to eat that." Unexpectedly, his response was to turn his face away. "You can't eat that recently." This instantly made her lose her cheerfulness. She suspiciously asked why. A blush spread across his cheeks. He coughed twice to hide his embarrassment. "Pears are naturally cold food. Shouldn't be eaten before and after menstruation." The words made Chi-Chi shy to the point of dropping the white bun in her hand. She was so angry she was steaming, her face red like cherry blossoms. Anyway, not being able to eat even one bite is fine. In her heart, she was continuously angry. Clearly, sixth brother isn't married yet. How does he know so much? Even more than me. The expression on his face became serious. After all, the health of our little seven cannot be taken lightly. Every time it's not possible. "Have you seen the royal physician yet?" The young lady didn't want to discuss this topic. She gently gave an evasive answer. "This matter isn't easy to discuss with the royal physician." Chi-Chi held Yi Tingxing's hand tightly while slightly bending one knee while talking to her. Still holding her hand tightly. "Where are you taking me?" Chi-Chi's slightly curled brown hair floated in the air. The pink silk ribbon in her hair further accentuated her gentle appearance. "Aren't we returning to the palace?" Yi Tingxing's tall figure slowly walked ahead. Behind him, Chi-Chi followed with small running steps. Her dress hem fluttered gently in the air. "Sixth brother, how much longer do we have to walk?" Around where the two were walking, there were only large city walls, like a giant tunnel made of brick pavement. No signs of shops or anything else could be seen. In the capital city, yet there was such a place. Tingxing stopped when he approached a shop. He turned around. "We're here." His manner suggested he had been here many times before, making Chi-Chi suspicious. This place is so remote. How is sixth brother so familiar with it? Both entered inside. The spacious room was filled with medicinal scents, not bitter, but with a slight sweetness. This made sweet tooth enthusiasts like Chi-Chi entranced. Her eyes sparkled. Vaguely, one could see pink aura emanating from her body. "It smells so good." A seductive voice rang out from behind the thin screen. The person opposite only showed their thin purple robe. In her hand, she held a pipe. White smoke continuously rose from it. "Distinguished guests have arrived." A beautiful figure appeared right after. A beautiful woman with dark hair, like a small stream, flowing smoothly behind. "What wind brings you here?" She was Yu Ji Yin, the physician of the medical pavilion. She smiled like a fox spirit, softly touching people's hearts. Looking at her made Chi-Chi's cheeks flush. This sister has such a beautiful face. She gently leaned forward. "Who needs treatment?" Though asking, her eyes were fixed on Chi-Chi, making her stare in fascination. How impressive. Tingxing's pat on her shoulder immediately brought her back to reality. He had quietly moved behind her. At some point, his warm voice sounded from above her head. "She?" This topic clearly made Chi-Chi become shy. She absently glanced in another direction. For a long time, she dared not answer. Irregular menstruation shouldn't count as an illness, right? The person involved was embarrassed to blushing, while others acted as if nothing was wrong. Tingxing supported her shoulder and spoke seriously. "Her menstrual cycle is irregular." After observing for a moment, Yu Ji Yin let out a soft sound. She gently placed her hand on the young lady's slender wrist. She smiled teasingly at the young man beside. "Look how tense you are." A long while passed. It seems like nothing serious has happened. She was rummaging through something in the wooden cabinet behind. "Drinking this bowl of medicine will make everything fine." Handed Ding Thin a large bag of ingredients. Calmly told him to go to the backyard to brew the medicine. Noticed the cold gaze of that person directed at herself. She shrugged slightly. "A two went herb picking today. Can only brew it myself." He turned back to look at Chi-Chi behind. Instructed her to wait here. While Ding Thin went to the backyard to brew medicine, Nak Ko Yim slowly approached Chi-Chi. "Look at how reluctant they are to part from each other. Is he your husband?" This sudden question startled her. "No, he is my brother." Smiled as if contemplating something. She just let out a small, "oh," then turned to the wooden table and reached for the pipe. This brother of yours is really nice, willing to spend 10,000 taels for me to treat this minor illness of yours. Clearly, this information just now had shocked her. 10,000? She smiled lightly. Of course, having me examine patients is very expensive. 10,000 taels. She shyly asked again, but it's just a minor illness after all. Can it be refunded? She gently pinched her fair cheeks, her voice like a cat's tail brushing against one's heart. No. Chi-Chi was suspicious inside, but dared not speak out. Can't get a refund? Seems like we've encountered a scam shop. But from their conversation earlier, the two seemed to know each other. Do acquaintances deceive each other like this? Touching her cheek that was just touched by the other person, she quickly changed the subject. I'll go help him. The little rabbit quietly approached behind the diligent gray wolf. Chi-Chi reached out both hands, originally planning to give him a scare. She smiled and leaned close to Ding Thin's head, calling softly, Luke Gu. The familiar gentle voice coming from behind made his cheeks blush. What is it? The gentle wind blew the green leaves on the tree, swaying for a long while before falling onto the courtyard below, highlighting the simple and happy scene of the two. Luke Gu, is that beautiful sister your friend? Ding Thin felt overwhelmed by the question. You mean Na Ko Yim? His heart felt like fireworks continuously exploding. The little one finally learned to care. A gloomy light emanated from her. Her voice sounded dejected. Her consultation fee is very expensive, up to 10,000 taels. The fireworks in his heart became dampened like being soaked in water. So he thought Chi-Chi felt threatened, and that's why she came out here with him. She told you that? Chi-Chi's expression immediately changed. As if catching his weakness, she rubbed against his fair cheek. Ding Thin smiled at the touch on his hand. She's deceiving you. It's not that expensive. She naively blinked her eyes. Really? Then, as if suddenly realizing something, she looked at her palm, but still didn't forget to answer. Really? With slightly doubtful eyes. Must be from gathering firewood earlier, got scratched. Smiles, stands up and walks to a small room nearby. Wait for me a moment. Chi-Chi couldn't figure out what was wrong with her sixth brother. While brewing medicine, he got up and went somewhere. A moment later, Ding Shang carried a large basin of water and approached. Wash your face, he said seriously while wringing the towel. Close your eyes. Chi-Chi sat beside, resting her chin and turned her head. A small sound gently moved the soft towel across her fair skin. He tried his best to be gentle to avoid hurting her. Though doubtful in her heart, she still followed my instructions. My little sister is so obedient. After being wiped clean, Chi-Chi's face became radiantly beautiful. Her small lips curved into a slight smile. This made Ding Sheng, despite having known her for so long, still couldn't help being stunned by her beauty. His expression became helpless, but with a hint of doting affection, growing more beautiful with age. Opens one eye. Her bright red pupils pierced into his heart, sparkling like gems constantly glowing in the sunlight. Sixth brother, are you done? Their faces were almost touching, their breaths intertwined. Chi-Chi looked up, meeting his gaze directly. His expression made her heart race, her cheeks slightly flushed, her pupils widened accordingly. Why, I see sixth brother's eyes, as if wanting to devour me. Deliberately changing the subject while turning away, she covered her mouth to make it more convincing. Not washing face for a day smells bad. Sixth brother, don't come close, it smells. Worry rising in her heart. Sixth brother like this really gives people a dangerous feeling, but he suddenly grabbed her delicate wrist, completely preventing her from escaping. Their faces were close together again. Ding Shang quietly sniffed the sweet scene as if pink balloons were floating around. This made her cheeks red like cooked shrimp. She didn't want to struggle or avoid it either. Smiles gently, affection filling the corners of his ocean-colored eyes, softening immensely. Very fragrant. Chi-Chi was so embarrassed her rabbit ears showed. The person in front of you is your sixth brother. Why are you blushing? Then he gently released her hand, turned to look at the medicine still brewing. The medicine should be ready. The white cloth fell back into the washing basin as Chi-Chi shrank back like a small rabbit, timidly placing her hands on her lap. All right. The medicine in the pot was dark in color, looking very bitter. Scooped a small spoonful, blew on it to cool, and slowly brought it closer to her. Ding Shang seemed ready to feed her this bowl of medicine. The bitter smell made Chi-Chi's brows furrow. She shyly looked down. I can do it myself, Ding Shang said while blowing on the hot medicine bowl. It's too hot. Let me feed you, little sister. Chi-Chi hesitated because she was grown up after all, but if she didn't drink it, she would disappoint Ding Shang. Seeing him worried about her getting burned to the point of testing it before giving it to her made her blush and shyly call out, sixth brother, However, he gently brought the medicine spoon towards her and asked, "Aren't you afraid it's hot? I've tested it. It's not hot anymore." Chi-Chi thought shyly, "Isn't this like an indirect kiss?" Seeing that she still wouldn't drink, he brought the medicine spoon back to his mouth, intending to test the temperature again, but she quickly stopped him, pulling the spoon towards herself. Then she obediently drank the medicine, but it was too bitter, so Ding Shang coaxed her to swallow it, promising to buy her candy afterward. Following that were several spoonfuls of medicine fed one by Ding Shang to Chi-Chi. Yu Ji-yin stepped out from inside the house and winked, saying, "Though my medicine is expensive, it's very effective." Seeing Chi-Chi's attention turn to Ji-yin, Ding Shang quickly turned her face back to him, praising her for being good at taking medicine. Ji-yin stood leaning against the inner doorway, silently cursing him for being a stingy man, not even letting her tease his little sister. After a while, Ding Shang walked to Ji-Yan's medicine counter and told Seven to wait outside for a moment. Ji-Yan handed him a package of medicine and didn't forget to ask, "Is that girl the one you like?" Hearing her question, he just silently took the medicine package without saying anything. Ji-Yan took a puff from her pipe and sarcastically said, "That girl isn't bad, but with your way of pursuing, who knows when you'll succeed." Ding Shang heard this and seriously asked back, "What exactly are you trying to say?" At this point, Ji-Yan recounted what Song Lan said, that he had made up a woman named Zhou. Hearing this, he frowned and scolded Song Lan for having nothing better to do than gossip behind his back. Then Ji-Yin continued, "Anyway, they just want to help you." Then she whispered a plan to him. After hearing it, he angrily shouted, "Nonsense," then angrily walked towards the back door while Ji-Yin cheerfully called after him, "If you don't like a C, we can change to someone else." Hearing the strange name, Chi-Chi chirpily asked Ding Shang who a C was. He replied with slight annoyance that it was a man. Hearing this, Chi-Chi felt slightly confused and thought to herself, "Is the beautiful older sister introducing men to sixth brother?" Then the two of them went home together. 281. While Ji-Yin was turning her back to the door, complaining about something, a young man came walking in from outside. Hearing the sound, she turned around and demanded to know who dared to touch her tobacco. But when she recognized that it was a C who entered, her face lit up with joy. When he was placing the medicine basket on the table and rummaging through it, Ko Yim thought to herself, she never expected the foolish young man she saved while picking herbs would be so handsome. He took out some kind of medicinal leaf. She understood he wanted her to quit smoking, so she said if he wanted her to quit smoking, he would have to show her himself wearing women's clothes. Meanwhile, Din Thin and Chi-Chi had already returned to their residence. Seeing the guard respectfully greeting her, she couldn't help but wonder how he knew she was here. But she and he got into the horse carriage. Seeing her lost in thought, Din Thin gently moved closer to ask her kindly. She quickly turned away, blushing, saying it was nothing to brush it off. But in her heart she was confused, not knowing why he sat so close today. He looked at her with an anxious face, then gently tucked her hair behind her ear. Chi-Chi was surprised and quickly pushed his hand away, telling him not to do that. Her heart was confused, not understanding why he was showing such strange behavior. At this moment she remembered what a soldier had said about the newlywed couple and Ko Yim asking if he was her husband, so she felt a bit uneasy in her heart. Din Thin gently reminded her about her falling hair. She quickly replied that she would fix it herself. The sight of her tucking her hair made him feel stirred, and he pressed his lips together. Suddenly she said, she was grown up now, so men and women should keep their distance. These words of hers made him come to his senses. She explained that they were just siblings, so being too intimate wasn't good, and if a Chow misunderstood, it would be even worse. Hearing this, his face showed some displeasure. Remembering that before, when there was no a Chow, she would cling to him. But after a Chow appeared, things were no longer like before. Din Thin patted her head, pretending not to mind, saying he would be more mindful in the future. Chi-Chi looked at his smile and didn't understand why 4 words appeared in her mind. Smiling tiger, hidden dagger. On the surface he smiled so kindly, but in his heart he was thinking of ways to take advantage of a certain woman. After a while, their carriage stopped at the gate of Noyet Tin Palace. Before getting off the carriage, Din Thin reminded her to remember to brew and drink the medicine. Outwardly she agreed, but inside she complained that the medicine was really bitter. While she was getting off the carriage thinking whether to drink the medicine or give it to someone else, Din Thin reached out from behind and pinched her cheek. She was surprised and turned back to ask if there was anything else. The words he wanted to say he held back and said it was nothing, then reminded her to be careful when getting off. Seeing this, she just nodded in agreement. When Chi-Chi had stepped down, He called her back and said a chow would arrive in the capital in a few days and asked her to show a chow around the capital. She happily nodded in agreement with him. She asked when a chow would arrive. Din Thin thought for a moment, then replied she would arrive in 2 days. Early the next morning, Din Thin went to Chu Tu Du's place. He was the #1 face-changing master in Western Ming. After being urged by Tu Du for a while, Din Thin asked if that was all the samples. Chu Tu Du proudly said those were all the faces he had forged within a month. Din Thin rolled up the paper and mocked they're all mediocre. This severely hurt Tu Du's little soul. Though somewhat annoyed, he remained calm on the surface and asked what kind of face Din Thin wanted for his beloved Chow. Hearing about his beloved, Din Thin couldn't help but think of 7-7 with her innocent and unusually radiant face. At this point, Tu Du saw that among the pictures he brought none had the appearance that Din Thin liked, so he suggested another way, which was to use Din Thin's own face, transformed into a woman, to impersonate a Chow. But when he saw Din Thin's fierce face glaring at him with murderous intent, he quickly cried out, saying his young assistant could wear a mask that Din Thin preferred to impersonate a Chow and act out the farewell scene. He desperately added, though the assistant had supreme acting skills, he was still a male after all. Hearing the word male, he suddenly remembered. When Ko Yim and Van were women interacting with 7, he felt jealous, let alone if it were a strange man. Seeing Din Thin deep in thought for a long time, Tu Du's face showed great confusion as he quietly observed. He conveniently suggested drawing a few more beauties. Before he could react, Din Thin unconsciously agreed. When he came to his senses, Tu Du asked again to make sure. In his heart, he thought, holy cow, not knowing what kind of divine being 7 was to make Din Thin agree to such female-to-male transformation. Din Thin's face was full of seriousness, ordering urgently to find him a set of women's clothes. Tu Du was startled, wondering if he had misheard. Seeing him still standing there carelessly, he stared closely, speaking in a tone that made him shrink back in fear. The sky was clear without clouds, and the wind gently blew through the leaves. At this time, Chi was at a Chow's place and offered to take her around the capital to broaden her horizons. She searched around and realized she had forgotten her money pouch. She laughed awkwardly and asked the Chow to wait a moment. Chi quickly found her money pouch, then ran back breathlessly to the original spot. She happily opened the carriage curtain, saying peekaboo, but the person in the carriage startled her. It is a Chow, but it feels like it's not a Chow. Such a pressuring feeling, making the cheerful Chi suddenly freeze like being sprayed with hairspray. Chi quickly sat down beside a Chow to calm herself down. Must be just an illusion. The atmosphere was tense and strange. She glanced over. She leaned in closer and realized it was Ding Shang's scent. Why would his scent be on her body? Chi frowned and let her imagination run wild. Could it be because the space in the carriage was too cramped? Suddenly passing through a road, the horse neighed loudly. Chi, sitting in the carriage, fell forward in fear. She tumbled forward, revealing her forehead. How embarrassing to be like this in front of a Chow. But a Chow quickly grabbed Chi-Chi's hand, holding her as the horse suddenly came to a halt. Chi fell backward straight into a Chow's embrace. Smelling Ding Shang's strong scent on her, Chi almost cried and apologized. Chi-Chi's hand accidentally touched a Chow's chest, but it was completely flat like a wall. Chi sat up straight and laughed awkwardly to brush it off. But she kept wondering in her mind, why was it so flat? Could it be because she pushed against a Chow that it sank in like that? Chi asked awkwardly, is your chest hurt? Anywhere? My nose really hurts. A Chow calmly said she was fine. Chi stared at her with confusion, her eyes growing more puzzled by the moment, staring without blinking, staring so long that a Chow had to remind her. She didn't understand why in front of a Chow and Ding Shang she always felt embarrassed. Today is Chi-Chi's birthday. She closed her eyes obediently and waited. Yun Chang showed the book she had saved to give her. Chi looked extremely happy and delighted, and Ji Yao was very domineering, giving off CEO vibes, pointing at the map and telling her to choose. Seeing this, her eyes widened. This gift was too much. She couldn't accept it. At this moment, Chi looked left and right. Everyone was already here, but still couldn't see Ding Sheng anywhere. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. He called out to her. His clothes were disheveled, implying to ask if this gift was enough to please her. Chi stared motionlessly, instinctively saying it was perfect. Facing such heavenly beauty and perfect body, she felt dizzy and collapsed. Our video ends here. Above is the summary of the story. If you have any comments, please leave them below. Don't forget to leave a like, subscribe, and hit the bell to receive more interesting videos. Now goodbye and see you again. Bye-bye.